Pain. Excruciating pain. Meng Mingxuan awoke from a haze of torment, her gaze meeting a pair of eyes, filled with a furious restraint that had turned crimson. Brother Jiu? How could this be? Had she not perished? Yet here she was, confronting Brother Jiu after her death. Could it be that Brother Jiu had also met his end? No, that was impossible. He was so formidable, Ting could never have slain him. Thus, this must be a mere hallucination following her demise. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured, Brother Jiu, Meng Mingxuan, you dare to harm yourself for the likes of Ting. Do you think you're worthy of me? Jiu gripped her wrist, where a shard from a broken wine bottle had inflicted a deep cut, his handsome visage marred by intense fury. His usually deep and magnetic voice was now laced with suppressed rage. Within the private room, not a soul dared to utter a sound. The three companions who had been drinking with Jiazang, Tang Jun, and Feng Yilin remained silent, bearing witness to this scene. In this game of stakes, it was Brother Jiu who ultimately lost, for Meng Mingxuan had threatened her life. And Brother Jiu could never stand idly by as she faced death. Meng Mingxuan stared blankly at the enraged man before her, her heart a tempest of shock. The wrist he held was overwhelmed by two distinct agonies. Unable to resist, she glanced down at the source of her torment, and her pupils constricted in horror. The once smooth and fair skin of her wrist bore a deep gash. It was a fresh wound. Blood flowed from it. Perhaps shards of glass remained embedded in the cut, rendering the pain unbearable. The other pain stemmed from the excessive force with which he clutched her wrist, nearly shattering her bone. Meng Mingxuan felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. How familiar this all felt. This scene was achingly reminiscent. It echoed the year she graduated at the age of 22, when Ting proposed to her at the graduation ceremony, causing a sensation throughout the campus. After sweetly accepting his proposal, she had resorted to threatening her own life to compel Jiu to consent to her marriage with Ting. She recalled bursting into the private room where Jiu usually drank, and after he coldly rejected her plea to wed Ting, she had smashed a wine bottle against the corner of the table. Then, she used the jagged edge of the broken bottle to cut her own wrist. That was the first time she had witnessed the dark and terrifying side of Jiu. It was the first time he had caused her pain, the first time he had shouted at her in public. Ultimately, he had acquiesced to her marriage with Ting. From that day forth, she had never seen Jiu again. Even at her wedding to Ting, Jiu, who had been her closest companion for over a decade, did not attend. Meng Mingxuan stared in disbelief at the man before her, so vividly real it felt like a dream. Could it be that she had been reborn? Had she returned to the night before her wedding to Ting, to the moment she had forced Jiu to the brink of death? As Meng Mingxuan shrank back in pain, her tear-streaked face evoked in Jiu a mixture of desolation and mockery as he released his grip. I have consented, he stated, his hands hanging limply at his sides, his voice cold and hoarse. Yet, those who knew him well could discern the tension in his clenched fists, a testament to his inner turmoil. Heaven knows how fervently he wished to confine her, to prevent her from ever laying eyes on that man again. Consent? Meng Mingxuan, momentarily stunned, was jolted back to reality. Indeed, it was after her public act of self-harm that Jiu had acquiesced to her marriage with Ting. Since that fateful night, he had vanished from her life, ignoring her calls and messages, completely disappearing from her world. No, she could not allow him to disappear as he had in her previous life. You consent to my marriage with Ting? How could she persuade him to change his mind? Yes, Jiu replied, his lips barely parting. Could he allow her to continue inflicting harm upon herself? The rose he had nurtured with his own hands was ultimately plucked by another man with ulterior motives. She believed in Ting, but not in him. How ironic. No, you cannot consent, she suddenly uttered with a trembling voice, breaking the oppressive silence of the private room, before throwing herself into Jiu's arms. Brother Jiu, I was just joking. I don't want to marry Ting, I want to go home. Please don't abandon me. At that moment, Jiu's heart, torn and bleeding, inexplicably ceased its ache. He gazed at the fluffy head nestled against him, his handsome face etched with confusion. She was threatening him with her life. He had agreed. But why was she reacting this way? It was she who had rejected him. How could she turn the tables and claim he had forsaken her? Meanwhile, The onlookers in the room were left speechless. They had witnessed countless instances of fickleness, but never had they seen someone flip so dramatically as Meng Mingxuan. At this moment, she was acutely aware of her irrational behavior. Moments ago, she had resorted to self-harm to coerce Yin Majiao into consenting to her marriage with Yin Ting. Yet now she was backtracking as if possessed. But she could not afford to dwell on that now. She needed Brother Jiu to personally promise to take her home, to affirm that he wanted her. Only then could she be assured that he would not vanish from her life as he had in her past. Brother Jiu, I will be good from now on. You cannot abandon me. Meng Mingxuan clung tightly to his waist, fearful he might pry her hand away. It had been a long time since Yin Majiao had held her nay. He had scarcely been able to approach her without her retreating. He understood that it was Yin Ting who had led her astray, teaching her to maintain distance. Yet, here she was in his embrace, initiating the contact. She claimed he no longer wanted her. How could he possibly not want her? I did not want to abandon you. Yin Majiao despondently enveloped the weeping girl in his arms, disregarding whether she might push him away in the next moment. The men in the private room sighed, their foreheads furrowed. Brother Jiu found himself firmly ensnared by the girl, unable to turn his life around. In the past, Meng Mingxuan had indeed mastered the art of dealing with Yin Majiao. Yet the present Meng Mingxuan was a version of herself that had not encountered Yin Majiao for 3 long years. She was at a loss as to how to navigate his temperament. The only certainty she held was that if Yin Majiao promised her something with his own lips, he would fulfill it. Thus, when he verbally assured her that he would not abandon her, her heart finally found peace. Brother Jiu, my hand hurts, I want to go home. A flicker of resentment flashed in Yin Mojia's eyes. Who had caused her pain? But upon gazing into the girl's watery eyes, as red as a rabbit's, he ultimately sighed. I will take you to the hospital for treatment. No, I want to go home. Once we are home, Brother Jiu can bandage me. Meng Mingxuan immediately clung tightly to his waist. She longed to return to that home she had been away from for 3 years. No longer would she be consumed by the whims of love. She would heed Brother Jiu's words and remain in his presence for eternity. Yin Majiao stiffened at her embrace, a tingling sensation coursing through his back. If not for the last vestige of reason reminding him of her injury, he would have immediately pried her hands off him and distanced himself. He feared startling her, dreaded the shock and revulsion in her gaze, worried she might find him repugnant. Before his body could betray him further, Yin Majiao swiftly scooped Meng Mingxuan into his arms, ensuring she remained oblivious to his turmoil. There are glass shards in the wound. It must be treated at the hospital, he declared, striding out of the private room with Meng Mingxuan in tow, leaving his 3 good friends, who had called him out for drinks, exchanging bewildered glances. I thought the two would part ways for good, and Brother Jiu would finally give up, but instead Tang Jun wore an expression of despair, shaking his head in regret. Had it not been for Meng Mingxuan, Brother Jiu would have returned to the Yin family in Kyoto 3 years ago, rather than lingering in lynching. Don't you think Meng Mingxuan is a bit peculiar? Feng Yilin furrowed his brow, staring at the now empty doorway. Tang Jun took a sip of his light drink, smiling faintly. Are you suggesting that Meng Mingxuan's demeanor changed drastically before and after her wrist-cutting episode? Indeed, when she entered the room, her gaze was chilling, and I felt sympathy for Brother Jiu. Zhang stroked his chin, puzzled. Yet after Brother Jiu consented to her marrying Yin Ting, she suddenly transformed into a different person. It's somewhat uncanny. As if possessed. Let no one suggest she was merely acting. They were all well acquainted with the masks worn by the affluent in Linsheng. She had certainly not been performing before. However, just moments ago, when she was in Brother Jiu's embrace with teary eyes, it seemed like a performance. Nie Xiang's observations caused Tang Jun and Feng Yilin to exchange alarmed glances, realizing they needed to keep a close watch on Meng Mingxuan. After all, she was hopelessly infatuated and could very well be manipulated by Yin Ting to undermine Brother Jiu in the hospital. Meng Mingxuan winced as the doctor treated her wounds. In her previous life, she had never sought medical attention. For once Yin Majiao uttered his consent, she departed from the private room in search of Yin Ting. Yin Ting had merely performed a rudimentary treatment on her injuries, leaving behind scars that occasionally throbbed with pain. Now, as the doctor meticulously tended to her wounds, she realized Yin Majiao had indeed spoken the truth. Fragments of glass remained embedded in her injury. The scar on her wrist, though healed, continued to ache, undoubtedly due to Yinting's failure to thoroughly cleanse the remnants of glass. Observing Meng Mingxuan's reddened eyes, brimming with unshed tears, Yin Majiao pressed his lips together tightly, exuding an air of cold severity. After the doctor completed the treatment, wiping the sweat from his brow, he respectfully assured, "Rest assured, young Master Jiu, the injury is not deep. For the next few days, she should avoid exertion and contact with water, applying iodine twice daily. She will heal completely within a week." The formidable Yin Majiao, a figure of both power and influence, upheld the economy of the entire city, known to all and feared by many. Yet, his greatest treasure was none other than Meng Mingxuan. Even a minor injury to her skin warranted a fervent response. The doctor could scarcely fathom the identity of the perpetrator who had inflicted such harm upon the young lady, and whether they still drew breath. Yin Majiao murmured as he positioned himself by Meng Mingxuan's bedside. The doctor, sensing the gravity of the moment, discreetly exited the room with the nurse. Yin Majiao gazed silently at Meng Mingxuan's tear-streaked face for a moment, then retrieved a few tissues, gently wiping away her tears. She did not flinch, providing him with a semblance of solace amidst the turmoil of his heart. "Jiu, I want to go home," Meng Mingxuan implored, tugging at the man's sleeve with a pitiable demeanor. As he finished tending to her tears, Yin Majiao lingered close to her cheek, his fingertip caressing her delicate skin, his gaze imbued with an unfathomable depth. "After tonight, I will no longer consent to your marriage with Yinting. Are you certain you wish to relinquish this opportunity?" he inquired in a somber tone. Meng Mingxuan's household registration was in his possession the moment he uttered the word consent. He had prepared himself to return to the capital alone. Yet she clung to him, reminiscent of a time long past. Thus, after today, should she persist in her desire to wed Yinting, he would not let her go, even if it meant keeping her by his side against her will. Meng Mingxuan, upon hearing Yin Majiao's question, grasped his wrist tightly. "Jiu, I will not marry Yinting anymore. I want to be with you forever." In her previous life, it was at this juncture that Yin Majiao had vanished, and she remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Later, when her wedding date with Yinting was set, he insisted she reach out to Yin Majiao, her only family, who should naturally attend her wedding to offer his blessings. It was then she discovered she could no longer contact Yin Majiao. She felt a tinge of fear, apprehensive that everything surrounding her might merely be a figment of her imagination after death. She dreaded the possibility of Yin Moji vanishing from her world once more, to be eternally united with him. Yin Moji gazed into Meng Mingxuan's crimson eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Mingxuan has uttered these words before. Yet, after Yinting's arrival, she had broken that promise. Not only did she move out of her home to reside in the school dormitory, but she also refused to return home even during weekends. The warmth in her gaze towards him gradually morphed into indifference. Her resentment towards him grew, particularly because he disapproved of her relationship with Yinting. Tang Jun's earlier warning, "Keep a close watch, be wary of the unexpected arrival," had become a lesson learned. This time, "It is genuine," Meng Mingxuan whispered. She found herself unable to elucidate her previous words, as they felt like distant echoes from a past life. "Do not dwell on the past." She tugged at the man's sleeve, her plea tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity and playful charm. Chapter 3 Pain. She wished to hold him tighter. Yin Mo Jiu gazed at Meng Mingxuan, a flicker of peculiar emotion passing through his deep black eyes. No one could truly conceal secrets before the esteemed ninth master of Ling City. Meng Mingxuan's trepidation was laid bare within Yin Mo Jiu's gaze. He understood that his little girl harbored secrets. Perhaps it was yet another lesson from Yinting. He was momentarily unaware of her intentions, but he was reluctant to shatter the precious tranquility and warmth that enveloped them. Very well. He bent down, extending his hand. He gently lifted her, wrapping her in his embrace. The brother would not revisit past grievances. In that fleeting moment of being airborne, Meng Mingxuan instinctively clung to Yin Mo Jiu's neck. For 3 years, she had regretted her decisions, but never again had she seen him before her death. Thus, this tender embrace from Yin Mo Jiu in her rebirth stirred emotions within her, bringing her to the brink of tears. "Ninth brother," she whispered softly, burying her face into the crook of his neck. Her hands tightened around him. Yin Mo Jio's breath hitched slightly. The girl's warm breath brushed against his skin, causing every muscle in his body to tense. After a long while, he hoarsely spoke, "Do not apply pressure to your wrist." Her wrist was injured. The doctor had advised against exertion. "I'm not using force," Meng Mingxuan lied, her eyes wide open. Having faced death once, how could she fear such minor pain? Painful as it was, she still desired to hold him closer. In this lifetime, she vowed never to part from his side again. Wherever he went, she would follow. Meng Mingxuan moved into the Yin household at the age of 6, and Yin Mo Jiu had watched her grow up, well aware of her stubborn nature. Thus, he chose silence, firmly holding her as he briskly exited the hospital room. Before long, the two found themselves seated in the back of a Rolls-Royce. Yin Mo Jiu had intended to hold her on his lap, but suddenly recalled the state of his body and changed his mind, placing her beside him. "Give me your hand." He tugged at the hem of his suit to cover his thighs slightly before extending his hand towards Meng Mingxuan. She remained close, and upon hearing his words, her eyes flickered momentarily before she offered her right hand. Yin Mo Jiu glanced at her, seeing through her little ruse, left hand. Meng Mingxuan remained silent, concealing her left hand behind her back. The sharp pain indicated that she was surely bleeding again. She couldn't let him see it. A look of displeasure instantly crossed Yin Mo Jiu's handsome face. "Extend it," he commanded coldly. Meng Mingxuan pressed her lips together and chose to sit by the car door. Then she stealthily took a glance. Indeed, it was bleeding. The freshly bandaged white gauze was stained with blood. "Pain, don't touch." As she noticed him reaching out, Meng Mingxuan immediately cried out in pain. Yin Mo Jiu halted his movements instantly. He stared at her for a long time, then irritably tugged at his tie, sitting up straight. The driver in the front seat was doing his utmost to maintain a smile. The ninth master was reluctant to scold or strike the young lady. The moment she cried out in pain, he dared not touch her again. Even though he recognized that she was feigning delicacy, he found himself powerless against her. However, after this incident, the relationship between the young lady and Master Jiu has remarkably softened. Truly, it is a blessing for his subordinates. 3 months' salary will be deducted. Yin Mo Jiu remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on Su Li's suppressed laughter in the rearview mirror. Su Li was taken aback. "What?" Meng Mingxuan, momentarily stunned, quickly interceded for Su Li. "Brother Jiu, this has nothing to do with Su Li. It was her own tight embrace that caused the wound to bleed. It is not Su Li's fault. The young lady is wise." Su Li nearly wept with gratitude. 3 months' salary amounts to hundreds of thousands. It cannot be withheld. He hadn't even laughed. He truly hadn't tea. He would swear on his future bride. Yin Mo Jiu pressed his lips together. His piercing gaze ultimately softened. "Thank you, Master Jiu. Thank you, young lady." Su Li et glim zoi fu li. Having followed Master Jiu for so long, he could discern from a mere glance whether it was time for battle or for peace. Meng Mingxuan paused, involuntarily glancing at Yin Mo Jiu's stern profile. In her past life, Yin Mo Jiu had indeed been exceedingly strict with her. However, as long as it was not a matter of principle, he would always yield to her. Before Ting's emergence, her relationship with Yin Mo Jiu had been exceptionally harmonious, even closer than that of siblings. Later, Meng Mingxuan gently bit her lip, her eyes shimmering. She understood why she had gradually distanced herself from Yin Mo Jiu in her previous life. Yet this time, she would not repeat her past mistakes. Furthermore, she was determined to uncover the reason behind Ting's deep-seated hatred for Yin Mo Jiu. As Meng Mingxuan became lost in memories of her former life, Yin Mo Jiu, observing her, interpreted her thoughts differently. The thought of the person occupying the young lady's mind nearly overwhelmed his simmering anger. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Mingxuan remained oblivious. It wasn't until they arrived at the Yin family villa that Yin Mo Jiu slammed the car door shut, startling her back to reality. She looked up, bewildered, out the car window. Brother Jiu, is he leaving without waiting for her? Meng Mingxuan bit her lip, a sense of loss washing over her. Her self-harming actions that night had evidently wounded Brother Jiu's heart. At her wedding with Ting in her past life, while Brother Jiu did not attend, his good friend Ye Xiang was present. As she linked arms with Ting and approached Ye Xiang's table to offer a toast, He scrutinized the pristine white wedding gown she wore with a bemused smile, saying, "The little white-eyed wolf looks quite beautiful in a wedding dress." When she raised a glass to toast with Yin Ting, Zhang stood up and left without drinking, merely placing a thin red envelope on the table. Upon opening it, she discovered a check for 50 million. Zhang must have given such a generous gift out of respect for Brother Jiu. Or perhaps it was Brother Jiu's intention. "Miss, please get out of the car. Master Jiu is waiting for you at the door." Su Li's voice called from the open car door, snapping Meng Mingxuan back to the present. She lifted her gaze and indeed saw Yan Mo Jiu's tall figure waiting at the villa entrance. Instantly, her mood brightened. It was all right. She would strive to mend her relationship with Brother Jiu. Yes. Meng Mingxuan responded with a soft acknowledgement and rushed towards Yan Majiao upon exiting the vehicle. Yan Majiao, naturally aware of the hurried footsteps behind him, turned to face her, his finely arched brows slightly furrowed. As Meng Mingxuan drew closer, she detected the concern lurking within the cold depths of his gaze. In a moment of impulsive mischief, she decided to trip him by tangling her left leg around his right. Just as she appeared poised to fall, Yan Majiao swiftly stepped forward, catching the girl who was about to tumble forward with steady hands. With a smile gracing her lips, Meng Mingxuan nestled into his embrace, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Jiu." Yan Majiao, a figure of remarkable stature, instinctively felt a flash of worry, yet soon saw through her little ruse. He patiently closed his eyes, swallowing the reprimand that was on the tip of his tongue. After all, she had finally decided to return home, and he could not afford to upset her further. "Brother Jiu, please don't be angry. I promise to behave from now on, all right?" In truth, Meng Mingxuan still harbored a slight trepidation towards Yan Majiao, particularly when his demeanor turned somber and silent, his expression inscrutable, evoking a sense of unease within her. In the past, her infatuation had emboldened her to challenge the authority of those around her. But now, with that infatuation faded, she found herself intimidated once more. Yan Majiao observed the girl gazing up at him, her expression imbued with a subtle plea for reconciliation and charm. He felt an involuntary movement in his throat. Just how obedient could she truly be? Struggling against the urge to hold her even tighter, his voice dripped with a chilly skepticism. Meng Mingxuan pondered briefly before declaring, "Whatever Brother Jiu asks of me, I shall comply." Yan Majiao lowered his gaze to the delicate face nestled within his arms, radiating a sense of utmost obedience and sincerity. Deep within his heart, a wave of sardonic amusement surfaced. Was it truly so? If he were to propose marriage, would she dutifully acquiesce? He found it hard to believe. She was merely returning from her conversation with Yin Ting to deceive him. Yet, despite this realization, he remained captivated by the fleeting warmth of the moment. Chapter 4 in her past life, he had clearly abandoned her. Meng Mingxuan was entirely unaware that Yan Majiao had labeled her a liar in his heart. His silent demeanor filled her with unease. Does Jiu not believe me? Although she had been rebellious in her previous life, often infuriating him, she had never deceived him. While she would quarrel with Jiu, she would never betray his trust. In her heart, Jiu had always been akin to family. Yet in her past life, she had been blind to the truth, causing harm to the one who had cared for her the most. In this life, she vowed not to act foolishly again. Yan Majiao's palm felt feverish against her soft waist. Little did she know the immense self-control he exerted to refrain from gripping her waist and leaning down to kiss her. Tentatively, he pressed his forehead against Meng Mingxuan's and gently rubbed against her, murmuring, "I believe you." Meng Mingxuan was taken aback. The man's intense warmth caused her to instinctively lean back. This instinctive gesture filled Yan Majiao with a quiet sorrow. Indeed, she subconsciously resisted his closeness. For Yin Ting, she was willing to go to great lengths, even resorting to self-harm and deceit. Yan Majiao quelled the stirrings in his heart, slowly releasing Meng Mingxuan, changing his shoes, and settling onto the sofa. "I'll fetch the medical kit." "Yee." In a panic, Meng Mingxuan embraced Yan Majiao tightly around the waist. After her rebirth, she had become exceedingly sensitive. She sensed that Yan Majiao seemed to have grown distant. Why was that? Was it due to her instinctive retreat when he brushed her forehead? Realizing this, she quickly lifted her head and leaned toward him. "Jiu, come closer." Yin Majiao gazed at his beloved with his enchanting eyes, inviting her to come closer. He thought to himself that if he could endure this, he would be less than human. Ah! Meng Mingxuan felt a sudden weightlessness, her lips involuntarily parting in a gasp. In the next moment, she found herself lifted by the man and placed upon the cabinet by the door. Her feet dangled. No, they were spread apart. Before her stood Yin Majiao, towering over her by more than 20 centimeters. His aura suddenly became commanding. She stared blankly as he approached, her eyelashes fluttering instinctively before she closed her eyes, though she was uncertain why she chose to do so. Yin Majiao observed his little girl closely, their breaths mingling, her gentle fragrance intertwining with the heat radiating from him. Her delicate lashes trembled, strands of lustrous hair brushing against her tender cheek. Her fair skin marked by traces of tears, rendering her all the more pitiable. She was an enchanting, yet oblivious, innocent girl. Ying Ting, has he ever kissed Mingxuan? Yin Majiao inquired, unable to resist as he gazed at her full, glistening lips. He recognized that his little girl had fallen in love, but he was unaware of how far they had progressed. He could not constantly keep watch over them. No. Meng Mingxuan's voice was soft and airy. Suddenly realizing what Yin Majiao had asked her, she opened her eyes wide. Brother Jiu. Meng Mingxuan felt a mix of embarrassment and unease. Yin Jiu's question reminded her of her hollow marriage with Ying Ting in her past life. After their wedding, Ying Ting had never touched her. His gaze was filled with indifference and mockery. He seemed to have transformed into a completely unfamiliar person. Eventually, spurred by her mother-in-law's encouragement, she hesitantly took the initiative. Yet, just as she approached him, unprepared for the kiss, he mockingly doused her hopes with cold words. What? The esteemed young lady of Linsheng is so desperate? She could hardly believe it and quickly retreated to her room. Unlike during their courtship, Ying Ting did not chase after her to console her. For the next 2 weeks, she did not see him again. From that day onward, she refrained from approaching him even a single step. She recalled Brother Jiu's words, suggesting that Ying Ting's intentions were dubious, and began to harbor doubts. However, she felt trapped in the villa until Yu Tian approached her with arrogance, revealing that Ying Ting indeed had ulterior motives and that he and Yu Tian were childhood sweethearts. She wished to apologize to Brother Jiu, to warn him of Ying Ting's true nature, but he no longer paid her any heed. He had forsaken her. Why are you crying? Yin Jiu observed the tears streaming down her face and sighed softly, resting his forehead against hers. He held her gently, their eyes, his deep brown and her tear-streaked blue, locked in intimate proximity. Yin Jiu was not truly afraid of Meng Mingxuan's tears. Since the day she entered the Yin household, she had learned to wield her tears to command him, a tactic that had always proven effective. Over time, he had come to perceive her tears as a playful appeal for his affection. Brother Jiu, please don't be angry with me. I truly. Meng Mingxuan felt a pang of pain in her hand and heart. The grievances from her past life were unsuitable for expression in front of others. Yet now, it was just her and Yin Jiu, the brother who had always been her steadfast companion. I know I was wrong. Please don't abandon me. Unable to contain herself, Meng Mingxuan clung tightly to Yin Jiu, burying her face in his neck, her voice choked with emotion. Yin Jiu's body stiffened slightly, but the spark that had been ignited moments ago was completely extinguished. He lifted his hands and gently embraced the tearful girl, tightening his arms around her. Brother will never abandon Mingxuan. Yin Jiu tilted his head, planting a tender kiss in her hair, unbeknownst to her. She was his very essence. He could never forsake her. He could not fathom the root of her fears. You're lying. Meng Mingxuan trembled, holding him even tighter. In her past life, he had indeed abandoned her. She recognized her faults, having caused turmoil in an attempt to escape him, even resorting to self-harm to gain his consent for her marriage to Ying Ting. Yet, he had truly vanished, as if he had evaporated from the world. Until her death, she never saw him again. In the moment of her final breath, she longed to see him once more, to apologize, to utter the words, "Brother, I was wrong." Yin Majiao discerned the profound resentment and grievance embedded in the girl's words. You deceived me. He would not dare to claim he had never misled her, yet he was resolute in his commitment to never abandon her. Even if she were to fall for another man, a man he would have been inclined to eliminate, he ultimately chose to endure. What fault lay in her simply not loving him? After shedding so many tears, what could she possibly wish for from her brother? Yin Majiao had grown accustomed to Meng Mingxuan making requests after weeping on him. Meng Mingxuan slowly withdrew from Yin Majiao's embrace, biting her lip gently. She desired, "I do not wish to sleep tonight." Meng Mingxuan cautiously gazed into Yin Majiao's eyes, their profound darkness causing her to quickly avert her gaze. The atmosphere around Yin Majiao grew cold. Was the unspoken continuation, "I want to see Yin Ting?" He urged, his voice icy. "Brother Jiu, will you accompany me to watch a movie on the sofa?" Meng Mingxuan feared sleep, terrified that upon awakening, she would find that her rebirth was merely an exquisite dream. Perhaps it was better not to sleep at all. If it truly were a dream, she wished to linger in it a little longer. Chapter 5. Yet, he insidiously yearned to possess her. Meng Mingxuan sat upon the sofa, her wrist wrapped in fresh bandages, stained with blood. Although she held the remote control in her hand, browsing through movie options, her gaze involuntarily followed the silhouette of the man before her. The channels she scrolled through were of little concern to her. Yin Majiao, having organized the medical kit, discarded the used alcohol wipes into the trash, casting a fleeting glance in Meng Mingxuan's direction with his profound, dark eyes. She was perpetually observing him. Wherever he moved, her gaze trailed behind. It seemed as if she was engulfed in a sense of insecurity. This reminded Yin Majiao of the time, years ago, when 6-year-old Meng Mingxuan first arrived at the Yin household, exhibiting a similar cautiousness and unease. She would often cry in the depths of the night due to nightmares, curling up in her blankets, calling out for her parents and sister, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. It took him 3 months to earn her trust, to become her shadow. Subsequently, he invested over a decade to help her truly integrate into the Yin family. She blossomed into a confident and radiant young woman, spoiled to the core by his affection. Within the social circles of the city, she was affectionately dubbed the Little Princess of Lin City. Little did he expect that in merely 2 years, Yin Ting would effortlessly dismantle all his years of effort. Yin Majiao squeezed a bottle of orange juice, pouring it into a glass, then turned to return to Meng Mingxuan's side. Planning to watch a cartoon? He gently placed the orange juice before her, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the television screen. Meng Mingxuan's gaze shifted to the screen, only to realize she had mindlessly navigated to the children's animated channel. Specifically, Après-cours éducationnel animation. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily manipulated the remote to select another program. However, what should she watch? Suddenly, a memory surfaced of the time she had watched horror films, during which Yin Majiao had teased her for being both inexperienced and playful. A spark ignited within her, prompting her to select a newly released suspenseful horror film. This way, she could legitimately nestle close to her brother. "Are you certain you wish to watch this?" Yin Majiao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly upon seeing the title of the new film. It had received much acclaim, being produced by Nie Ziang, who had profited immensely from it. The plot was intricate yet terrifying, not particularly suitable for Meng Mingxuan. She had always harbored a fear of such themes, having witnessed the tragic demise of her parents in a car accident during her childhood. Meng Mingxuan nodded vigorously. She was determined to watch it. After all, how else could she cling to her brother? Not afraid, not afraid, she declared. After all, he was there. If fear truly overwhelmed her, she could always seek refuge in his embrace. Meng Mingxuan secretly plotted in her heart, observing the girl's untroubled, bright eyes. Yin Majiao's expression suddenly darkened. It was Yin Ting who had transformed her. It was likely that he had frequently taken her to watch such films. Yin Majiao ceased to speak, settling into a position on the armrest of the sofa, maintaining a distance from Meng Mingxuan of 1-person space. All along, it had been Meng Mingxuan who took the initiative to bridge the gap. If she did not approach him, Yin Majiao would remain at a distance. He feared that his vulnerable side would be unveiled to her. Yin Mo Jiu's restraint was utterly incomprehensible to Meng Mingxuan. She glanced at the man, emanating an aura of icy detachment, pondering how she had managed to displease him this time. Nevertheless, she decided to placate him first. However, In the recesses of her past life, they had been separated for several years, and her attempt at being coy would undoubtedly appear awkward. Just as Meng Mingxuan contemplated how to cheer the man up, a horror film commenced, launching into a chilling scene. A bloodied visage abruptly emerged on the screen. With a shrill scream, Meng Mingxuan instinctively hurled herself towards Yan Mo Jiu. Upon hearing her terrified cry, he immediately extended his arms. She fell into his embrace, just as he anticipated. Yan Mo Jiu looked down at the fluffy head nestled against him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. So, she was still frightened. Is it over? Is it over? Meng Mingxuan's heart raced wildly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Yan Mo Jiu cast a glance at the unfolding narrative of the film, his lips parting slightly. Not yet. Upon hearing this, Meng Mingxuan burrowed even deeper into his arms. When it's over, do tell me. Yan Mo Jiu responded indifferently, tightening his embrace around the girl. A refreshing, subtle fragrance of body wash wafted from the slightly ajar collar of Meng Mingxuan's garment, intoxicating and soothing. Yet, within Yan Mo Jiu's dark, ink-like eyes, a hint of self-loathing surfaced. He was acutely aware that she harbored affections for another, and that her seeking solace in his embrace was merely due to their bond as family. Yet, he despicably yearned to possess her, not just her body, but her heart as well. If she were to discover that he had harbored such thoughts since her youth, she would surely find it repulsive. A self-deprecating smile flickered across Yan Mo Jiu's lips. He could not maintain this facade for long. He feared she would uncover his true feelings. Thus, he gently rested his chin atop Meng Mingxuan's head, rubbing it softly, and spoke in a deep, hushed tone. Now it's over. However, Meng Mingxuan did not stir. She mumbled something softly, continuing to nestle against him. A flicker of surprise crossed Yan Mo Jiu's dark eyes. Was she asleep? In his embrace? He carefully loosened his hold on Meng Mingxuan, adjusting her position slightly, and glanced down. The girl nestled against him had her long, thick eyelashes resting quietly upon her eyelids, her normally bright and spirited eyes now gently closed. The soft, rhythmic sound of her breathing confirmed that she had indeed drifted into slumber, her uninjured little hand still tightly clutching the hem of his shirt, as if fearing he might vanish. This feeling of being trusted and needed by her softened Yan Mo Jiu's usually hardened heart. He retrieved the remote control that had fallen onto the sofa and muted the television. Then, he quietly observed the cherished little rose in his arms as she transitioned from light sleep to deep slumber. After a prolonged moment, he leaned down slightly and placed the lightest of kisses upon her fair forehead. Meng Mingxuan did not awaken. The relentless fatigue of an entire day, the psychological upheaval following her rebirth, and the long-lost, reassuring familiarity of Yan Mo Jiu's presence enveloped her in profound relaxation. In her previous life, she had suffered from insomnia for an interminable period. Meng Mingxuan, in a deep slumber, found herself asleep until the midnight hour. As she attempted to turn in her sleep, she was unsuccessful, prompting her to awaken with bleary eyes. Upon opening them, she was greeted by the strikingly handsome yet austere visage of Yan Mo Jiu. It felt as though she were ensconced within a dream, causing her eyes to brim with tears. "Brother Jiu," she murmured, raising her hand with a sense of vulnerability to touch the man's face. "I have acknowledged my mistakes. Why do you still ignore me?" She had sent him countless messages of contrition, yet not a single response was forthcoming. He had cast her aside. Yan Mo Jiu observed the subtle complexity in his gaze as he regarded Meng Mingxuan, whose eyes were rapidly glistening with tears. The evident distress and unease she exuded made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye. What was she truly afraid of? Or rather, what had she endured? Brother Jiu had not neglected Mingxuan. He gently grasped her delicate fingers and, in a husky tone, reassured her, "Brother Jiu will never disregard you unless I cease to exist." Chapter 6. In this lifetime, she will cherish Jiu. As Yan Mo Jiu began to speak, Meng Mingxuan was jolted into awareness. She realized that she was not ensnared in a dream, but had genuinely returned to the presence of Yan Mo Jiu. "Jiu, I am so happy," she said. her lips curving into a smile as she gazed unblinkingly at the man who had re-entered her life. Yin Majiao chuckled softly, sharing in her joy. His little girl had, for the moment, returned to his side. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, he believed that the rose he had nurtured could not harbor any ill will. At most, she might be seeking some advantage for Ting from him. Has the movie ended? Meng Mingxuan rose from Yin Majiao's embrace, her eyes drawn to the large screen that had long ceased its display, astonished. How long had she slept? Instinctively, she glanced at the grand clock in the living room, only to realize it was already 3:35 a.m. Jugo, do you have work tomorrow? She inquired, belatedly aware of her concern. She felt uneasy for having clung to him, wishing for his company, yet he had responsibilities to fulfill. How could he work through the day without a night's rest? She recalled that he had been suffering from a mild stomach ailment at this time. Nie Zhang had even mocked her, claiming it was all due to her provocation. Yet, she had not understood then. She merely thought she was in love, oblivious to how Yin Majiao could fall ill from it. It was only later that she discovered Ting's pursuit of her was a means of revenge against Yin Majiao. But before she could fathom the profound enmity between Ting and Yin Majiao, her life was abruptly taken in a car accident. The pain, it was excruciating. Remembering that bone-deep agony, Meng Mingxuan instinctively shuddered. Cold, Yin Majiao noticed her shiver. Fortunately, Meng Mingxuan could not confess that she was reminded of her death in a previous life. She dared not speak of it, even to Jugo, the one who had raised her. Such revelations would surely be deemed the ramblings of a madwoman. Yin Majiao, dismissing her stubbornness, retrieved his suit jacket from the side and draped it over her shoulders. He gently enveloped her within the expansive fabric, observing her petite figure, his lips curving into a faint smile. Mingxuan has been so good today. It wouldn't hurt to grant my little sister a day off tomorrow. Mingxuan has been so good. The 5 words stirred a sense of guilt within her. After all, the cuts on her wrist served as a constant reminder of the foolishness she had exhibited today. This was a matter she could not evade. Hesitating momentarily, she whispered, "Brother." Yin Majiao's expression turned icy. Jugo. Meng Mingxuan quickly corrected herself, aware that he disliked her calling him brother. Yet, he was hypocritical in this regard. He would refer to himself as brother but forbade her from doing so. It was hard to believe anyone would take her seriously. There was a time when she had thought him somewhat unhinged. Yin Majiao's demeanor softened. Meng Mingxuan steadied herself and said, "Jugo, tonight I am actually quite sad." Yin Majiao's slender fingers tightened on the edge of her coat, suddenly filled with tension. It was all for Ting. When he proposed to me, I was genuinely elated. Meng Mingxuan cautiously observed the man's cold and harsh expression, swallowing hard as she summoned her courage to continue. However, just a couple of days ago, I inadvertently discovered that his pursuit of me, his kindness, and our romance were all motivated by you, Brother Jiu. In an instant, an aura of fury enveloped Yin Majiao. He was aware that something was amiss with Ting, yet after investigating Ting's background, he found nothing. He never anticipated that Mingxuan would learn first of Ting's ulterior motives. No wonder she had been so uncharacteristic tonight, clearly threatening self-harm to compel him to agree to her marriage with Ting. Yet upon his consent, she recanted, declaring she would not marry him after all. She had uncovered Ting's true nature. One could only surmise that her heart was heavy with sorrow, for her first genuine romance, which she approached with sincerity, was nothing more than a deception. No tears allowed. Yin Majiao gazed at Meng Mingxuan's reddened eyes and drew her into his embrace. He could not bear to see her weep for another man. A murderous rage brewed within him. Brother Jiu, Meng Mingxuan choked, sorry. I was raised by you, and I should have been the one to trust you the most. Yeah, I was blinded, causing strife between us for the sake of a deceitful outsider, hurting your heart. Truly sorry. I realize my mistake. Please don't be angry with me. Don't abandon me. In her previous life, Meng Mingxuan had never been able to voice her apologies to Yin Majiao. This time, she finally expressed them. While regaining her sense of security, the heavy shackles of guilt were lifted significantly. For the first time, Yin Majiao felt a pang of heartache at Meng Mingxuan's tears, a pain akin to being twisted by a sharp blade. She was not crying to achieve any ulterior motive. Her remorse was genuine, and she feared being cast aside by him, worried he would ignore her, that he would no longer want her. He even harbored the delusion that he had once abandoned her, which was why she was so terrified and distressed. Yet he understood that this was impossible. Even tonight, when she resorted to self-harm as a means to pressure him into agreeing to her marriage with Yin Ting, in his fury, he had already devised a strategy. He would never truly relinquish her. However, the immediate priority was to soothe his little girl. Brother forgives Mingxuan now. No more tears, okay? Yin Majiao gently stroked Meng Mingxuan's back, patiently comforting her in hushed tones. Yet the moment he began to console her, her tears poured forth uncontrollably, like a dam bursting. It had been ages since anyone had treated her with such tenderness and patience, and this person was her brother, whom she had cherished even in her past life until the end. Before long, Yin Majiao's shirt was completely soaked. If Mingxuan continued to cry like this, he too might succumb to tears, but he had yet to shed a single tear. Perhaps she could teach him? Yin Majiao jested helplessly. If he could not calm her, he would have to make her smile. Puffed. Meng Mingxuan indeed chuckled, for she could hardly imagine what Yin Majiao's stern and serious face would look like when he cried. Yin Majiao heard her laughter and felt a wave of relief wash over him. When she laughed, it meant she would no longer cry. Gently, he drew her from his embrace, using the pads of his fingers to wipe away the tears from her cheeks, one by one. Meng Mingxuan gazed intently at Yin Majiao, suddenly wishing to slap herself. With such a wonderful brother, why would she need any man? Mingxuan. Yin Majiao grasped the hand that was perilously close to striking her own face and admonished her sharply. He had initially thought she intended to hit him. However, if he hadn't reacted swiftly, that slap could have left her delicate face flushed. Startled, Meng Mingxuan came to her senses. Oh dear, had she truly been so impulsive as to reach for her own cheek? Feeling somewhat awkward, she stammered, if I said I was testing your reflexes, would you believe me? Yin Majiao remained silent. After a moment of shared gaze, Meng Mingxuan lowered her head. Very well, only a fool would believe that. Observing the young girl bow her head, Yin Majiao clenched his teeth slightly and replied, I believe you. Really? Meng Mingxuan lifted her head, her eyes meeting his dark gaze once more. Her brother said, he believed her? But why would he accept such an obvious lie? Even a fool wouldn't buy that, would they? Yin Majiao gently wiped away the last glimmer of moisture from the corner of Meng Mingxuan's eye, a soft smile gracing his lips as he said, whatever Mingxuan says, her brother believes. Meng Mingxuan felt tears welling again. Such a brainless, doting brother was a dream come true for countless girls. Yet in her past life, she had failed to cherish it. How foolish. No, she couldn't simply bask in the affection of her brother. In this lifetime, she too must dote on him. She would become a devoted sister. With that thought in mind, Meng Mingxuan stood up and reached out to pull Yin Majiao to his feet. Brother Jiu, it's already quite late. Let me escort you back to your room to rest. I'll prepare a bath for you. Yin Majiao. She intends to draw a bath for him? Chapter 7. The beast within him is on the brink of escape. Yin Majiao gazed at the warm water in the bathtub, exhaling a breath of murky air through his thin lips. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. His little Rose had merely turned on the hot water for him, without even fetching his pajamas. Of course, the cherished flower he had nurtured would hardly attend to him. A soft chuckle escaped Yin Majiao as he lifted his long, defined fingers to undo the buttons of his shirt. Subsequently, he grasped his belt, unfastening it and letting it slide down. Suddenly, Meng Mingxuan re-entered the bathroom. Brother Jiu, should I bring the clothes into the bathroom or leave them on the bed? Her delicate voice reached his ears, causing Yin Majiao to hastily pull his trousers back up. He didn't dare to turn around, for he knew that a mere turn would reveal something unusual to her. Leave them on the bed. The fingers gripping his trousers turned nearly white, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Meng Mingxuan hadn't anticipated that Yin Majiao would have undressed so quickly. Yet after a moment of surprise, she felt no discomfort. When she first arrived at the Yin household, she had often clung to Brother Jiu to sleep, and he had also been her swimming instructor at the age of 16. Thus, she boldly allowed her gaze to traverse over Yin Majiao's exposed back. Brother Jiu has such a great physique. He truly deserves the title of the fighting king of Ling City. Mingxuan. Sweat beaded on Yin Majiu's forehead as he struggled to maintain his composure. Years of sharp awareness made him acutely conscious of her gaze lingering on him. She was appreciating his body. He found himself uncontrollably moving his hand toward his belt. Were it not for his remaining rationality, he feared he might frighten her tonight. Meng Mingxuan muttered, "What a miser," before finally retracting her gaze. "Then I'll place Brother Jiu's clothes on the bed." His voice sounded deeper than usual, imbued with an indescribable huskiness. Meng Mingxian thought to herself how pleasing Brother Jiu's voice was, though it did send a shiver down her spine. In her previous life, she had been quite intimidated by the sudden drop in his tone. As she contemplated, she turned to leave the bathroom, neatly placing Yin Majiu's gray pajamas on the bed. Alas, Brother Jiu's clothing is rather monotonous. It's either black or gray, without even a hint of white. It seems I must make time to buy him some stylish and handsome outfits. Nestled in the soft embrace of the sofa, Meng Mingxian began to plan her next actions. Yin Majiu took a lengthy bath, so much so that Meng Mingxian nearly dozed off again. He had assumed she had returned to her own room. But after he had relaxed and rinsed off, wrapping himself in a towel, he emerged to find her curled up on the sofa in his room, eyelids battling to stay open. His thin lips pressed together lightly as he reached for the clothes she had gathered for him, putting them on one by one. However, she had not retrieved any underwear for him. Was this a signal for him to go commando? A faint, elusive smile flickered in Yin Majiu's dark eyes. Once dressed, he approached the sofa, slowly crouching down. He reached out and gently ruffled Meng Mingxuan's hair. Startled, she quickly sat up. "Jiu, are you done washing up?" "Yes," Yin Majiu replied, lightly touching the sleeve of his pajamas, a soft smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Mingxian, for finding such comfortable sleepwear for me." Meng Mingxian blinked in surprise. Wasn't this outfit purchased by the butler? Realizing the hour was late, she suggested, "It's time to head back to your room." Yin Majiu's gaze lingered momentarily on her injured wrist. She was hurt and needed a rest properly. Meng Mingxian had intended to return to her room long ago, but nestled on the sofa, she was reluctant to leave. Yet, she understood that as adults, it was inappropriate for her to share a bed with Yin Majiu. Still, the thought of being alone filled her with dread. "Jiu, I'm a bit scared. Can I stay here?" she asked softly, biting her lip. Yin Majiu's breath caught in his throat as he stared at her in disbelief. Did she truly comprehend what she was asking? The intensity of his gaze made Meng Mingxian flustered, prompting her to clarify. "Jiu, I just need this sofa. As long as I can feel you nearby, I'll be at ease." Otherwise, it felt as if she were trapped in a beautiful dream, where even the car accident morphed into a nightmare. When the nightmare subsided, awakening from the dream would leave her once again imprisoned in that empty villa, utterly alone. Yin Majiu scrutinized the anxiety in her eyes for a long while, ultimately convinced that she was not jesting, but was indeed earnest. He raised his hand, tenderly brushing her cheek. No longer did she exhibit resistance. Instead, she unconsciously leaned toward his touch, seeking comfort, reminiscent of her past affection for him. This stirred something primal within him, threatening to break free. "Brother will sleep on the sofa," he declared, his voice low and husky. "Mingxian will take the bed." Meng Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. "But that's not appropriate." "It's settled, then. Otherwise, you can return to your own room," he stated firmly, effectively silencing her protests. She had no intention of leaving Jiu's presence. Now that she had graduated, she secretly plotted to stay close to him as his assistant. Seeing her acquiescence, Yin Majiu scooped her up from the sofa and steadily made his way to the large bed. "Hold on tight to me." As he stood by the bed, he looked down at the girl in his arms, reminding her, "Don't put pressure on your left wrist." "Okay." Meng Mingxian obediently tightened her grip around his neck. With one hand free, Yin Majiu pulled back the gray duvet. Feeling her balance shift, Meng Mingxian instinctively clung even tighter to him. He quickly adjusted his hold to secure her once more. Though he wished she would embrace him longer, he couldn't bear to see her in pain. After all, her hand was injured. Gently, he laid Meng Mingxian on the bed, bending down to gaze at her for a moment before patting her head. "Sleep now. MHM. She began to wish him good night, but suddenly recalled something and tugged at his sleeve. "Jiu, please don't turn off the lights." Those 3 years spent alone had intensified her fears, instilling a habit of sleeping with the lights on. A small night light sat on the bedside. Yin Ma Jiao did not acquiesce, stating that it was unwise to sleep with the lights on. Meng Mingxuan pouted slightly. Nevertheless, a night light was preferable to darkness. After all, with the presence of Jiu, she thought she would feel secure. With this reassurance, Meng Mingxuan's spirits lifted. She beamed and said, "Good night, Jiu." "Good night, my dear," Yin Ma Jiao added silently, then rose to switch on the night light, extinguishing the main room lights. He tucked Meng Mingxuan under the covers before turning to recline on the sofa. The bedroom soon enveloped itself in a serene silence. As time passed, Meng Mingxuan began to feel a twinge of unease, finding herself compelled to check if Yin Ma Jiao remained nearby. After a while, she could no longer contain herself. "Yi," she called out. At her age, surely she would not require someone to lull her to sleep? If she was unable to drift off, how could Yin Ma Jiao possibly find rest? Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Meng Mingxuan mustered her courage and said, "If it does not trouble you, Jiu, I would not mind your company." After all, he had mentioned that he would not be working the next day, had he not? If he had obligations, she would never be so inconsiderate as to demand he soothe her to sleep. Chapter 8. He lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of her lips. Yin Ma Jiao's body ached profoundly. Although he had sought relief in the bathroom earlier, it was akin to a single drop of rain in a desert, insufficient to quench his thirst. The closer he drew to Meng Mingxuan, the more acute this pain became. Tonight, the delicate little rose lay in his bed. He was already devoid of sleep, his body roaring like a caged beast yearning for release. Yet, she still desired him to soothe her to slumber, just as he had done in her childhood. Did she think of him as the legendary sage, unperturbed by temptation? Yin Ma Jiao smirked self-deprecatingly. No, she simply did not understand. Though Yin Ting had won her heart, he dared not lay a finger on her before marriage. Yin Ting resembled a rat lurking in a filthy drain, willing to exploit her to inflict pain upon him, yet too cowardly to confront him directly. Moreover, he had raised her himself. He understood her nature better than anyone. She would never engage in anything with Yin Ting before their union. Throughout her life, she had been impeccably sheltered by him, surrounded by friends whose characters he had meticulously vetted, pure as untouched parchment. Thus, she remained oblivious to the physiological traits of men. "Brother, I was just joking. I am sorry, I'll sleep right away." Meng Mingxuan, having received no response from Yin Ma Jiao for some time, assumed he was annoyed and cautiously apologized. Her insecurity was her own burden, unrelated to her brother. It stemmed from her previous romantic naivety, having fallen for Yin Ting's deception, transforming from a princess into a captive. Unrest was simply a part of her. She must conquer this psychological hurdle. Her brother could not be by her side every hour of every day. Yin Ma Jiao exerted slight pressure with his long fingers, allowing the pain to substitute for unutterable yearning. Subsequently, he rose from the sofa. How should he comfort her? He sat at the edge of the bed, observing the girl's anxious face illuminated by the soft glow of the nightlight. Meng Mingxuan gazed at his strikingly handsome visage, her inner turmoil gradually soothed by an invisible hand of tenderness. "Tell me a story." She wished to drift in a slumber, listening to his voice. When she first arrived at the Yin household, he would regale her with countless fairy tales. Yet, as she matured, she came to realize that the endings he provided were all altered by him. He had taken great care to teach her the distinction between fantasy and reality. Yet, she had still been deceived by Yin Ting. She felt an overwhelming sense of remorse for the effort he had invested in her. A hint of pain from past injuries flickered in Meng Mingxuan's eyes, accompanied by a shadow of self-reproach. Yin Ma Jiao perceived her now complex gaze, his heart swelling with a fierce desire for vengeance against Yin Ting. His carefully nurtured little rose showed signs of wilting due to Yin Ting's influence. However, it mattered not. As long as she continued to trust him, he would restore her to her former self. Yin Ma Jiao reached out, pulling her blanket up to cover her exposed, delicate collarbone. "Good." Meng Mingxuan gazed at him intently for a moment, secretly delighted. How wonderful it was. As long as she turned to him, brother would unconditionally continue to cherish her. Once upon a time, there existed a delicate butterfly dwelling in a mountain gorge, adorned with brilliantly colorful wings, living a carefree existence. Yin Jiu narrates the tale of this butterfly yearning to soar beyond the confines of the gorge to behold the wonders of the world outside. Meng Mingxuan, with her eyes gently closed, listened to his deep, magnetic voice, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she transformed into the butterfly, escaping the gorge. The world beyond indeed differed from her sheltered home, yet soon she encountered a nefarious individual. This villain ensnared her in a beautiful net and imprisoned her within a container, nearly reducing her to a specimen. Fortunately, a young man from the gorge arrived just in time, vanquishing the villain and liberating her from her confines, returning her to the enchanting safety of her home. Brother, Meng Mingxuan's lips curved into a lovely smile, her hand instinctively reaching out from beneath the covers. She deftly found the man's large hand and grasped it. Jiu continued his story with a steady cadence. Although his gaze lingered on the fragile little hand within his grasp, her hand felt so small, as if he could crush it with the slightest pressure. Jiu gently shifted, his long fingers intertwining with hers, their 10 fingers entwined. The warmth of their palms melded together, creating a moment that, in any other context, could be deemed quite intimate. Meng Mingxuan remained in her dreamlike state, obedient as if she would acquiesce to whatever the man might do. Jiu gazed at the serene beauty of her sleeping face, his palms softly caressing hers. He allowed his thoughts to drift chaotically, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. Once Meng Mingxuan's breathing steadied, he could no longer restrain himself and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss at the corner of her lips. Darling, Meng Mingxuan enjoyed a night of undisturbed sleep, the likes of which she hadn't experienced in ages. However, upon awakening, the first sight that greeted her was the man dozing with his chin resting on his hand beside her bed. Her eyes widened in surprise. Had Brother Jiu been sitting there all along? Normally, after lulling her to sleep, he would tuck her in and leave. Why had he remained last night? Suddenly, Meng Mingxuan felt a stiffness in her right hand, as if it had been held in one position for too long. As she moved it, the man instantly opened his eyes. Awake? Jiu lifted his left hand to check the time on his watch. It was 9 o'clock. What would you like for breakfast? I'll have the servant prepare it. I'm sorry, Brother Jiu. I didn't realize I held onto your hand while I slept. Meng Mingxuan now understood why her right hand felt uncomfortable and rigid. It had extended beyond the covers and had firmly grasped Brother Jiu's hand. No wonder he had remained seated, resting his chin on his hand. She had held onto him so tightly that he couldn't leave. A wave of embarrassment washed over Meng Mingxuan. She quickly withdrew her hand. With her hand slipping from his grasp, Jiu's mood soured slightly. He found her far more endearing when she was asleep. Rising, he adjusted his shirt with a hint of irritation. I will head downstairs first. You should return to your room to freshen up. Jiu's sudden coldness left Meng Mingxuan flustered. She sat up and grasped Jiu's sleeve tightly. Jiu, the blanket slipped down to her waist. Jiu stood tall while she remained seated, his elevated gaze effortlessly revealing the contours of her figure. He stiffened momentarily, struggling to avert his eyes. He regretted not providing her with a higher-collared nightgown the previous night. However, given her wrist injury, it was impossible for him to assist her with bathing and changing. Should he enlist the help of a servant? Absolutely not. Even if it were a woman touching her body, he could not accept it. Meng Mingxuan parted her red lips, contemplating an apology, but ultimately swallowed her words. She suddenly recalled that Jiu had always disdained expressions such as thank you or I'm sorry. Never mind. She would find another way to make amends with him. I would like to eat the fried egg that Jiu makes. Meng Mingxuan chose to bypass the fact that Jiu had spent half the night sitting by her bedside and directly responded to his earlier inquiry about breakfast. It had been a long time since she had eaten one. She craved it. Chapter 9. Ting was hospitalized due to a gastric hemorrhage from excessive drinking, lying in a coma. A single remark from Meng Mingxuan deepened the chill emanating from Jiu. His dark gaze fixated on her fingers, which clutched his sleeve tightly. A sardonic smile curling his thin lips. I, Jiu, shall never again make a fried egg in this lifetime. Meng Mingxuan stiffened. Suddenly, a long-forgotten quarrel replayed in her mind. The door was tightly locked, surrounded by Yin Majiao's subordinates. She lay pale on the bed, amidst chaos. The meal delivered by the servant lay scattered across the floor. The man entered, carrying her beloved custom pink koi plate. "Brother made your favorite fried egg. Not angry anymore, are you?" The fried egg was a promise between her and Brother Jiu. If she became upset and he could not soothe her, he would prepare her a fried egg, ensuring she calmed down unconditionally. Such a privilege could only be used once a year. But in that moment, bang, she violently knocked the plate from his hands, glaring at his stoic face. "As long as you keep me locked up, I shall not eat or drink. If you have the capability, give me nutritional injections to sustain my life for a lifetime." The man's hands, suspended in mid-air, clenched tightly. He gazed at the heart-shaped fried egg, shattered among the porcelain shards on the floor. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Does the promise of the fried egg no longer count? If you dare, kill me. Otherwise, I shall never eat your fried eggs again." She shouted irrationally, fueled by anger. He remained silent for a considerable time. Brother Jiu learned of this. He bent down, his slender fingers meticulously picking up the broken pieces of porcelain. His fingertips were cut and bled, but he remained oblivious. Once he finished cleaning up and turned to leave the room, the bodyguards outside quickly withdrew. The door opened for her. From that day forth, her romantic relationship with Yin Ting was officially public. Yin Majiu never again impeded her outings with Yin Ting. Fragments of memories would always exact precise retribution on the willful heart. Meng Mingxuan felt a tearing pain in her heart, excruciating and unbearable. Tears swiftly blurred her vision as she gazed at Yin Majiao's cold profile, his tightly pressed lips, and could not help but sob. "I'm sorry, brother. Truly sorry." At that time, she was completely blinded by Yin Ting's tenderness. He indulged her in every whim, accompanying her in all endeavors, making her feel unprecedentedly relaxed. Perhaps it was the onset of rebellion. The more Yin Majiao restricted and controlled her, the more she yearned to be with Yin Ting. The favored often act without fear. She never considered that her capriciousness might lead to Yin Majiao's disappearance from her life. She believed she was merely engaging in a normal romance, and eventually, Yin Majiao would come to recognize Yin Ting's merits, just as parents may oppose their children's marriages. If the children are resolute in their choice, the parents will ultimately relent. Listening to Meng Mingxuan's increasingly uncontrollable sobs, Yin Majiao's back became rigid, as if carved from stone. After a considerable pause, he patiently closed his eyes, returned to the edge of the bed, and embraced Meng Mingxuan tightly. "Brother doesn't blame Mingxuan. Please stop crying. Then I want to eat a fried egg." If he truly held no grudges against her, he would prepare her another fried egg. Meng Mingxuan stubbornly thought to herself. "No." Yin Majiao gently stroked her long hair that cascaded across her back, noticing her body tense up, and her sobs beginning to amplify again. He softened his tone and coaxed. "How about something else for breakfast? You know, your brother can cook more than just fried eggs." For her sake, he had long mastered the culinary arts. It had been a while since she had tasted his cooking. Meng Mingxuan still craved fried eggs, but she would no longer force Yin Majiao to do things he disliked. Thus, she wiped her tears and looked up at him. "Brother Jiu, let's make a new pact, shall we? Instead of fried eggs, let's change it to small steam buns, all right? No need. A pact that had already been broken need not be prolonged. This time it's for real. I swear on my parents and my sister." Meng Mingxuan exclaimed urgently. Yin Majiao's pupils trembled violently. Meng Mingxuan's parents and sister were an absolute taboo between them. Every year on the day of remembrance, both Yin Majiao and Meng Mingxuan spent it in silence, never mentioning them. It was clear how serious and even desperate Meng Mingxuan was to invoke their names to express her determination. "Brother Jiu, believe me, this time will count. If I fail to keep this promise, then..." "All right." Yin Majiao did not want Meng Mingxuan to swear an oath. He pressed his finger against her red lips, smiling slightly. "Small buns aren't tasty, nor do they sound appealing. Let's change it to heart-shaped strawberry cakes." The initial coaxing that led her to establish a fried egg pact was merely a reflection of his own thoughts. He had hoped that if one day he lost control and did something inappropriate towards her, the fried egg pact might save him, preventing her from condemning him. Yet, he had not anticipated that the fried egg pact would be shattered due to an external man. "All right, Meng Mingxuan's heart instantly soared. Brother Jiu agreeing to renew the pact was all she needed. As for those moments she had disappointed him, she vowed to make amends for them, bit by bit, for the rest of her life. In the morning, you can have 2 boiled eggs and a glass of milk. For lunch, brother will take you out for a nice meal. How does that sound? Yin Majiao gently wiped the tears from her face with his fingertip while seeking her opinion. Of course, whatever Brother Jiu prepares, I will eat. Meng Mingxian nearly exclaimed, I'd eat anything, but fortunately stopped herself in time. Then, be a good girl and go wash up and change your clothes. A flicker of amusement passed through Yin Majiao's dark eyes as he ruffled her hair. Remember to be careful. Don't let the wound get wet. Meng Mingxian obediently nodded, her bright eyes eagerly watching the man as he entered the bathroom. Once his figure disappeared from her sight, she curled back under the covers, joyfully rolling around on the bed. She had returned. She had been reborn. She was not dreaming. She had truly returned to the past. Back to the time before she had utterly hurt ninth brother and lost him forever. She felt an overwhelming joy and was immensely grateful to the heavens. After lingering in bed for a while, reveling in her happiness, Meng Mingxian reluctantly emerged from Yin Majiao's covers and made her way to her own room to freshen up. Once Yin Majio had completed his morning routine and changed his clothes, he descended to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Meng Mingxian. After setting the timer for the boiled eggs and warming the milk, he began to check the messages that had been neglected throughout the night. There were several missed calls. Yin Majio glanced at the screen, his long fingers lightly tapping to return a call to Feng Yilin. 5 seconds later, the call connected. Ninth brother, Yingting hosted a campus gathering last night. Because our little princess did not attend, he drank on an empty stomach and ended up with a gastric hemorrhage, requiring emergency hospitalization. He is still unconscious. Upon receiving the news, Feng Yilin immediately messaged Yin Majio. When he received no reply, he resorted to calling repeatedly. Still, there was no response. Both he and Tang Jun were at the hospital, while Nie Zhang had already driven to Ninth Brother's villa to find him. They feared that something might happen to Yin Ting, and that Meng Mingxian would redirect her anger towards Ninth Brother. Before Yin Majio could respond, the doorbell rang. He lifted his dark, penetrating gaze and walked towards the door. Upon opening it, he found Nie Zhang, emanating a frigid aura, standing at the entrance. I instructed Zhang to speak. I will hang up now, Yin Majio said, casting a fleeting glance at Nie Zhang before ending the call. He then turned back to the kitchen, first preparing breakfast for Mingxian. Ninth brother, Yin Ting intentionally drank to the point of a gastric hemorrhage. This is a calculated ploy. He is trying to sow discord between you and Mingxian. Nie Zhang followed closely, his voice seething with anger over Yin Ting's manipulation. Indeed, Yin Majio replied, observing the water reaching a boil. He slightly tilted the pot lid to prevent it from overflowing. Nie Zhang was incredulous. How could he be boiling eggs at a time like this? The formidable ninth master of Lin City was engaging in such domestic tasks. It was utterly incongruous. If shared, no one would believe it. Ninth brother, how is Mingxian doing? Nie Zhang took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and inquired softly. Yin Majio's long, elegant fingers hesitated momentarily, and a faint smile graced his lips. She is very well. So well, it feels unreal, like a dream. Moreover, she is quite attached to me. If he weren't afraid of startling her, he would have liked to find someone to beat him senseless at that moment, to feel pain and blood as proof of his existence in this reality. Nie Zhang gazed at the slight curve of Yin Majio's lips, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is ninth brother smiling? For the past 2 years, Yin Majio had never smiled once. His demeanor had grown increasingly grim, and his smoking habits had escalated with each passing day. His drinking was even more alarming. At times, Nie Zhang feared that ninth brother might drive himself to madness. As Nie Zhang was lost in thought, the timer Yin Majio had set went off. He raised his hand to turn off the gas, retrieving the boiled eggs from the bubbling water and placing them into a bowl of cool water that had been prepared beforehand. After she finished her breakfast, you spoke to her. Yin Majiao recalled Yin Ting, her brows knitting together, her expression turning cold and solemn. Her voice carried an icy undertone as she mentioned the matter concerning Yin Ting. Yin Majiao set down her bowl, took the milk, and turned to leave. Me? Nie Zhang pointed to himself, appearing perplexed. Did he truly resemble some kind of vengeful spirit? Considering Mingxian, that little white-eyed wolf, she might very well throw a bowl at his head. Chapter 10. Adorned in the dress he longed to see her wear in her previous life. After Meng Mingxian finished her morning routine, she spent some time selecting an outfit from her wardrobe, which was filled with the latest seasonal designs, freshly laundered and pressed before being brought to the villa. She had yet to don any of them. However, she resolved to wear the wine-red V-neck slip dress gifted to her by Yin Majiao when she was 20. The mere sight of this dress evoked memories of Yin Majiao's disappointment from that year. Mingxian, wear it for your brother after the birthday banquet, he had murmured, placing an elegant gift box in her hands. Yet, upon returning to her room post-celebration and opening the box, she discovered the V-neck slip dress, which was far from her preferred demure style. At that time, Yingting had already added her on WeChat, and their daily exchanges brought her immense joy. Thus, upon returning to the villa, she set the gift box aside and nestled herself under the covers to chat with Yingting, feigning sleep when Yin Majiao knocked at her door. In her previous life, Yin Majiao never witnessed her in that dress. This time around, she was determined to rectify all the regrets of her past existence. After slipping into the dress, Meng Mingxian twirled a few times before the mirror. Indeed, Yin Majiao had quite the discerning eye. Although she stood at a modest height of 163 centimeters, the short dress accentuated her long, straight legs and highlighted her slender waist. However, she noted that the neckline dipped rather low, threatening to reveal too much with the slightest bend. After some contemplation, she selected a delicate diamond brooch from her jewelry box and pinned it to the neckline. Perfect. Meng Mingxian twirled a couple more times to ensure everything was in order before hastening towards the door. She could not keep Yin Majiao waiting for too long. Descending the staircase with haste, she caught the attention of Yin Majiao and Yizing, who were seated at the dining table, their ears attuned to the subtle sounds from the staircase. They both lifted their heads in unison to gaze toward the source of the noise. There stood Meng Mingxian, her long hair styled into a voluminous, chic bun, framing her exquisitely delicate face and radiating charm. She wore the wine-red V-neck slip dress, its flowing hem swaying gently as she descended with a buoyant step, accentuating her fair, straight legs. The sparkling diamond brooch at her neckline glimmered brilliantly, perfectly reflecting the light from the crystal chandelier. While the brooch successfully concealed her décolletage, it inexplicably stirred the imagination. Even Nizian, who had always regarded Meng Mingxian as a little girl, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Who would have thought that the princess-like figure, often perceived as eternally youthful, could transform into such an alluring sight in this dress? Innocent yet tinged with a hint of elusive desire, utterly irresistible. At that moment, Yin Majiao's expression darkened, and he abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze fixated intently. Nie Zhang thought to himself, what a spectacle! He was not a stranger after all. Moreover, the dress merely suggested allure without revealing anything. What did he possibly see? He had a fiancée, and he was merely appreciating the view. Yin Majiao strode purposefully towards Meng Mingxian, simultaneously reaching for a suit jacket nearby. In the blink of an eye, he had approached Meng Mingxian, draping his suit jacket over her bare shoulders. Confused by the oversized garment enveloping her, Meng Mingxian looked up at the man before her with her bright, expressive eyes, questioning. Brother Jiu, are you reluctant to look? Or do you think it doesn't suit me? Yet, in her previous life, he had clearly stated Zhang had arrived. Yin Majiao pursed his thin lips slightly, then lifted his chin just a fraction, instructing, slip your arms into the sleeves and wear it properly. Meng Mingxian hesitated. But what is the connection between these two actions? Despite her confusion, she obediently extended her slender arms into Yin Majiao's suit sleeves. A subtle smirk played on his lips. How obedient! He extended his long fingers, deftly fastening the buttons of the jacket one by one. Unable to contain herself, Meng Mingxian felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Her beautiful, alluring short skirt had met its demise on her very first day. Thankfully, it was at home. Had it been in public, she would have undoubtedly been the subject of ridicule. What woman, clad in a man's suit jacket, would button it up completely. It was rather peculiar, wasn't it? Let us have breakfast, he suggested. Oh, all right, she replied. Yin Majiao took her hand, guiding her down the last 2 steps to the dining table. He pulled out a chair for her, gently pressing her shoulder down as she sat. Subsequently, he placed a peeled egg before her. Thank you, Meng Mingxuan began, but upon noticing his slightly furrowed brow, she quickly amended, Brother Jiu is so kind to me. Yin Majiao relaxed his brow and sat beside her, casually pushing a glass of milk towards her. Nie Zhang, who had been observing the entire scene, reaffirmed a thought in his mind. Brother Jiu was beyond redemption. For a lifetime, Brother Jiu would be ensnared by the little princess. Many men exhibit kindness towards women merely out of fleeting novelty, but Brother Jiu's devotion to the little princess was unwavering, steadfast over the years. Nie Zhang watched Meng Mingxuan as she enjoyed her breakfast, unable to suppress an eye roll. This little white-eyed wolf. While eating, Meng Mingxuan remained silent, mirroring Yin Majiao's demeanor. After all, he had instilled in her the table manners she adhered to since childhood. Wipe your mouth, Yin Majiao instructed, waiting until she finished her milk before handing her a warm towel. Have you eaten, Brother Jiu? She inquired after taking the towel and dabbing her mouth. I have, he replied. What did you have? Same as you. Meng Mingxuan leaned closer, gently sniffing the air, a frown forming on her face. I don't smell milk. With a playful gesture, she added, but the scent of smoke is quite strong. Since childhood, Meng Mingxuan possessed a keen sense of smell. Before her fallout with Ting and Yin Majiao, he had rarely smoked. She despised men who constantly exhaled clouds of smoke. However, in recent years, she had ceased to care. Yin Majiao's smoking habit had become alarmingly intense. Yin Majiao found himself at a rare loss for words. The little rose had revealed her thorns, and they were indeed pricking him. He accused her with eyes full of grievances, and after a long moment, he conceded, I'll go eat. There's still some left in the pot. He simply had not taken the time to tend to himself. Hurry up. Meng Mingxuan's smile instantly brightened. All right. Yin Majiao rose, casting a deep, cold glance at Nie Zhang. Nie Zhang, with a resigned nod, accepted the burdensome task. Perhaps, indeed, Mingxuan had come to her senses, and he would not face any repercussions today. After Yin Majiao's figure vanished into the kitchen, Meng Mingxuan withdrew her gaze and turned to Nie Zhang, her red lips curling slightly. Nie Xiao, do you have something to discuss with me? Although Nie Zhang, Tang Jun, and Feng Yilan were all close companions of Yin Majiao, they had only entered Meng Mingxuan's awareness when she turned 18. In truth, she was not well acquainted with them, seeing them only a few times a year. All she knew was that they were comrades aboard the same vessel as her 9th brother. How could Mingxuan possibly know that I have something to say? Nie Zhang's previously smiling visage dulled. Could it be that she had already received the news? Chapter 11. How wonderful it would be to deceive him for a lifetime. Meng Mingxuan chuckled softly. If there weren't something for me to discuss, would Brother Jiu allow Nie Xiao to linger here for so long? Nie Zhang felt a sense of humiliation, akin to having his skin ripped off and trampled upon. Yet, the little princess spoke the truth. Since arriving in Lingqing, he had entered this villa no more than 5 times. Moreover, each time he sought out Brother Jiu, he was swiftly ushered away, never permitted to stay longer than 5 minutes. On one occasion, in urgent need of a restroom, Brother Jiu's icy glare had stifled his urge entirely. Sigh. Brother Jiu truly epitomized the archetype of a brother who prioritizes romance over friendship. Could it be related to Ting? Meng Mingxuan blinked. She took a moment to glance at her phone, inundated with messages from Ting and several missed calls from her roommates. Ting was likely aware of how she had threatened Brother Jiu last night, as her self-harm was a lesson imparted by him. Therefore, her absence throughout the night would not bode well for him. Ting was probably suspecting that she had been confined by Yin Moji. In such circumstances, he would undoubtedly seek a way to compel her to reveal herself. However, it was uncertain what methods Ting had devised, considering even Nie Zhang had personally come to the villa to see her. In your eyes, there is only Ting. Nie Zhang glanced towards the kitchen, unable to suppress his sarcastic remark. Clearly, Brother Jiu surpassed 100 Tings, yet she remained oblivious. Was her vision obscured? Wrong. Meng Mingxuan gently shook her finger. a subtle smile gracing her eyes. At present, my gaze rests solely upon Brother Jiu. She had indeed felt a flutter for Ting. But during those 3 years of emotionally abusive marriage, her feelings for him had long since been extinguished. It was his tenderness that had initially drawn her to him. But since he had retracted that tenderness, how could she possibly maintain that affection? Now, my eyes are fixed only on Brother Jiu. The girl's sweet voice floated into the kitchen. The man's long fingers, peeling the eggshell, suddenly tightened. The smooth egg was instantaneously crushed, shards of shell embedding themselves into the egg white. What to do? Even if it were a lie, he couldn't help but adore it. How splendid it would be to deceive him for a lifetime. At the dining table, Nie Xiang was equally astonished by Meng Mingxuan's words. He leaned forward, hands pressed against the surface, his peach blossom eyes fixated on her. Sister Mingxian, your ability to fabricate tales has truly grown more adept, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood. In the past, without doing anything, you could easily hold Brother Jiu in the palm of your hand. Now, with such antics, wouldn't Brother Jiu be completely ensnared? I do not speak falsely. Meng Mingxian cared not for Nie Xiang's belief, but fearing a misunderstanding from Yin Moji in the kitchen, she earnestly clarified, I possess my own pride. Since Ting has deceived me, I shall withdraw my affections for him. In truth, she was reluctant to admit her folly in being swayed by a duplicitous scoundrel. Yet what could she do? The juncture of her rebirth was not particularly kind to her. She not only accepted Ting's proposal in front of everyone, but also resorted to self-harm in front of Yin Moji to marry him. If she were to deny any feelings for Ting, no one would believe her. It would be far more plausible to admit that she had indeed been deceived by him, making it easier for Yin Moji to accept her drastic transformation. As for Mingxuan's self-harm yesterday, Nie Xiang found it hard to believe. His eyes were not as easily blinded as those of Jiu. After a moment of silence, Meng Mingxian slowly glanced towards the kitchen. Eventually, she hoarsely replied, Ting coerced me into self-harming to force Jiu to agree to our marriage certificate. But I have realized his ulterior motives. The reason I truly harmed myself and threatened Jiu was merely to discern who genuinely cared for me. Although Nie Xiang sensed something was amiss, her explanation seemed somewhat reasonable. He continued to gaze into Meng Mingxuan's eyes and asked, So, has Mingxian finally seen through it all? Meng Mingxian offered a faint, ethereal smile tinged with self-mockery. Jiu knows full well that Ting is no good, yet he can only acquiesce due to my threats of self-harm. Meanwhile, Ting, to achieve his goals, taught me to harm myself and inflict pain. Nie Xiang pondered. Who is the one who truly cherishes me? He stared intently at Meng Mingxian, convinced of her sincerity. After all, she was a rose nurtured by Jiu. She held a proud stance. If Ting could deceive her for a lifetime, he might also successfully wound Jiu. Unfortunately, the true nature of Ting was revealed to her prematurely, prompting her to retract her feelings without hesitation. Speaking of which, how did Mingxian learn of Ting's intentions towards Jiu? Nie Xiang inquired again. Meng Mingxian recalled that her phone number had been leaked due to online shopping at university, leading to frequent anonymous harassment calls. Without hesitation, she attributed it to an anonymous caller. After I accepted Ting's proposal, I received a call from someone who informed me that Ting was never fond of me. He approached me solely to target Jiu, and that his true love was a childhood friend named Yu Tian. Yu Tian was the cherished moonlight in Ting's heart. Thus, he married her, yet neglected her, subjecting her to 3 years of emotional abuse. In her past life, Yu Tian often visited the villa, mocking her and attempting to bully her as if she were a servant. However, she had never allowed Yu Tian to mistreat her, having even slapped her once. In this lifetime, she would not spare either Yu Tian or Ting for their treachery. Just an anonymous call, and Mingxian never suspected that someone might be trying to sow discord? Nie Xiang chuckled. Meng Mingxian also smiled, but her expression was laden with sarcasm. I discovered a hidden album on his phone containing photos of him and Yu Tian. During our past relationship, Ting pretended to be open and shared his phone password with me. Like many girls in love, I was curious about my boyfriend's messages and call logs. Yet, I never imagined that his phone would harbor a hidden album. Within it, There exists an array of photographs capturing the moments shared between Yin Ting and Yu Tiantian. It was during a moment of ostentation in the villa that Yu Tiantian revealed this to her. Additionally, it was Yu Tiantian who disclosed that Yin Ting's marriage to her was merely a strategy to contend with Yen Majiao. No wonder Yu Tiantian had been absent before her marriage to Yin Ting in her previous life, willingly assuming the role of his clandestine girlfriend. Yu Tiantian had always been aware that Yin Ting held no affection for her. His actions were solely aimed at dealing with Yen Majiao. So it was indeed like this. Nie Xiang finally found himself inclined to believe part of it. However, he felt compelled to conduct one final test. Thus, he gazed at Meng Mingxuan and pronounced deliberately, "I have come today to see Sister Mingxuan because Yin Ting organized a gathering for his classmates from Lingda last night." However, due to Sister Mingxuan's absence, Yin Ting, on an empty stomach, indulged in strong spirits, resulting in gastric bleeding that necessitated hospitalization for emergency treatment. As of now, he remains in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 12. Meng Mingxuan can only feel pain for Brother Jiu. Upon hearing this, Meng Mingxuan chuckled, a ploy of self-infliction. "Is it?" She laughed. Nie Xiang could scarcely fathom such a reaction from her. "Oh, isn't Sister Mingxuan feeling any heartache?" After a moment, Nie Xiang coughed lightly and teased her. "I inflict harm upon myself, yet only Brother Jiu feels the pain," Meng Mingxuan said, resting her chin on her hand with a sweet smile. "Thus, from last night onward, I have resolved, throughout the remainder of my life, I, Meng Mingxuan, will only feel heartache for Brother Jiu." Implicitly, this meant that even if Yin Ting were to perish, she would remain unmoved. Nizian. This was chaos. He had never anticipated that one day he would be served dog food by Sister Mingxuan herself, and it was the dog food related to Brother Jiu. He had always believed that their dynamic could only be fraught with heart-wrenching glass shards, never something as sweetly cloying as dog food. In the kitchen, Yamajo delicately flicked away the bits of eggshell from the boiled egg. His lips parted slightly as he took a gentle bite. The boiled egg tasted almost sweet. At the dining table, Zhang swallowed the metaphorical dog food and resumed the serious conversation. "So, what does Sister Mingxuan intend to do now? Should we dissolve the engagement first? If I dissolve the engagement now, one tea that expose everything?" Meng Mingxuan blinked her eyes. Does young master know Yin Ting's true identity? Is he acting against Brother Jiu out of personal vendetta, or is he being manipulated from behind the scenes? Over the past 2 years, you have conducted ample investigations, yet have uncovered nothing of significance, correct? Nizian. Today, he felt as though a spirit of misfortune had possessed him. He was being cornered by a young girl, forced to retreat. However, I have indeed looked into Yin Ting. Logically, in Lin City, there should be no one who can evade our scrutiny. Yet, inexplicably, Yin Ting's background seems impeccable. Nie Xiang steadied himself and began to recount Yin Ting's background. Yin Ting was born in a small town within Lin City, raised in poverty. His father succumbed to cancer at an early age, leaving behind a nearly blind widow who struggled to make ends meet through handicrafts. Yin Ting was exceptionally filial and diligent, consistently ranking first in his studies throughout his academic career. He was perpetually labeled as the inspirational underprivileged scholar. Regarding the notion of childhood sweethearts, Nie Xiang found himself perplexed, as he had not discovered any lead suggesting that Yin Ting had ever been anything but a lone wolf. Yet soon after, Nie Xiang chuckled again. "Fortunately, Sister Mingxuan provided her name. I shall investigate further." Meng Mingxuan felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart. With Brother Jiu around, Nie Xiang would not dare deceive her. Thus, it was true that Nie Xiang had not previously uncovered any connection between Yu Tiantian and Yin Ting. However, how could there be no trace of their childhood bond? Meng Mingxuan swallowed hard. Could it be that in her past life, Yu Tiantian had deceived her? If she were to dismiss Yu Tiantian's existence, would that not unravel her own lie? Yet, gazing at Nie Xiang's beaming smile, Meng Mingxuan found it impossible to retract her previous statement. She could only silently pray that Yu Tiantian had not betrayed her in her past life, that Yu Tiantian and Yin Ting were indeed childhood sweethearts. Indeed, Mingxian has yet to address the matter of Ting currently hospitalized. Nie Xiang brought up the most pressing issue at hand. The entire city of Linsheng is aware that the little princess of Linsheng accepted her boyfriend Ting's proposal during the graduation ceremony at Lin University. Now they are engaged. With her fiancé fighting for his life in the hospital, she cannot remain indifferent. That is simple enough. Let Brother Jiu send 2 bodyguards to escort me to the hospital. Meng Mingxuan replied with a radiant smile. I'll argue with the bodyguards, insisting that I merely want to take a glance and leave. When they attempt to prevent me from entering the ward, threatening me to return home quickly, my task will be accomplished. Nie Xiang could only respond with silent exasperation. Just then, Yin Majiu, who had been absent for quite some time, emerged from the kitchen. Brother Jiu, have you finished your meal? Upon seeing Yin Majiu, Meng Mingxuan could not help but smile brightly. Yes, what are we discussing? Yin Majiu settled next to her, draping his arm over the back of her chair, creating an illusion that he was embracing her. Nie Xiang rolled his eyes internally. Brother, continue your charade. Meng Mingxuan, however, remained oblivious. Even if Yin Majiu were to wrap his arm around her shoulders, she would not perceive it as anything significant. Nie Xiao told me that since I have yet to reply to Ting, he is deliberately employing a tactic of self-harm, drinking excessively until he suffers a gastric hemorrhage and lands in a hospital. I haven't formally ended our engagement, so I plan to let Brother Jiu send 2 bodyguards with me to maintain appearances. Her tone was somewhat cautious, and her gaze towards Yin Majiu carried a hint of trepidation. She had not forgotten how she had severed ties with Yin Majiu for Ting. If only she could have been reborn earlier. Yet, the timing of rebirth is not something an ordinary person can dictate. Being reborn is already a fortunate occurrence. How could she dare to be choosy? Noticing the girl's cautious demeanor, Yin Majiu felt a slight discomfort within. He had always indulged her. Why should she fear him? That is acceptable. Yin Majiu wished to avoid further discussion regarding Ting. As long as she ceased to pester him about marrying Ting, he could tolerate anything. He gently lifted her left hand, noticing the bandage wrapped around her wrist remained dry. His lips curled upward slightly. She had heeded his advice and kept her wound from getting wet. Is that so? Meng Mingxuan sensed that Yin Majiu's mood seemed quite pleasant at the moment, prompting her to inquire, then, Brother Jiu, may I join the company? Yin Majiu raised his gaze to meet the brightness in her eyes. So, she wishes to enter the company. Meanwhile, Nie Xiang felt a sharp jolt of alarm. This is disastrous. It appears that Feng Yilin had hit the nail on the head. Feng Yilin had mentioned just last night that Meng Mingxuan and Ting's antics were likely driven by significant motives. Perhaps it was an attempt to get close to the Mengyan group. It is essential to note that the entire economy of Linsheng is upheld by the Mengyan group, which now boasts a market value soaring into the hundreds of billions. This lucrative opportunity is one that everyone wishes to seize. Very well. Yin Majiu's fingers unconsciously traced the palm of Meng Mingxuan, his dark eyes profound, yet his voice revealed no unusual emotion. Ting can join the company, if he wishes. Nie Xiang exclaimed, this is intolerable. A beauty brings disaster. At last, he comprehended how the ancient king Zhou lost his kingdom. It infuriated him. He grabbed a nearby water jug and gulped down a glass of cold water, fearing that he might succumb to the surging anger within him. Meng Mingxuan, however, was momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she inquired, does Brother Jiu have a particular plan for arranging Ting's position in the company? Nie Xiang was unable to swallow the water in time, and ended up spraying it everywhere. Yin Majiu reacted swiftly, pulling Meng Mingxuan into his embrace to spare her from the deluge. I'm so sorry, Brother Jiu, it was unintentional. Nie Xiang hurriedly set down the cup and rose to grab a tissue to tidy the table. He simply hadn't anticipated that Meng Mingxuan would pose such a question. Chapter 13. My little Rose at home indeed. There is no need for compromise. Yin Majiu disregarded Nie Xiang's presence. He cast his gaze down upon Meng Mingxuan nestled in his arms. His tone somber. Why do you think that Brother Jiu has orchestrated a plan to bring Ting into the company? If there were no scheme, why would he arrange for him to join? Meng Mingxuan looked at him, perplexed. After all, His relationship with Yin Ting was hardly amicable. The entire lynching knew that Master Jiu harbored a disdain for Yin Ting, and there was a time he nearly confronted him in University Town. Yin Majiao quietly observed her bewildered eyes for a moment, before an involuntary smile crept across his face. He ruffled her hair gently, drawing her close, resting his chin on her shoulder, and chuckled softly. Meng Mingxuan was left speechless, still unable to grasp Brother Jiu's sentiments. She could not understand why he had suddenly grown angry, nor why he would shift to joy in an instant. As Yin Majiao embraced Meng Mingxuan, delighting in his laughter, Nie Zhang finished tidying the dining table, gazing at the transformed demeanor of Brother Jiu, lost in thought. If only Brother Jiu could exhibit such warmth in his presence, he could hardly fathom the happiness that would bring him. Meng Mingxuan, brimming with patience for Yin Majiao, waited until his laughter subsided, and he released her before apologetically saying, "Brother Jiu, it seems you will bear the brunt of this once more." Yin Majiao understood her implication. Outsiders would claim he, as her elder brother, was sabotaging their romance. It mattered little. As long as she did not insist on marrying Yin Ting, he would shoulder any blame. "Rest assured, this will be the last time you bear such blame, Brother Jiu," Meng Mingxuan assured him, promising that once Yin Ting was discharged from the hospital, she would seek an opportunity to break off their engagement. Yin Majiao smiled lightly, his typically frosty gaze softening. "Very well. I await that moment." Nearby, Nie Zhang secretly exhaled in relief, contemplating how he must inform Tang Jun and Feng Yilin that the little princess had indeed awakened to reality. He had half expected Meng Mingxuan to suggest continuing the charade with Yin Ting to uncover the individuals behind him. He jested. This was also one of the possibilities that Feng Yilin analyzed last night. Meng Mingxuan hesitated briefly before whispering, "I did entertain that thought." Ouch! She winced at the sudden pain in her waist. Yin Majiao momentarily lost control, but as he heard her sharp intake of breath, he regained his composure, easing his grip on her delicate waist, shifting to a gentle need, reminiscent of a tender reassurance. Unaware that this intimacy had crossed boundaries, Meng Mingxuan hastily sought to clarify. "I know Brother Jiu has never approved of my association with Yin Ting, so I have dismissed that notion. I shall not engage in actions that displease you." Yin Majiao's gaze shifted, revealing a flicker of emotion. So it was her consideration for his feelings that prompted her to abandon the idea of feigning a relationship with Yin Ting. Moreover, he would undoubtedly uncover the truth swiftly, rendering her need for compromise unnecessary. Meng Mingxuan looked trustingly at the man before her, her smile radiant and vibrant. The phrase "to compromise for the greater good" had entirely captivated Yin Majiao. His gaze lingered for a moment on her luscious red lips, and the coldness that had enveloped his heart for so long suddenly ignited with warmth. My little Rose certainly need not compromise her essence. Upon hearing the long-lost endearment, Meng Mingxuan's eyes sparkled brighter, her smile more radiant. Since childhood, he had always told her to be a vibrant, thorny rose and to never belittle herself. In her past life, all her thorns had been directed at him. In this life, she vowed never to raise even a single thorn before him. Absolutely not. Nie Zhang received a response regarding the Yin Ting incident and, having feasted on the proverbial dog food, left the villa with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to his car, he succinctly drafted a message about the recent events and sent it to the group chat, informing Tang Jun and Feng Yilin before hurrying back to the hospital. Tang Jun and Feng Yilin were already waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Nie Zhang's vehicle, they quickly gestured for him to stop, then opened the door to enter. "Is everything you shared in the group chat true?" Tang Jun immediately inquired as soon as the door was closed. "Of course. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears," Nie Zhang replied, his face lighting up. "Finally, Ninth Brother has been rewarded with the return of the little princess." "Return? Perhaps not." Feng Yilin sighed silently within. Then, with a somber tone, he added, "Unfortunately, I know this girl Yu Tiantian." "Is that true?" Nie Zhang straightened up. "How do you know Yin Ting's childhood friend?" Feng Yilin smirked coldly. "Though Yu Tiantian is indeed from Lin City, she is the illegitimate daughter of the second master of the Song family, raised within the Song household. How could she have grown up in Yin Ting's hometown and become his childhood companion?" Nie Zhang. "No, that cannot be." Did the little princess deceive ninth brother again? After a long pause, he managed to muster a forced smile. Is it possible? They share the same name? He was genuinely frightened. If the little princess did not indulge ninth brother, considering what he had witnessed today, ninth brother was already overwhelmed with sweetness. If the little princess were merely deceiving ninth brother, he could hardly fathom the depth of the blow it would inflict on him. Feng Yilin's gaze darkened, his voice icy. I will investigate thoroughly, ensuring ninth brother's cherished little Rose is not wronged. However, the likelihood of them sharing the same name is slim. Furthermore, we have been investigating Yin Ting for 2 years and have never found any childhood companion by his side. Childhood sweethearts, those must grow up together. It is impossible for no one to know, let alone leave no trace. Suddenly, Tang Yun spoke up. I believe that regardless of whether this Tian is Yin Ting's childhood companion, Mingxuan would never use her to deceive ninth brother. Nie Xiang perked up. How so? Please elaborate. He was eager to listen. It's simple. Let us first consider how tumultuous the past 2 years have been for Mingxuan and ninth brother. Perhaps she has been blinded by her emotions for Yin Ting, insisting she would marry no one else. But to suggest she would conspire with an outsider to harm ninth brother, I cannot believe that. As he spoke, Tang Jun let out a chuckle, remarking, after all, she is the girl that our ninth brother has raised single-handedly. For over a decade, Meng Mingxuan has only quarreled over Yin Ting and ninth brother. Yet, her disputes with them were rooted in a foundation of mutual affection and a normal romantic relationship. How could Yin Ting dare to incite her to harm ninth brother in her presence? How could he reveal his grotesque, true nature before her, allowing her to see through it before marriage? After returning home last night, I contemplated this. Meng Mingxuan was nurtured by ninth brother. She could not possibly be the type to betray her kin. She has been deceived by Yin Ting, misled in matters of the heart. However, she has always been forthright in her dealings with ninth brother and would never resort to underhanded tactics against him. Continue. Nie Xiang's smile nearly reached the back of his ears, wholeheartedly endorsing Tang Jun's sentiments. Most importantly, Sister Mingxuan would not employ someone as easily traceable as Tian to deceive ninth brother. She is not that foolish. Tang Jun raised his hand and patted Feng Yilin on the shoulder. Thus it is evident that Sister Mingxuan genuinely believes that Tian is the childhood sweetheart concealed by Yin Ting. In this scenario, it is likely that she has received erroneous information from someone, rather than intending to use Tian to trick ninth brother. After Tang Jun's analysis, Feng Yilin regained his composure. Perhaps he had indeed been overly concerned. Chapter 14. Yining, let us part ways. Due to a wrist injury, Meng Mingxuan took 2 days to recuperate at home before receiving Yin Majiao's permission to visit Yinting in the hospital. As she made her way to the hospital, Yin Majiao had already headed to Meng Yin Group. She did not insist on his company, for she understood, in both this life and the last, that Yin Majiao was perpetually busy. He had fought his way through the tumult of Lin City since the age of 15, and it was sheer determination that had elevated him to the status of a local magnate. Such magnates seldom find leisure time. However, upon reaching Meng Yin Group, Meng Mingxuan discovered that the supposedly busy Yin Majiao was, in fact, idling away his time while smoking, accompanied by 3 other men. The office was enveloped in a thick haze of smoke. If you were so concerned, why not accompany her? Tang Jun remarked lazily from the sofa, his gaze laced with mockery. Yin Majiao pursed his lips tightly, clearly disinclined to engage with Tang Jun's taunts. Feng Yilin offered a faint smile. Our esteemed Lord Jiu of Lin City has his fears as well. Fears of confronting what he wishes not to see. Fears that the delicate rose merely feigns to have tucked away its thorns. Fears that the warmth of these past few days is but an illusion. Yin Majiao cast a cold glance at Feng Yilin, his demeanor slightly frosty, yet he remained silent. Nie Xiang, perusing the background information on Tian, expressed his irritation. I have pursued numerous leads and even coaxed Tian with drinks, yet she and Yinting are complete strangers. What is the truth behind this? If they were indeed unfamiliar with one another, then the notion of childhood sweethearts was unfounded. Yet, their young lady insisted vehemently that Yinting's phone contained photographs of Tian, including a group photo. Could it be that someone is deliberately sowing discord? Tang Yun Pondo de Leut. Perhaps someone cannot bear to see Yinting associate with the princess of Lin City, and thus they made an anonymous call to mislead Meng Mingxuan, hoping to drive a wedge between her and Yinting. If this is the case, then this person must be a woman, one who harbors feelings for Yinting. Only love could drive someone to such madness. I do not take kindly to such insinuations. After all, it was no small feat for Mingxuan to resolve to break up with Yinting. If she discovers that someone is scheming against him, deliberately stoking discord, would she not quickly forgive him? Nie Ziang slammed his hand on the table. This cannot stand. If it is a fabrication, I shall employ some means to turn this matter into reality. A flicker of determination crossed Nie Ziang's typically carefree eyes. I'm more concerned about another issue. Feng Yilin interjected, furrowing his brow. What issue? Both Tang Jun and Nie Ziang inquired simultaneously, turning their attention to Feng Yilin. This individual, accustomed to the intricacies of conspiracies, was skilled in both executing schemes and unraveling others' plots. Though often suspicious, his instincts proved useful most of the time. Our young lady mentioned that the call was made anonymously, which means we cannot verify the caller's identity, Feng Yilin remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Majiao. After a pause, he continued, if Yinting is indeed being framed, and he has no connection with Yu Tian, then could he not easily shift the blame on a brother Jiu? Tang Jun and Nie Ziang froze in shock. Damn, are you suggesting that Yinting orchestrated everything himself? His intention was to frame ninth brother? Nie Ziang's expression darkened considerably. It is not without possibility, Feng Yilin mused, his fingers thoughtfully stroking one another, his tone grave. Tang Jun turned his gaze towards Yin Majiao. The latter's austere countenance revealed not a hint of emotion, as if he had turned a deaf ear to their discourse. Yet, this calm demeanor of Yin Majiao only served to deepen Tang Jun's unease. Ninth brother. If what fourth brother said is true, what do you intend to do? Tang Jun could not restrain himself from inquiring. Yin Majiao lowered his eyes indifferently, extinguishing his cigarette on the table. His voice was deliberate and unhurried. I have already given her a chance. Tang Jun was taken aback. I have already given her a chance. This statement implied that ninth brother would not extend a second opportunity to the young princess. Therefore, if Meng Mingxuan had resolutely decided to verbally sever ties with Yinting, then regardless of whether Yinting was wronged or not, this connection must be cut. Otherwise, ninth brother would not relent against Yinting. Both Nie Ziang and Feng Yilin discerned the true implication of his words and exchanged glances. One could only hope that the young princess would not truly drive ninth brother to madness. In the hospital, Meng Mingxuan was flanked by two stern-looking bodyguards, almost as if they were ready to escort her forcibly as she arrived at the door of Yinting's hospital room. Xian, upon seeing Meng Mingxuan at the threshold, Yinting immediately sat up. He recalled the bizarre dreams he had experienced over the past few days, an inexplicable panic gnawing at his heart. He desperately messaged Meng Mingxuan, but his efforts were met with silence. He surmised that she must have been confined by Yin Majiao. Hearing Yinting call out Xian, Meng Mingxuan's expression subtly shifted. Ninth brother had never addressed her in such a manner. How could she allow this scoundrel, Yinting, to call her Xian for so long? With a complex mix of emotions, she gazed at the pale, yet handsome face of Yinting. In the past, this sight would have filled her with heartache. But now, all she could recall were his cold words from their previous life, and the arrogance of Yu Tian, who had basked in the protection of Yinting, flaunting her superiority before her. The accumulated grievances and hatred from her past life compelled Meng Mingxuan to sever any ties of betrothed couple or boyfriend and girlfriend with Yinting. Even for a fleeting second, Yinting, let's break up. Without stepping into the room, she slowly articulated her desire to part ways at the door. The two bodyguards behind her struggled to maintain their imposing demeanor. Isn't the young lady supposed to be pretending to visit Yinting in the hospital, then feigning to leave? They thought. How did the narrative shift so abruptly to a breakup? Nonetheless, this was not entirely unacceptable. Ninth Master would surely be pleased to hear this. Xian, Yinting's pupils dilated in shock, and in a moment of almost uncontrolled desperation, he threw off the covers and attempted to rise from the bed. His legs wobbled. nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. Yet, before he could reach Meng Mingxuan, the bodyguards intercepted him forcefully. "Keep your distance from our young lady," they warned coldly. "Xian, is Ninth Master coercing you? Is he forcing you to break up with me?" Yin Ting anxiously gazed at Meng Mingxuan. Initially, she intended to deny it, but upon reflection, she pondered why Yin Ting was intent on targeting Joga. Even until her demise in her previous life, she remained oblivious to the underlying motives. Was there a more formidable conspiracy at play behind this? She could not allow Yin Ting to discover that she had already discerned his ulterior motives in pursuing her. As for Yu Tiantian, she could not employ her as an excuse either. For that day, Feng Yilin had mentioned that Yu Tiantian and Yin Ting were not childhood sweethearts. It was highly probable that in her past life, she had been deceived by Yu Tiantian. Thus, the reason for their breakup had to be attributed to Joga. Only in this way would Yin Ting persist in his schemes. She needed to coax Yin Ting into revealing his own flaws, thereby granting Joga the opportunity to investigate further. However, she was reluctant to tarnish the reputation of her dearest family member in front of Yin Ting. Thus, she feigned reluctance and said, "Joga is the person I cherish the most, and I do not wish to jeopardize our relationship for your sake. Therefore, I must end our relationship." Chapter 15. In a previous life, he declared, "I will only accept widowhood, not divorce." Meng Mingxuan's words were met with disbelief from Yin Ting. She had not expressed such sentiments before. Previously, she had become infuriated at the mere mention of Yin Majiao, asserting that he was overly controlling. She had insisted that no matter how much Yin Majiao opposed, she would be with him. As Yin Ting recalled the depth of Meng Mingxuan's love for him in the past, his apprehension diminished significantly. He gazed at her with tenderness. "Xian, I know you were coerced by Yin Ge. I won't take it to heart." "No, you must take it to heart," Meng Mingxuan interrupted him firmly, enunciating each word. "From this moment forth, we are no longer engaged, nor are we a couple. I will not consent." Yin Ting shook his head. He would not take this seriously, nor would he agree. She was being pressured by Yin Majiao. She did not genuinely wish to part ways. Meng Mingxuan observed the unmasked beauty of Yin Ting's face and felt a twinge of self-mockery. Had she not witnessed his cold demeanor, she might still be deceived by his feigned affection. "It is merely a breakup, not a divorce. Your consent is unnecessary," she said slowly. In her previous life, upon discovering that the one he loved was Yu Tiantian, she had broached the subject of divorce, only for him to nearly break her wrist in response. He had proclaimed, "I will only accept widowhood, not divorce." Ultimately, his wish was fulfilled. She perished. In that moment of death, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Unjust. Until the very end, she remained Mrs. Yin. Fortunately, in this life, she was reborn before becoming Mrs. Yin. "Xian, do not seek me out again, or my Yin Ge will not spare you," Meng Mingxuan calmly stated before turning away without a backward glance. "Xian." Yin Ting wished to pursue her, but was forcefully pushed to the ground by the bodyguards, who retaliated by kicking his calf. "The young lady no longer desires you. Know your place and leave. Do not force us to take action against you." The bodyguard warned coldly, his eyes narrowed. They had long harbored disdain for this young man, who had dared to incite the young lady against their Yin Ge. Now that the young lady had dismissed him, they felt justified in seeking their revenge. Sitting on the ground, Yin Ting glared at the departing bodyguards, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his cold gaze, though it vanished almost instantly. "What has transpired? I merely stepped out for a meal, and you find yourself on the ground?" Yin Ting's childhood friend, Yuan Wei, entered the room with a lunchbox, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Yin Ting sitting on the floor. "Meng Xian has visited," Yin Ting replied slowly, rising to his feet, a complex expression crossing his cold eyes. "Yin Majiao forced her to break up with me." Upon hearing this, Yuan Wei furrowed his brow. "I knew it. Meng Xian must have been confined by Yin Majiao these past few days. But how could she possibly yield to him?" Meng Mingxuan had caused quite a stir with Yin Majiao for Yin Ting's sake. The entire city knew of it. This delicate rose of the city was infamous for her unwillingness to submit. How could she be coerced by Yin Majiao into breaking up with Yin Ting? As Yin Ting contemplated Meng Mingxuan's final words before her departure, a smile crept upon his lips. "I understand now. You comprehend the situation?" Yin Majiu threatened Xian with my safety, which compelled her to part ways with me. Are you certain? Yuan Wei inquired in astonishment. Indeed, for the past 2 years, Yin Majiu has not resorted to threatening Meng Mingxuan regarding Yin Ting. Why would he suddenly employ such tactics? I'm certain, for Xian told me before leaving, never to seek her out again, or else Yin Majiu would not spare me. Having spoken, Yin Ting let out a cold laugh. I am merely awaiting Yin Majiu's move against me. Yuan Wei was well aware that Yin Ting had been planning for years solely for revenge. However, he couldn't help but think of the radiant and charming Meng Mingxuan, feeling a pang of sympathy. Ting, what are your feelings towards Mingxuan? I naturally have affection for her. Yin Ting's tone slightly darkened, but she would not assist me in dealing with Yin Majiu. Thus, he had to wait until their relationship was stable before revealing the truth to her. Nevertheless, as Yin Ting pondered the vague dreams that had troubled him these past few days, a sense of gloom enveloped him like dense clouds. An undercurrent of unease filled his heart, as if he were destined to lose something of great significance. In stark contrast to Yin Ting's unease, Meng Mingxuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon officially separating from him. Yet, when she recalled the 3 years of her previous life spent in a marriage akin to imprisonment, she couldn't help but feel that she had let Yin Ting off lightly. When would she be able to strike him soundly, to truly vindicate her tragic past? Miss, shall we return to the villa now? The driver Su Li inquired with a smile, glancing in the rearview mirror. Meng Mingxuan checked the time, her lips curling slightly, to Meng Yin Group. It's nearly lunchtime. I shall treat Brother Jiu to a meal, lest he neglect his appetite once more. Su Li instantly chuckled, understood. The young lady is so considerate of Master Jiu. He must be very pleased. Su Li's tone of satisfaction caused Meng Mingxuan to bite her lip. Guilt surged within her once more. Those who followed Brother Jiu were once destitute in Lin City, some even orphaned. They were chosen by him and built their fortunes together. Their loyalty to him was unwavering, and they knew well how well he treated her. In those past years, they must have felt great sympathy for Brother Jiu and harbored resentment towards her. It was her lack of understanding. I shall treat Brother Jiu well from now on, Meng Mingxuan softly vowed. Su Li tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Thank you, Mississippi. It is certainly wonderful that you have come to your senses. Yet, those around them hoped even more that she would soon recognize the merits of Master Jiu as a man, thereby developing feelings for him. Only then would Master Jiu truly achieve his heart's desire. 20 minutes later, Su Li parked the car at the entrance of Meng Yin Group's building. He opened the door for Meng Mingxuan. Miss, we have arrived at Meng Yin Group. Thank you, Meng Mingxuan replied, lifting her skirt slightly as she bent to exit the vehicle. She then walked into the office building of Meng Yin Group. Good afternoon, miss. Good afternoon, miss. In the lobby on the first floor, the receptionist and staff quickly approached, bowing to greet Meng Mingxuan. Good afternoon, everyone. Meng Mingxuan waved cheerfully at the crowd. The tense onlookers collectively sighed in relief, having anticipated yet another confrontation between the young lady and President Yin, which would have plunged their upcoming work into turmoil. To their surprise, the young lady appeared to be in good spirits today, allowing them to narrowly escape a catastrophe. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Mingxuan was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. She had long forgotten her past achievements. After all, it had been over 3 years since she last set foot in the Meng Yin Group. The commotion of those events felt like a distant memory to her. As Meng Mingxuan awaited at the entrance of the private elevator, the adjacent staff elevator opened, revealing a man reprimanding his subordinate. Bai Chan, you are still in your probation period, and you take leave every few days. It seems you have no intention of securing a permanent position. Bai Chan? At the entrance of the private elevator, Meng Mingxuan turned sharply to listen. Was this the exceptional computer talent who had tragically jumped to her death at the Meng Yin Group in her previous life? She recalled how this incident had sent shockwaves throughout Linqing, casting a considerable shadow over the Meng Yin Group. Chapter 16. He enjoyed being managed by her. In her previous life, Meng Mingxuan became acquainted with the individual known as Bai Chan during the time when the Meng Yin Group's computer system was subjected to a hacker attack. At that moment, the entire IT security team of Meng Yin Group was at their wits' end, unable to contend with the hackers. Just when despair loomed, Bai Chan, and in turn, stepped forth and, in a mere half-hour, turned the tide. Bai Chan rose to fame in that singular battle, and having salvaged billions in losses for the Mengyan group, was promptly promoted to a permanent position the very next day. However, this prodigious talent mysteriously leapt to her demise from the building of Mengyan group. There must be hidden truths behind this tragedy. As Meng Mingxuan observed Bai Chan emerging from the employee elevator with her head bowed, memories of the negative repercussions Bai Chan's suicide had on the Mengyan group flooded her mind, prompting her to approach. Bai Chan, what a surprise. So you work at Mengyan group now? Meng Mingxuan feigned astonishment as she grasped Bai Chan's wrist. The manager who had just reprimanded Bai Chan suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. What? This in turn is acquainted with the young lady? It's over for me. am doomed. Bai Chan shivered slightly, raising her weary gaze to meet the enchanting Meng Mingxuan. Why young lady? Although the young lady was a prominent figure at the university, known by all, Bai Chan had never personally met her. You must be mistaken. We don't know each other. Please just call me by my name. We are alumni. Meng Mingxuan affectionately linked her arm with Bai Chan's. Come, let us go meet my ninth brother, the general manager Yan. A talent of your caliber must be retained. Bai Chan, inherently shy, found herself being led into the exclusive elevator for the president, without even a moment to consider resistance. It was only as the elevator began its ascent that she recalled she had just taken leave. Her mother was gravely ill. Young lady, I must go to the hospital to see my mother. Summoning all her courage, Bai Chan finally managed to express this urgent need. She truly needed to hurry to the hospital. Otherwise, the Bai family would seize her mother's medical expenses. Your mother is unwell? Meng Mingxuan inquired with concern, suddenly understanding why the supervisor had scolded Bai Chan for frequently taking leave during her internship. Mother. Bai Chan felt a tremor in her heart, nearly succumbing to tears. Throughout her life, she had been subjected to derogatory names for her mother, such as slut, vixen, and harlot. It was the first time someone referred to her mother as Annie. It's not just an illness. My mother was pushed down the stairs and has been in ICU for over a month, still fighting for her life. Perhaps owing to the warmth in Meng Mingxuan's gaze, Bai Chan, who typically refrained from sharing personal matters with outsiders, found herself divulging the painful truth. Meng Mingxuan narrowed her eyes. Was Bai Chan's suicide in her previous life connected to this incident? Observing Bai Chan's attire, it appeared she had not been faring well. Meng Mingxuan had devised a plan in her heart, and with a smile, she reassured, do not worry. I will ask ninth brother to arrange it, ensuring that Aunt receives the finest medical resources in lynching. The first step in retaining talent for ninth brother naturally involved bestowing grace. Bai Chan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Before Bai Chan could fully comprehend the shocking revelation, the elevator arrived. Meng Mingxuan took her arm and swiftly exited the elevator, heading straight for the president's office. Thump! Thump! Bai Chan's heart raced. If what the young lady said was indeed true, then not only would her mother be saved, but she could also completely escape the mire of the Bai family. Young lady! Young lady! Along the way, many greeted Meng Mingxuan, and numerous peculiar glances were cast upon Bai Chan. As a mere intern, Bai Chan had yet to make a name for herself, and the senior executives around Yin Majiao naturally did not recognize her. Most were curious as to how this little employee had garnered the young lady's favor. Inside the president's office, Nie Ziang and the others had not yet departed. The internal phone rang insistently once more. Ninth brother, answer it. It might be something important. Tang Jun remarked, glancing at the persistently ringing phone. Yin Majiao pressed his thin lips together, then raised his hand to answer the call. President Yin, the young lady has arrived. She entered the elevator 5 minutes ago. Yin Majiao abruptly stood up, realizing that Tang Jun was indeed correct. It was quite important. After hanging up the phone, he strode towards the door, only to have it pushed open. Ninth brother. Upon seeing the man's coldly handsome face, Meng Mingxuan immediately released Bai Chan's arm and hurried towards him. The sweet smile adorning her delicate features was genuine. The taut string in Yin Majiao's heart, which had been tense all morning, finally relaxed. His little rose had not changed. What brings you to the company? Yin Majiao naturally embraced Meng Mingxuan before everyone, his warm palm gently resting on her head as he ruffled her hair. Having left the hospital just before noon, She had thought to come and treat ninth brother to a meal, hoping to prevent him from casually brushing off the occasion. Meng Mingxuan bore an expression of "I see through you." Yin Majiao's thin lips curled slightly. He relished being managed by her. Ideally, she would be his little housekeeper for life. Sister Mingxian, who is this young lady? Nie Ziang observed the reserved girl at the door with keen interest. Surely, someone brought before ninth brother by Meng Mingxian must possess exceptional qualities. Meng Mingxian turned to the Baichan she had momentarily forgotten, smiling as she released Yin Majiao and approached Baichan ninth brother. This is my university alumna, Baichan. She is a computer genius and quite capable. Meng Mingxuan's tone brimmed with pride. Feeling the weight of several gazes from the president's office fixed upon her, Baichan instinctively tightened her fingers. Cold sweat trickling down her back. Yin Majiao felt a sense of emptiness in his embrace, somewhat displeased. Yet, upon seeing the eager anticipation in Meng Mingxuan's bright eyes, he ultimately concealed his feelings. Ninth brother, Baichan's mother has been pushed down the stairs and is currently in the ICU fighting for her life. Could you possibly arrange for the best medical resources in Linqing to assist her? Meng Mingxian implored, her head slightly tilted upwards. Fourth, make the arrangements, Yin Majiao replied nonchalantly, unfazed by such a trivial matter. The individuals his beloved little Rose wished to protect naturally enjoyed privileges in his presence, aside from men, of course. Very well. Feng Yilin rose to his feet. Baichan, be sure to express your gratitude to my ninth brother, Meng Mingxian urged as she gently shook Baichan's arm. Thank you. Mr. Yin, Baichan stammered, visibly anxious. Indeed, Yin Majiao cast a fleeting glance at Baichan before signaling Nie Zhang with his eyes. Nie Zhang smiled, raising his hand in acknowledgement. Understood. Anyone suddenly appearing beside the little princess would undergo thorough scrutiny, and Baichan was no exception. Miss Bai, please accompany me to the hospital, Feng Yilin said with a smile as he stepped in front of her. Why yes, thank you, Baichan nodded eagerly. Meng Mingxian tugged at Baichan's arm, reassuring her, don't be nervous. This is Feng Yilin. He's a good person. Go visit your aunt first. And once her condition stabilizes, I will have ninth brother promote you. Baichan bit her lip, trembling as she replied, Thank you, Mississippi. I will. I will write an IOU for the medical expenses. She was determined not to accept the young lady's kindness without reciprocation. There's no need for that. Consider it an advance on your salary from the Meng Yin Group, Meng Mingxian said, winking. Your worth far exceeds these medical expenses, wouldn't you agree? Baichan was perplexed by Meng Mingxuan's unwavering faith in her, yet she did not wish to betray that trust. The young lady was right. She solemnly nodded, resolving to create even greater value for the Meng Yin Group. Once Feng Yilin led Baichan away, Meng Mingxian took a deep breath and turned to Yin Majiao. Ninth brother, how many cigarettes have you smoked? The office reeks of smoke. You have chronic pharyngitis. Are you not aware? Why continue to smoke so much? Observing the young girl's rare, yet familiar scolding demeanor, Yin Majiao coughed lightly twice. It's all Ziang and the others. He deflected without a hint of guilt. Nie Zian interjected. Wait, ninth brother, doesn't your conscience ever ache? We were merely accompanying you. Chapter 17. In the depths of Yin Mo Jiu's heart lies an unapproachable taboo. Meng Mingxian wore a stern expression. Did she truly appear so easily deceived? Well, her past life's deceptions were not to be counted. Brother was mistaken. I shall not smoke again. Yin Mo Jiu stepped forward, gently stroking Meng Mingxuan's small head. This was precisely the attitude she desired from him. However, she was not so domineering. She lifted her hand, delicately resting on his wrist. Brother, you work hard. Occasionally smoking is a way to relieve stress, and I understand. But you must not indulge excessively, for it is detrimental to your health. She wished for him to remain healthy for a lifetime. The warmth of her fingers provided a soothing balm to the man's heart, rendering the years of torment she had inflicted upon him seemingly trivial. Yet, a primal possessiveness surged within him. Yin Mo Jiu gazed down at the girl before him. Her eyes were exceedingly clear, reflecting only him in that moment. From now on, I shall smoke less, he sighed softly, drawing her into his embrace. Meng Mingxuan's face instantly brightened with a smile. Nearby, Nie Ziang and Tang Jun exchanged covert glances. Nie Zhang raised an eyebrow. See, I did not deceive you. He is indeed affectionate now. Tang Jun's eyes twitched slightly. Incredible. The eldest young lady truly knows how to sever ties. Upon discovering Yin Ting's true nature, she immediately withdrew without hesitation. He felt somewhat inadequate as a man. Brother Jiu, after my visit to the hospital today, I couldn't help but mention breaking up with Yin Ting, Meng Mingxuan said, slightly pulling away from his embrace to share this good news. Yin Mo Jiu's hand moved to caress the corner of her eye with his fingertip. It tickles. Meng Mingxuan evaded, letting out a couple of laughs. His fingers brushed against her eyelashes, and seeing her delicate demeanor, Yin Mo Jiu chuckled. Are you happy about the breakup? He restrained the urge to kiss her forehead. Of course. Meng Mingxuan beamed radiantly. After leaving the hospital, she felt buoyant. Initially, she had hesitated, thinking it inappropriate to break up without reason. But upon arriving at the hospital, she suddenly realized she had Brother Jiu backing her. Why should she fear anything? Thus, she resolutely told Yin Ting it was over. Since you were so happy, why not post about it on social media? Yin Mo Jiu's lips curled slightly, his tone devoid of any unusual inflection, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Meng Mingxuan was a girl who relished sharing moments on social media. Throughout her university life, she had posted about even the most trivial happenings. However, at that moment, as Yin Mo Jiu mentioned it, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, she had yet to delete those previous posts flaunting their affection. Brother Jiu, you should put on your jacket. I'll delete the post first, and then we can go eat. Meng Mingxuan recalled this pressing matter and promptly dashed away from Yin Mo Jiu. Yin Mo Jiu retracted his empty hand, his gaze following the girl's fleeting figure until he noticed her sitting on the sofa, head bowed, seemingly deleting posts from her phone. The chill in his heart dissipated abruptly. Nie Zhang and Tang Jun leaned in with curiosity. Don't look. As Meng Mingxuan deleted her posts, she suddenly noticed two men watching her, which caused her to panic. The little princess is truly foolish. How long will it take to delete thousands of moments? Why not simply set it to be visible for just a month? Tang Jun chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Oh, Meng Mingxuan paused in confusion. Exactly. Nie Zhang added with a laugh. Your second brother is right. This way, you only need to delete the post from the last month. Isn't 3 days even better? Meng Mingxuan countered, regaining her composure. Nie Zhang smirked. So, the breakup announcement only lasts 3 days? Nearby, a man holding a suit jacket looked on with a darkened gaze. How could that be? After I delete my moments, I will make it public. 3 days should be sufficient, Meng Mingxuan declared, lowering her head to adjust her settings. Consequently, her moments from the past 3 days vanished. She then lifted her phone and snapped a picture of the man in front of her, quickly editing a new post. Yin Majo's lips curled slightly as he turned to shut down his computer. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone, opened his moments, and refreshed the page. Moments latte. A brand new post appeared. Single again, long live breakups. The accompanying image featured him, though his face was not captured. Instead, it showcased his elegant posture, lazily leaning against the desk, exuding an air of sophistication. Look at that. The little princess has quite the photography skills. Brother Jiu's long legs are simply stunning. Tang Jun remarked, having also seen the post. Aren't you envious? Meng Mingxuan replied proudly. Envious? More like jealous. Whenever we go to the bar together, those beautiful women only have eyes for Brother Jiu, completely ignoring us. One wonders which lucky girl will eventually capture his heart, Tang Jun teased, keenly observing Meng Mingxuan's reaction. Her smile faltered for a moment as she glanced at Yin Majiu, relieved to find no change in his expression. Brother Jiu has someone in his heart, a forbidden topic. Choosing not to respond to Tang Jun, Meng Mingxuan deleted a few more posts before putting her phone away and rising. Brother Jiu, are we ready to go? Yes, Yin Majiu replied, donning his jacket and approaching her. Brother Jiu, your tie is crooked. As Meng Mingxuan prepared to adjust his wrist, she noticed his tie was not properly knotted. With a casual tug, Yin Majiu loosened the tie completely. Help me retie it. All right. Meng Mingxuan's first practice at tying a tie was with Yin Majiu, who had taught her. It was only after her relationship with Yin Ting soured that they ceased such interactions. Yin Maju watched her delicate fingers glide over his dark tie, his usually sharp features softened by a gentle warmth. His treasure had truly returned. All done. Initially apprehensive about her skills, Meng Mingxuan found her confidence returning as she deftly completed the task. Satisfied, she looked up at the man with a gentle smile. Yin Mo's Adam's apple shifted slightly, and then he gently leaned close to her ear, murmuring, "Very beautiful." It was unclear whether he was praising the tie or the person herself. His voice, usually cold and composed, now carried a hint of allure, like it was tinged with opium, its huskiness laced with temptation. Meng Mingxuan inexplicably felt her heart tighten. Chapter 18. Regardless of who desires her demise, Lord Jiu wishes for her survival. A silver-gray sports car raced along the road to the hospital. Bai Chan felt her entire being stiffen, paralyzed by trepidation. Initially, she had hesitated to occupy the passenger seat. Yet, to her dismay, Feng Yilin's car was equipped with but 2 seats. As she lingered by the car, Feng Yilin's indifferent taunt resonated from the driver's seat. "Do you require a princess carried aboard?" In a flurry, she uttered an apology and hastened to the passenger side. Embarrassed by her inability to open the door, she felt tears welling. Observing her awkwardness, Feng Yilin discreetly pressed a button to unlock the door, revealing that it opened upwards. With her cheeks flushed, Bai Chan slid into the passenger seat, anxiously fumbling for the seatbelt and trembling as she secured it. Feng Yilin's gaze languidly traced the delicate curve of her downcast profile. After traversing for traffic lights, he finally broke the silence, inquiring how she knew the young lady. Bai Chan's mind momentarily faltered before she managed to reply, "I attend Lingda. Everyone knows the young lady." However, she knew that the young lady wouldn't introduce every Lingda alum to Lord Jiu. Feng Yilin spoke with deliberate slowness. Bai Chan, momentarily dazed, gradually grasped the deeper implications of his words, her frail fingers tightening around the seatbelt. After a prolonged silence, her voice barely audible, she confessed, "I do not know how the young lady might know me, but prior to today, I have never spoken with her, nor have I deliberately approached her." Feng Yilin cast a sidelong glance at Bai Chan, her embarrassment and humiliation starkly evident. How pitiable, the fragile dignity of those from the lower echelons. Yet, in the upper echelons of society, such dignity holds no value. Wealth and power reign supreme as the most coveted assets. You had better be cautious. Should you harbor ill intentions towards the young princess, there shall be no salvation for you, regardless of your circumstances. Bai Chan gripped the seatbelt with renewed fervor, remaining silent for the duration of the ride. Prior to their departure, Feng Yilin had already inquired about Bai Chan's mother's name and the hospital she was at, sending a message to the hospital director. Meng Yin Group holds shares in all hospitals within Ling City. Thus, when Feng Yilin arrived at the ICU, the director and vice director awaited them respectfully in the corridor. "Young Master Feng," they greeted upon sighting him. "How is Ms. Cheng's condition?" Feng Yilin inquired, glancing at the girl who had collapsed against the glass, tears streaming down her face. Bai Chan's mother is surnamed Cheng, named Cheng Anning. Alas, her fate has been anything but peaceful. Pregnant before marriage, she was discovered by Madame Bai, nearly beaten into miscarriage, and bore the stigma of being a mistress for over 20 years, serving as a free maid in the Bai household. Now, she lay with a head injury, teetering on the brink of death. Though labeled a mistress, she appeared to be the type who had failed miserably in that role, never attaining respect and perpetually under the thumb of the Bai family. "Young Master Feng," the director chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to articulate the situation. After all, the Bai family was a prominent clan in Linqing. Feng Yilin, perceptive as ever, instantly sensed something amiss. He fixed a sharp gaze on the director, demanding, "What do you mean?" "Young master, you must understand that in families of such stature, the fate of an individual can hinge on a mere word from certain people," the director replied with a wry smile. If the person before him weren't young Master Feng, a confidant of the ninth master of Linqing, he wouldn't dare utter a syllable. However, the ninth master had unexpectedly dispatched Feng Yilin to oversee this matter, which meant that Cheng Anning could not be allowed to perish. Feng Yilin pursed his lips, a cold realization dawning upon him. Someone wished for Cheng Anning's demise, a calculated fall down the stairs, leading to an extended stay in the ICU, gradually draining her life away. By the time she succumbed in the hospital, all incriminating evidence would vanish. Even if Cheng Anning had a daughter still living, she would be powerless to incite any upheaval. It was no wonder she had been sent to a private hospital. The Bai family was evidently prepared to spend exorbitantly to secure Cheng Anning's life. Regardless of who sought her death, the Ninth Master desired her survival. With that thought, Feng Yilin stepped forward. The director, astute as ever, grasped Feng Yilin's intent immediately. Rest assured, young master. Tomorrow, Mrs. Cheng will be out of danger and transferred to a regular ward. Standing beside Bai Chan, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, Feng Yilin listened as the director informed her, "Your mother has stabilized after the rescue efforts and will be moved from the ICU to a regular ward tomorrow." Bai Chan froze, her head snapping to the side. Young Master Feng? Really? She had been too distant to overhear their conversation, and disbelief washed over her. "Why would I deceive you?" Feng Yilin replied coolly. Yet to Bai Chan, his words sounded like the sweetest music. "Mama is okay. Thank you, young Master Feng." She stammered, tears streaming down her face. "You should be thanking me, young lady," he stated, his gaze narrowing with a sharp intensity. "In this lifetime, you would do well to refrain from any actions that might harm her. Otherwise, I won't." Bai Chan interjected passionately. It was the young lady who had brought her before the Ninth Master, who in turn had sent young Master Feng to exert pressure at the hospital, ensuring her mother's safety. Even if it cost her life, she would never betray the young lady. Feng Yilin scrutinized Bai Chan for a long moment. Her declaration was indeed resounding. He could only hope she would honor her words. Meanwhile, in the Bai household, Lady Healy shattered a teacup in fury. How dare the Ninth Master of Linxing involve himself in the affairs of that wretched Cheng Anning? She seethed. The butler cast a sidelong glance at his master. The second young lady's internship at Meng Yin Group was still unknown to the lady, but the master was well aware. "Butler, have you uncovered the truth? Why would the Ninth Master suddenly concern himself with our family matters?" Bai Zhibin frowned, feigning ignorance of the situation. The butler, sensing this was the moment to speak, prepared to divulge what he knew. After all, the second young lady has demonstrated her own capabilities by establishing a connection with the esteemed Ninth Master of Lin City. According to the hospital, it was none other than young Master Feng, closely associated with the Ninth Master, who personally accompanied the second young lady to receive medical attention. It appears that she is currently interning at the Meng Yin Group, likely catching the attention of the upper echelons due to her outstanding performance. What? Healy was taken aback and sprang to her feet. That little wretch has actually managed to enter the Meng Yin Group? That is a place everyone in Lin City aspires to join. Who would have thought that she possesses such remarkable skills? It seems that the younger sister is indeed quite impressive, having not only secured a position at the Meng Yin Group, but also won the favor of the Ninth Master. A gleam of excitement flashed in the eyes of Bai Sitong, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. "Do you really believe that the success of that wretched girl will benefit you in any way?" He Li's anger flared up instantly. Bai Sitong chuckled, wrapping her arm around her mother's shoulder. "Mom, please don't be upset. Allow me to explain this to you in detail." Initially reluctant, Healy found her thoughts shifting dramatically as her daughter's well-articulated analysis unfolded. The Bai family, the Meng Yin Group. One cannot deny that Bai Chan has indeed brought honor to the Bai family this time. Ultimately, Healy relented, since her daughter has shown such promise. It would be best to bring her home and ensure she recuperates properly. For the sake of her daughter's happiness, she decided to endure for the time being. Chapter 19. His silent apology. "It is my fault, ninth brother," he murmured softly, in the exclusive dining area on the second floor of the Meng Yin Group restaurant. Strikingly handsome men and women occupied the elegant booths. Staff members dining on the first floor pretended to be nonchalant as they cast glances upwards. The company chat had long since erupted with excitement. "Hooray! President Yin and the young lady have reconciled. Oh my, the young lady who was possessed has finally returned. Our little son has come back. Our hellish days are over." The discussions buzzed fervently. Even Meng Mingxuan, despite her usual obliviousness, recognized that she and Yin Majiu were being observed like a spectacle. Under such circumstances, even the most exquisite dishes seemed somewhat difficult to swallow. How strange. Didn't Ninth brother feel uncomfortable? Was the food not to his liking? Yin Jiu, holding his chopsticks, had rolled up his sleeves, revealing his elegantly strong wrist, a sight that stirred envy in those who beheld it. Meng Mingxuan's gaze lingered momentarily on that wrist. She soon regained her composure and shook her head. No, what then? She hesitantly glanced downstairs and whispered, Ninth brother, there seem to be quite a few people watching us eat. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Yin Jiu's dark eyes. Do not mind them, he said, lifting his hand to place some greens into her bowl. His voice was gentle. Eat more vegetables. Meng Mingxuan grimaced at the pile of greens. Why must such a food as vegetables exist in this world? Nutrition? She could obtain the same from fruits. Yin Jiu chuckled softly, coaxing her, eating vegetables is good for your health. Be good. The word good effectively suppressed Meng Mingxuan's aversion to greens. Reluctantly, she picked up some and put in her mouth. Chew, you. Perhaps it was better not to chew at all. She hurriedly swallowed, only to feel a slight choking sensation. Yin Jiu, with a sigh, handed her a glass of juice. Delicate, he remarked. Indeed, it was a habit he had indulged. Meng Mingxuan accepted the juice and took a few large gulps, finally feeling somewhat better. Suddenly, she thought of Ting. He never forced her to eat vegetables. In fact, he never compelled her to consume anything she disliked. While Ninth brother indulged her under harmless pretenses, Ting simply sought to keep her from being upset. For instance, during her menstrual period, if she craved ice, Ting would gently persuade her, but if she refused, he would let her have it. However, Ninth brother would never permit such indulgence. Meng Mingxuan chuckled derisively at her own previous ignorance of such a straightforward distinction. Let's go. A chilling voice cut through her thoughts. Meng Mingxuan snapped back to attention, raising her eyes to see Yin Jiu already standing and preparing to leave. Ninth brother, wait for me, she called out, hastily rising and jogging to catch up. With his long legs, Yin Jiu walked briskly, quickly leaving Meng Mingxuan behind. It suddenly dawned on her that he was indeed angry. Over what? Was it merely because she had not obediently consumed her vegetables? Having just finished her meal, and having eaten quite a bit, she felt a slight ache in her stomach from the hurried pace. She reached the exclusive elevator, but found no trace of Yin Jiu. The long legs of the man, indeed, moved swiftly. Meng Mingxuan pressed her aching stomach, gasping for breath in small sips, and hurriedly took the exclusive elevator to pursue Yin Jiu. Upon Meng Mingxuan's return to the president's office, she found it completely empty. Where could her dear Jiu have gone? Although she contemplated searching outside again, a sudden thought struck her. Jiu moved so quickly. Could he be in urgent need of the restroom rather than being upset? With this realization, she calmed herself. Meng Mingxuan, cradling her stomach that throbbed from vigorous activity post-meal, nestled into the sofa. After a few minutes, Yin Jiu emerged from the restroom, his expression as indifferent as ever. He had quelled his anger. However, upon noticing Meng Mingxuan seemingly uncomfortable on the sofa, he felt a twinge of concern and quickly approached her. Mingxuan, he said, squatting down in front of her, his brow furrowed as he observed her hand pressed against her stomach. Is your stomach unwell? Meng Mingxuan opened her eyes. Jiu, did you rush to the restroom just now? Indeed. Yin Jiu's gaze fixed on her stomach. What does it hurt? I was chasing you. I ran too fast, Meng Mingxuan admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. She had thought he was angry, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. She was indeed her own worst critic. Yin Jiu pressed his lips together, and after a brief silence, he gently pried her hand away and placed his warm palm on her stomach, softly kneading it. Meng Mingxuan felt a jolt of surprise. This was rather inappropriate, though they were family still. Yet, Yin Jiu began to admonish her. How many times have I said that vigorous activity after meals can lead to mesenteric traction and gastrointestinal spasms? Chastened, Meng Mingxuan lay still, allowing him to massage her stomach. After a while, she murmured, Jiu, I'm not in pain anymore. You can stop. She couldn't shake the feeling, but she decided to dismiss it. It was of little consequence. Yin Jiu's back glistened with restrained sweat. He appeared calm, yet his long fingers repeatedly yearned to wander higher, encasing her in a possessive embrace. He acknowledged his own desires, a self-deprecating smile flickering across his lips, yet ultimately, he summoned immense willpower to retract his hand. Meng Mingxuan promptly sat up. "Why were you chasing me?" Yin Majiao settled beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Typically, Meng Mingxuan did not lie to Yin Majiao, for he could easily see through her. Thus, she replied candidly, "I thought Jiu Gao was angry, so I came to comfort you." His fingers glided over her shoulder, and a shadow flickered in his dark eyes. She claimed she had come to soothe him. "Then tell me, Mingxuan, why would I be angry? Is it because I don't eat vegetables?" "Huh?" Yin Majiao stared at her with an inscrutable expression. Meng Mingxuan shrank her neck, realizing she might have guessed wrong. What'd she just done? She merely drank the juice he had offered, and then... Wait, had she been lost in thought for a moment? Surely, her expression hadn't conveyed that she was contemplating eating. The misunderstanding could be monumental. Meng Mingxuan immediately raised her gaze towards Yin Majiao, exclaiming, "I truly did not intend to involve eating." Noticing the indifference in Yin Majiao's expression, which seemed to convey disbelief, she grasped his wrist and implored earnestly, "I genuinely had no such intention. I merely feel foolish for failing to recognize the blatant deception before me." He would acquiesce to my every whim, even if it meant causing me harm, while you, Brother Jiu, would never allow me to inflict injury upon myself. You are the one who truly cares for me. Her heartfelt explanation brought clarity, leaving Yin Majiao's gaze heavy with a mix of emotions. He lowered his eyes, fixating on her crimson lips. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a hushed tone, "It is my fault, Brother Jiu. I should not have turned away, leaving you alone. The one who harbored wicked thoughts was me. The one who acted despicably was also me. I owe a debt to the Meng family, and I should never have turned my back on you." Chapter 20. A great secret resided within Ninth Brother No. Meng Mingxuan shook her head. Ninth Brother is the best brother in the world. Ninth Brother, aware of his aversion to being called brother, she hastily corrected herself. Yin Majiao gazed deeply at the girl before him. In her eyes, there was a profound dependence on him. She resembled a weary bird, wounded in the world, finally finding her way back to the harbor that offered her safety. Ninth Brother, Meng Mingxuan gently tugged at Yin Majiao's sleeve. I truly broke up with Yin Ting, and I won't think of him again. Ninth Brother, please, don't get angry at me because of misunderstandings, and don't leave me behind, all right?" Meng Mingxuan was genuinely fearful of Yin Majiao as misunderstandings. She did not wish to be abandoned once more. Yin Majiao's lips moved slightly. He intended to explain that he had not abandoned her. He merely sought to process his own resentment. He feared frightening her. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate the terrifying possessiveness he felt. All right. Ultimately, Yin Majiao dismissed the thought of explaining. He gently caressed Meng Mingxuan's cheek, promising, "Ninth Brother promises Mingxuan that he will not misunderstand her again, nor will he leave her behind. Let us seal it with a pinky promise." Meng Mingxuan extended her finger. At that moment, Yin Majiao genuinely wished to laugh. It had been a long time since he had made such a promise with his little rose. "Pinky promise, it counts." He chuckled softly, intertwining his pinky with her delicate finger, his thumb gently sealing the promise. Meng Mingxuan observed the entangled thumbs, her heart settling, and she earnestly added, "Ninth Brother, if you ever get angry, just tell me, and I will soothe you." The usually tranquil surface of Yin Majiao's heart was stirred, akin to a stone being forcefully cast into a placid lake, creating ripples of emotion. But what if Ninth Brother makes Mingxuan angry? He inquired tentatively. That won't happen. Meng Mingxuan promptly shook her head. "I will never be angry with Ninth Brother again. I mean if." The man's tone was serious, as if he demanded an answer. She pursed her lips, contemplating earnestly before responding, "I will also tell Ninth Brother when I'm upset and ask him to comfort me." After all, she would not allow herself to be truly angry with him. At most, she would be displeased, regardless of what Ninth Brother might do to upset her. Yin Majiao fixed his gaze upon her earnest eyes. Indeed, Meng Mingxuan nodded without hesitation. No matter what he did that might displease her, she would never truly be angry with him. "Mingxuan, remember what you said today." Yin Majiao embraced her, resting his chin atop her head, speaking softly, for he took her words to heart. Meng Mingxuan murmured an in his embrace, unable to fathom why she had once disliked this warmth. It was undeniably comforting. President Yin. Ah, I'm sorry, but I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. The secretary burst through the door, momentarily stunned before hastily preparing to escape. Guomin. Yin Majiao's deep voice halted the secretary in her tracks, simultaneously releasing Meng Mingxuan from his hold. The secretary thought to herself, what a misfortunate day. Had she not checked the calendar before coming in? Trembling, she stepped into the office, shutting the door behind her. He bowed his head while standing before the sofa, his voice monotonously reporting, Mr. Yin, someone from Kyoto has come, stating they wish to urge you in person and are currently waiting in the reception room. Kyoto? Meng Mingxuan's watery eyes flickered. Brother Jiu, has someone from Kyoto come urge him? Urge him for what? Bring them in, Yin Majiu said calmly. It was indeed time for Mingxuan to learn of his true origins, for he intended to take her away. Understood, Mr. Yin. After the secretary departed, Meng Mingxuan gazed at Yin Majiu bewildered. Brother Jiu, what do they want from you? Yin Majiu slowly regarded her, and after a long pause, uttered two words, return to Beijing. Return to Beijing? Return to Beijing? In an instant, Meng Mingxuan grasped the reason for Yin Majiu's abrupt disappearance from Lingsheng in her past life. He had gone to Kyoto. The secretary's earlier mention of urge indicated he likely had been expected to depart for Kyoto much earlier. It was because of her that he had delayed his journey. Otherwise, why would they send someone to hasten his return? Just as she intended to inquire further, he tousled her hair gently, saying, be good. We'll discuss it when we get home. With that, Yin Majiu turned toward the door that had been pushed open, indicating the presence of outsiders. All right. Meng Mingxuan obediently fell silent. The door swung open, and the secretary entered, leading an elder in his 60s. The old man donned a Zhongshan suit, his gaze exuding an aura of authority, tempered by the passage of time. Meng Mingxuan observed him quietly, noting his commanding presence, yet sensing something was slightly lacking, perhaps an air of opulence. The next moment, the elder smiled and bowed slightly, addressing Yin Majiu, young master. The old sir mentioned you did not answer his calls or respond to his messages, so he sent me to urge you to return to Beijing in person. Meng Mingxuan gasped. Young master. Why would this elder refer to her brother Jiu as young master? Could be that Uncle Yin was indeed from Kyoto, perhaps a lost scion of a grand family? Even though Uncle Yin had passed away, had brother Jiu been found by his family? Were they urging him to return to inherit a vast fortune? A flurry of thoughts cascaded through Meng Mingxuan's mind. I seem to have made no promises to you, Yin Majiu said, casually propping his long leg up, exuding a natural, languid elegance. Meng Mingxuan pinched her fingers, suppressing the impulse to displace her brother Jiu's leg. As she repeated to herself, as long as brother Jiu is happy, as long as brother Jiu is happy, she finally managed to restrain herself. Meanwhile, Yin Majiu, after glancing at her conflicted expression, chuckled softly and set his right leg down, placing it properly. Before Meng Mingxuan could register anything, she heard the elder gently advise. Regardless of how the young sir conducts himself, the old sir truly cherishes him, as the old sir's time is limited. He urgently needs you to return to Beijing to take charge. Even for your mother's sake, you cannot allow the family business to fall into the hands of that mother and son pair. Huh. Meng Mingxuan parted her red lips, her heart overwhelmed to the point where words failed her. Why do these phrases sound so familiar when separated, yet felt so alien when combined? I will give you a response in a week. The memory of his deceased mother sent a chill through Yin Majiao's eyes. Very well. I shall return to the capital to report to the old man. The elder's face brightened with joy instantly. Even as the elder departed, Meng Mingxuan remained entranced, her hand still held firmly by Yin Majiao. Brother Jiu, let's head home. All right. A sense of unease stirred within Meng Mingxuan. She sensed that her brother Jiu harbored a monumental secret, one that had eluded her grasp in her past life after marrying Yin Ting. Now, having returned to her brother Jiu's side in this lifetime, he would share this profound secret with her. The vehicle swiftly departed from the Mengyan Group's headquarters. Under Yin Majiao's guidance, Meng Mingxuan alighted and returned to the villa. Have some juice. Yin Majiao poured a glass of juice for Meng Mingxuan and settled across from her. The atmosphere heightened her anxiety. She lifted the glass and drank it down in a few swift gulps. I have finished. She sat upright, her hands resting on her tightly clasped legs, bracing herself for the momentous revelation to come. Observing the obedient Meng Mingxuan, the pain concealed within Yin Majiao's heart eased slightly. Mingxuan, your Uncle Yin is not my biological father. The man's voice was low, yet each word resonated with startling clarity. Meng Mingxuan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 21. Master Jiu seeks to establish his identity at the tender age of 6. Meng Mingxuan found herself orphaned and taken in by the Yin family. Throughout her childhood, her most constant companion was Yin Majiao, who was 4 years her senior. Alongside him were Yin Bo and Yin Mu, who provided her with care and affection. Once upon a time, she envied Yin Majiao for having such loving and supportive parents, a harmonious family life. But now, Yin Majiao revealed a startling truth. Yin Bo was not his biological father. You see, my father and mother were childhood sweethearts, he stated, pulling out a cigarette and contemplating it with his slender fingers, playing with the lighter, yet failing to ignite it. Meng Mingxuan, overwhelmed with shock, barely registered the cigarette's presence. She forced her mouth shut and nodded. Yes, I understand. Yin Bo held a deep affection for Yin Mu, often reminiscing about their childhood bond. She had known this from a young age. Yet, it seemed that the love of the men in the Yin family was tinged with an element of tragedy. Meng Mingxuan vividly recalled the day Yin Mu suffered a misfortune. Yin Bo appeared utterly devastated. A mere glance at him had brought her to tears. What agonizing depths must one reach to express such despair? Later, she witnessed a similar hopelessness in Yin Majiao. You may know that my parents were childhood sweethearts, but you are unaware that childhood friends do not contend with unexpected arrivals, he said with a sardonic smile, casting her a sidelong glance. Meng Mingxuan inexplicably felt that his words, childhood friends do not contend with unexpected arrivals, were a subtle reference to her. Surely, it was a mere illusion. She had no childhood sweetheart, unlike Yu Tian and Yin Ting. Oh, in her previous life, Yu Tian had deceived her, and neither were Yu Tian and Yin Ting childhood sweethearts. Brother Jiu, do you mean someone interfered in my parents' relationship back then? Meng Mingxuan steadied herself and inquired. Not a person, Yin Majiao replied slowly, but a scoundrel. The abrupt correction nearly choked Meng Mingxuan, and she finally realized who this scoundrel was. The elderly gentleman from Kyoto had referred to Yin Majiao as young master, and, while conveying some words from the elder, had mentioned sir. Coupled with Yin Majiao's earlier confession that he was not Yin Bo's biological son, it became clear, the one who intruded upon the childhood sweethearts, Yin Bo and Yin Mu, was that man from Kyoto, the sir, who was also Yin Majiao's biological father. His name was Yin Zheng, a scion of the prestigious Yin family of Kyoto, a figure of immense power at that time. Yin Majiao's cigarette bent in his fingers. He had come to the city for an inspection and encountered Meng Mingxuan's mother. A shiver ran through her. Yin Mu was incredibly beautiful, a gentle and graceful Jiangnan beauty. It was easy to imagine how the young master from Kyoto would be captivated by her. Mother willingly left with him. Yin Majiao remarked faintly. Father chose to support her. He believed she had found true love. Believed? So it wasn't genuine? Meng Mingxuan instinctively tightened her fingers. In truth, her mother had merely sought to protect her father. She understood that one could not contend with greater forces. Her father, burdened with a widow and responsibilities, could not suffer for her sake. The cigarette in Yin Majiao's hand snapped in two. If this were the conclusion of the story, it would not be devoid of poetic charm. Alas! His mother had been betrayed and nearly lost her life at the hands of Yin Zheng. Meng Mingxuan recalled the words of the elder. Surely, you would not wish for the Yin family's fortune to fall into the hands of that mother and son, would you? She lowered her gaze. It turned out that the young master Yin had stolen Yin aunt, but failed to cherish her, ultimately betraying her and fathering children with other women, nearly costing Yin and her life. On her return to Linsheng, she had been kidnapped, her limbs ruthlessly broken. A chilling glint flickered in Yin Majiao's eyes. Had it not been for his father serendipitously attending an academic conference in Kyoto and driving back to Linsheng, discovering his mother's ancestral bracelet left behind on the road, and rescuing her, she would have been silenced. Meng Mingxuan shuddered. The intrigues of a great family were indeed cruel and terrifying. His father exhausted all their savings and vowed not to alert the authorities. The kidnappers, driven by greed, finally agreed to release her, but they demanded that she change her name and never return to Kyoto. Meng Mingxuan understood. The kidnappers were likely hired by the mistress with whom Yin Zheng was having an affair, intending to take Yin Ant's life. Only with Yin Ant's demise could the mistress claim her rightful place. Thus, the kidnappers received payment from two parties, yet insisted Yin Ant adopt a new identity, fearing that Yin Zheng's mistress would discover their failure to complete the task. Once news of his mother's death reached Kyoto, the old patriarch grew suspicious and never ceased his quest for the truth. Years prior, his men had found her. Yin Jiu discarded the broken cigarette into the trash. Speaking softly, he said he would only acknowledge me as his eldest grandson. Meng Mingxuan was astonished by the complexity of Yin Jiu's background. In a previous life, had he been preoccupied with matters in Kyoto, hence his prolonged absence from Linshan? No wonder she could never locate him. Brother Jiu, what do you plan to do now? Meng Mingxuan inquired gently. Having gone to Kyoto in a past life, it was inevitable he would venture there again in this one. He must seek vengeance for Yin Ant. But what of her? Would he take her along to Kyoto? If he insisted she remain in Linshan, citing the dangers of Kyoto, how could she persuade him to let her accompany him? Anxiety brimmed in Meng Mingxuan's eyes. Yin Jiu rose and sat beside her. With a warm hand, he gently grasped her shoulder. Mingxuan, although Kyoto may pose certain dangers, I am far more uneasy about leaving you alone in Linshan. Would you be willing to accompany me to Kyoto? I do not wish to remain in Linshan alone. I want to go to Kyoto with Brother Jiu. Joy radiated from Meng Mingxuan's eyes. Before Yin Jiu could voice his thoughts, she immediately expressed her desire. How wonderful! Brother Jiu did not intend to leave her behind in Linshan. Indeed, Brother Jiu was the best brother in the world. Meng Mingxuan's happiness was impossible to conceal. Her already sparkling eyes now shone even brighter. Very well. Yin Jiu gently embraced her, stroking her long hair that fell across her back. Then it is settled. We shall depart in a week. It was not that he hadn't considered placing her in Lin City. However, the distance and obstacles made him apprehensive. He feared that should anyone extend their reach to Lin City, he would be powerless to intervene and regret it for a lifetime. It was better to keep her close. Under his watchful eye, a smile blossomed on Meng Mingxuan's face, and she felt a profound sense of peace. In the private room of the club, Nie Ziang and Tang Jun clinked their glasses together. Cheers! Finally, we can return to Kyoto and showcase our talents. Over the years, the majority of Meng Yin Group's operations had shifted to Kyoto. With the assistance of Old Master Yin, they had begun collaborations with several multinational corporations. In contrast to the joy radiating from Ye Ziang and Tang Jun, Yin Jiu appeared somewhat distracted under the dim light of the private room. Brother Jiu, is there something troubling you? Feng Yilin noticed Yin Jiu's preoccupation. Yin Jiu's long, slender fingers gently swirled his glass. After a moment, he lifted his gaze. There's a performance that requires your cooperation. A performance? Feng Yilin was taken aback. For whom? Yin Jiu lowered his eyes, gazing at the enticing reflections of light dancing in his drink. After a lengthy pause, he spoke softly, Mingxuan. Nie Ziang, Tang Yun. Feng Yilin was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Brother Jiu is finally ready to take action? Yin Jiu recalled the sweet image of Meng Mingxuan hurriedly expressing her desire to accompany him to Kyoto, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The little rose had become irresistibly alluring. He needed to secure a rightful place for himself. Chapter 22. Have you blocked my phone and WeChat? After a week of deliberation, Yin Jiu began to arrange the affairs of the Meng Yin Group in light of the impending trip to Kyoto. Meng Mingxuan refrained from visiting the company, fearing that her presence might disrupt Yin Jiu's work. With time on her hands, she meticulously packed her belongings for Kyoto into her suitcase. Upon spotting the limited edition 60 centimeters pink teddy bear on the bed, her expression momentarily faltered. In her previous life, when insomnia and headaches plagued her to the point of wanting to bash her head against the wall, her kind mother-in-law had fetched this bear for her from the villa, and thereafter she had clung to it for comfort during sleep. This teddy bear was a gift from Yin Jiu on her 15th birthday. He had postponed his departure for a distant journey to celebrate her birthday the day after. During his absence, the bear was meant to keep her company. When she received the bear, she discovered a tag affixed to its back bearing 5 words pinned by him: temporary companion bear. It seemed to imply that this bear was only meant to accompany her in his absence. As Meng Mingxuan reflected on this, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. She was reluctant to part with it, for it was a gift from Lord Jiu. Yet, this bear had borne witness to countless tormenting nights in her past life. And before she could fully let go of that existence, she needed to conceal it. She gently placed the bear into the corner of the wardrobe. This was their old residence, and she hoped that one day, when both she and Lord Jiu had aged, they could return here to reminisce about their childhood memories. Suddenly, her phone on the sofa rang. Meng Mingxuan hurried over, anticipating it might be Lord Jiu calling. However, upon checking the screen, she found it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello. This is Meng Mingxuan," she answered. "Xian, have you blocked my phone and WeChat?" came Ting's hoarse and pained voice. Meng Mingxuan indeed had blocked all of Ting's contact methods, but she suspected he would find a way to reach her nonetheless. She had no intention of changing her number. She would not flee, but instead retaliate. She aimed to completely eradicate Ting from her heart, leaving not a trace behind. "Yes, we no longer have a need to stay in contact. Why? Xian, you clearly accepted my proposal. We promised to grow old together, and so many witnessed our vows." Meng Mingxuan silently listened to Ting's choked confessions. Although she recognized that the man on the line was deceiving her, she felt no anger. Instead, she thought it truly a pity that he had not pursued a career in acting. "I am leaving Lin City. Everything we discussed previously no longer holds weight." As Ting began to weep, she delivered her resolute answer. "Leaving Lin City?" Ting straightened up from the sofa, a sudden urgency in his voice. "Xian, where are you going?" Meng Mingxuan replied indifferently. "That is of no concern to you." Ting pondered a possibility. Is this a decision made by Lord Jiu? Is he not only intent on separating us, but also sending you away? "I have stated that it is none of your concern. Do not contact me again." Meng Mingxuan ended the call and promptly blocked the number. She sat on the sofa, contemplating the past actions of Ting, yet she could not decipher anything conclusive. In his previous life, Ting had taken her 50 million and established a gaming company in Linqing. It seemed to have fared well, but he never ventured to Kyoto. Meng Mingxuan found this puzzling. If Ting's intent was to exact revenge on Lord Jiu, why did he not follow him to Kyoto after Lord Jiu left Linqing? Was it possible that Ting had someone behind him who forbade him from going to Kyoto? Just as her thoughts began to ache, her phone rang again. Upon seeing another unfamiliar number, she assumed it was Ting calling from a new number and hung up. As she prepared to block the number once more, a message arrived. "Thank you, Mississippi. I will spend my life repaying you." Thank her? Repay her? Addressing her as Miss? Meng Mingxuan immediately thought of one person, Bai Chan. She quickly returned the call. "Miss," Bai Chan answered. "How is your mother's condition?" Meng Mingxuan inquired. "Thanks to you, Miss, that day. After young Master Feng introduced me to the hospital, the director arranged for the best doctors to perform surgery on my mother. The operation was very successful, and she was transferred to a regular ward the next day. She is awake now and can even consume some liquid food," Bai Chan replied, her voice filled with gratitude. "That is wonderful." Meng Mingxuan recalled Bai Chan's tragic fate in her previous life and said, "Bai Chan, please add me on WeChat, and then send a screenshot of our chat to your moments. Also, if anything arises in the future, just message me directly." Bai Chan's background had been thoroughly explained to her by Feng Yilin. It was evident that Bai Chan and her mother had long suffered bullying from the Bai family. Thus, she suspected that Bai Chan's suicide from a Meng Yin group building in her past life may have deeper implications, possibly connected to the Bai family. However, she was about to leave Linqing and could not constantly protect Bai Chan. She hoped that her presence in Bai Chan's moments might serve as a deterrent to the Bai family. "Miss I," Bai Chan's voice trembled with emotion. She understood that the miss was standing by her side. "I simply admire capable young women." Meng Mingxuan smiled. "Miss, I will not disappoint your admiration," Bai Chan replied, her eyes brimming with warmth. "Very well, let us add each other on WeChat." "All right, Mississippi." After ending the call, Bai Chan's friend request arrived. Meng Mingxuan accepted it in a flash, sending a fierce emoji along with a message. How infuriating. As an idol, how could you delete your fans' WeChat? I forgive you this time, but there will be no next. Bai Chan replied, I was wrong. Mississippi. Meng Mingxuan added, please refer to me as my Mississippi. Bai Chan responded, I was wrong. My Mississippi. Meng Mingxuan sent an emoji that expressed her reluctant forgiveness. Bai Chan then sent a screenshot for Meng Mingxuan's approval. Miss, does this screenshot look acceptable? Meng Mingxuan read it twice, confirming their intimate connection, and replied, okay. Bai Chan trembled as she typed, posting on her moments. The caption read, I'm sorry, my young lady. Bai Chan's circle of friends was modest, primarily consisting of classmates from the computer science department, along with a few colleagues from the IT security department of Meng Yin Group and several relatives. This was her first post, yet it exploded in popularity. Is this for real? Is she, the young lady of Meng Yin Group, the princess of Lingshan? Senior, you are amazing. The young lady of Meng Yin Group regards you as an idol. Senior, where can we worship such a fan? I want one too. Xiao Chan, it turns out you know not just the president of Meng Yin Group, but the young lady as well. Xiao Chan, are you coming home for dinner this weekend? At the Bai residence, Bai Sidong quickly received the news. She naturally had Bai Chan's WeChat, but Bai Chan never posted on her moments. Unexpectedly, when she did, it was something monumental. Bai Sidong gently stroked the screen of her phone, her gaze fixed upon the conversation screenshots from Bai Chan's moments, her eyes deep and contemplative. The young lady of Lingshan. Truly more approachable than Jiu Yi. Bai Sidong smiled faintly and stood up to change her clothes. As the workday concluded, Bai Chan watched Bai Sidong appear at the entrance of the Meng Yin Group building, her expression shifting in surprise. What was Bai Sidong doing here? Xiao Chan, I'm here to pick you up from work. Bai Sidong stepped forward, cheerfully linking her arm with Bai Chan's. Bai Chan felt her body stiffen, as if ensnared by a venomous snake. I saw Xiao Chan's moments. It turns out Xiao Chan is good friends with the young lady. Aunt Ning's recent fortune was also thanks to her assistance. Such a great favor deserves our heartfelt gratitude. Bai Sidong's words caused Bai Chan to take a step back. I have already thanked the young lady. She would not take Bai Sidong to meet her. Bai Sidong was not a good person. Chapter 23. Do you wish to be her sister-in-law? Yet, she shall never have a sister-in-law in this lifetime. In her recollection, Bai Chan rarely uttered a refusal. Indeed, having ascended to the lofty branch of the Meng Yin Group's esteemed young lady, she felt emboldened. Bai Sidong smiled slightly. You wouldn't expect me to disseminate those photos on the streets of Lin City, would you? The color drained from Bai Chan's face instantly. Her pale lips quivered for a moment, yet she stammered her refusal. Do as you please. Bai Sidong furrowed her brow. Her patience towards Bai Chan was waning. However, thinking of Lord Jiu, she tempered her demeanor. What about your mother? Will you not care for her? We shall soon bring your mother back to the Bai family, and her future rests entirely in your hands. Bai Chan swayed slightly, then rasped, even if you were to kill us both, I would never act against the interests of the young lady. With a scoff, Bai Sidong could not help but laugh. She regarded Bai Chan as one might regard a fool, gently patting her head. What are you thinking, my dear sister? Just ask around Lin City who would dare to harm Lord Jiu's cherished jewel. I merely wish to befriend the young lady, to discuss the potential union between the Bai and Yin families. The prospect of a union between the Bai and Yin families startled Bai Chan, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was she indeed setting her sights on Lord Jiu? The Bai family, a prominent lineage in Lin City, found itself juxtaposed against Lord Jiu, a self-made man with no familial support. A union between their families would signify a formidable alliance, mutually beneficial. Bai Sidong continued with a smile. Moreover, your young lady harbors deep affection for a man, yet Lord Jiu has cruelly torn them apart. If I could establish a dialogue with Lord Jiu, perhaps I might advocate for your young lady, persuading him to reconsider and accept that impoverished suitor. As a member of Lin City University and a contemporary of Meng Mingxuan, Bai Chan had indeed witnessed the romantic saga between Meng Mingxuan and Yin Ting. She was even present at the proposal during graduation season, having seen Meng Mingxuan's sweet smile. Yet, this was a matter between the young lady and Lord Jiu. There was no need for an outsider to intervene. How naive, Xiao Chan Bai Sidong remarked, observing that Bai Chan remained unyielding and no longer displayed the anger of the past. Instead of punishing her, she merely patted Bai Chan's cheek. Since you refuse to accompany me to see the young lady, I shall go alone. Rest assured, with your sister's identity, the young lady will certainly meet with me." With that, Bai Sidong turned to leave. "Wait." Bai Chan rushed forward. "I will accompany you." If Bai Sidong was determined to see the young lady, she would rather follow along, to prevent Bai Sidong from deceiving her and causing harm to the young lady. Meanwhile, Meng Mingxuan took a brief afternoon nap, albeit an uneasy one, plagued by desolate and dark dreams. She awoke within an hour, retrieving her phone to open the WeChat conversation with Yen Majiu, perusing their recent exchanges. Each message had elicited a response. Meng Mingxuan sighed softly, realizing her melancholy was perhaps not entirely resolved. She often felt a sense of anxiety, yet she was reluctant to seek medical assistance. Thus, she found herself unable to elucidate her thoughts to Yen Majiu. Nevertheless, as long as she remained in his presence, her spirits would gradually mend, for at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Meng Mingxuan rose from her bed, changed out of her slightly damp nightgown, rinsed her mouth, and proceeded to the kitchen on the first floor to prepare a modest meal. Ever since the Yen household had been reduced to just Meng Mingxuan and Yen Majiu, the villa had barred the entrance of servants and bodyguards. Although Yen Majiu cherished Meng Mingxuan, he equally valued her development and independence. She had earned her admission to Lingqing University through her own efforts, and she was capable of preparing a few simple dishes. Yen Majiu wished for her to retain her basic life skills even when he was not by her side. Seated at the dining table, Meng Mingxuan savored her meal while perusing messages in the WeChat group. Suddenly, a message from Bai Chan caught her attention. "Miss, my sister insists on coming along to express her gratitude to you in person. If I don't bring her, she plans to come alone. It seems she wishes to form a union with President Yen." Bai Chan's sister? Oh, was it the one named by Situ? How audacious of her to seek a marriage alliance with her older brother. Understanding Bai Chan's predicament, Meng Mingxuan replied, "It's fine, bring her along." Bai Chan, who had discreetly sent the message while feigning a trip to the restroom, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Meng Mingxuan's response. She was apprehensive about Bai Situ meeting the young lady alone and worried that her appearance with Bai Situ might lead to misunderstandings. Thus, she chose to inform the young lady of the situation beforehand to avoid any potential misinterpretations. After deleting the recent messages, Bai Chan returned to Bai Situ's car. "Let us go. Hand me your phone," Bai Situ said with a smile, extending her hand towards Bai Chan. Bai Chan's heart raced. Indeed, before she could refuse. Bai Situ retrieved her phone from her canvas bag. "How did you know?" Bai Chan watched in disbelief as Bai Situ unlocked her phone. "Isn't it just the birthday of your secret crush? Many people are aware of it." Initially shocked, Bai Chan's expression turned pale as a realization dawned upon her. The matter of her secret affection was known only to her crush, who had inadvertently discovered her diary and its youthful musings. Since then, she had ceased writing in her diary and even burned that very book. Could it be? Bai Chan clenched her fingers tightly, her knuckles turning white. After examining the chat history between Bai Chan and Meng Mingxuan, as well as Bai Chan's call records, Bai Situ confirmed that Bai Chan had not reached out to Meng Mingxuan before returning the phone. "Drive," Bai Chan instructed. "Yes, miss," the family driver promptly responded, starting the vehicle. Half an hour later, Bai Situ linked her arm with Bai Chan as they approached the villa under the watchful gaze of the bodyguards. "Miss, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I hope you will not find this small token of my appreciation lacking." Upon entering the living room, Bai Situ released Bai Chan's arm and presented a gift bag with both hands. Meng Mingxuan glanced at the coffee table and replied, "Sister Bai, you are too kind. Just place it on the table." She then gestured for Bai Chan. "Idol, come sit here." A single utterance of "sister" Bai brought a measure of calm to Bai Sitong's heart. Indeed, Meng Mingxuan was quite considerate of Bai Chan, and her decision to approach her was undoubtedly the right one. As Bai Chan settled beside Meng Mingxuan, they began to engage in lively conversation. Being alumni of the same institution, and with Bai Chan currently interning at the Yin Group, they found themselves with an abundance of shared topics. Bai Sidong refrained from interjecting, choosing instead to listen with a smile as the two young women conversed. It was not until Meng Mingxuan steered the discussion towards Yen Majiu that Bai Sidong saw an opportunity to interject. "Miss, Yin Yi is 26 this year, isn't he?" Meng Mingxuan turned and smiled. "Indeed." Many heiresses in Linsheng aspire to marry Yin Yi, hoping to become the sister-in-law of the eldest lady. Sister-in-law? Meng Mingxuan recalled the year she turned 18, when Yin Majiu sat in a parked recliner on a rainy night, his hands stained with a mixture of rainwater and blood. Utterly shattered, he had not cried, yet she felt as if she had witnessed his tears. He had emitted no sound, yet she sensed his silent weeping. Over the years, she had never dared to inquire about that night, nor could she bring herself to mention it. She believed she would never have a sister-in-law in this lifetime. Emerging from her reverie, Meng Mingxuan chuckled softly. Does Sister Bai wish for that too? Chapter 24. Is ninth brother seeking a woman to pretend as his girlfriend? Bai Sidong's eyes flickered slightly. She did not anticipate that Meng Mingxuan would so boldly inquire of her. Indeed, she was a spoiled young lady. With ninth master being exceedingly busy, would it not be splendid if a sister-in-law were to care for the young lady, listening to her youthful musings? Bai Sidong remarked with subtle intent. Meng Mingxuan blinked, yet I previously asked ninth brother, and he stated he was not interested in having a girlfriend. Bai Sidong was taken aback. It was only later that I realized that what ninth brother desired was a boyfriend. Meng Mingxuan deliberately conveyed a misleading notion to Bai Sidong. Bai Chan was Meng Mingxian's idol, hence her affection extended to Bai Sidong, Bai Chan's sister. Yet, she would not reveal that her ninth brother had someone in his heart, and that secret was the essence of a departed soul. She merely wished for Bai Sidong to retreat in perplexity. Both Bai Sidong and Bai Chan were somewhat stunned. The illustrious ninth master of Lin City prefers men? This was utterly incredulous. However, contemplating that ninth master wielded immense power in Lin City, yet had never allowed a woman to approach him, they began to perceive this as perhaps the true reason behind his single status at the age of 26. After all, which man in ninth master's position would abstain from the company of women? At the entrance of the villa, 2 rows of bodyguards simultaneously lowered their heads. They truly had not heard a thing. Nie Zhang, Tang Jun, and Feng Yilin were desperately stifling their laughter. They must not laugh. To do so would bring them misfortune for an extended period. They might even find themselves dragged to an underground boxing arena for a friendly exchange. Yin Majiu momentarily doubted his hearing. Otherwise, how could his little Rose utter that she wished for a boyfriend? Who provided her with such erroneous information? Could this be the reason why she had always remained by his side without ever developing romantic feelings for him? Contemplating the fact that someone was misleading Meng Mingxuan behind the scenes, Yin Majiu's eyes darkened, and a chilling malice surfaced between his brows. Therefore, ninth master might indeed require a legitimate wife. Bai Sidong, who was typically astute, stuttered for a moment. Was Meng Mingxuan truly that naive? Such a secret belonging to ninth master, and she dared to casually share it with others. Ninth brother despises women, except for his sister. Meng Mingxuan hesitated and continued. If Sister Bai truly does not fear ninth brother's wrath and is unperturbed by his sexual orientation, I could inquire whether ninth brother would be willing to marry Sister Bai as a wife in name only. Wife in name only. Bai Sidong's complexion shifted between red and pale. The impact of this term was undeniably overwhelming. After all, if Yin Majiu truly preferred men, then given his status, even if he were to marry a wife in name only, he would assuredly not allow her to betray him. Yet, Bai Sidong was destined to inherit the Bai family legacy. She must bear her own child. Yin Majiu no longer wished to hear such absurd phrases. He slightly restrained the aura of coldness enveloping him and stepped through the door. The bodyguards remained outside. Meanwhile, Ni Xiang, Tang Yun, and Feng Yilin all managed their expressions and followed him inside. Ninth brother, Meng Mingxuan, was engrossed in her conversation with Bai Sidong when she suddenly spotted Yin Majiu, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, returning. Instinctively, she rose to her feet. Oh no, how much of her nonsensical chatter had he overheard? Observing the girl's anxious and flustered expression, Yin Majiu unbuttoned his suit jacket and approached her, gently ruffling her hair. Have you had lunch? Yes, I made it myself. With his demeanor appearing rather amiable, Meng Mingxuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. He must have just reached the doorway and missed her earlier ramblings. Good, Yin Majiu said, casting a sidelong glance at the Bai sisters, who had already stood up. Guests? Before Meng Mingxuan could respond, Bai Sidong gracefully introduced herself, Master Jiu. I am Bai Sitong, the daughter of the Bai family. My father is Bai. Yin Majiao raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze piercing through her. Did I inquire? Bai Sitong, possessing both beauty and social grace, had never faced such disregard from a man throughout her life. At that moment, she genuinely believed that Master Jiu favored men. Meng Mingxuan tugged at Yin Majiao's sleeve. What is it? He asked, lowering his gaze to the delicate fingers grasping his clothing. His previously frosty tones softened like melting spring snow. Brother Jiu, she is Bai Chan's sister. Understood. Yin Majiao affectionately tousled her hair. I have matters to attend to today. You may take your guest out for a meal or shopping. No, I do not wish to go out today. Meng Mingxuan immediately shook her head. With Brother Jiu at home, how could she possibly leave? Sensing her attachment, Yin Majiao's lips curled slightly, his mood improving. Then you may converse. He retracted his hand and ascended the staircase to his study. Come with me upstairs, he addressed Niazang and the others. Coming, Brother Jiu. The trio responded with smiles directed at Meng Mingxuan before following Yin Majiao upstairs. The living room was once again left with 3 women. Miss, we shall take our leave, Bai Chan stated, her back already damp with cold sweat. The combined aura of Master Jiu and the other gentleman was overwhelming, rendering her weak in the knees. Bai Chan had longed to excuse herself. Yes, my brother Jiu dislikes having strangers in the house. We shall gather again next time, Meng Mingxuan said. Linking arms with Bai Chan, she accompanied both sisters to the door, watching them depart before returning to the living room. The bodyguard dutifully closed the door behind her. Once back in the car, Bai Sitong remarked pointedly to Bai Chan, the eldest lady has quite a good temperament. She is naive and easily deceived, Bai Chan replied. Her head bowed in silence. She was aware of Bai Sitong's ambitions to ascend socially, yet her own desire was solely to repay the eldest lady for her mother's rescue. Bai Sitong cast a sidelong glance at Bai Chan, temporarily suppressing her urge to belittle her. Since Meng Mingxuan cherished her younger sister so dearly, it would be wise to take advantage of that. In the study, the 4 men, who were supposed to be discussing business, sat in silence. The door was slightly ajar, allowing them to hear any commotion from outside. Yin Majiao absently twirled the golden pen in his hand, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on the door. Below, the Bai sisters had already departed. Meng Mingxuan raised her gaze towards the study, recalling that the villa lacked a live-in maid to brew tea for her. Thus, she turned and prepared 4 cups of Dahong Pao, carefully placing them on a white tray. She then ascended the staircase. As she completed her ascent and entered the corridor, the voices of the men became distinctly audible. Brother Jiu, you are aware that in those prominent families, gossip abounds. Bringing Mingxuan back with you could tarnish her reputation. In due time, adversaries will cast all manner of aspersions. Therefore, Brother Jiu must heed my advice and find a decoy. Ziyang spoke astutely, adding, moreover, if Brother Jiu remains single upon returning to Kyoto, he is likely to attract the attention of numerous highborn ladies, which would lead to complications and offend those families. It would be wiser to return under the guise of being not single to quell any matrimonial aspirations from those families. Brother Jiu, you should find a woman to masquerade as your girlfriend. Nie Ziang, Tang Jun, and Feng Yilan all urged Yin Majiao in this direction. Meng Mingxuan stood at the door of the study, her expression momentarily taken aback. Brother Jiu intends to find a woman to feign being his girlfriend? Chapter 25. Brother Jiu, do you think I am capable? Meng Mingxuan asked nervously, her fingers nervously intertwined. For reasons unknown, she hesitated before entering the study. She heard the sound of a lighter flicking repeatedly from within, not as if someone were lighting a cigarette, but rather as if engaged in deep contemplation. Then, she heard Yin Majiao's deep voice resonate. Is it merely a nominal identity, or must we engage in a charade? Of course, we must display some affection. Otherwise, it would be too apparent that it is a facade, she reassured him. Do not worry, Brother Jiu. It will only be a matter of holding hands and perhaps a gentle embrace. No need for you to make any personal sacrifices. Meng Mingxuan frowned slightly. Was it really necessary to hold hands and embrace in public? A sense of discomfort surged from the depths of her being. I have a cleanliness obsession, she murmured. Yin Majiao's voice was cold, a tone cultivated from prolonged power. Even his mildest remarks bore an unyielding weight. If it is too much, perhaps you should consider finding a boyfriend, Tang Jun suddenly proposed. If I were to find a boyfriend, wouldn't that mean Brother Jiu would have to embrace a man? Meng Mingxuan questioned, her mind racing. Surely, Brother Jiu doesn't actually prefer men? Yin Majiao cast a chilling glance at Nie Zhang, his eyes sharp. If you truly wish to speak, I can silence you for good. Nie Zhang promptly covered his mouth. I see what you desire. I think the eldest daughter of the Bai family would be quite suitable. Otherwise, shall it be her? Feng Yilin suggested. Glancing at the ajar door, the heiress of a prominent family in Lin City, she was not only beautiful, but also a friend of the eldest daughter. She is not my friend, Meng Mingxuan interjected, her heart constricting. Holding a tray, she kicked the study door open and stepped inside. Sister Mingxuan? Nie Zhang feigned surprise. Yin Majiao swiftly rose, striding towards her and taking the tray from her hands. Do not carry so many cups at once. What if you burn yourself? He admonished, frowning. Understood. Meng Mingxuan's thoughts were far from the matter at hand. Brother Jiu, Bai Sidong is not my friend. Very well. Yin Majiao glanced at her before placing the tray on the coffee table. Serve yourself. Say thank you to Nie Zhang and the others. He merely uttered those two sentences before guiding Meng Mingxuan to sit on the love seat. Thank you, Sister Mingxuan, Nie Zhang said, rising to take the first cup with a smile. Thank you, little princess, Tang Jun remarked, taking the second cup. Thank you, young lady, Feng Yilin added, taking the third cup. In her previous life, Meng Mingxuan had rarely encountered Nie Zhang, and they had hardly interacted. Otherwise, she would have recognized earlier the complexities of her identity. At that moment, Yin Majiao spoke again. You all heard it. Mingxuan does not agree. Meng Mingxuan froze, recalling her earlier words as she opened her lips to explain, but before she could, Nie Zhang interjected. Sister Mingxuan, now that you are aware of Brother Jiu's background, this return to the capital is a quest for power and vengeance. Under the guise of being your brother, he is bringing you back to the capital as a single man, which will inevitably lead that mother and son to cast aspersions upon you. Meng Mingxuan felt her face flush. She understood all too well how those aspersions would manifest. The little princess's possessiveness towards Zhuge is understandable. However, the eldest lady should also exhibit some discernment and consider Zhuge's perspective. Tang Jun observed Yin Majiao's handsome face, which was enough to evoke envy among women, and coupled with his status as the legitimate heir of the Yin family, it would undoubtedly captivate the affluent young ladies of the capital. One could only imagine how exhausting it would be for him to fend off such admirers, leaving little time for power struggles and vengeance. Feng Yilin remarked that the eldest lady had been well protected by Zhuge and might be unaware of the unscrupulous tactics employed by prominent families in the capital. To be fair, even if Zhuge were to have a legitimate girlfriend, they would resort to underhanded methods to secure an alliance with the Yin family. For instance, he glanced at the silent Yin Majiao and suggested the use of drugs. Meng Mingxuan trembled slightly at the implication. If a child were to be conceived with a wealthy heiress, Zhuge would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. Otherwise, he would face formidable rivals, leading to a tumultuous upheaval. Feng Yilin sipped his hot tea and continued. Thus we propose that Zhuge find someone to masquerade as his girlfriend, not merely to declare his non-single status, but to assume the role of a fierce protector, safeguarding his virtue and warding off any ill-intentioned women. Meng Mingxuan remained silent. Yin Majiao slightly raised an eyebrow, his thin lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately, he refrained. As you suggest, we need someone fearless to accomplish this task. Nie Zhang chuckled. That is indeed the case, Feng Yilin replied, casting a glance toward Meng Mingxuan. Meng Mingxuan pondered the meaning behind his look. Did he perceive her as someone unafraid? That would be difficult, considering that the previous lady had nearly been frightened to death by Zhuge's mere words, her complexion paling instantly. Tang Jun smirked. To be frank, aside from our little princess, who else would have the audacity to act recklessly before Zhuge? Achaka escaped Nizian. Meng Mingxuan felt as though her native tongue had failed her. The trio was not subtly mocking her. They were merely stating facts. Yet, they were correct. Zhuge's return to the capital was not solely for power, but also to seek vengeance for Aunt Yen. Naturally, she must assist Jiu in clearing obstacles from his path. Jiu, do you think I can do this? Meng Mingxuan asked nervously, her fingers fidgeting as she tilted her head. Yen Maju met her gaze, his eyes locking onto her beautiful orbs filled with twinkling starlight, stirring within him an impulse to conceal her from a world. Clap! Niet Zhang suddenly clapped his hands and stood, exclaiming excitedly, if Mingxian is willing to assist, it would be perfect. Tang Jun raised an eyebrow, chuckling. The rapport between Jiu and the little princess doesn't require any acting. Their intimacy is utterly natural. Moreover, with this arrangement, Jiu would no longer have any sisters. Merely a childhood betrothal arranged by their parents. Finally, the eldest lady has come to an understanding. Feng Yilin smiled gently, finishing the tea brewed by Meng Mingxuan. Encouraged by the trio, Meng Mingxuan felt a surge of confidence. Yet, she remained uncertain about Yin Maju's feelings regarding the matter. In the depths of his heart, Jiu wondered. Would Mingxian feel wronged? Yin Maju raised his hand, gently turning her shoulder, and gazed into her eyes. No, Meng Mingxian shook her head. She felt joyful to be of assistance to Jiu. Her only concern was whether Jiu would be reluctant. After all, he harbored profound feelings for someone else. Then it's decided. Yin Maju extended his arm, enveloping Meng Mingxian in his embrace. The typically austere beauty of his eyes now revealed a subtle curve, enchanting and mesmerizing. Regrettably, Meng Mingxian was oblivious to this transformation. Previously, she had not perceived anything special about such embraces. She had often shared them with Yin Maju throughout her childhood. It was only after beginning a romantic relationship with Yin Ting, who expressed jealousy over her interactions with her brother, that she began to maintain some distance from Yin Maju. Yet she had never considered this to be problematic. But now, after agreeing to feign a romantic relationship with Yin Maju, she suddenly felt his embrace radiating warmth, leaving her somewhat flustered. Had she made her decision too hastily? Just as this thought crossed Meng Mingxuan's mind, Niet Zhang suddenly remarked, Mingxian, you must hold on to Jiu's waist. Otherwise, it will be easy for others to see that you're merely pretending to be a couple. Oh, reluctantly, Meng Mingxian reached out, gently wrapping her arms around Yin Maju's waist. Niet Zhang exchanged triumphant glances with the others. Success. Now, it was time to see how Jiu would captivate the little princess. Chapter 26, I owe her too much to have the right to lose my temper with her. Niet Zhang and the others emerged from the villa, entering the car without haste. They rolled down the windows and leisurely lit their cigarettes. Despite their collaboration in the performance orchestrated by Yin Maju, the three were inwardly burdened. After an indeterminate period, the usually nonchalant Tang Jun quietly inquired, do you think the little princess will truly assist Brother Jiu? A betrayal is certainly out of the question. She has been nurtured under Brother Jiu's guidance. Her character could not possibly decline to the point of backstabbing her own kin. Yet, what Brother Jiu seeks transcends familial bonds. Now that Brother Jiu has commenced his actions, it is evident that Meng Mingxian only wishes to alleviate Brother Jiu's troubles with solitude. Should their pretense as a couple lead to Brother Jiu losing control, and she discovers his long-standing feelings, could it result in yet another fallout between them? The atmosphere within the car suddenly grew tense. Niet Zhang took a deeper drag from his cigarette, feeling utterly vexed. If he were to provoke him, he might concoct something for these two. After all, someone once said, the path to a woman's heart lies in. Feng Yilin spoke in a calm tone. Those with strong inner fortitude are unafraid of injury. However, I find it unjust for Brother Jiu. Niet Zhang's fists clenched slightly. Why must it always be Brother Jiu who gives? In the Meng Yin group, the name Meng comes first. Does that mean she possesses no heart? Is she incapable of sensing Brother Jiu's love for her? Ziyang, Tang Jun called out. Niet Zhang fell silent, glancing towards the villa. His voice had been raised, and with the windows down, it would be unfortunate if someone inside overheard. Feng Yilin slowly extinguished his cigarette. On the day of the young lady's graduation ceremony, Brother Jiu had consumed copious amounts of alcohol. I couldn't bear to watch and went to dissuade him, and he uttered a single sentence. Tang Jun and Niet Zhang both trembled slightly. What did he say? Brother Jiu remarked, I owe her too much to have the right to lose my temper with her. Brother Jiu, owes the little princess too much? What exactly does he owe? Where's the debt? Nie Xiang, Tang Jun, and Feng Yilin, all hailing from Kyoto, had only been under Yin Majiu's tutelage for a mere 3 to 4 years. They were aware that Yin Majiu cherished Meng Mingxuan as if she were a precious gem, loving her deeply, yet they had never contemplated the underlying reasons. Ulfor, are you suggesting? Tang Jun felt a rush of trepidation. Feng Yilin exchanged a complex glance with Tang Jun. Tang Jun slumped in his seat, feeling suddenly drained. What is this? Don't leave us guessing. Nizian urged anxiously. Tang Jun pressed his pale fingers against his throbbing temples. How did the little princess become an orphan? Why was she raised by the Yin family? Why did Brother Jiu, with his aloof nature, treat an orphan with such kindness? Even postponing revenge for her sake? There must be secrets unknown to us. Thus, Brother Jiu claims he owes the little princess and lacks the right to be angry with her. Nie Xiang looked on in horror. Did Mingxian become an orphan because of Brother Jiu? In the study, Meng Mingxian withdrew her arms from around the man's strong waist, her expression awkward. Brother Jiu, they have left. Are you uncomfortable? Yin Majiu slightly released her, casually remarking, haven't you ever embraced Yinting? Was she forever to be haunted by this dark chapter of her past? They had never shared a kiss, nor had they been wed in their previous life. However, hand-holding and embraces were certainly not absent. When Yinting held her, she instinctively placed her hands before her chest, creating a barrier between their bodies. In contrast, when Yin Majiu embraced her, she felt no such instinct for self-preservation. Just moments ago, their bodies had been nearly pressed together, sending tingles down her spine. Meng Mingxian chose silence, and Yin Majiu deduced the answer. They had embraced. He raised his hand, gently tugging at his tie, suppressing the surge of jealousy within him. Did you see Bacon's post on social media? He shifted the topic. It was I who prompted her to share it, Meng Mingxian elucidated. We are heading to Kyoto, and there are many matters beyond our control. Only if everyone recognizes her as my idol will they refrain from mistreating her. Wasn't Bai Sidong the one who had undergone the most significant transformation? Yet, Feng Yilin had long investigated the Bai family, revealing that Bai Sidong and her mother had consistently bullied Bacon and her mother. Moreover, Bacon's mother, Chang Anning, hadn't willingly accepted the role of a mistress. In her youth, she had been deceived by Bai Jibin. When she became pregnant, the legitimate wife confronted her, revealing the deception. Bai Jibin had a family. Even the marriage certificate between her and Bai Jibin was a fabrication. Chang Anning's life was one of tragedy. Yet, she adored her daughter, Bacon. For her sake, she had endured over 20 years as a servant in the Bai household, bearing the humiliation from the Bai women. This time, she had nearly lost her life. Thankfully, Bacon had excelled, gaining admission to Linqing University and becoming a formidable senior in the computer science department. She even secured an internship at the Meng Yin group. Why a sister? Yin Majiu had never witnessed Meng Mingxian extend kindness to anyone. Even with Yinting, it had taken months of persistence before he entered her awareness. For our Meng Yin group, the word hour transformed Yin Majiu's previously imperceptible dominance into a softness in that moment. He took her hand, encasing it within his own. She seemed to instinctively pull back for a moment, yet quickly complied and did not withdraw again. She possesses remarkable skills in computing. Meng Mingxian endeavored to convince Yin Majiu, asserting that Bacon was a top-tier talent. Once, I overheard several students from the computer science department discussing her, claiming her abilities rivaled those of renowned hackers. Notable companies from afar had sought her, yet she chose to remain in Linqiang for her mother. All right, she was fabricating some details. Regardless, Bacon was indeed capable. Even if Brother Jiu set a challenge, Bacon would surely prevail. Mingxian could be her mentor and benefactor, but she must maintain a distance and should never befriend her. Remember my words, all right? Yin Majiu leaned in slightly, his breath brushing against her ear. Just half an inch away, his lips could press against her porcelain-like earlobe, his warm, ambiguous breath eliciting a delightful shiver. For a moment, Meng Mingxian found herself at a loss for response, unaware that Yin Majiu was testing the boundaries of their connection. She found herself in a state of helpless contemplation, pondering why, after pretending to be in a romantic relationship, her proximity to Yin Majiu suddenly felt less comfortable. Very well. Meng Mingxuan responded absently. She chose not to inquire about the reason behind Yin Majiu's insistence on keeping her at a distance from Bai Chan. After all, Yin Majiu was acting in her best interest. Once the serious matters had been addressed, their conversation shifted to a more personal topic, her desire to find a boyfriend. Yin Majiu's hand gradually ascended, gently grasping the nape of Meng Mingxuan's neck, his handsome face drawing closer as he spoke in a low, husky voice. Who has been spreading such a significant rumor about me in front of Mingxuan? Meng Mingxuan felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into thin air. So he had heard. I merely mentioned it in passing. She covets you, so I said that to dissuade her. Meng Mingxuan stammered in her explanation. Yin Majiu wore a smirk that was both playful and enigmatic. So, Mingxuan, do you think I prefer men or women? Of course, Brother Jiu prefers women. It's just a pity that her sister is no longer around. Meng Mingxuan lowered her gaze, and Yin Majiu remained oblivious to the regret and sorrow that lingered in her eyes. Chapter 27, she raised her hand to cover the spot that had been kissed. Yin Majiu gently patted Meng Mingxuan's back. In the future, if any woman covets me, will this be the reason? No, it won't. Meng Mingxuan shook her head fervently. What reason do you intend to use then? Yin Majiu inquired again. Meng Mingxuan hesitated. Had he forgotten about their pretense as a couple? Surely, no woman would dare to confront the legitimate girlfriend, right? Yet, she wasn't entirely certain. After all, she had never encountered such peculiar circumstances in her 2 lifetimes. The diversity of large families is indeed remarkable. Yin Majiu remarked with a hint of mockery in his voice. You will soon witness it for yourself. Meng Mingxuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of sympathy. Mimicking his gesture, she gently patted his back and said, Jiu Ge, I will always be by your side. Whether it was about seizing power or avenging Aunt Yin, she vowed to stand steadfastly beside him. She would not allow him to face the battles in Kyoto alone as he had in his past life. The corners of Yin Majiu's eyes twitched slightly. He rested his chin on her shoulder, tightening his embrace. Mingxuan is so well-behaved now. Meng Mingxuan felt a twinge of guilt, for her obedience had only lasted a few days after years of bickering with him. Suddenly, she recalled her previous life, where she joyfully prepared for her wedding with Yin Ting while he fought alone in Kyoto. A dull ache surged within her heart, and she couldn't help but ask, Jiu Ge, if I had not discovered the truth about Yin Ting's deception and had truly married him, would you have gone to Kyoto alone? The hand resting on her back stiffened slightly. It felt as if a sharp blade had pierced through him, with blood oozing forth. After a prolonged struggle with his emotions, he replied, yes. Would you be very sad? Sad that I was not there to accompany you? As soon as Meng Mingxuan voiced her question, she began to feel sorrow for him. They had relied on each other for so many years. Yet he would embark on a difficult journey while she refused to accompany him. How heart-wrenching and disappointing that must be for him. Yes, Yin Majiu's tone was soft and subdued, yet it resonated with profound melancholy. Meng Mingxuan instinctively tightened her embrace around his waist. I'm sorry, Jiu Ge. I'm so sorry. Feeling her concern for him, Yin Majiu entwined a strand of her hair between his fingers, a hint of amusement in his tone. Do you feel sorry for your brother? Yes. Meng Mingxuan's voice was somewhat muffled. She had heard her dearest one for the sake of a scoundrel. Then treat your brother better from now on. Yin Majiu's dark eyes sparkled with glimmers of light. Their relationship was defined, albeit fictitiously. Yet, through the intimacy of a couple, even the falsehood could transform into something genuine. Unless, of course, he found her utterly unappealing. All right, Meng Mingxuan readily agreed. Only to raise a question, Jiu Ge. Didn't you say that when we arrive in Kyoto, we wouldn't refer to each other as siblings? Yet he still addressed her as brother? Yin Majiu understood the reason behind her inquiry and burst into laughter. He released her, kissed her forehead, and a charming smile graced his lips. True couples often regard the term brother as a form of playful intimacy. Playful intimacy? Is it truly like this? Well, it seems she has fallen behind. Reflecting on her past life, she could not help but feel resentment towards Yin Ting. Meanwhile, Meng Mingxuan, having just emerged from the shock of intimacy, suddenly realized that Yin Moji had kissed her forehead. Brother Jiu. She was somewhat startled. Her forehead unexpectedly felt warm, and she instinctively raised her hand to cover the spot that had been kissed. She and Moji shared a close bond. When she first arrived at the Yin family during her childhood, she often sought comfort in his room, even lying on his bed out of insecurity. However, after the passing of Uncle Yin and Aunt Yin, both she and Moji had matured, and they no longer shared a bed. Moji frequently embraced her and held her hand, but he would never kiss her, at least not on the forehead. After arriving in the capital, such displays of affection would likely become commonplace, and Mingxian would need to acclimate. Moji gently lowered Meng Mingxuan's hand and casually remarked that if she truly found it uncomfortable, they could forego pretending to be a couple. I will get used to it. Meng Mingxian softly bit her lip, realizing she had been unprepared for her first experience, which had startled her. She had promised to assist him. How could she backtrack? It was merely a kiss on the forehead. In foreign lands, they even kiss on the cheeks. She was overreacting. Moji's gaze flickered. I thought you were with Ting. Meng Mingxian fell silent. Ting did not genuinely care for her. How could he engage in intimate gestures? Perhaps he found even hugging or holding her hand repulsive, yet felt compelled to maintain appearances. Meng Mingxian wished to steer clear of any further discussion about Ting. She gently pushed Moji. Brother Jiu, I'm going downstairs to cut some fruit. You continue with your work. Very well. Moji released her, watching as her figure vanished beyond the door. Meng Mingxian descended the stairs and sat in the living room for a while, unable to resist. She raised her gaze and rubbed the spot on her forehead that had been kissed. How peculiar. Just as she began to entertain strange thoughts, her phone rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was her roommate, Wang Yu. Xian, I just heard some news indicating there seems to be a problem with your file. The school is currently investigating. Do you want to come and check it out in person? Upon receiving such unsettling news, Meng Mingxian stood up. Are you at the school now? I'll come right away. The file was of utmost importance, and she certainly needed to ascertain the situation. I am. All right. I will be there in half an hour. After hanging up, Meng Mingxian glanced toward the second floor. Considering Moji was busy with work and she would return shortly, she decided against going upstairs to inform him. However, as she was leaving, she mentioned to the bodyguard at the door, I'm going to Lin University. If Brother Jiu inquires, tell him I will return soon. Yes. Mississippi Meng Mingxian quickly had Suli escort her to Lin University. Upon her arrival, she spotted her roommate Wang Yu waiting by the roadside. Xian, over here. Wang Yu exclaimed joyfully, waving energetically. Meng Mingxian hurried over. Thank you so much this time. Are we good friends? Meng Mingxian smiled, but remained silent. Majiao had never permitted her to form friendships. Given her identity, it was indeed ill-suited for companionship. After all, her guardian was the revered Lord Jiu of Linsheng. Countless eyes were fixed upon her brother. In her earlier years, Meng Mingxian struggled to comprehend this and felt a sense of rebellion against Majiao's constraints. However, after having been deceived once, a deception that nearly cost her life, she had learned to acquiesce. As she observed Meng Mingxian and Wang Yu walking hand in hand through the gates of Lin University, Suli averted his gaze to find a parking spot, leaving his phone conspicuously placed, poised for Meng Mingxuan's call. Xian, in truth your file does not indicate any issues. Upon passing a towering tree, Wang Yu halted her steps. She grasped Meng Mingxuan's arm, adding, but if you do not express this, Lord Jiu will undoubtedly prevent you from leaving, correct? Meng Mingxian, Xian. A gentle, familiar voice resonated from behind. Before she could turn, her expression darkened. Ting? Chapter 28. Did Majiao inform you that I am his half-brother? Meng Mingxian did not turn around hastily. She gazed at Wang Yu with a frigid stare. Wang Yu took a step back, inexplicably flustered. Xian, have you contemplated the consequences should my brother learn that you aided Ting in luring me out? Meng Mingxian inquired. Wang Yu's complexion turned pallid. From now on, do not contact me again. Before Wang Yu, Meng Mingxian severed their connection. Wang Yu's fingers clenched in a white-knuckled grip. Yet, she dared not contest Meng Mingxuan's decision. In Lin City, offending the Ninth Master might still afford one a chance at survival. He was unlikely to stoop to the level of an ant. However, should one incur Meng Mingxuan's wrath, the ninth master would undoubtedly exact severe retribution. Having dealt with Wang Yu, Meng Mingxuan turned her attention to the man who had once drained her of all romantic aspirations in her past life. Xian, please do not leave Lin City. When Meng Mingxuan informed Yin Ting over the phone that she intended to depart from Lin City, he assumed she was deceiving him. Yet, the following day, a senior from Meng Yin Group unexpectedly messaged him, mentioning personnel changes within the company and inquiring if Meng Mingxuan would also be leaving with the ninth master. The entire Lin City was aware that Meng Mingxuan was Yin Ting's fiancée, for whom he had previously proposed. Although Meng Mingxuan's breakup announcement was visible to the alumni of Lin University, no one dared to confront Yin Ting immediately. What if it were merely a quarrel? After all, a young lady might possess a bit of temperament. Upon receiving the news, Yin Ting promptly sought out Meng Mingxuan's roommate, Wang Yu, requesting her assistance in coaxing Meng Mingxuan out. Wang Yu had been the most jubilant when Meng Mingxuan and Yin Ting first became a couple. Unbeknownst to others, she harbored a sense of secret satisfaction. Besides Wang Yu, many others reveled in the situation behind the scenes. What of the Lin City heiress? She merely secured a partner for financial aid. Alas, Meng Mingxuan regarded Yin Ting and recalled the truths spoken by Yu Tian in her previous life. Her tone was devoid of warmth. Do you truly require me to be unequivocal? You have been scheming to approach me and pursue me. Do you believe I am unaware of your motives? The present Meng Mingxuan had unraveled the secret of Yin Majuo's lineage. She could surmise that the driving force behind Yin Ting's pursuit was likely the mother and son duo from the capital. Yet in this lifetime, she vowed never to become a weapon wielded against Yin Majuo. Thus, there was no longer any necessity for her to engage in pretense with Yin Ting. Yin Ting's expression shifted dramatically. She knows? Without needing to inquire, he understood that Yin Majuo must have uncovered the truth and presented the evidence to Meng Mingxuan. No wonder Meng Mingxuan had so abruptly severed ties with him, doing so with such finality. Xian, did Yin Majuo say something to you? I can explain everything. But I assure you, my feelings for you have never been deceitful. Yin Ting extended his hand towards her. My feelings for you are genuine. He truly cherished her. She was so remarkable. No one could possibly dislike her. Meng Mingxuan stepped back, evading his touch. Yin Ting, I will no longer be a tool for you to harm my brother. Originally, Meng Mingxuan intended to turn away, but suddenly recalled the kindness of Yin Mu towards her in her past life. She took a deep breath, raised her gaze to Yin Ting, and thought to herself that opposing my ninth brother would yield no favorable outcome. Even for the sake of the mother who bore you with great hardship, it is time for you to relent. In the past, with her presence, Yin Majuo would not dare to act against Yin Ting. However, now that she had separated from Yin Ting, if he continued to harass her, Yin Majuo would undoubtedly teach him a lesson. She understood Yin Majuo's temperament well. The mention of mother shattered any semblance of hope on Yin Ting's face. Yin Majuo had truly uncovered the truth. After expressing her thoughts, Meng Mingxuan turned to leave. But Yin Ting, regaining his senses, quickly stepped in front of her. Did he inform you that I was merely using you to be with you? Painful storms brewed in Yin Ting's eyes as he asked if he had mentioned that I am his half-brother. Meng Mingxuan's eyes widened in shock. What? Could it be that Yin Ting is the second son of the Yin family from Kyoto? But no, she had met Yin Ting's mother numerous times in her previous life, and she certainly did not have a Kyoto accent. Suddenly, Meng Mingxuan recalled that Yin Majuo's background was still a secret, something she had only recently learned. It would only be after Yin Majuo returned to the Yin family in Kyoto that this matter would come to light. Therefore, when Yin Ting spoke of being half-brothers, she raised her eyes and inquired, "Are you saying that you are also the son of Uncle Yin?" The Uncle Yin she referred to was, of course, the late Yin Shicheng. He does not acknowledge it. Yin Ting stepped closer to Meng Mingxuan, his pained eyes searching hers, and said, "While you and Yin Majuo bask in the mountain-like paternal love he provides, my mother and I were subjected to humiliation in a lunatic asylum." Lunatic asylum? The shock rendered Meng Mingxuan momentarily speechless. If it were not for my grandfather, who learned that my mother gave birth to me in a lunatic asylum and finally rescued the 4-year-old me, arranging for a family to adopt me with a sum of money perhaps I too would have turned mad. Yin Ting grasped her shoulders, his voice low and heavy with anguish as he asked, "Do you believe that you and Yin Majiu owe me anything?" The warmth on her shoulders brought Meng Mingxuan back to her senses. She raised her hand to push away Yin Ting's arm and took a step back. "Even if Uncle Yin owed you, neither I nor ninth brother owe you anything. We were unaware of the situation. It was not she and Yin Majiu who took away his father. If not for Lin Ruxue returning to Lin City, would he have abandoned my mother? If not for the existence of Yin Majiu, would he have refused to acknowledge me? You are the beneficiaries." Yin Ting excellait hoarsely. Meng Mingxuan fell silent. At that time, Aunt Yin was already pregnant, and Uncle Yin had exhausted his wealth to rescue her from kidnappers. If Uncle Yin had considered the enemies in Kyoto and the associated dangers, it is possible that he would not have acknowledged Yin Ting. However, these thoughts were beyond what she could articulate to Yin Ting. "Allow me some time to reflect. I will provide you with an answer soon," Meng Mingxuan stated, referring to the possibility of Yin Ting returning to the Yin family. After all, he is the legal heir of Yin Shichen. Yet, to Yin Ting's ears, it sounded as though she was contemplating staying in Lin City. "Very well. I shall wait for your response." Yin Ting's expression softened once again. Meng Mingxuan turned around and swiftly departed. As she walked out of the Lin University campus, her emotions were a tangled web. She had never anticipated that Yin Ting was actually Uncle Yan's son. No wonder she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon first seeing him. If this revelation was true, then Yin Ting was the last descendant of Uncle Yin in this world. She needed to return promptly to inform Yin Majiu. As soon as she settled back into the car, Meng Mingxuan received a message from Baichan. "Miss, my mother insists on expressing her gratitude to you personally. May we have a video call?" Meng Mingxuan did not respond, but directly initiated a video call. "Hello, Mississippi. I am Xiao Chan's mother. I truly appreciate your help." Before Baichan could greet Meng Mingxuan, Cheng Anning expressed her heartfelt thanks. Meng Mingxuan listened with a smile and replied that it was no trouble at all. It was a delightful conversation. However, as the call was drawing to a close, Meng Mingxuan suddenly noticed a face behind Baichan that was all too familiar. She exclaimed, "Wait a moment, Baichan. Miss, what is the matter? Who is that beside my mother?" Meng Mingxuan's gaze fixated on the woman in the video who was handing water to Cheng Anning. How could Yin Ting's mother, Lu Hui, possibly be in Cheng Anning's hospital room, pouring water for her? Chapter 29. She stepped forward, drawing closer to the truth. Baichan cast a glance at her mother. In the hospital room, apart from herself and her mother, there was only LV Hui, the senior caregiver. Thus, Baichan replied, "It's the caregiver that young Master Feng hired for my mother, Aunt Hui." LV Hui was invited by Feng Yilin. As a caregiver, Meng Mingxuan felt a wave of dizziness. How could Feng Yilin possibly know Yin Ting's mother? And why would he invite her to be Bai Chan's mother's caregiver? After a moment of mental tumult, she steadied her voice and spoke, "Bai Chan, I will be there shortly. Please keep her there." Bai Chan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, "All right, Mississippi." Once Meng Mingxuan concluded the video call, Bai Chan turned to face LV Hui, who was attending to her mother. This esteemed caregiver hire by young Master Feng was reputedly costly, yet she was known for her adeptness in handling affairs. With high emotional intelligence, she could meet nearly all her employer's demands, and past employers had all favored her. Bai Chan pondered how Miss could be acquainted with LV Hui. She successfully kept LV Hui from leaving the room, without the latter questioning the reason. As long as the employer's requests were reasonable, she would comply. Half an hour later, Meng Mingxuan entered the room clad in a pure white leisure outfit. Her gaze was almost glued to LV Hui's face, though her expression remained serene. No one knew the tumultuous waves crashing within her heart, a tempestuous storm. "Miss," Baichan softly called. "Miss, Miss." Cheng Anning and LV Hui quickly echoed. Meng Mingxuan regarded LV Hui, whose expression bore a hint of an unfamiliar flattery that Meng Mingxuan had never seen before. However, she frequently encountered such obsequiousness on the faces of others. One thing was certain, LV Hui did not recognize her. Yet, how could Yin Ting's mother not recognize her? Meng Mingxuan had approached LV Hui but remained silent, the atmosphere thick with a suffocating stillness. Cheng Anning was about to speak when Baichan grasped her wrist. Baichan shook her head slightly. prompting Cheng Anning to swallow her words. "And Hui, is it?" Meng Mingxuan lifted her hands, taking hold of both of LV Hui's. "Yes," LV Hui replied, her smile radiating warmth. "You must be the young lady. I've seen your photograph. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person." A pang of bitterness surged within Meng Mingxuan. "Do you have children?" "Huh? Children? Yes. I have a son and a daughter, though they're both younger than you. One is in high school, and the other is in middle school. My husband and I'm married later in life." LV Hui paused for a moment before nodding. "A son and a daughter. One in high school and the other in middle school. And a husband." But Yin Ting was an only child. His father had passed away early, and his mother was a widow. It did not align at all. Meng Mingxuan's mind was a chaotic whirl. She could not fathom why LV Hui had become her mother-in-law in her previous life, but she understood that with one more step forward, she could draw closer to the truth. "Feng Yilin is a friend of my brother." Meng Mingxuan forced a smile, questioning how he could have sought her out to be Andy's caregiver. Lu Huixin felt puzzled, sensing that the young lady seemed to recognize her. However, she dared not inquire further among these affluent individuals. What was her status compared to that of the young lady? "I work in domestic services, particularly skilled in caring for the elderly and children. I have garnered a modest reputation among the wealthy in Lin City, with previous employers commending my work. It was coincidental that Lord Feng inquired about my former employer, who subsequently recommended me," Lu Hui candidly explained. As Meng Mingxuan reflected on her past life, it wasn't until she and Yin Ting completed their wedding and moved into the villa that she learned of her mother-in-law's existence. Prior to that, she had believed Yin Ting to be an orphan, bereaved of both parents. As for Lu Hui, Yin Ting rarely acknowledged her, often wearing a cold demeanor. At the time, she assumed that Yin Ting's irritation stemmed from Lu Hui's constant assistance to her. Now, the realization struck Meng Mingxuan, causing her fingers to tremble slightly. She slowly withdrew her hands, uttering not a word, and turned to leave the hospital room. Cheng Anning sensed something amiss and promptly nudged Bai Chan. Bai Chan nodded and hurried after her. "Mississippi." Meng Mingxuan leaned against the corridor wall. Noticing the concern in Bai Chan's eyes, she managed a faint smile. Although she said nothing, Bai Chan, being sensitive since childhood, could easily discern her unspoken feelings. Hesitating for a moment, Bai Chan cautiously stepped closer and gently supported Meng Mingxuan's arm. Meng Mingxuan did not refuse Bai Chan's kindness, her thoughts drifting back to the day she registered her marriage with Yin Ting. "Xian, I printed an extra copy of our wedding photo." "Ah, isn't there one on the marriage certificate?" Yin Ting's expression seemed to stiffen slightly. The marriage certificate was precious and kept securely in a safe. She smiled. "I understand. You want to carry the wedding photo with you. How affectionate." After a brief pause, Yin Ting also smiled. "Indeed, I plan to be close to you for a lifetime." He must have shown their wedding photo to his real mother, the one confined to the asylum. The reason he did not present the marriage certificate directly was his fear that she might tear it apart during an episode. However, such an action could lead to her discovery. Meng Mingxuan chose not to dwell further on these thoughts. She refused to consider it any longer. On the return journey, Suli noticed a peculiar expression on the young lady's face, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Alarmed, he glanced in the rearview mirror. "Miss, are you all right? You want to start another dispute with Lord Jiu upon returning to the villa, will you?" Meng Mingxuan felt unwell after sweating profusely throughout the day. She remained silent, resting her eyes against the back seat. Suli was increasingly worried. Before they reached the villa, he received a call from Lord Jiu. "Yes, I have picked up the young lady and will be at the villa shortly." "Understood. Yes, Lord Jiu." After hanging up, he glanced back in the mirror. Meng Mingxuan still had her eyes closed, as if he had not heard the conversation between Su Li and Yin Majiu at all. Su Li felt a chill in his heart. It was over. The young lady must have seen Yin Ting. Yin Ting undoubtedly spoke ill of the Ninth Lord again. The young lady had only reconciled with the Ninth Lord a few days ago. Truly, when the ex cries, the current partner is destined to lose. Curse that ex. When Su Li parked the car in front of the villa, he saw his Ninth Lord approaching. He hastily unlocked the car and rolled down the window. "Mingxian." Yin Majiu opened the car door and bent down to unbuckle Meng Mingxuan's seatbelt. "We're home." Meng Mingxuan opened her eyes, inhaling his scent. "You've been smoking. Quite a bit, in fact." Wasn't he supposed to be working? Yin Majiao paused momentarily, then lifted her from the car. What a keen nose. He carried her toward the villa. Meng Mingxuan was placed on the welcome mat, watching the man humbly retrieve her little bare slippers from a shoe cabinet, his long, jade-like fingers deftly unfastening her shoe buckle. She instinctively recoiled her foot. Yin Majiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately removed her shoe. Then he stood up and put on his own. Meng Mingxuan did not wear her own slippers. She gazed at Yin Majiao for a while, her nose tinged with a slight ache. Ninth brother. She suddenly threw herself into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Chapter 30 has witnessed countless reenactments of lock him up and break his legs. Upon learning that Meng Mingxuan was heading to Lingda, Yin Majiao felt an overwhelming impulse to retrieve her. Yet, with everyone present, he hesitated to give the command to depart, leaning against the door, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. The power of choice between him and Meng Mingxuan had never rested in his hands. Regardless of how ruthless he appeared to outsiders, he could never extend that cruelty towards her. He owed the Meng family far too much, and now, only Meng Mingxuan remained. Thus, the scenarios of lock him up and break his legs played out in his mind countless times, ultimately remaining mere fantasies. He simply could not bring himself to act so harshly towards her. It was not until dinner time that he finally retrieved his phone, standing amidst a pile of cigarette butts, and dialed Su Li's number. Calmly, he inquired whether Su Li had picked up Meng Mingxuan and if she would be returning to the villa for dinner. Su Li replied that he had indeed picked her up and was on his way back. The tension that had gripped his heart for hours finally eased, bringing him joy. His little Rose was willing to come home. At that moment, the little Rose nestled in his embrace, tightly holding on to him and calling him Jiu in a broken voice. He slowly tightened his arms around her, applying an almost bone-deep strength to hold her close, assuring her that he was there. Yet, Meng Mingxuan fell silent. What could she say? She was the one reborn, while her Jiu had not experienced the same. Even if she were to question him, he would remain oblivious to the truths of their past lives. Regardless of who Lu Hui had enlisted or whether Yin Ting's treatment of her after marriage bore hidden meanings, Jiu would have no answers. Gradually, Meng Mingxuan found her calm and softly said, Jiu, I met Yin Ting, and I couldn't help but expose his intentions for approaching me, but he said. She paused, her voice thickening as she continued. He said he is Yin Bobo's son. Yin Majiao was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. He replied, because of Yin Bo, me, and Jiu, Yin Bobo has abandoned them, while they basked in Yin Bobo's immense paternal love. He and his mother faced humiliation in a mental institution. Meng Mingxuan could scarcely fathom such an experience. Although she lost her parents at a young age, she had been shielded by the Meng family and had never endured such torment. The greatest pain she had suffered in her past life came from Yin Ting's emotional abuse, culminating in the fatal car accident that ended her previous existence. False, Yin Majiao quickly countered. Meng Mingxuan emerged from his embrace, gazing up at him in surprise. Yin Majiao released one hand, brushing aside the disheveled bangs that had fallen across her face. He then spoke with a cold, somber tone. If you're truly my father's son, he should be my age. However, he was born in a mental institution and lacks a birth certificate. Is it possible that when he was taken out by his grandfather, his age was altered? Meng Mingxuan hypothesized. Why would there be a need to alter it? Yin Majiao retorted. Indeed, Meng Mingxuan could not conceive of a reason for Yin Ting's grandfather to reduce his age by 3 years. I will uncover the truth of this matter. You need not worry, Yin Majiao stated as he crouched down. He grasped her ankle and gently lifted it, helping her into her slippers. This time, Meng Mingxuan did not instinctively retract her foot. When Ye Ziang and Feng Yilin entered the office, they beheld the towering figure of Yin Majiao, standing motionless before the floor-to-ceiling window, as if the bustling traffic below held an irresistible allure. Last night at midnight, old Master Tang had suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized, prompting Tang Jun to return to Kyoto. Brother Jiu, Nye Zhang called out, closing the door as he and Feng Yilin approached. Yin Majiao did not turn around. The two exchanged glances and moved to the window, joining him in gazing at the scenery below. You have 3 days to uncover the true identity of Yin Ting, Yin Majiao declared, holding a cigarette between his fingers, unlit. Brother Jiu, perhaps you could grant me a red string, Nie Zhang lamented. 3 days? They have searched for 3 years without uncovering any discrepancies in Yin Ting's background. His father passed away early, and his widowed mother also departed this world the year he took his college entrance examination. Yin Ting is merely an orphan raised on government assistance, with neighbors who can attest to his circumstances. Feng Yilin, more perceptive than Ye Zhang, ventured to guess. Brother Jiu, is there a new lead? Yin Majiao turned, his back lazily resting against the window. The cigarette rotated between his long fingers. Yin Ting told Mingxuan that he is the son discarded by my father. Both Nie Zhang and Feng Yilin understood that Yin Majiao would not acknowledge the scoundrel of Kyoto as his father. Thus, when he referred to father, he meant Yin Shiqing. Is Yin Ting the son of Yin Shiqing, or was he abandoned by him? This was the reason behind Yin Ting's calculated approach towards the young lady. He not only harbored resentment towards Brother Jiu, but also harbored ill will towards her. Feng Yilin's tone was devoid of warmth. While it is true that Yin Shiqing abandoned Yin Ting, both Brother Jiu and the young lady have benefited from the paternal affection that Yin Ting was deprived of. Is this truly the case? So melodramatic? Nie Zhang was somewhat taken aback. If this is true, what does Brother Jiu intend to do? Brother Jiu was raised by Yin Shiqing. Although they had never met Yin Shiqing, they were well aware that Brother Jiu's current power and wealth were entirely due to Yin Shiqing's nurturing. It was inconceivable that Brother Jiu would act against Yin Shiqing's son. However, what if Yin Ting insisted on opposing Brother Jiu and the young lady? Let's speak of the truth. Yin Majiao returned the cigarette to its case. Nie Zhang noticed that the pack contained not a single cigarette missing. A whimsical thought struck him. Could it be that Brother Jiu intended to quit smoking? Unlikely. Brother Jiu was like a chimney, nearly a spokesperson for cigarettes. Mingxuan mentioned that Yin Ting's mother was in a mental institution and that he was born there as well. Yin Majiao turned his gaze towards Feng Yilin, who revealed a glimmer of insight. With these 2 threads of information, 3 days seemed overly generous. Very well, Brother Jiu. I shall investigate this immediately. After Nie Zhang and Feng Yilin departed, Yin Majiao took out his phone and glanced at it. The silent WeChat avatar of a certain someone caught his eye. Had they not seen the note he left behind? Yin Majiao recalled the girl in the morning. Her cherubic face flushed with sleep, the corners of her lips curling ever so slightly. It was as if they shared a silent understanding as the words typing appeared in the dialogue box. Yin Majiao stared at that line, as if turned to stone. After a while, a new message caught his eye. Brother Jiu, I had a nightmare. Suddenly, Yin Majiao felt an overwhelming desire to return home, to embrace the girl who had been haunted by her dreams. Chapter 31. Yin Mo Jiu yearned to bestow upon her a kiss. What dreadful nightmare did you have? He replied instantaneously, donning his coat from the sofa as he made his way outside. His prompt response allowed Meng Mingxuan to linger in bed, engaging in a playful exchange with him. The nightmare she experienced was, in fact, a consequence of Yin Mo Jiu's actions. The little bear that had accompanied her through countless sleepless nights in her past life inexplicably found its way from her wardrobe into her embrace, prompting her to dream of bygone days. Upon awakening, she discovered her eyes dampened with tears, leading her to kick the bear to the floor in a fit of melancholy and morning irritability. It was then she noticed a note Yin Mo Jiu had left beside her pillow. Wake up and let me know on WeChat. He had visited her room while she was asleep. She instinctively touched her lips, uncertain if she had drooled or how disheveled she appeared in slumber. After exchanging banter for around 20 minutes, the bedroom door swung open, and she turned her head in astonishment. How could he have returned? Yin Mo Jiu, taken aback by the sight before him, found her lips slightly parted, gazing at him with an expression of surprise. Her eyes were misty, and the delicate strap of her pink camisole slipped down her fair shoulder, revealing that she wore nothing beneath. In her position, she inadvertently showcased a glimpse of her springtime allure, stirring the most primal instincts buried deep within him. Suddenly, Meng Mingxuan became aware of a chill at her chest. Glancing down to hastily adjust her nightgown and tug the blanket around herself tightly, Yin Mo Jiu recognized it was time for him to retreat. Otherwise, she might grow suspicious. Yet he had already relinquished too much ground, nearly allowing her to slip into another man's embrace. He had no intention of retreating further, having been nearby on some business. He felt compelled to check on her. Lord Jiu stepped inside, seating himself at the edge of her bed, gently tugging the blanket down slightly. Instantly, her flushed face, redder than one could imagine, was revealed. She found herself at a loss for words, her thoughts in disarray. However, Lord Jiu, embodying the role of a gentleman, delicately touched her face with his fingertip. "Have you a fever? Your face is so red." Meng Mingxuan cast him a glance, wondering if he had failed to notice her state or if, in his mind, she remained akin to a younger sister, rendering her condition inconsequential. Regardless of the reason, she felt less anxious. It was not a matter of embarrassment. She simply felt warm, too warm despite her tight cocooning. Lord Jiu continued to pull at the blanket, only for her to hold it steadfastly in place. "Brother," Meng Mingxuan suddenly called out in exasperation. Lord Jiu's long brows furrowed slowly. "What am I to you now, Mingxuan? Your girlfriend. A fake girlfriend. Change the term." Lord Jiu inclined his head slightly, his warm breath brushing closely against her, suggesting they should grow accustomed to this for a few days to avoid any complications upon their return to Kyoto. Meng Mingxuan opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words once more. After a moment, she gently inquired, "What should I change it to?" She was uncertain about how to address her boyfriend. In her past life, prior to marriage, she had always referred to Yingting by his name. However, after their wedding, from the very first night, he had left her alone in their marital home, leaving her no opportunity to call him husband. Yun Montak Yu. For now, she would simply use his name. Later, she would call him husband. Meng Mingxuan was momentarily taken aback. How could she dare to address him so directly? After the passing of Aunt Yin and Uncle Yin, no one in Linshang had the audacity to utter his name. "Try calling it out," Lord Jiu suggested, his gaze fixed on her rosy lips, his voice slightly husky with a hint of coaxing. Meng Mingxuan mustered all her courage to utter a timid, Lord Jiu. Such a good girl, Lord Jiu thought, wishing to reward her with a kiss. Instead, he merely caressed her earlobe and chuckled. "Before we return to Kyoto, do a bit more." "Huh? That's rather awkward." "Oh." Lord Jiu suddenly glanced towards the window. A teddy bear lay pitifully in the corner beneath it, as if it had been mistreated. He stood up, approached, and bent down to pick it up, tossed so far away. He held the teddy bear by its ear and looked at Meng Mingxuan. If it had fallen from the bed, it should be beside the bed. Meng Mingxuan felt a twinge of discomfort. This was a birthday gift from him, her most cherished possession. Yingting gifted me an identical one, so I no longer want this one. Due to her nonsensical ramblings, she dared not meet Lord Jiu's gaze. Lord Jiu glanced at the teddy bear in his hand and opened the window. Meng Mingxuan watched in shock as he tossed the bear out. After all, it was a gift from him. She had never contemplated disposing of it. Yet, due to her moment of folly, he had discarded it with his own hands. Turning back, Lord Jiu caught the glimmer of regret in Meng Mingxuan's eyes and remarked, "It was merely a substitute. There's no need for it." Instantly, her regret dissipated. It seemed he was right. This teddy bear had always been a stand-in for him during his absence. In her past life, her overwhelming longing for him, coupled with insomnia and depression, had prompted her to ask Lu Hui to fetch it from the villa to keep her company. But now, the teddy bear brought her nightmares. She had returned to his side. It was time for the bear to take its leave. Perhaps it could be buried, Meng Mingxuan mused aloud. Like Diu burying flowers. Could Mingxuan bury a bear? Meng Mingxuan was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Lord Jiu rarely jested with her. Her recollections of him painted a picture of a stern patriarch, cold and serious. He treated her with great kindness and affection, but never engaged in playful banter. "Go wash up. I'll prepare breakfast," Lord Jiu said as he passed by the bed, suddenly bending down to rest his hand on the pillow behind her. Meng Mingxuan instinctively leaned back. Yet his voice pierced through the air with such poor acting skills. "What will you do in Kyoto?" She forcibly suppressed the urge to retreat and even leaned in closer. The man's thin lips brushed against her earlobe for a fleeting moment. Meng Mingxuan froze, unable to move. Lord Jiu's breath faltered for a moment. But he swiftly picked up the notepad beside the pillow and sat up, declaring, "Excellent, keep up the good work," as she observed the man's nonchalant, retreating figure. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. How could she possibly embody the same calmness as her ninth brother? The composed man leaned against the corridor wall outside, closing his eyes to endure the moment. The hem of his cool gray shirt was lifted high. After a considerable while, he regained his composure and strode towards the staircase. The days leading to their departure from Kyoto were dwindling, and Meng Mingxuan's interactions with Yin Majiao increasingly resembled those of a couple. Although she still struggled to match his serene demeanor, her progress from the beginning was notably significant. On this particular day, Meng Mingxuan received a phone call from an acquaintance, requesting a private conversation with a young lady. It was Feng Yilin. Meng Mingxuan recalled that Yin Majiao had informed her that Feng Yilin was investigating Yin Ting's background. Now, with Feng Yilin suddenly seeking her out for a private discussion, could it be that he had uncovered something? Very well. Meng Mingxuan agreed, and then instructed Su Li to drive her to the address provided by Feng Yilin. Chapter 32. Qi Shuiwei was intoxicated and encountered a forceful advance, resulting in the presence of Yin Ting. The address provided by Feng Yilin led to a secluded CF. The serene and elegant Cour alleviated some of the summer's heat. Young Master Feng, Meng Mingxuan entered the private room, placing her bag on the adjacent booth before settling down and nodding at Feng Yilin. He had already ordered her favorite strawberry milkshake. Did Su Li bring the young lady here? Feng Yilin inquired. In her previous life, Meng Mingxuan had not held a fondness for Feng Yilin and his companions. Their gazes towards her were often filled with disdain. Yet in this lifetime, having reconciled with Yin Majiao, their demeanor had softened considerably, even allowing for playful banter. I did not mention it to Su Li. Meng Mingxuan understood the implication behind Feng Yilin's words. He wished to keep their conversation from Yin Majiao today. Thank you, young lady. Feng Yilin rarely smiled, and when he did, it was typically somewhat aloof. However, at this moment, Meng Mingxuan sensed a hint of sincerity in his smile. That day at the clubhouse, I misunderstood the young lady. The clubhouse? Meng Mingxuan quickly recalled that it was on the day of her rebirth at the clubhouse, where she had compelled Yin Majiao with threats of death. Feng Yilin and his companions were present then. Uncomfortably, she lifted her strawberry milkshake and took a sip. The icy sensation soothed her nerves slightly. It's all right. Meng Mingxuan smiled amicably, feeling affection for those connected to Yin Majiao. Nie Zhang, Tang Jun, and Yin Majiao share a similar plight. Feng Yilin observed her, speaking of matters she was unaware of. However, Yin Majiao had departed from Kyoto before even being born, leaving the Yin family behind. In contrast, they had grown up as legitimate heirs within their families, only to be gradually marginalized from the centers of power by illegitimate offspring. Meng Mingxuan listened quietly, contemplating Yin Majiao's biological grandfather far away in Kyoto. The elder Yin held great importance on legitimate lineage, persistently urging Yin Majiao to return to Kyoto. It appeared that Feng Yilin and his companions had reached some form of accord with the elder Yin, hence their arrival in Linsheng to seek out Yin Majiao. These four legitimate heirs from the prominent families of Kyoto, upon their return, would undoubtedly stir a tempest within the grand families of the city. Kyoto was a place of hidden talents, where power, status, and lineage were fiercely contested. Feng Yilin gently rotated the coffee cup in his hand. In Linsheng, you are the esteemed young lady of the Mengnian group, a precious blossom adored by all. But in Kyoto, you are nothing. Meng Mingxuan's gaze flickered. She understood the theme of today as discussion. No wonder Feng Yilin wished to speak with her in secrecy from Yin Majiao. In Linsheng, she was indeed a sought-after young lady, with Tang Jun even endearingly referring to her as Little Princess. With a single word or gesture, she could alter the fates of ordinary individuals, much like the white cicada. Yet, this was not due to her own prowess, but rather because she stood behind Yin Majiao, who cherished her as if she were his own eye. She was an orphan. Without Yin Majiao's protection, she would soon wither. It was not that she was incapable of self-sufficiency. It was that she had long been labeled as Yin Majiao's. If it were not for this label, Yin Ting would not have deliberately approached her. Feng Yilin was unaware that she comprehended this truth in her past life. Thus, after her rebirth, She had no intention of distancing herself from Yin Majiu. What does the young master wish for me to do? Meng Mingxuan raised her gaze. Noticing that she exhibited no signs of resistance, Feng Yilin smiled. There is no need for any specific action. Merely temper your temperament, as the little princess of Lincheng once we arrive in Kyoto. Consider more for Jiu, and that would suffice. Meng Mingxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having endured 3 years of a dismal marriage in her previous life, her character had already matured. Yet, in the eyes of Feng Yilin and the others, she remained that impulsive romantic who had once resorted to self-harm with a shard of glass over her tumultuous relationship with Yin Majiu, capable of anything. Feng Yilin was concerned that her temperament, when they reached Kyoto, could lead to her being unable to bear the slightest grievance, thus causing trouble for Yin Majiu. All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Feng. Meng Mingxuan refrained from elaborating further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Explanations proved futile. It was better to demonstrate through actions. Once in Kyoto, she would not be a hindrance to Yin Majiu. I should express my gratitude to the young lady. Feng Yilin chuckled lightly. Jiu is our leader. If he falters, we too shall face defeat. Meng Mingxuan shook her head. He will not falter. Feng Yilin paused in surprise, then laughed again. Indeed. Jiu shall not falter. Their conversation was rather pleasant, and Feng Yilin soon broached the topic of Yin Ting. I have gathered information regarding Yin Ting's background. He indeed has a mother residing in a psychiatric hospital named Qi Shuwei. After Aunt Yin married into the Yin family in Kyoto, Uncle Yin and Qi Shuwei were romantically involved for several months, but ultimately parted ways due to incompatible feelings. Following their breakup, Qi Shuwei suffered a mental breakdown and was institutionalized after a violent incident. Unbeknownst to them, she was already pregnant at that time, thus giving birth to this child in the hospital. However, Yin Ting is not Uncle Yan's son. Qi Shuwei became pregnant after being assaulted while intoxicated post-breakup. Feng Yilin placed a dossier before Meng Mingxuan. This contains detailed information and testimonies from those privy to the events. After her breakup, Qi Shuwei began frequenting bars, accompanied by 2 close friends. During the incident, her friends also fell victim. Yet, they were oblivious to the identity of the man who assaulted Qi Shuwei, nor did they realize they had been compromised themselves. Unfortunately for Qi Shuwei, she became pregnant. Furthermore, the man who assaulted her was quite depraved, leaving her severely injured, which eventually led to her mental decline. Upon finishing the dossier, Meng Mingxuan felt a sense of numbness envelop her. Thus, the tragedy of her past life stemmed from a misguided act of vengeance. In truth, Yin Ting bore no relation to Uncle Yin, and he should not have harbored animosity towards Yin Majiu or her. The young lady personally presented this information to him, which ought to resolve matters once and for all. Feng Yilin maintained a calm demeanor, wishing to prevent misunderstandings from lingering after their departure. The choice, ultimately, remained in Meng Mingxuan's hands. Feng Yilin wished to see if her compassion for Yin Ting would lead her to forgive him for his past manipulations. After all, Meng Mingxuan was an exceptionally likable young woman. Setting aside animosity, there was no reason for Yin Ting not to harbor affection for her. Of course, even if she were to forgive him, she would not remain passive. She had already indulged Jiu, and he would not permit her to retract that. Jiu had saved his life, and whatever Jiu was unwilling to undertake, he would assume responsibility for. Meng Mingxuan remained oblivious to the fierce determination lurking in Feng Yilin's gaze. She gathered her documents and stood up, nodding. Then I shall seek him out to clarify matters. I wish you success. Feng Yilin watched her depart. Upon returning to her car, Meng Mingxuan removed Yin Ting from her blacklist and dialed his number. He answered almost immediately. Xian, we need to meet and discuss things clearly. Meng Mingxuan interrupted him, same place as before. After ending the call, she instructed Su Li to drive to Fenglin. That was where Yin Ting had orchestrated their first serendipitous encounter, and it was also the place where she had consented to his pursuit. After establishing the relationship, they would revisit that location each month. The misunderstandings between her and Yin Ting had begun in Fenglin, and it was only fitting that they should conclude there as well. Chapter 33. On a rainy night at 18, she extinguished that ripple with her own hands. When Meng Mingxuan arrived at the maple grove, Ting had yet to arrive. She tilted her head, gazing up at the maple trees that obscured the entire sky. In this lifetime, Meng Mingxuan had little impression of the grove, having not visited in 3 years. She could only recall the vibrant crimson that warmed the heart. Unfortunately, it was summer now, and the grove was a sea of green, failing to evoke any of her past romantic memories. Mingxuan. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Ting's voice was slightly breathless as he had run here, fearing that Meng Mingxuan might wait too long, grow anxious, or even leave. Meng Mingxuan turned around, clutching the document in her hand. She observed Ting's perspiring, handsome face and extended the document towards him. "You are not Yin Uncle's son." Ting stood there, momentarily stunned. "Here's the investigation result regarding your background. Take a look," Meng Mingxuan encouraged when he hesitated to accept it. As Ting stared at her, he suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Just a few days ago, she had looked at him with such sweetness, her eyes sparkling like stars. In such a short span, she seemed to regard him as a stranger. Was it because of his deliberate approach? Yet, his affections were genuine. Slowly, Ting extended his hand to take the document from Meng Mingxuan. Just as his fingers nearly brushed against hers, she quickly recoiled, evading his touch. Ting froze for a moment. He inhaled softly and opened the document to read. He too wished to understand why Mingxuan claimed he was not Yin Shiqing's son. After a swift perusal, Ting's face turned ashen. "This is impossible." He slammed the document onto the ground, his brows furrowed with cold fury. This document was forged by Yin Jiu. In 2 days, Meng Mingxuan would depart from Lin City with Yin Jiu. It was likely that news of Yin Jiu's return had already reached Kyoto. The truth of Yin Jiu's origins was no longer a secret. Therefore, Meng Mingxuan asserted, he had no need to fabricate documents, for he is not Yin Uncle's biological son. He belongs to the Yin family of Kyoto. Ting tremble. Yin Jiu was not Yin Shiqing's biological son. Seeing Ting's expression soften, Meng Mingxuan continued, "Now you understand. You have misdirected your vengeance." Ting gazed at Meng Mingxuan, a slow smile creeping onto his face. That smile bore a chilling edge, or perhaps it was tinged with melancholy. Meng Mingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Ting rasp, "Do you know that when I was in middle school, I took the opportunity to obtain a strand of Yin Jiu's hair during a scuffle he had with some delinquents, and conducted a DNA test? He had spent the inheritance left by his adoptive mother on this very matter." Meng Mingxuan was taken aback. Did he mean to say that he and Yin Jiu had undergone a DNA test, and the result was brothers? Then, did that imply that the man who had coerced Xiu Shuyue all those years ago was indeed Yin Jiu's biological father? After all, the truth uncovered by Feng Yilin could not possibly be false. This revelation was too shocking. Meng Mingxuan found herself at a loss for words. She recalled the familiar sensation she felt when she first beheld Ting's profile. To a certain extent, Ting and Yin Jiu indeed bear a resemblance to one another. However, Ting exudes warmth and a cheerful demeanor, making him approachable, while Yin Jiu is characterized by his stern and aloof nature, which keeps others at bay. Regardless of my background, my affection for you is genuine. Ting stepped forward, intending to place a hand on Meng Mingxuan's shoulder, but she retreated several paces. "Yet, did you not approach me out of genuine fondness from the very beginning?" Her feelings for him had long been depleted during the 3 years of their past life. In that previous incarnation, he chose to hurt her, torn between his mother and her. He could honor his mother, who indeed was pitiable, but he should not have used her happiness as a stepping stone for his filial piety. "Xian, I forgive you, but my feelings for you will not be rekindled." Meng Mingxuan shook her head, asserting, Ting, this is where we part ways." As she regarded him with a detached and indifferent gaze, Ting felt as though his heart was encased in cement. He could not help but blurt out, "So, have you ultimately chosen chaos?" Meng Mingxuan's look of astonishment brought a flicker of relief to Ting's heart. She had long been with Yin Jiu, if she truly wished to be. It was no longer his place to intervene. Moreover, she had once lamented to him, during a moment of jealousy, that Yin Jiu harbored deep affections for someone who was no longer present. Xian, I am sorry, but what I just said you truly disgust me, Meng Mingxuan retorted, offering no explanation before turning away. Indeed, she was now with Lord Jiu, but not in the manner Ting insinuated. There was no blood relation between them. Moreover, as Bo had once stated, returning to her car, Meng Mingxuan recalled fragments of her youthful sentiments that had long been buried. How could she not have felt even the slightest ripple for someone as remarkable as her ninth brother? At 16, she yearned to grow up swiftly, yet upon truly reaching adulthood, she extinguished that flicker of emotion on a rainy night at 18. Upon her return to the villa, Lord Jiu was already seated on the living room sofa. He appeared to have bathed and donned a pure white silk loungewear. He looked less severe than usual, his features softened by a gentle aura. While on the phone, he glanced at Meng Mingxuan as she entered, briefly discussing work arrangements before ending the call. He rose and approached her. "You're back." And Meng Mingxuan no longer instinctively recoiled from his intimate gestures. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder, guiding her to the love seat. "Shall we go shopping?" Lord Jiu kept one arm around her, while clasping her hand with the other, his fingers naturally intertwining with hers. Meng Mingxuan lingered on the sight of his long fingers for a moment longer, finding it quite pleasing. "No, I want to find Feng Shao for some materials." And then I met with Ting. She did not conceal anything from Lord Jiu, recounting her conversation with Ting in detail. "No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity the moment I saw Ting's profile. I noticed again in the Maple Grove. He does indeed resemble you." Lord Jiu remained unresponsive for quite some time, yet upon hearing Meng Mingxuan's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Meng Mingxuan was uncertain which remark had provoked his amusement, but his smile dazzled her momentarily. Lord Jiu possessed an exceptionally handsome bone structure. His features were well-defined and pristine, and his deep black eyes curved slightly when he smiled, resembling a clear spring. In the past, he was also prone to laughter. However, after the severance of ties between the Yin and Meng families, they were left as the sole remnants of their kin, and his laughter became a rare occurrence. He transformed from the gentle, protective elder brother in white into the feared ninth master of lynching. Meng Mingxuan's emotions began to fluctuate, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Did she truly no longer harbor feelings for him? One statement from Lord Jiu jolted her back to reality. Without hesitation, Meng Mingxuan nodded. She no longer had affection for him. The affection she once held for Ting was merely an illusion. When he uttered the words chaos, she did not feel humiliated. Instead, she experienced a sense of relief. In that moment, she comprehended fully that her admiration had never been for the genuine Ting. Chapter 34. Lord Jiu contemplated. Is it akin to the feelings you have for Ting? He toyed with the strands of hair that cascaded over Meng Mingxuan's shoulders, remaining engrossed in her previous words. She noticed Ting because he evoked a sense of familiarity within her. In simpler terms, Ting resembled him. Yet, with the original standing before her, why would she harbor affections for a mere substitute? That day, Ziyang inquired, "What is it about Ting that Mingxuan admires?" Lord Jiu's voice was steady, as if engaged in casual conversation. "I too find myself curious. What is it that you cherish about him?" Meng Mingxuan mused. When one is enamored, the reasons often elude them. It might be a fleeting moment of attraction, or perhaps the gentle warmth that develops over time. Orphaned at the tender age of 6, and having lost her Aunt Yin at 10 and Uncle Yin at 14. The last of her blood relatives departed when she was 18. During those times, she would weep in solitude. Yet, upon witnessing Lord Jiu's own suffering, she refrained from expressing her sorrow in his presence. Coincidentally, as she entered Lin University, Lord Jiu was preoccupied, allowing Ting to gradually infiltrate her heart. A girl starved of affection is easily captivated by gentleness. "He treats me well, with great tenderness," she remarked. Lord Jiu's gaze remained fixed upon her, as if demanding an answer, and she felt compelled to respond honestly. "Am I not kind to you? Am I not gentle?" Lord Jiu had never anticipated such a reply. All of his tenderness and patience throughout his life had been dedicated to her. "It is different," Meng Mingxuan replied softly. "In what way is it different?" He needed her explanation to alter his approach. Meng Mingxuan pondered, finding it challenging to articulate. If you have ever pursued a girl, you would understand. She was uncertain if he had ever pursued her sister, but from her sister's diary, it seemed unnecessary. Her sister had always held affection for him. Do tell, and perhaps I shall comprehend, Yin Majiu said, lifting her onto his lap with fluid grace. Seated in a dress, Meng Mingxuan felt the warmth of his thighs beneath her. She resisted the urge to escape and reflected, I cannot quite articulate it, but compared to my interactions with family, there exists an added element of chemistry between men and women. Yin Majiu pondered her words carefully, yet his gaze caught sight of her flushed ears, prompting an inexplicable smile. I understand now. He retrieved the remote control, switched on the television, and handed it to her. Select a program of your choice. With deftness, he cradled Meng Mingxuan, slightly contracting his abdomen to ensure no discomfort arose between them. Noticing his reluctance to release her, and recognizing they were practicing the dynamics of a romantic relationship, she said nothing and casually chose a variety show to watch. To her surprise, it turned out to be a dating reality show. Yin Majiu accompanied her for a while, stealing glances at the twinkling stars reflected in her eyes. Why do they find love so effortlessly? Meng Mingxuan, missing his deeper implications, laughed and remarked. To fall in love so easily also leads to parting just as swiftly. The couples in dating shows often separate once the hype fades. They rarely endure for more than a few years. Some of it is fabricated. She once indulged in a false couple, feeling heartbroken for quite a while. Now, she merely views it as a script, no longer obsessively immersed. Yin Majiu seemed contemplative, as if considering the dynamic between Yu and Yin Ting. How utterly disheartening. Meng Mingxuan instantaneously felt that the sweetness of the male and female contestants nibbling on cookies in the variety show had vanished. Don't lose heart. I shall safeguard Mingxuan's interests next time, Yin Majiu consoled, patting her head. Meng Mingxuan shook her head. No need. Do you not trust my judgment? Not that, she replied, shaking her head again, then resting against Yin Majiu's shoulder, her interest waning as she watched the show. I don't want to discuss it any further. Yin Majiu maintained a stoic expression. Such a notion is far from favorable. Having you is sufficient for me. Meng Mingxuan quickly adapted to her new role, no longer referring to him as Jiu, but rather as Yin Majiu or simply Yu. However, her casual utterance carried a different sweetness. The atmosphere thickened with an unspoken connection, seeping into Yin Majiu's being, gradually infiltrating each cell. He fell silent, leaning his profile against Meng Mingxuan's hair. She soon re-engaged with the variety show, occasionally receiving a few chips from Yin Majiu, sipping on juice. The night unfolded in warmth and joy. Yin Ting jolted awake from a nightmare, his bare torso glistening with beads of sweat. The cheap gray sweatpants outlined an unmistakable form, suffused with an astonishing tension. He gasped, closing his eyes against the headboard. The anguish of his dreams felt too vivid, the blood-soaked ground, the piercing wail of an ambulance. It rekindled his intense aversion to hospitals. Yin Ting didn't smoke. Meng Mingxuan disapproved. Yet at this moment, he yearned for a cigarette. Residing in a rented apartment with Yuan Wei, who was likely out with his girlfriend on a joyride, he ventured into Yuan Wei's room, enduring the mess to find half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. After igniting one, he inhaled deeply, moving to the window, gazing at the bustling street below. He reflected on the dream's contents, a grand wedding, insincere betrayals, and the vulnerable spot that Feng Yilin had ruthlessly dominated. Each fragment of the dream unraveled into a coherent narrative, culminating in a pool of blood and the jarring sound of siren. The cigarette burned down to his fingers, yet he was oblivious to the pain. The Yin family in Kyoto. It dawned on him that they were the roots of Yin Majiu, the very source of the tragedy between him and his mother. The burning sensation in his fingers drew his gaze downward. Let it burn, it doesn't hurt. A frigid, haunting smile slowly crept across his face. The door creaked open as Yuan Wei returned. Ting, I thought you had quit smoking? Yuan Wei, noticing the open door, paused in surprise upon seeing Yin Ting. Yin Ting discarded the cigarette, but, and turned. I'm going to Kyoto. Are you coming? Kyoto? Are you chasing after Mingxuan in Kyoto? Yuan Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Yin Majiu is not the son of Yin Shicheng. Nor am I. My mother was a victim of violence. Whoever Yin Majiu's father is, that person is the one who assaulted my mother. Ying Ting leaned against the window, calmly revealing the tumultuous nature of his lineage amidst the cacophony of the outside world. Yuan Wei was taken aback. How could his childhood friend be so tragically beautiful and strong? So, you intend to go to Kyoto to avenge your mother? Yuan Wei grasped Ying Ting's intention, concern etched across his face. However, Kyoto is a place teeming with hidden talents. In the Yin family, there has a legacy spanning a century. I fear you may encounter peril. Just look at those 3 men from Kyoto surrounding Yin Majiu. None of them are to be trifled with. No. Ying Ting recalled the events from his dreams, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I'm going back to seek my true heritage. A century-old illustrious family cannot simply deny a bastardy, can they? Ying Ting chuckled softly. Chapter 35. How could you almost strangle her? In the private room of the club, Yu Tian stood nervously before the imposing figure of Feng Yilin, her hands incessantly twisting the fabric of her dress at her sides. Feng, Mr. Feng, she stammered timidly. Feng Yilin scrutinized the young woman before him. Her status within the Yu family was quite low. Her mother had merely pursued her father for financial gain, and after inadvertently conceiving, she had secretly given birth and absconded with a sum of money, leaving Yu Tian behind as a pitiful child, unloved by both parents. Feng Yilin recalled Meng Mingxuan's inexplicable hostility whenever she mentioned Yu Tian. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he tossed a card and a photograph onto the table before her. The card contained 30 million, with a password of 6 ones. If you go to Kyoto and attach yourself to this man named Ying Ting, wherever he goes, you shall follow. This 30 million will be yours, he stated. Given Ying Ting's background, he was bound to be in Kyoto, as he needed to protect the 9th brother's rear. As long as the young lady, Meng Mingxuan, remained unharmed, the 9th brother would be safe. Yu Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. 30 million? In a lifetime at the Yu family, you could never earn that much. Feng Yilin's eyes sparkled with an alluring, intoxicating charm as he continued. This is a most advantageous deal, and I can promise you a household registration in Kyoto. Once accomplished, marrying a nobleman from Kyoto is not beyond the realm of possibility. Her heart raced with excitement. Such a monumental temptation was surely hard to resist. Moreover, she was not required to sell herself or engage in any illicit activities. All she needed to do was pursue a man. Swallowing hard, Yu Tian cautiously stepped forward to retrieve the card and the photograph. Is it him? She gasped, staring at the man in the photo, momentarily stunned. The very boy she had once rescued? Although he had matured, his features were still vividly etched in her memory. For such a handsome individual was rarely encountered in everyday life. The affair between Meng Mingxuan and Ying Ting had always been a taboo for the 9th master. Not only was it off-limits in internet discussions, but even within the campus circles of Lin University, it was strictly forbidden to mention. Otherwise, one would find themselves facing the wrath of the 9th master's associates. Thus, Yu Tian, a child born out of wedlock and scorned by the elite circles of Lin City, was entirely unaware that Ying Ting was the fiancée of Meng Mingxuan, the heiress of the Mengnian group. An old acquaintance? Feng Yilin noted the peculiar expression on Yu Tiantian's face, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Yu Tian dared not conceal the truth, recounting how, 7 or 8 years prior, he had been brutally beaten by a gang and left to perish in a river. She had fortuitously witnessed the incident and jumped in to save him. Does he remember you? Feng Yilin probed. He probably does not. We have not crossed paths since then. Feng Yilin raised his glass, taking a few sips. His curiosity piqued about who had exposed Yu Tian to Meng Mingxuan and how they had known of her past with Ying Ting. As for the phone's photo album, he had employed skilled hackers to infiltrate Ying Ting's device. Yet there were no hidden albums filled solely with pictures of Yu Tian. Even with his sharp intellect, Feng Yilin could not fathom that Meng Mingxuan was a reincarnated soul. You may leave now. Feng Yilin did not dwell further on his thoughts and hurried to stay by Ying Ting's side. Yu Tian, brimming with confidence, believed that given her past life-saving grace, she should be quite approachable. After Yu Tian departed, Niet Ziang clinked glasses with Feng Yilin, questioning the utility of their actions. It is indeed effective. Feng Yilin replied with a faint smile, noting that the young lady held a significant disdain for Yu Tiantian. As long as Yu Tiantian continued to cling to Yin Ting, the young lady's aversion towards him would only intensify. Nie Xiang expressed admiration, acknowledging that the art of manipulation was indeed Feng Yilin's forte. Ninth brother is capable as well, Feng Yilin remarked, but he is merely reluctant. There was little choice. Ninth brother owed a debt to the Meng family. Nie Xiang recalled Meng Mingxuan's relatives and sighed deeply. Feng Yilin's gaze darkened, and he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Yu Tiantian found herself in Yin Ting and Yuan Wei's rented apartment, her neck firmly gripped by Yin Ting. Terror etched across her face. How could this happen? She was his savior. Oh, Ting, let go. You'll end up in prison for murder. Yuan Wei exerted all his strength to pry Yin Ting's hand away, yet Yin Ting's grip was frighteningly strong, as if he had lost his sanity. It was only when Yu Tiantian's eyes began to roll back that Yin Ting, with a sinister expression, finally released her. She collapsed onto the floor, clutching her painfully sore neck, gasping for fresh air. Yin Ting, however, continued to stare at her, his next words sending a chill of fear through her. How much did Feng Yilin give you? Yu Tiantian was too frightened to respond, bewildered as to how Yin Ting knew about the money Feng Yilin had provided. Yin Ting gazed at her, seemingly indifferent to whether she would answer. If you wish to stay by my side, feel free, but be prepared to bear the consequences. With that disdainful remark, he turned and retreated into his room. The door trembled slightly, causing Yu Tiantian to shudder. She could not fathom why there were people in the world who repaid kindness with malice. Were it not for the 30 million and the household registration in Kyoto that could alter her destiny, she would never have remained by Yin Ting's side. I apologize. Recently, Ting has been under some stress. He is not usually like this, Yuan Wei said, observing the bruises encircling Yu Tiantian's neck. And he approached her with a sense of regret to help her up. It's all right. In order to stay, Yu Tiantian feigned magnanimity. Please, sit for a moment. I will go speak to Ting. Yuan Wei helped her to the sofa before entering Yin Ting's room. Inside, Yin Ting was smoking again, his dark figure shrouded in a haze of white smoke, emanating an unsettling silence that made Yuan Wei feel uneasy. Recently, he found it increasingly difficult to understand this childhood friend. The Yin Ting of the past was not like this. Ting, if what she said is true, then she saved your life back then. How could you almost strangle her? Yuan Wei ventured. He had merely lent a hand to Yin Ting in the past, yet they had remained inseparable all these years. I have long since repaid my debt to her, Yin Ting replied coldly. Yuan Wei was taken aback. Did you not just reunite? When did you repay her? Yin Ting remained silent, his irritation manifesting as he continued to smoke. Since Yu Tiantian was so determined to remain, he decided to let her stay. She owes Xinyuan everything and must repay it all. Unbidden, a vision from a dream materializes before him. Meng Mingxuan in his presence, striking Yu Tiantian across the face, her eyes brimming with tears as she orders the pair of scoundrels to leave. It pains her deeply. Yet, LV Hui stands nearby watching. He cannot offer her solace. Suddenly, Yin Ting recalls the resolute manner in which Meng Mingxuan ended their relationship a few days prior, his fingers trembling involuntarily around the cigarette. Could it be that she, too, harbors memories of those events from the dream? Thus, she no longer smiles at him with such sweetness. However, once one has tasted sweetness, how can they endure bitterness again? A dark obsession flickers in Yin Ting's eyes. He will not relinquish her. Chapter 36. Surely, one wouldn't truly lean in for a kiss, would they? Yin Majiao had just finished breakfast with Meng Mingxuan when he received a phone call from his secretary. Sir, last night, the Mengyan Group's computer system suffered a hacking attack. The entire security department was nearly overwhelmed by the adversary. Thankfully, Miss Bai Chan, an alumna from the same school, fearlessly charged into the fray and incapacitated their computer. The excitement in the secretary's voice was palpable, even through the phone. Yin Majiao set the call on speaker, allowing Meng Mingxuan to hear every word clearly. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, the course of events had not deviated. Bai Chan had certainly brought her honor. After ending the call, Yin Majiao rose to tidy up the dining table. Change your clothes. We are heading to the Mengyan Group. To come in, Bai Chan? Meng Mingxian inquired. Of course, one must give due respect to someone of her caliber. Meng Mingxian stood up all right. After taking a few steps, she paused and glanced back at him. What about you? Do you need my help finding something to wear? Of course. Good. With that, Meng Mingxian hurried towards the stairs. Yin Majiao observed her retreating figure, puzzled as to why she did not appear more proud. Bai Chan was indeed her chosen talent. Little did Meng Mingxian realize that Yin Majiao was attentive to even the minutest details. She felt no sense of pride because she was not the true talent scout for Bai Chan. She merely had the advantage of foresight in this life, knowing what others did not. Once upstairs, Meng Mingxian changed into her attire, a charming little Chanel-inspired dress that transitioned from white to pink, its hem modestly resting above her knees. To her dismay, the zipper snagged on the lace trim of her undergarment, halting in the middle of her back, rendering her unable to pull it up or down. After some time spent in vain attempts, Meng Mingxian conceded defeat. I might as well cut it, she thought, and set off in search of scissors. However, it was unlikely she would find any in her room. They were most likely in the living room drawer downstairs. As Meng Mingxian hesitated, the door swung open. Instantly, she grabbed the blanket from her bed, turned, and sat down, clutching the fabric to her front. Yin Majiao entered, noticing her peculiar posture. What's wrong? Nothing. Meng Mingxian began to speak, but quickly altered her response. The zipper is stuck. Could you fetch some scissors from the living room? What do you need scissors for? To cut the dress, she replied, having already attempted to remove it entirely, only to find it impossible. Her figure was quite well endowed. Are you truly considering cutting the dress just because the zipper is stuck? Yin Majiao strolled into the room, approaching her side, and gently lifted the blanket she held. Stand up. I'll help you with it. Reluctantly, Meng Mingxian stood, still clutching the blanket. She turned her back to him. The warmth of his breath brushed against her exposed skin, sending a shiver down her spine as she instinctively tried to retreat. Stay still. Yin Majiao placed a firm hand on her shoulder. With no choice, she stilled her movements. His gaze was entranced by the pristine whiteness before him, his dark eyes deep with intensity. Yet he did not linger long, his fingers deftly working to free the lace caught in the zipper. As she fumbled with the zipper and slid it up and down, it soon became smooth. With a gentle tug, the zipper reached the top. Yin Majiao retrieved Meng Mingxuan's hair from her dress, giving it a light touch. All set, Meng Mingxian felt somewhat stiff, not daring to turn around. Yin Majiao observed her flushed ears, his throat subtly moving, yet he said, help me find some clothes. Oh, certainly. Meng Mingxian felt as if a weight had been lifted and quickly exited the room, discarding the blanket in her hands. A smirk appeared on Yin Majiao's lips as he recalled her mention of hormones. Meng Mingxian rummaged through the men's wardrobe, selecting a gray suit paired with a black shirt, complemented by a tie of similar hue. After we return from Mingyan Group, let's go to the mall and purchase a few outfits. She turned and presented the clothes to Yin Majiao. He accepted them, pondering, disdainful. Meng Mingxian cleverly praised him with that face and physique. Neglecting to dress up would be a sheer waste. It was clear he had confirmed her disdain. Suppressing a laugh, she urged him, hurry and change. All right. Yin Majiao reached for the buttons of his casual shirt. Meng Mingxian quickly turned away. In truth, she had seen his body before, often gazing at it with admiration. However, ever since they had pretended to be a couple, she suddenly felt shy about looking. After a rustle of fabric, she heard Yin Majiao's deep voice. Last night, the old man called me, wanted me to start blind dates as soon as I return to Kyoto. Meng Mingxian turned back instantly. Does that mean we no longer need to pretend to be a couple? Yin Majiao glanced at her. Are you so eager for me to go on blind dates? Not exactly. Meng Mingxian murmured. Grandpa Yin believes that a marriage alliance would benefit your inheritance of the Yin family. So, I should marry a woman devoid of emotions, while sacrificing my own appeal? Yin Majiao stepped closer, his expression impassive. Meng Mingxian raised her gaze to meet his, wondering if he was upset. That is not my intention. She grasped his sleeve, attempting to soothe him. I merely wish to respect your decision. I have declined the old man's proposal and informed him that I already have a fiancé, a childhood betrothal. That is his decision. A childhood betrothal? Meng Mingxuan's lips parted in surprise. Us? Otherwise, how do you explain your past with Yinting? The old man has extensive connections and has long since discovered the truth. I told him that we were betrothed since childhood, but I did not inform you earlier due to your young age. Now that you know about our parents' arrangement, you have ended things with Ting. Yin Majiao's hand encircled her waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. His dark eyes locked onto hers. So, please act convincingly once we return to Kyoto. Do not sell me out at the slightest provocation. How else should I act? I cannot simply kiss you, can I? Be a bit more proactive. Meng Mingxuan recalled her unfortunate experience of being assertive once with Ting, which had ended in humiliation. However, she would not share this with Yin Majiao. Gathering her courage, she tiptoed, wrapping her arms around Yin Majiao's neck, pulling him in closer. Is this sufficient? The act of initiating affection can indeed be seen as a form of proactivity. With a firm yet gentle embrace, Yin Majiao held her close, his voice betraying an air of emotional steadiness. Yet, there lingered a disheartening sense of reluctance. Why was it that her every attempt at initiative seemed to be met with disdain? Meng Mingxuan felt a pang of discomfort within, blurting out, "Well, I can't just kiss you, can I?" The moment the words left her lips, she wished fervently to retract them. If her sister were still alive, she would likely have addressed him as brother-in-law by now. How could she have posed such an audacious question? Yet why not? Yin Majiao replied nonchalantly, mentioning that in the circles of the affluent in Kyoto, private gatherings often involve games of truth or dare, prompting the query of whether she intended to kiss someone else. In that instant, Meng Mingxuan's admiration for Kyoto began to wane. The depths of the aristocratic world were treacherous indeed, with individuals like Feng Yilin and his companions, who were so remarkably talented, having been ostracized to seek refuge with Yin Majiao. She, a naive and uncalculating individual, would surely be at the mercy of others. Was it merely a kiss on the cheek? Meng Mingxuan clung to her last shred of hope. Chapter 37, he halted just half a finger's breadth away from her lips. What do you think? Yin Majiao whispered softly, his breath brushing against her earlobe. Meng Mingxuan's hopes were dashed. But I can teach you how to create the illusion of a kiss. To others, it will appear as though we have kissed, when in fact we haven't. Yin Majiao added. Meng Mingxuan pulled back from his embrace, gazing at him with curiosity. How do you create this illusion? She inquired, her eagerness palpable. To Yin Majiao, she appeared utterly adorable. Step 1. Cradle the other person's face, he began, demonstrating as he lifted his warm palm to hold her face, watching as her fair cheeks gradually flushed a delicate pink in his grasp. Step 2. Tilt your head and lean in, ensuring your palm obscures the area around your lips. He tilted his head and leaned closer to her. Meng Mingxuan's eyelashes fluttered as she watched Yin Majiao's face loom larger before her. She exerted considerable effort to suppress the instinctive urge to turn away. Fortunately, he paused just half a finger's breadth from her lips, their noses brushing against each other. Do you understand? To an outsider, it appears as if we have kissed, Yin Majiao remarked, gently nudging her nose with his. Only then did he straighten up, withdrawing his hands from her cheeks. Meng Mingxuan looked at the stoic man, her heart racing slightly. Yet, he remained composed and indifferent, akin to a remarkably talented actor. Realizing this, Meng Mingxuan's heartbeat gradually settled. I understand. Once we reach the capital, if necessary, I shall employ the trick you taught me to deceive others. It was he who had suggested acting, yet he felt a tinge of frustration about it. Indeed, humans are inherently greedy. Yin Majiao chose not to comment further. She preferred gentleness, and he was willing to provide it. She desired the chemistry between male and female, and he was more than capable. He possessed ample patience. Let us go, miss. He took Meng Mingxuan's hand, leading her outside. It was only then that she recalled their purpose, to attend the Mengyan group's commendation ceremony for Bai Chan. She gathered her thoughts anew and began to chat and laugh with Yin Majiao. The summer breeze was stifling, yet Suli felt buoyant enough to whistle. The sweet affection between young master and miss was a source of great happiness for those in their employ. Even if someone were to unwittingly provoke him at that moment, he would likely respond with a smile while delivering a punch. Upon arriving at the Mengyan group, the upper management was convened in a meeting regarding the recent server attack, with all personnel from the security department, including Bai Chan, in attendance. Thus, the two took a moment to sit in the top-floor office. Once seated, Meng Mingxuan noticed the screen of Yin Majiu's phone illuminating on the glass coffee table. It was a message from Feng Yilin. Could you help me see what he said? Yin Majiu replied, casually unfastening a button on his suit. Oh, Meng Mingxuan picked up his phone, deftly attempting to unlock it with a combination of their birthdays. However, the phone indicated an incorrect password. Has he changed his password? 090918. Yin Majiu stated unfazed, revealing the new combination. What is this password combination? Meng Mingxuan was momentarily perplexed before entering a new password. Yin Majiu glanced at her, recognizing her forgetfulness, though it was understandable, for she had been quite young at that time. Once her phone was unlocked, Meng Mingxuan opened the chat with Feng Yilin and discovered a photo he had sent. It was a picture of Yin Ting and Yu Tiantian together, with Yin Ting casting a sidelong glance at Yu Tiantian, who smiled softly upward. It was indeed quite sweet. Brother Jiu. It turns out that Yu Tiantian once saved Yin Ting's life when they were children. Meng Mingxuan recalled from her previous life, remembering Yu Tiantian's triumphant demeanor. Although Yu Tiantian had insisted that their childhood bond was a deception, the tale of the white moonlight was undeniably true. What did he send? Yin Majiu inquired. Meng Mingxuan returned to the present, replying, he sent a photo of Yu Tiantian and Yin Ting, claiming that Yu Tiantian is Yin Ting's life-saving benefactor and white moonlight. Yin Majiu observed her expression and settled beside her. What is your perspective? What is there to consider? She retorted. For both she and Yin Ting had long since concluded their chapter. Some truths she had no desire to verify, as they belonged to a bygone life. The anonymous message that falsely claimed Yu Tiantian was Yin Ting's childhood sweetheart was intended to drive a wedge between you two, Yin Majiu gently suggested, his fingers softly brushing against hers. Meng Mingxuan replied, that was a narrative of her own making. I've nearly forgotten it. It no longer holds any significance. She lowered her gaze to the photo on her phone, her heart undisturbed. Perhaps I never liked him that much. This time, Yin Majiu remained silent. After a moment of quiet reflection, Meng Mingxuan sensed something and lifted her gaze to the person beside her. He appeared to be in high spirits. Let us go. The meeting should be wrapping up soon. We ought to make an appearance, especially since the higher-ups are all present. Yin Majiu did not allow her much time to ponder. Rising and taking her hand, she had scarcely settled in, not even having had a sip of water. Before long, they arrived outside the conference room. The secretary, witnessing the closeness between the esteemed young lady and Lord Jiu, felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. Had they truly become a couple? President, Miss Meng, please. The secretary held the door to the conference room open for them. Miss. Baichan instinctively stood up upon their entrance. Meng Mingxuan paid little mind to others, her focus immediately locking onto Baichan, who was gazing at her with palpable anxiety. A smile broke across Meng Mingxuan's face. Baichan's cheeks flushed. I admire the young lady so much. Good day, President. Good day, Miss. The room erupted with applause as everyone rose, their demeanor and tone tinged with excitement. The Meng Yin group stood unrivaled in Lin City, attracting numerous adversaries. This crisis marked one of the most severe challenges for the Meng Yin group in recent years. Had it not been for Baichan's heroic efforts, the company might have lost over $1 billion in market value. Yet they had triumphed. The young lady possesses remarkable insight. Yin Majiu, with Meng Mingxuan at his side, stood before the conference table, a striking sight. Well done. The year-end bonuses for the entire security department will double this year, with Baichan deserving special commendation of $2 million. Thank you, President. Thank you, young lady. Additionally, I'd like to treat everyone to some celebratory sweets. Yin Majiu retrieved a handful of jubilant red wedding candies from his suit pocket and tossed them onto the conference table. Meng Mingxuan gazed at the man's enchanting pocket, pondering when he had prepared these confections. Wedding candies? Is the president about to be married? A senior executive, having snatched a candy, furtively glanced at Meng Mingxuan. It was rumored that just days prior, the young lady had officially announced her breakup with that impoverished boyfriend. Could it possibly be? Yin Majiu cast a sidelong glance at Meng Mingxuan, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke affectionately. That depends on her. The entire board of executives was left in stunned silence. The young lady is to become a matron? An eerie stillness enveloped the meeting room for several seconds, before a handsome man beside Bai Chan suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulder and stepped forward. "Congratulations to the president, and congratulations to the president's wife." Bai Chan struggled momentarily, but to no avail. Meng Mingxuan turned to the handsome man and inquired, "And you are?" "I am Song Jinwei from the security department. Also a senior from the computer science department at Lingda, a year ahead of Xiao Chan." Song Jinwei glanced at Bai Chan, his tone gentle. "It was I who recommended Xiao Chan to enter the Mengyan group." Bai Chan's entrance in the Mengyan group was at Song Jinue's behest. Meng Mingxian suddenly recalled the tragic incident from her previous life, where Bai Chan had taken her own life by leaping from the Mengyan group building. Could this be connected to Song Jinwei? Otherwise, why would Bai Chan choose to end her life at Mengyan group? She bore no animosity toward the organization. Chapter 38. He grasped Meng Mingxuan's hand, holding it in his palm, utterly enamored with her. Meng Mingxian smiled subtly, exclaiming, "Oh, you must be Song Jinwei." The name seemed to have been mentioned by Bai Chan in her presence before. Upon hearing this, Song Jinwei playfully tapped Bai Chan's nose, realizing she had spoken of him to the First Lady. Bai Chan glanced at Meng Mingxian, knowing she had not mentioned Song Jinwei to her. Not wishing to linger, Meng Mingxian turned to Yin Majiu and inquired, "Will the meeting conclude soon?" "Bai Chan and I would like to retire to the office." "Go ahead," Yin Majiu replied, sensing the situation and releasing her. Meng Mingxian extended her hand towards Bai Chan, who swiftly escaped from Song Jinue's grasp and linked arms with Meng Mingxian as they departed the conference room. At the moment the young lady reached out, Yin Majiu's gaze pierced through her, sharp as a thorn. She dared not take the young lady's hand. Once the two girls exited the conference room, Yin Majiu retracted his gaze and took a seat with an air of indifference. "Continue the meeting. I shall listen in." Song Jinwei had initially intended to engage Yin Majiu in conversation, but Yin Majiu did not spare him a glance, compelling him to return to his seat. Meng Mingxian escorted Bai Chan to the top floor. It was Bai Chan's second visit to the president's office. The secretary, adhering to Meng Mingxuan's preferences, brought forth 2 cups of cappuccino. "Do you enjoy this? If not, we have Americano as well." Meng Mingxian observed Bai Chan, noting how she differed from everyone else she had encountered before. Bai Chan did not initiate conversation, hence there was little dialogue. Others, like Song Jinwei moments earlier, would typically seek to engage her. "I do like it," Bai Chan said hurriedly, lifting the cappuccino with a shy yet genuine smile. "I do not care for Americano. It's too bitter." Meng Mingxian chuckled. "I too dislike bitter drinks." The two savored a few sips, their tongues tinged with the rich aroma of milk blended with coffee. The balance of sweetness and bitterness was just right. "Do you have feelings for Song Jinwei?" Meng Mingxian set her coffee cup down and posed the question directly. Bai Chan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, indicating that her shyness was far from simple. She tightened her grip on the coffee cup, her lashes glistening with unshed tears. "I once did. Now I do not. He is very purposeful." Meng Mingxian understood Bai Chan's implication, but offered a reminder. "Song Jinwei will certainly pursue you. Whether you can maintain your boundaries depends solely on you. I cannot assist you with personal matters. I solved several technical issues earlier. I have proven myself since joining the Meng Yin Group's security department," Bai Chan noted, showcasing her perceptiveness. She was introverted, not foolish. Meng Mingxian regarded Bai Chan thoughtfully, realizing, "So, your contributions were claimed by him?" This explained why Song Jinwei had recommended Bai Chan to the Meng Yin Group. He recognized her capabilities and found her easy to manage. "Indeed," Bai Chan nodded. "What are your future plans?" "He is no longer bold," Bai Chan replied sincerely, gazing at Meng Mingxian with a smile. "I am now devoted to the young lady." Meng Mingxian couldn't help but laugh in response. "You are indeed hers. How intriguing." Throughout her upbringing, everyone approached her solely because of Yin Majiu, including Yin Ting. No one truly belonged to her. In response to this thought, Meng Mingxian gently patted Bai Chan's hand, saying, "Although I will be heading to Kyoto tomorrow, should you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to message me. I shall not bring disgrace to you, my lady." Bai Chan replied earnestly. The lady had already provided ample support. If she were to be bullied and exploited by Song Jinwei again, it would reflect poorly upon her and be utterly disgraceful. Meng Mingxuan observed Bai Chan and was suddenly reminded of the famous quote by Archimedes, "Give me a place to stand, and I shall move the earth." Bai Chan now possessed a hint of that spirit. "I have high hopes for you," Meng Mingxuan encouraged without reservation. The compliment caused Bai Chan's pallor to dissipate, leaving behind a soft blush. After finishing her coffee, Meng Mingxuan pondered for a moment, still feeling uneasy about Bai Chan's ability to handle the cunning Song Jinhua. Thus, she extended her hand toward Bai Chan, instructing, "Open the company group chat. I shall send 2 messages." "All right," Bai Chan promptly complied. Meng Mingxuan glanced at the quiet company group on Bai Chan's phone, pulled her closer, and snapped a cheek-to-cheek photo, which she swiftly sent to the group. "Oh, my lady. Xiao Chan, where did you step in dog poop? Please tell me. I want to step in some too. So beautiful. Xiao Chan has become radiant beside my lady." The company group erupted with excitement. Subsequently, Meng Mingxuan transferred money to Bai Chan's phone, confirming receipt through Bai Chan's device, and sent a red envelope in the group, stating, "Please enjoy a coffee during your break. I entrust my idol's care to all of you. Do not let anyone bully her." The red envelope was claimed swiftly, with a flurry of messages declaring, "Rest assured, my lady, we shall protect Chan Bao." Naturally, a few female employees, taking a rare moment of respite in the pantry, harbored doubts. Did my lady truly send this? Could Bai Chan be orchestrating this herself? It seemed unlikely. Upon enlarging the photo, it became evident that it was taken by the lady, as Bai Chan's hands rested demurely on her lap. What could they be thinking? Could Bai Chan be audacious enough to impersonate my lady in the company group? She had never once engaged in conversation there. Indeed, it appeared she had genuinely connected with the lady, evoking envy and admiration. Truly, she was remarkable, possessing genuine talent. Let jealousy be directed elsewhere. Upon returning to the office, Yin Majiao noticed Bai Chan standing. "My lady, President, I shall attend to my duties now." "MHM," Yin Majiao responded with a gentler demeanor than usual. Bai Chan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. All her current fortune stemmed from the lady's kindness. Just moments ago, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so good to me, my lady?" The lady seemed to recall an unpleasant memory, offering a melancholic smile. "I hope we both live long lives." Though Bai Chan did not fully grasp the sentiment, she inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow for her lady. "Keep striving, my idol." Meng Mingxuan stood beside Yin Majiao, her smile infused with encouragement. "MHM." Bai Chan bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, President." After speaking, she hurried away. Yin Mo Jiu glanced at the 2 cups of cappuccino on the coffee table, still adorned with remnants of bubbles, then took Meng Mingxuan's hand, clasping it within his own. Was he truly enamored with her? Meng Mingxuan turned to him, smiling. "You wouldn't understand. If Bai Chan can successfully navigate past her fatal juncture from her previous life, then so can I." The thought of the impending fatal car accident 3 years hence dimmed her smile. Has that phrase become your catchphrase? Yan Montak, you tease it, squeezing the tender flesh of her palm. Did his lack of understanding imply she could not educate him? Meng Mingxuan felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy in his words, yet quickly dismissed the notion as improbable. Nonetheless, she could not help but chuckle. "I've only said it twice. How can that be a catchphrase?" Suddenly recalling the scene from the meeting room, she inquired, "By the way, when did you prepare the wedding candies? What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Yin Mo Jiu did not respond directly. Chapter 39. Things untried cannot be acknowledged. Meng Mingxuan hesitated slightly. "We are not truly getting married. Why would you distribute wedding candies in advance? What will become of it in the future? Are you so certain?" Yin Majiao continued to question. A flutter surged in Meng Mingxuan's heart. "What do you mean by that? I never considered marrying anyone else." Yin Majiao's gaze held hers. "If you believe this affects you, I can instruct my secretary to retrieve the wedding candies." Meng Mingxuan immediately grasped his arm. "No, you cannot just take back what has already been given." She sensed his displeasure without needing to inquire, and thus reassured him, "I am merely concerned about idle gossip. I have no intentions of marrying anyone else." A flicker of movement graced Yin Majiao's brow. Shadows from the dim lights cascaded over his inky lashes, rendering his gaze profound and tender. "Then let us continue this charade." He entwined a lock of her hair behind her, wrapping it several times before it slipped away, much like her difficult-tin snare. All right. Meng Mingxuan felt a disarray in her heart, stirred by his cool, husky tone. This was perhaps not a favorable sign. Let's go home and rest. Yin Majiao bent down, lifting her effortlessly. Meng Mingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Can I walk on my own? No, Jen Mohiao insisted. Carrying her out. Having not been cradled like a princess by Yin Majiao since the age of 16, Meng Mingxuan felt an inexplicable embarrassment. She buried her face in his embrace, prioritizing her modesty above all else. Su Li parked the car at the entrance of the corporate building. Thus, Yin Majiao emerged from the elevator on the first floor, still holding Meng Mingxuan. They were caught off guard to find Yin Ting openly waiting with Yu Tian at the entrance of the Meng Yin group. Xian, I need to speak with you. Yin Ting approached, his demeanor weary. Upon hearing that familiar, cold voice, Meng Mingxuan stiffened momentarily. Yin Majiao sensed her tension and gently set her down. Speak, I am listening. Yin Majiao adjusted her hair, his gaze indifferent as it slid past Yin Ting. Despicable scoundrel. Yin Ting could not conceal his animosity towards Yin Majiao. Yin Majiao smiled, regretting not having acted more ruthlessly over the past few years, wishing he had dealt with Yin Ting directly. Now that Yin Ting had connections with the elder, matters had grown complicated. Xian, Yu Tian, and I share no relationship. She is merely a paid worker. Lu Hui is the same. She is just doing domestic work. After venting his ire towards Yin Majiao, Yin Ting's gaze fixed intently on Meng Mingxuan. The trajectory of our dreams is not as it is now. The only variable is that Xian chose to break up with me. Xian must have dreamt of those events, thus foreseeing Yu Tian and uncovering the truth of his proximity to her. That must have compelled her to end their relationship. Meng Mingxuan was taken aback. Did he suddenly mention Yu Tian and Lu Hui because he too had been reborn? Who had bribed them? Yin Ting's gaze bore into her. Meng Mingxuan's heart raced violently. She instinctively glanced at Yin Majiao beside her, and indeed, she noticed his exquisitely shaped brows slowly furrowing. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Meng Mingxuan turned and embraced Yin Majiao, burying her face in his embrace as they departed. Yin Majiao cast a glance at the bulging veins of Yin Ting, said nothing, and lifted Meng Mingxuan, striding outside. Yin Ting attempted to obstruct them, but the bodyguards behind Yin Majiao swiftly restrained him. He watched helplessly as they approached the Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside, where Su Li had already opened the car door for them. Xian, you know what I'm talking about. Yin Ting's furious roar echoed inside the Rolls-Royce. As Meng Mingxuan turned her head to catch a glimpse of Yin Ting, Yin Majiao's tall figure obstructed her view. Drive. Yes, young Master Jiu. The Rolls-Royce sped away with a rush. The bodyguards released Yin Ting, whose eyes were filled with malice. Yin Majiao, a Ting, Yu Tian timidly stepped forward, attempting to touch Yin Ting's shoulder. Get lost. Yin Ting bellowed in rage, causing Yu Tian to fall back in fright. Watching Yin Ting's imposing figure stride away, Yu Tian remained shaken. It truly won't be easy to retrieve the 30 million from young Master Feng. Upon returning to the villa, Yin Majiao handed a glass of juice to Meng Mingxuan, who was nestled on the sofa. The icy juice calmed her emotions slightly. I do not know Yu Tian. Yin Majiao could sense Meng Mingxuan's reluctance to discuss Yin Ting, yet he still wished to clarify his position. Meng Mingxuan tightened her grip on the glass, her thoughts drifting to El Hui and Yu Tian. However, more than anything, she pondered her past life with Yin Ting. I have a friend. As Meng Mingxuan began to speak, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. She glanced at Yin Majiao, only to find him gazing at her intently, listening earnestly. In that moment, her embarrassment dissipated. Steadying her thoughts, she continued, I have a friend whose relationship is disapproved by her parents. Subsequently, her parents confined her partner's family, coercing her partner to subject her to emotional abuse, inflicting harm, and even feigning infidelity, ultimately leading her to doubt herself and suffer from depression. In the end, upon uncovering the truth, she chose to forgive. Do you think she acted rightly? Meng Mingxuan's words were somewhat ambiguous, yet Yin Majiao listened thoughtfully, pondering before responding. In matters of the heart, there is no right or wrong. What matters is whether she finds happiness. Meng Mingxuan was taken aback by this answer. She had anticipated him to deem her friend utterly foolish. To be hopelessly in love with someone, even if they committed the gravest of misdeeds, one would still hesitate to let go, especially considering that her friend's partner had his own burdens. Yin Majiao turned Meng Mingxuan's shoulder to face him, articulating each word carefully. If she chooses to let go, it signifies a lack of love, or perhaps a complete absence of it. Meng Mingxuan gazed in astonishment into the depths of his dark eyes. Memories of that rainy night at 18 flooded back to her. Love that penetrated to the marrow. Her sister willingly gave her life for him. But what of her and Yinting? Their approach was deliberate, their tenderness feigned. Due to an instance of humiliation, she had irrevocably sentenced Yinting to a fate of despair in her heart, turning away from him without a trace of reluctance. The clouds of anguish that loomed over Meng Mingxuan gradually began to disperse. It dawned on her that she had never truly loved Yinting. At this moment, she found herself disinterested in hearing the reasons behind his hurtful actions, for forgiveness was never her intention. Even if Tian were genuinely someone you had positioned beside Yinting, it mattered little to her. Meng Mingxuan's fingers glided through Yin Majiao's hand, her delicate brows curving in a gentle smile. Yin Majiao, somewhat helpless, responded, "I did not." He could not acknowledge actions he had never committed. It felt unjust. Suddenly, Yin Majiao's gaze sharpened as if a thought had struck him. He lifted his hand and lightly patted Meng Mingxuan's head, declaring, "I shall call Yilin." "Feng Yilin?" Meng Mingxuan queried, slightly taken aback. The call connected swiftly, and as soon as Feng Yilin uttered Brother Jiu, Yin Majiao coldly interrogated, "Who allowed you to bring Tian to Yinting's side?" After a brief pause, Feng Yilin replied in a subdued tone, "Has the young lady quarreled with Brother Jiu again?" Meng Mingxuan remained silent. Chapter 40. Flirting and bickering are essential skills for couples who granted you the authority to act on your own accord. Yin Majiao raised his hand to gently pat Meng Mingxuan's head, yet his voice remained cold and stern. "I'm sorry, Brother Jiu. You may beat me up if you wish." Feng Yilin quickly apologized, but there was an undeniable stubbornness in his tone, as if to say, "Even if you were to pummel me to death, I would still act this way." Meng Mingxuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Feng Yilin. Meng Mingxuan was still laughing beside Brother Jiu. She wasn't causing a scene with him. It seemed he had misunderstood. "Miss, Yinting is not a good person. He is unworthy of you. Perhaps you should reconsider Brother Jiu," he advised. Meng Mingxuan replied with a smile, "Understood. Also, I undertook this matter without Brother Jiu's knowledge. He wouldn't resort to such measures against you. If you must blame someone, let it be me." She glanced at Yin Majiao, who maintained his usual aloof demeanor, devoid of the harshness he often displayed towards outsiders. She had witnessed his fighting prowess. "I will not hold it against you. However, my relationship with Yinting is impossible. You needn't concern yourself further. You have many important matters to attend to," she informed Feng Yilin on the other end of the phone. Feng Yilin's cheerful laughter resonated. "Thank you for your understanding, Mississippi." He awaited the moment she would call him brother-in-law. Yin Majiao slid his finger across the screen and ended the call. Meng Mingxuan appeared somewhat astonished. "It's the first time I've heard Feng Xiao laugh like that. Just call him by his name," Yin Majiao remarked, noting her address for Feng Yilin. "How could that be? He is older than I am." Meng Mingxuan shook her head. In truth, Feng Yilin and his companions were all scions of esteemed families in Kyoto. Addressing him as Feng Xiao was entirely appropriate. Were it not for Yin Majiao's protection, they would hardly spare her a glance. "But you now bear the title of my girlfriend, while they all refer to me as brother." Yin Majiao raised an eyebrow. "That is true. Upon returning to Kyoto, they will likely start addressing you as sister-in-law." A rush of warmth surged from her clothes to Meng Mingxuan's face. "The next time I see him, I will simply call him by his name." She attempted to maintain her composure. "Very well." Yin Majiao noticed the blush creeping to her ears and chose not to pursue the topic further. He stood up. "I will go prepare dinner. I'll assist you." Meng Mingxuan rose to follow him. Such a diligent partner. Meng Mingxuan stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over her own feet. Yin Majiao reached out, securely pulling her into his embrace. At that moment, she should have declared, "Indeed, you have found a treasure." After a brief pause, under his watchful gaze, Meng Mingxuan complied, repeating, "Indeed, you have found a treasure." It was a forced response, lacking naturalness. Her voice could be sweeter. Yin Ma Jiao released his hold on her waist, rolling up his sleeves as he made his way to the kitchen. Flirting and bickering are indeed essential skills for couples. Meng Mingxian followed closely behind, her mind swirling with doubts. Had he undergone specialized training? How else could he be so knowledgeable? Soon enough, Yin Ma Jiao handed Meng Mingxian a bag of snap peas, instructing her to string them. She nearly misheard it as a different phrase. Kyoto. As Yin Zheng entered the living room, he found the elder Yin immersed in a newspaper, exuding an air of calm composure. His father appeared to be in good spirits lately. Yin Zheng approached and took a seat to the right of the elder. The elder, well past 70, stood at the precipice of life, yet the sternness etched between his brows was a testament to a life spent in high office. A single glance from him could instill a sense of dread. At that moment, he cast a mild glance at Yin Zheng. The prospect of both grandsons returning home bringing him a flicker of joy. However, Yin Zheng's eyes darkened. Was there an eagerness to send off a young man for good? The elder, with a contemplative gaze, remarked that he had experienced farewells before. The old steward, quietly bowing his head, fixated on the floor, as if he had heard nothing. The living room was enveloped in a heavy silence. Is it still sorrow after all these years? Yin Zheng chuckled, his tone laced with bitterness. For the Yin family had not faced extinction. Those who had navigated through life's perils, like him, had little room for sorrow. The elder gazed affectionately at his youngest son, but reminded him not to forget he had an elder brother, one he had tragically slain. Yin Zheng's expression shifted. Please refrain from such talk. The elder's demeanor remained gentle. The fratricide and usurpation, abandoning wife and children. Now your brother's son returns alongside the child you harmed. Are you not afraid? Yin Zheng's countenance darkened further. After a prolonged silence, he rose and departed without a backward glance. As the sound of the car faded outside, the old steward approached respectfully. Elder, should we caution the two young masters? The gentleman is not to be underestimated. He may very well ensure they cannot return to the capital. No need, the elder replied, continuing to peruse the newspaper. Such minor crises are unavoidable. Returning to the capital would be tantamount to seeking death. After finishing the article, the elder slowly lifted his gaze, inquiring about the situation in Lin City. You mentioned yesterday that the Meng family's young lady was once the little master's girlfriend? Indeed, she parted ways with the little master half a month ago and is now with the eldest master, the steward replied candidly. The elder let out a thoughtful hum, acknowledging the young lady's remarkable ability. With the Meng family now reduced to her alone, the eldest master felt a deep sense of guilt and prioritized her in all matters. The steward spoke plainly. Reflecting on the 3 lives lost in the Meng family, the elder begrudgingly softened. There are many ways to compensate. She is unworthy of Mo Jiu. The elder issued orders to seek suitable offspring from distinguished families for her to consider, ensuring the conditions were not too poor. Otherwise, Mo Jiu would never consent. Indeed, thought the old steward, aware that regardless of the other party's merits, the eldest master would not acquiesce. He recalled his visit to Lin City, but deemed it unnecessary to shatter the elder's pleasant illusions. Such efforts would yield no reward. It was best for the eldest master to confront the reality upon his return to the capital. Yin Zheng drove back to the villa, where Su Yuha, her makeup meticulously applied, had just finished preparing soup. Spotting Yin Zheng's arrival, she approached him gently. Darling, I just made chicken soup. Do you remember Lin Ruxiue? Yin Zheng, dismissing her tender approach, sank into the sofa in silence. Su Yuha's expression froze, her hands suddenly feeling as if they had nowhere to find solace. After all these years, why did he suddenly bring up that woman? Yin Zheng keenly observed the momentary tension in Su Yuha, letting out a soft scoff, assuring her, do not worry, she is dead. Before Su Yuha could fully process this revelation, Yin Zheng dropped another bombshell. However, she bore me a son. Now, this very son has been acknowledged by the old master. Yin Zheng reached out, gently grasping Su Yuha's slender wrist, his cold gaze fixed upon her, asking, are you afraid? Chapter 41. Deep within Yin Zhang's heart lay an unyielding sense of discontent, a sentiment only he truly comprehended. Over the years, the memory of his first encounter with Lin Ruxue remained vividly etched in his mind. In the season of gentle spring rains, beneath the classical eaves by the babbling brook, the raindrops caressed her delicate profile like a masterful painting, a depiction of a beauty from Jiang enshrouded in mist. Su Yuha had long been imitating Lin Ruxue. He was not oblivious to this fact. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, Lin Ruxue had never once addressed him as husband. The thread of dissatisfaction in Yin Zhang's heart was a secret he kept to himself. Husband. Su Yuha's long eyelashes glistened with moisture. My hand hurts. Yin Zhang gazed at Su Yuha and slowly released a wrist. Bring Xiaoxiang back, he said, his demeanor returning to a calm neutrality. Otherwise, I fear he may not even know how he perished. Su Yuha hoarsely replied, All right, and after sending a message to their son, Yin Xiaoxiang. She nestled against Yin Zhang's arm. Husband, what do you intend to do? A twinge of anxiety stirred within Su Yuha. After all these years, she had presumed Yin Zhang had long since moved past that matter, especially since she had borne him a son, their only child. Yet now, Yin Zhang had another son, one born of Lin Ruxue, who had even been acknowledged by the elder. The situation had suddenly grown intricate. What? Not eliminating him back then? Now seeking to amend the regret? Yin Zhang pinched Su Yuha's chin between his fingers, his grip tightening ever so slightly. No, husband, I didn't. Tears welled in Su Yuha's eyes from the pain. Yin Zhang, in a foul mood today, held her for a moment before releasing her. Su Yuha's chin bore the bruised imprint of his grasp. Times had changed. Leaning back, Yin Zhang remarked, The elder would be more than pleased to see us take action. Su Yuha's heart skipped a beat. He said us. Husband will protect me and Xiaoxiang, right? She disregarded the pain in her chin and gently wrapped her arm around Yin Zhang's. He cast her a sidelong glance, his expression cold and distant. He neither affirmed nor denied her words. A well-organized convoy was lined up at the villa's entrance, with dozens of impeccably dressed bodyguards standing in 2 rows. Yin Majio led Meng Mingxuan out of the gate and into the central Rolls-Royce. Isn't this a bit ostentatious? Meng Mingxuan had not anticipated such a grand spectacle. Yin Majio fastened her seatbelt with an unhurried tone. You will understand shortly. Sensing the underlying meaning in his words, she refrained from further inquiries. Before long, the convoy of luxury vehicles departed the villa area, traversing half of Lin City. The news swiftly spread through the streets and alleys, revealing that the renowned 9th Master of Lin City was taking the young lady to Kyoto for a family reunion. It was said that the 9th Master was not originally from Lin City, but rather from the capital, returning to acknowledge his roots. The Yin family of Kyoto was a prestigious lineage, and the 9th Master had long been ridiculed for his humble beginnings. Now, no one dared to cast aspersions on his heritage. His adoptive father was no less distinguished. He could be considered a child of humble origins risen to prominence. Yet, how could he compare to the illustrious Yin family of Kyoto? The gap was vast. Indeed, it was. The convoy traversed Lincheng, stopping at a villa in the outskirts for a respite and a meal, lingering for approximately an hour. However, once the convoy resumed its journey, Yin Majio and Meng Mingxuan found themselves concealed within a small room of the villa. Is someone out to get us? Meng Mingxuan inquired. Yin Majio wrapped his arm around her. Are you afraid? No, you will protect me, she replied with unwavering trust. The dim lighting of the room cast a shadow over Yin Majio's gaze. A sudden thought struck Meng Mingxuan. He had witnessed his sister's demise before his very eyes. She swiftly changed the subject. With so many of us, what could they possibly do? They could cause a car crash, start a fire, or even resort to kidnapping. They are capable of anything, he stated with an indifferent expression. There is nothing they would shy away from, much like what happened to his mother and the Meng family. Meng Mingxuan fell silent, her words failing her. Do not fear. Once we reach Kyoto, we shall be safe. Yin Majio aimed to heighten her vigilance, not to instill nightmares within her slumber. Meng Mingxuan nodded in agreement. After half an hour, a bus arrived to escort them from the villa. They donned hooded sweatshirts and boarded the bus, which headed straight for the airport. The bus swayed unsteadily, causing Meng Mingxuan discomfort after her recent meal. Yin Majiu wrapped one arm around her, while his other hand slipped beneath her sweatshirt, gently massaging her stomach. Meng Mingxuan, reluctant to resist, remained stiff as he needed her for a while. Eventually, after enduring the journey, she emerged coated in perspiration. How can it be so hot with the air conditioning on? She questioned. Yin Majiu stood at the check-in counter, retrieving a tissue to wipe her sweat away. Meng Mingxuan struggled to respond. Have the tickets been purchased? She asked, evading the subject. I shall buy them now, Yin Majiu replied. Buying in advance might draw attention. The tickets were promptly secured for the next available flight. As the plane ascended, Meng Mingxuan's gaze drifted to the window, watching Linsheng shrink into the distance. Having never left Linsheng in her life, she pondered her feelings. Do you feel reluctant to part with Linsheng? Yin Majiu grasped her hand. Meng Mingxuan shook her head. She felt neither fondness nor attachment to Linsheng. After all, she was not a native. In her past life, she had met her end in Linsheng. Unbeknownst to her, while she was lost in thought, Yin Majiu observed her intently. He had long noticed the transformation within her. She had become more obedient, dependent on him, yet her former brightness had dimmed. She no longer dared to express anger or playfully tease him. Yin Majiu refrained from pressing further, gently guiding her head onto his shoulder. Get some rest. Let sleep chase away all your troubles. Meng Mingxuan felt his tenderness, a faint smile gracing her lips, but she was also frightened by such gentleness, causing the smile to quickly fade. Though Linsheng lay over 1,000 kilometers from Kyoto, the flight would take merely 2 hours. Meng Mingxuan felt as if she had only rested briefly when Yin Majiu's low voice reached her ears. Mingxuan, it's time to disembark. She straightened, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Yin Majiu gazed at her with a smile, seemingly admiring her drowsy appearance upon waking. As Meng Mingxuan looked at the handsome, familiar face before her, she gradually became more alert, albeit slightly. Brother. The mirth in Yin Majiu's eyes instantly vanished. The Yin family had sent a car for them. From the moment they disembarked the plane, Meng Mingxuan had been calling out Yin Majiu while chasing after him, intertwining her arms with his and holding his hand. She was on the verge of kissing him. Yet, it was evident that her attempts to charm him had fallen short. It was only upon seeing the Yin family's vehicle and the elder butler standing beside it that Yin Majiu finally halted. Casting a sidelong glance at the pitiful Meng Mingxuan who had been trying to appease him all along. Do you understand the consequences of being overheard? His expression was stern. I understand, Meng Mingxuan nodded. I will no longer utter that name. If I must, I shall use a reduplicated form. Reduplicated form? Meng Mingxuan stared at him in confusion. Jiu Gij, or Mo Gij. Yin Majiu's voice was low and slow, inexplicably alluring. Meng Mingxuan. Chapter 42. With outsiders present, refrain from whining and endure. The endearing call of a pet name was certainly beyond Meng Mingxuan's capacity to utter. However, she recognized that Yin Majiu, in his playful manner, was indeed irked. Was that not the benevolent old steward who served by the side of Elder Yin? Clinging to Yin Majiu's arm, she gazed ahead at the kindly, smiling steward. Yin Majiu, devoid of any expression, cast a fleeting glance as if acquiescing to her. Yet, in the next instant, she felt the arm she embraced tense abruptly, the muscles bulging like a ferocious beast roused from slumber. Yin Majiu withdrew his arm from her grasp. Yin, she watched wide-eyed, as he strode purposefully toward the young man, delivering a swift punch. The steward's benevolent demeanor vanished from his face. With a wave of his hand, several suited men near the parked cars rushed forward, encircling Yin Majiu and the man now sprawled on the ground, shielding them from the prying eyes of other airport patrons. Yin Majiu radiated a dark fury, his cold, obsidian eyes brimming with rage. He seized the fallen man's collar, raining down blows upon him. You bastard! The man had initially felt his anger flare, but upon catching sight of Yin Majiu's face, his expression shifted dramatically. Beyond the human barricade, the steward approached Meng Mingxuan with an air of civility. Miss Mingxuan, might I trouble you to intervene with the young master? The steward possessed the self-awareness that he could not halt this tempest. Yet, if he was not mistaken, the man being mercilessly beaten by the young master was Yi Khan, the eldest grandson of the Yi family, recently acknowledged after 4 years. The four prominent families of the capital, Yin, Yi, Song, and Qin, were in turmoil, and this would not end well. Very well. Without further contemplation, Meng Mingxuan hastened forward, threading her way through the throng. Upon witnessing the bloodied visage of the man on the ground, her voice trembled. Yin Majiao, please stop. Yin Majiao had indeed lost his rationality. He thought that if Meng Mingxuan knew this man's identity, she would never attempt to intervene. Yet, slowly, the malevolence in Yin Majiao's dark eyes subsided, and he relinquished his grip on the man's collar, rising to his feet. Yi Yukan, upon hearing Meng Mingxuan's voice, experienced a flicker of surprise in his pained gaze. However, when he turned to face her, the surprise vanished instantly. Who are you looking at? Yin Majiao taunted, nudging Yi Yukan's thigh with his foot. Surely, you do not think it is your dear sister? Yi Yukan's complexion paled, and he remained silent. If you wish to see your dear sister, you might as well find a rope and end your life. With that, Yin Majiao turned and walked towards Meng Mingxuan. Yi Yukan's heart twisted painfully, the anguish unbearable. What do you mean? I mean for you to die. Brother Jiu. Meng Mingxuan was suddenly seized by Yin Majiao at the waist, leading her towards the airport exit. Unable to resist, she glanced back at the extraordinarily handsome man. Moments ago, he had called out to Yin Majiao as Brother Jiu. Was he an old acquaintance from Lincheng? This one-sided brawl at the airport did not incite any commotion. The steward remained behind to manage the aftermath while he accompanied Yin Majiao and Meng Mingxuan into the car. The young master, upon learning that you initially traveled by convoy, but later opted for a flight back to the capital, the old man was quite pleased. The old butler maintained his composure, as if the recent incident where Yin Majiao had struck Yi Yukan was of little consequence. In the circles of the capital, as long as one does not overtly cause a fatality, the Yin family can manage any situation. Meng Mingxuan glanced at Yin Majiao, sensing that he was still troubled by the earlier encounter with that man. Who was that man? What could have provoked such fury in him? Yin Majiao appeared to recover his composure swiftly, shedding the previous aura of menace. Ignoring the old butler, he casually asked Meng Mingxuan, "Do you have any wet wipes?" "Yes," she replied, retrieving them from her bag. Noticing the blood on his fingers, she offered, "Do you need my assistance?" "No, don't dirty your hands," he replied, taking the wipes and gently cleaning the blood from his fingers. Who was that man? Meng Mingxuan exchanged glances with the old butler for 3 seconds before breaking the silence. The butler smiled with a hint of approval. "He is just a small nuisance," Yin Majiao answered. This was the first time Meng Mingxuan had heard Yin Majiao curse, leaving her slightly taken aback. Reflecting on the shocked and remorseful expression of the man who had just been beaten, she sensed there was more beneath the surface. However, since he chose not to elaborate, she decided to let it go. The old butler observed the now quiet Meng Mingxuan and remarked, "That was Yi Yukan, the eldest grandson of the renowned Yi family." Meng Mingxuan and the old butler exchanged glances once more. What was she supposed to glean from this? She was unfamiliar with Yi Yukan. The butler discreetly shifted his gaze forward, disappointment etched clearly on his forehead. After nearly 3 hours, which felt longer than the flight, the vehicle adorned with small red flags finally arrived at the Yin family estate. Yin Laoyizi sat in the living room, exuding an air of refined authority. As he observed the striking couple entering, his sharp eyes narrowed subtly. Meng Mingxuan was aware of Yin Majiao's attitude towards his family, so she felt no apprehension. She even met Yin Laoyizi's piercing gaze with confidence. The old man had long received first-hand information from Lincheng, knowing that Meng Mingxuan had been raised in luxury by Yin Majiao, having suffered no grievances. Quickly, Yin Laoyizi diverted his gaze from Meng Mingxuan's face to the lavish gifts beside the table, smiling faintly. "You've returned, yet you bring gifts." "The gifts were brought by your granddaughter-in-law. I'm not that idle," Yin Majiao replied, taking a seat with Meng Mingxuan, showing no deference to Yin Laoyizi. There were certain matters he had not disclosed to Meng Mingxuan in advance. He preferred she witness Yin Laoyizi's formidable nature firsthand before he could explain. Yin Laoyizi then turned his attention back to Meng Mingxuan. "So they are from you, Xinxian? You just graduated from university, I presume? Your little treasury seems quite ample." "Good day, Grandfather Yin," Meng Mingxuan greeted with a nod, feigning ignorance of the old man's sarcasm. Yin Majiao, however, would not allow Meng Mingxuan to endure such indignity. With a languid smile, he remarked, "Of course, in the Meng Yin group, Meng comes first, and Mingxuan is the largest shareholder. I am merely an employee." Meng Mingxuan gently pinched Yin Majiao's waist. He had just returned to the Yin family, and the old man's support was of great significance. As for her, it was inconsequential. Seeking justice for Aunt Yin was far more important. However, Yin Majiao raised his hand, ruffling her hair. "There are outsiders present. Refrain from being coy and bear with it." That was clearly a reminder. Moreover, since Grandfather Yin was indeed his grandfather, how could he possibly be considered an outsider? Now that he was back, it was time to assist his grandfather. The esteemed Grandfather Yin was indifferent to the Meng Yin group, even though it wielded control over the entire economy of Lin City. Very well, just wait and see. No sooner had Yin Majiao spoken than an undercover man entered. "Old Master, there's been a series of high-speed collisions in Lin City. The casualty situation remains unclear." After delivering the report, the undercover man cast a glance at Yin Majiao. A chill crept up Meng Mingxuan's spine. Grandfather Yan's expression was calm, as if he had anticipated this all along. Yin Majiao appeared equally composed. "Understood." Grandfather Yin waved his hand, prompting the undercover man to turn and leave. He then looked at Yin Majiao and said gently, "Why did you go and beat up the young master of the Yi family as soon as he got off the plane?" Chapter 43. She felt as though her heart had sprouted barbs, throbbing with a dull ache. Upon hearing the old Master Yan's words, Meng Mingxuan instinctively glanced at the old butler, who winked back at her. Meng Mingxuan thought to herself, well, it must not be the old butler who divulged any secrets, as he had not left their side throughout the journey. Yin Majiao provided an answer that was less than satisfactory. The Yi family did not express it that way. Old Master Yin remarked. It was then that Meng Mingxuan realized that the Yi family had been the first to report back to Old Master Yin. What did the Yi family say? Yin Majiao scoffed. They claimed that the young Master Yi insisted on calling you brother and vehemently forbade the Yi family from troubling us. Old Master Yin smiled gently, his tone even carrying a hint of satisfaction. Over the years, the Yi family had gradually begun to eclipse the Yin family. If the sole heir of the Yi family acknowledged the heir of the Yin family as his brother, the implications were clear to any discerning observer. Yin Majiao's expression darkened. Despicable. Meng Mingxuan could not help but steal a glance at Yin Majiao's strikingly handsome face. She had never witnessed him harbor such intense hatred for anyone before. Not even towards Yin Ting had he displayed such disdain. What heinous act had that young master of the Yi family committed? The smile faded from old Master Yan's face. You ought to be aware of your mission upon returning to Kyoto. Even if Yi Yukon harbors a grudge against you, you must accept him as your younger brother. Yin Majiao's expression visibly stiffened. Meng Mingxuan squeezed her fingers, wondering if old Master Yin had inadvertently struck a nerve with his words. She could not help but recall the image of Yi Yukon, bloodied and beaten, his gaze shifting towards her with surprise, swiftly morphing into disappointment. Then there was Yin Majiao's icy remark. If you wish to meet your dear sister, perhaps you should first find a rope and hang yourself. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached with a sharp pang. What was happening to her? We have already met. It is time for us to return, Yin Majiao declared, offering no promises to old Master Yin as he pulled Meng Mingxuan up to take their leave. Return where? Old Master Yin frowned. My girlfriend possesses a property in Jinli Courtyard, so naturally, we shall return there. Each villa in Jinli Courtyard was valued at over 100 million, inhabited solely by the affluent. You shall reside at the old residence. Old Master Yin insisted firmly. That is not acceptable, Yin Majiao replied with unwavering determination. What is unacceptable about it? There exists a generational gap. Old Master Yin nearly gasped in disbelief before he could utter another word. Yin Majiao grasped Meng Mingxuan's hand and turned to leave. The old butler escorted them to the door with a smile. Welcome back, young master and Miss Meng. For your next visit. Goodbye, butler, Meng Mingxuan replied as the old butler watched her being ushered into the car by Yin Majiao, still smiling. Miss Meng is far more polite than the young master. The car belonged to the Yin family. The keys were left inside, and no one dared to steal a vehicle from the Yin household. Yin Majiao drove away from the old Yin residence. navigating as if he were a local who had grown up in Kyoto, not even glancing at the navigation system, as he headed directly towards the villa. Meng Mingxuan remained silent throughout the journey, lost in thought as she gazed out the window at the passing scenery. As Yin Majiao glanced at her several times at the traffic light, she remained oblivious to his gaze, watching the flickering red numbers. His slender fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, pondering how to convey to Meng Mingxuan about Yi Yukan. It was inevitable that Yi Yukan would seek her out, having received no information from him. Unbeknownst to them, the car had returned to the villa. Meng Mingxuan finally snapped back to reality as she noticed him bending over to unfasten her seatbelt. She grasped his hand, following him as they entered the villa. The villa exuded an artistic ambience, radiating a serene elegance that particularly resonated with Meng Mingxuan, especially the color of the curtains, which were her favorites. Flanking the pathway were delicate lavender plants and rose petal-shaped street lamps, prompting Meng Mingxuan to ponder deeply. "Where did you buy this?" She couldn't help but inquire. 3 years ago, when I learned of my heritage, Yin Majiao replied candidly. "Did you plan to bring me back to Kyoto, even then? Is that why the villa's style reflects my preferences?" "Indeed. Were you not afraid I would refuse to leave Lincheng?" Yin Majiao shot her a sidelong glance, ready to render her unconscious and carry her away, yet she returned home on her own accord. A pang of bitterness welled in Meng Mingxuan's heart. In their past life, he hadn't taken her away by force. Yi Yukan was previously known as Su Kan in Lincheng. He is an old acquaintance of ours, Yin Majiao said as he urged her to sit down and began discussing Yi Yukan. Meng Mingxuan's interest peaked, her watery eyes fixed on him as she listened intently. "He is a despicable character, harboring ill intentions towards your sister. It is likely he will approach you in the future, so keep your distance from him," Yin Majiao cautioned after a moment's thought. "If he inquires about your sister, simply tell him she has been reincarnated for many years. Is there truly a grudge over a wife? Although it seems he has not succeeded, merely lusted after her," Meng Mingxuan mused, recalling her sister's diary. "Have you remembered?" Yin Majiao asked, noticing her distraction as he pinched her cheek. "I have," Meng Mingxuan replied, snapping back to attention and nodding. "I will attend to matters in the study. You should shower and rest for a while," he said, withdrawing his hand and standing up. The incident of the car accident required further inquiry. Although he had briefed his subordinates in advance, unforeseen circumstances were always possible on the highway. "All right." After Yin Majiao retreated to the study, Meng Mingxuan did not immediately head to her room for a shower. Instead, she wandered through the villa, initially intending to visit the beautiful garden. But the sun was too harsh, so she admired it from behind the glass windows for a while. After approximately half an hour, she ascended to her room and took a quick shower. However, her brief afternoon nap of just over an hour did not bring her peace. Likely due to the emergence of Yi Yukan, she dreamt of her sister, Meng Mingyu. Meng Mingyu, who was of the same age as Yin Majiao, had not grown up with Meng Mingxuan, but had been raised by their aunt in Haicheng. At the time of their parents' car accident, only 6-year-old Meng Mingxuan was present. It wasn't until Meng Mingxuan was 16 that she first met her sister, who was already 20 at that time. Standing beside Yin Majiao, Meng Mingyu exuded an exquisite beauty, radiating an innate nobility that seemed to have been cultivated within her from a young age, rivaling even the naturally distinguished aura of Yin Majiao. After her aunt, who had lived in Haicheng for many years without children, gave birth to a cousin, Meng Mingyu departed from Haicheng to reside with the Yin family. In truth, Meng Mingxuan had only been sisters with Meng Mingyu for 2 years, as Meng Mingyu passed away when she was just 18. "Mingxuan, wake up." A warm sensation fell upon her forehead, pulling her from a heart-wrenching dream. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing into the near proximity of Yin Majiao's eyes. His elbow rested on the bed, his palm cradling her head as if she were nestled in his hand. "Did you have a nightmare?" Yin Majiao gently brushed aside her slightly damp hair, wiping away the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes. Meng Mingxuan longed to reach out and embrace Yin Majiao. Yet the haunting dream and the inexplicable emotions that had stirred within her in recent days began to fade. "I dreamt of my sister," she murmured, locking her gaze with Yin Majiao's. She missed her sister dearly. Her sister had treated her with immense kindness. "What about him? Did he miss her sister even more? Chapter 44. I want him to search for my sister forever. Yin Majo paused as he brushed her hair aside. This marked the first occasion since her 18th year that she had mentioned Meng Mingyu in his presence. Did you miss her? Yes. Meng Mingxuan recalled the day of Meng Mingyu's funeral when Yin Majo had enveloped her, tear-streaked and distraught, in his arms. Upon hearing her lament that she had no family left, he had tenderly stroked her head, his voice hoarse as if it had endured days of sorrow. You still have a brother. Since then, she had indeed been left with only her brother. It had been over 4 years. She had long since been reborn and should now be cherished by her new parents, living as a blissful little princess, free of worries. Yin Majo spun a fairy tale to comfort her. Have you ever considered searching for her? Meng Mingxuan, being a reincarnation herself, believed in such miracles. What would be the purpose of searching for her? Yin Majo retorted. Indeed, if her sister had truly been reincarnated, she would be merely 2 or 3 years old now. And he was already 26. Will you still get married? Meng Mingxuan asked almost involuntarily. Yin Majo's gaze deepened, of course. A sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over Meng Mingxuan. Her sister had perished for his sake. He had loved her dearly, yet time would inevitably erode all feelings. Did you ever read her diary? I initially did not realize it was a diary. I glanced at it while sorting through her belongings but did not read further. Yin Majo spoke candidly. He had no habit of prying into others' private matters. However, the little rose he had raised had never kept a diary, leaving him without any opportunity to snoop. Meng Mingxuan was taken aback to learn that Yin Majo had not perused her sister's belongings before handing them over to her. I have read it. She felt a twinge of sadness. I think you should too. It contains all her innermost thoughts. Yin Majo's tone darkened, laced with coldness. What is there to admire in the musings of one enamored with trash? Startled, Meng Mingxuan sat upright, causing a soft thud as her head bumped into Yin Majo's. The pain caused her to lean back. Did it hurt? Yin Majo swiftly caught her waist, raising his hand to soothe her forehead. Meng Mingxuan, disregarding the moment, urgently grasped his tie. You said my sister loved trash. Who is that trash? The term trash had echoed in her ears multiple times today, uttered by Yin Majo. The young master of the Yi family, Yi Yukan. Could it be that the one her sister cherished in her diary was not Yin Majo, but rather Yi Yukan? Yin Majo's gaze lingered on her delicate features, slowly descending to her soft lips. Shukan. He grasped her smooth wrist. He was once a part of my circle. Otherwise, your sister would not have known him. Meng Mingxuan trembled. Are you saying that the person my sister liked, the one she had a relationship with, is Su Kan, now known as Yi Yukan? Yin Majo recalled Meng Mingyu's desperate plea as she slipped from his grasp into the sea. It no longer matters. It matters greatly. Meng Mingxuan tugged at his tie with all her might, drawing him closer. Their breaths intertwined, as did their gazes. Why didn't you attend her funeral? Where were you? He arrived in Kyoto, transforming from Su Kan into Yi Yukan, abandoning his sister. Was it not so? Meng Mingxuan's eyes were rimmed with red. 4 years ago, Yin Majo was still unaware of his origins. 4 years ago, Su Kan vanished from Meng Mingyo's world. 4 years ago, Kyoto welcomed a new young master of the Yi family, while Linqing lost a beloved to Meng Mingyu. Until her dying breath, Meng Mingyu remained oblivious to the fact that her Su Kan had gone to Kyoto. It is no wonder that at the end of that diary, there lay a vast expanse of blank pages. It is no wonder that Yin Majo, upon encountering Yi Yukan at the airport, instinctively reacted by wanting to pummel him to death. Yet, none of that truly matters. What is paramount is that your sister wished for you to live joyfully, not to harbor regrets over her affairs. Yin Majo cradled Meng Mingxuan's face, declaring that this was her sister's final wish. The last wish. With reddened eyes, Meng Mingxuan gazed at Yin Majo, realizing that it was her sister who had implored him not to reveal this matter to her, fearing that it would bring her sorrow. Had it not been for their reunion in Kyoto, Yin Majo would have taken this secret to his grave. Much like in her past life, she would never have known that the man who nearly became her brother-in-law was not Yin Majo, but Yi Yukan. It turned out that you had perused your sister's diary. Yin Majo wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, chuckling softly, little deceiver. When he had entrusted Meng Mingyo's belongings to Meng Mingxuan, Yin Majo had numerous matters to attend to, such as avenging Meng Mingyu, where he finally found time to console the young girl. He recalled the diary and inquired if she had read it. She responded in the negative, claiming it was her sister's privacy. Later, at Meng Mingyu's funeral, he watched as she burned the diary before her sister's gravestone. Meng Mingxuan could no longer recall the muddled days of yore. All she knew was that her last remaining family member was gone, and her sister and her Jiu were entangled in a romantic relationship. Her Jiu had also lost his beloved. During that tumultuous time, her mind and heart were in disarray, overwhelmed by a cacophony of emotions intertwined into a tangled mess. After her sister's funeral, she subconsciously began to distance herself from Jiu. Eventually, she encountered Ting at university. His profile immediately captured her attention. "I did not intend to deceive you." Meng Mingxuan finally reached out, embracing Maju's neck. The surge of emotions that had been forcefully suppressed over the past few days erupted into a release now that she knew her sister's lover was Kan. She did not covet her sister's place. "I will not inform Kan that my sister has been reincarnated." She could sense that Kan still harbored feelings for her sister. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Maju to beat him without retaliating. "I will ensure he never finds my sister. Her sister's pristine grave must remain untouched by the crocodile's tears." Kan was unworthy of paying respects to her sister, much less weeping at her grave. "She is your sister. You are her last attachment in this world. You are entitled to make any decisions on her behalf." Maju enveloped her completely, accepting her resolution regarding this matter. "Sukin has vanished unexpectedly, hasn't he?" Meng Mingxuan inquired once more. Maju fell silent for a moment before responding. "He has succumbed to death." Meng Mingxuan felt as though her heart had been pierced by a sharp blade, a chilling pain enveloping her. She wondered if her sister had felt such agony when she believed her beloved had perished. He truly was a worthless individual. She concurred with Maju's assessment of Kan. Maju remained silent thereafter, holding her tightly. Time seemed to revert to that pivotal moment 4 years prior, when both were engulfed in sorrow due to Meng Mingyu, seeking warmth in each other's embrace. The following morning, Meng Mingxuan awoke to find a note beside her pillow. Maju had left. He had informed her the previous night that he would be preoccupied for an extended period. Su Li and the others had sustained no injuries, and after the traffic incident was resolved, they would all arrive in Kyoto and take residence in the Villa District. Unlike Ling City, where danger lurked at every corner, she required constant companionship in Kyoto. The neighboring villas surrounding her and Maju's abode had also been purchased. After experiencing such emotional tumult, Meng Mingxuan managed to sleep soundly once more, her overall mood remaining relatively tranquil. However, this tranquility was soon shattered after breakfast by the arrival of the elderly butler sent by the old master. "Miss, the master wishes to invite you for a meal to meet some peers." Meng Mingxuan. Chapter 45. Brothers compete for a woman, a scandalous proposition. From Miss Meng to young lady, the old butler transformed his address in a single evening. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained respectful and gentle, as if Meng Mingxuan were truly the esteemed young lady of the Yin family. The distinction between these titles is significant, easily understood by the discerning. However, Meng Mingxuan is no longer the impulsive young lady she once was. With the wisdom gained over the past 3 years, she has matured into a woman far beyond her 25 years, fully aware of her roots. She did not engage in any argument with the old butler, who merely acted in accordance with her wishes. She simply offered a gentle reminder. "Are you certain the young master is aware? His temperament is rather volatile." The butler's gaze flickered slightly, reassuring her, "There is no need for concern, young lady. A conflict between Cao Cao and Liu Bei is inevitable." Meng Mingxuan found herself momentarily speechless, a perplexing thought crossing her mind. Isn't the hierarchy a bit off? The difference between a grandfather and an uncle. "Very well, butler grandfather. Please wait a moment while I change." "Of course, young lady." Meng Mingxuan quickly donned a modest, unembellished long dress, neither ostentatious nor sensual, and certainly lacking in any hint of cuteness, which rendered her beauty somewhat diminished. As she descended the stairs, the old butler rose from his seat at the foot of the staircase. "Shall we go, butler grandfather?" "After you, young lady." While in the carriage, The old butler suddenly engaged Meng Mingxuan in conversation. 3 years ago, I spent some time in Lin City, and it seemed your temperament was rather difficult. This must have been when the old master discovered Yin Majiao's true identity and dispatched the butler to Lin City for a thorough investigation. By that time, her relationship with Yin Majio had already begun to deteriorate, Meng Mingxuan reflected. From the old master's perspective, setting aside the fact that the young lady was an orphan, he would not approve of a relationship between her and the eldest young master, given her past 2-year romance with the youngest young master, as the butler remarked. It is ill-favored for brothers to vie for the affection of one woman. Hearing this, Meng Mingxuan's attention was piqued, and she looked up. The youngest young master? Has the old master already acknowledged Yin Ting? Indeed, the youngest young master is now referred to as Yin Shouting, the butler replied. Meng Mingxuan gazed at the butler's stern countenance, feeling a surge of gratitude. Thank you, butler grandfather. The butler immediately straightened his posture, turning his head away, as he felt he had done nothing worthy of such appreciation. Meng Mingxuan found the old butler increasingly endearing. Yet, she finally comprehended the negative consequences of her past capriciousness. In her previous life, she had married Yin Ting, becoming the legitimate sister-in-law of Yin Majio. It was no wonder Yin Majio had consistently ignored her. He was aware of Yin Ting's identity as his brother. Young lady, I wish to pose a question. The butler spoke again. Snapping back to attention, Meng Mingxuan replied, Please, go ahead. Once there were 2 cousins. Initially, the cousin's father harmed the cousin's mother, while the younger cousin's father harmed the younger cousin's mother. As events unfolded, the cousin's father also harmed the younger cousin's father, and ultimately, the cousin took away the younger cousin's wife. The young lady wondered if these cousins could ever coexist harmoniously. Meng Mingxuan found herself bewildered by the multitude of cousin references, taking a while to digest the narrative. Yet, this was no mere tale. It was stark reality, the story of Yin Majiao and Yin Ting. But cousins? Meng Mingxuan was astonished. Grandpa Butler is Yin Shouting really Yin Majiao's cousin, not his brother? Indeed, the young master's father was the eldest son of the Yin family, but he had passed away many years ago, leaving only the young master as the sole heir, as the old butler explained. Meng Mingxuan struggled to comprehend the implications. Thus, the man who had assaulted Qi Shuyue was not Yin Majiao's father, Yin Zheng, but rather Yin Zheng's elder brother. And he had died at the hands of Yin Zheng himself. Yin Shouting yearned for vengeance for his mother, and the only way to achieve this was to unearth his biological father's grave. However, aside from his mother's vendetta, Yin Shouting harbored a grudge against his father as well. If he sought retribution, he must eliminate Yin Zheng and his lineage, including Yin Zheng's 2 sons. Meng Mingxuan glanced at the back of the old butler's head, realizing he was subtly reminding her that Yin Majiao and Yin Shouting would be irreconcilable foes. She could only choose one side. Following the old butler, Meng Mingxuan entered the private dining room designated by the elderly Mr. Yin. Good day, Mr. Yin, she greeted politely. A young man seated beside Mr. Yin immediately rose to pull out a chair for her. Miss Meng, please take a seat. Thank you, she replied, placing her handbag down and settling into the chair. She heard Mr. Yin chuckle as he inquired of the young man. So what do you think? My granddaughter is quite lovely. Isn't she? The young man smiled. Miss Meng is indeed 10 times more beautiful in person than in photographs. The unique charm of a woman raised in Jiangnan cannot be captured in images. Just one glance is enough to ensnare the heart. Ha, Mr. Yin laughed heartily and then introduced Meng Mingxuan. Mingxuan, this is Song Han, the 3rd young master of the Song family, who is of your age and has just graduated from Qing University. He implied that being of the same generation would provide them with common ground for conversation, suggesting they could start as friends. Meng Mingxuan paused momentarily, recalling Yin Majiao's strong desire for control. Every friend she made would undergo his meticulous scrutiny. Perhaps, Grandpa Yin, you could give him a call first and send over Song San Shao's information for his review? In the private room, there was a brief silence. After a moment of astonishment, Song Han turned his gaze toward Meng Mingxuan with newfound interest. He had initially expected a gentle Jiangnan beauty, akin to the legendary Madame Yan Zheng, but instead, he found a feisty character. Even the esteemed Mr. Yan's authority seemed to falter in her presence. Mr. Yan exuded an air of dominance and intensity, deeply ingrained within him, capable of instilling fear with just a glance. At this moment, Meng Mingxuan bore the weight of his penetrating gaze, yet she did not waver. The consequence of her retreat is merely to create trouble for Yan Majiao. Had she complied with the old man Yan's wishes and engaged in a charade, Song Han would undoubtedly not be the last. She would soon bear the stigma of being a social butterfly, and perhaps even be labeled as promiscuous. At that point, it would fall upon Yan Majiao to tidy up the mess. Recently returned to Kyoto, Yan Majiao has numerous important matters to attend to. She must alleviate his burdens. The old man, Yin, cast a cold glance at Meng Mingxuan for a moment before averting his gaze, offering a faint smile to Song Han. My grandson owes the Meng family 3 lives and feels a sense of guilt, which is why he has spoiled Mingxuan since childhood, leading to her unruly behavior and ignorance of propriety. I apologize for the embarrassment caused. Meng Mingxuan's complexion paled slightly. Guilt. The old man, Yin, certainly knows how to pierce the heart. Chapter 46, she gazed at them through the flickering candlelight, and indeed, they were a perfect match. Meng Mingxuan had never truly faced hardship in her life. The only grievance she had at the tender age of 6 was witnessing a sudden car accident, where her mother bent down to shield her, maintaining that protective posture even until they reached the hospital. Soon after, she became a member of the Yin family, where no one dared to wrong her. As the adored princess of Linsheng, she was accustomed to being revered, a title not lightly bestowed. After turning 18, aside from Yan Majiao, no one dared to raise their voice or speak harshly in her presence, let alone make sarcastic remarks. After all, the 9th master of Linsheng was known for his formidable strength. However, upon her arrival in Kyoto, Meng Mingxuan found herself in a distressing situation, with her adversaries invoking the memory of her deceased family members to taunt her. It was unbearable for her to hear her departed relatives spoken of so callously. Grandfather Yan, I'm feeling unwell today and cannot join you for dinner, she stated, standing up shortly after taking her seat, her expression and tone striving to remain courteous. Grandfather Yan cast a sharp gaze her way. Yet, before he could respond, Meng Mingxuan had already turned to leave. Although Grandfather Yin felt somewhat slighted, he quickly regained his composure and exchanged a glance with Song Han, as if to convey his regret for mentioning her late family. Song Han rose with a smile. Very well. However, as she turned, she thought to herself that Grandfather Yin's discomfort was not born of guilt, but rather a deliberate attempt to prick at the girl's heart, reminding her of her status as an orphan and dissuading her from harboring foolish hopes regarding Yan Majiao. After hastily exiting the private room, Meng Mingxuan made her way to the restroom. She did not cry. She merely wished to wash her face and regain her composure. Almost as soon as she stepped out of the room, regret washed over her as she recalled the words of Feng Yilin before her journey to Kyoto, urging her to endure. Yet here she was, failing to hold back on the very first day. Taking a moment to collect herself, she inhaled deeply and decided to return to apologize to Grandfather Yin. To her surprise, upon exiting, she found a refined Song Han waiting in the corridor. Have you been crying? He inquired lightly, glancing at her eyes with a teasing smile. I haven't tea, she replied, puzzled by his tone, which felt oddly familiar despite their lack of close acquaintance. With measured politeness, Meng Mingxuan responded, Young Master Song, let us return for dinner. Having faced death once, she felt there was little she could not endure. I have someone I like. There is no need for you to worry unnecessarily, she added. As she attempted to walk away, Song Han chuckled softly. As for my presence today, it was at my family's insistence. Even if you dismiss me, there will always be another. Meng Mingxuan paused and turned back to regard him, perplexed by his meaning. Perhaps you could subtly introduce me to your brother, he suggested, stepping closer and lowering his voice. Meng Mingxuan fixed her gaze on Song Han, gradually grasping his implication. Of course, I speak of the future, he continued. As for now, I can serve as a shield. You wouldn't want 9th brother to worry over your troubles, would you? Meng Mingxuan realized that Song Han was indeed quite forward, and this was what it meant to be on good terms with the 9th brother. Let us go. I shall escort you, as per Grandfather Yin's wishes. Song Han glanced towards the private room. Meng Mingxuan arrived in the old butler's car, and now the butler was with old Master Yin. She would have to take a cab back by herself. Song Han had already spoken. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, especially given the evident sincerity in Song Han's demeanor. Meng Mingxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall trouble you, young Master Song. Old Master Yin stood by the window on the third floor, his gaze fixed downward. It was not until he saw Song Han and Meng Mingxuan exit the restaurant together and enter the sports car that Song Han had parked in the lot that a satisfied smile graced his lips. Song Han was quite commendable, understanding, and considerate. The old butler merely grunted, choosing not to respond, a befuddled old man. Song Han proactively opened the rear door for Meng Mingxuan, seemingly concerned that she might hesitate between the front passenger seat and the back. Meng Mingxuan glanced at him, feeling a warmth in her heart. Thank you. Not all. If Brother Jiu does not mind me, I shall have to address you as sister-in-law in the future. It is only fitting for a younger brother to drive for his sister-in-law, Song Han replied with a smile. Meng Mingxuan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, Song Han excelled in interpersonal relations. No wonder he had won old Master Yan's favor. It was clear that only someone of considerable merit could attract her and pass the scrutiny of Yin Majiao. Shortly after Meng Mingxuan settled into the car, a call from Yin Majiao came through. As soon as she answered, his voice resonated through the phone, somewhat grating on her eardrums. Where have you been? His tone was deep, suggesting he was in a crowded place. I had a meal with Grandfather Yin and met a new friend, the third young master of the Song family, Song Han. He expressed a desire to call you Brother Jiu. Meng Mingxuan succinctly explained, glancing at Song Han in the driver's seat, confident he would understand. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Yin Majiao felt a chill emanating from him. He comprehended Meng Mingxuan's implication. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. Su Li and the others are at the villa. You can bring him over for a visit. All right, Meng Mingxuan nodded, believing the conversation was drawing to a close. However, Yin Majiao continued to engage her in conversation. Have you had breakfast? I have. Then guess if I have eaten. You have, right? Very astute. You guessed correctly. Meng Mingxuan suddenly realized that her dialogue with Yin Majiao felt rather trivial, akin to making conversation for the sake of it. Wasn't he busy? Are you occupied? If you are, we can end the call. I'll be heading back shortly, she said, concerned for him. Even when busy, a girlfriend remains important, Yin Majiao replied, playing with the lighter in his hand, a light chuckle escaping his lips. I'll hang up now. Meng Mingxuan faintly heard Tang Jun's laughter, her face flushing with warmth as she hurriedly ended the call. He was indeed busy, probably taking a moment to call her amidst others. Song Han glanced at the girl in the rearview mirror. Old Master Yin had informed him of her background, a solitary girl, with no parents or siblings, yet cherished while growing up in the Yin family in Linqing. Yin Majiao has indeed raised her exceptionally well. The 22-year-old orphan resembles a young lady from a prominent family. Had he not been aware of her true identity beforehand, he would have undoubtedly mistaken her for the daughter of some noble clan at first glance. You share a close bond with Brother Jiu, Song Han remarked, causing a flush of warmth to fade from Meng Mingxuan's face. Ever since she discovered that the beloved mentioned in her sister's diary was none other than Su came from years past. The feeling she had buried from ages 16 to 18 seemed to resurface, breaking through the soil. However, Yin Majiao does not harbor such affections for her. She lacked the courage to inquire whether her sister's affection for Yi Yukan meant he still held feelings for her sister. She vividly recalled her 17th birthday. Her sister had sustained a minor injury, and Yin Majiao supported her as they celebrated her birthday. A group of classmates nearby teased them, claiming they were a perfect match. Through the flickering candlelight, she observed their harmony and found it indeed fitting. Thus, she echoed, yes, they are well matched. Yet, Yin Majiao cast a sidelong glance at her and said nothing. Chapter 47. As she shed her garments, did not her delicate skin radiate a purity and clarity? What troubles you? Song Han inquired softly. Meng Mingxuan cast a glance at him, contemplating how she could possibly divulge her worries to someone she had just met. Would he do the same in her position? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she posed the question. You mentioned having someone you admire. Have you confessed your feelings to her? Indeed, I did, And I was rejected, Song Han replied with an air of nonchalance, his response devoid of any hesitation. Meng Mingxuan found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated Song Han would answer such a question. Well, he confessed. He was unaware that she hailed from a wealthy family. She maintained a rather low profile during her university days, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort. Song Han chuckled lightly and continued. Later, I learned that her marriage was not something she could decide for herself. Meng Mingxuan recalled the stern old master Yin from today, along with Yin Majiao, Yin Zheng, and her Aunt Yin. She pondered whether old master Yin had vehemently opposed Yin Zheng's marriage to Aunt Yin back in the day, given that Aunt Yin's status at the time was decidedly unworthy of Yin Zheng. I am unsure how to console you, and you do not appear particularly sorrowful, she remarked, eliciting a laugh from Song Han. His laughter was infectious, and Meng Mingxuan felt her earlier melancholy dissipate. However, in the next moment, Song Han's laughter abruptly ceased, and he muttered something under his breath. Miss Meng, brace yourself and hold on tight. Having grown up alongside Yin Majiao, Meng Mingxuan was accustomed to such experiences and instinctively grasped the overhead handle of the car door. Song Han abruptly swerved the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to veer dangerously towards Meng Mingxuan. It was a loud crash. The sports car spun out of control, skidding for quite a distance before coming to a halt. The driver's side door was severely dented, and Song Han glanced at his arm, which bore a deep gash, blood seeping profusely from the wound. You're injured? Meng Mingxuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as the scent of blood reached her sensitive nose. It's just a minor injury, Song Han reassured her, assessing the reckless driver. He unfastened his seatbelt, pressed his injured arm, and forcefully kicked the deformed door open. Do not exit the vehicle. Understood. Meng Mingxuan composed herself and retrieved her phone to call Su Li. The car had clearly collided with him on purpose, and Song Han had sustained injury in his desperate attempt to protect her. She needed to summon help to ensure he would not suffer alone. As Song Han exited the car, he spotted the brazen man stepping out of the latest tank-like vehicle, young Master Yin Air. In a law-abiding society, why such impulsiveness? Was it to ensure your brother had leverage against you, presenting it as a gift? In the capital, it had become common knowledge that the Yin family had more than just young Master Yin Shaoxiang as its sole heir. Now, with the addition of his half-brother Yin Majiao, born of the first wife and the only legitimate heir, Yin Shouting, the dynamics had shifted. Young Master Yin Shaoxiang, once the sole heir, had now been relegated to the position of second son. The expression on Yin Shaoxiang's face turned icy and sinister in an instant. Damn you! He cursed and immediately opened the car door, stepping out to seize Song Han by the collar. Yin Shaoxiang pressed Song Han's upper body against the scorching engine hood of the tank, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. You, a despicable, illegitimate child, still dare to dream of rising? Do you believe I wouldn't inform your esteemed relatives, forcing you to leave the Song family in disgrace? After learning that the elder Yin had taken a liking to Song Han and intended to introduce him to Meng Mingxuan, which Song Han was quite agreeable to, Yin Shaoxiang labeled him as Yin Mojium's lackey. Otherwise, he would have chosen to drive a tank out of the garage instead of a multi-million-dollar sports car. The tank was formidable. In comparison, Song Han's sleek vehicle was nothing more than a fragile plastic shell. He was eager to witness how Song Han would explain Meng Mingxuan's injuries sustained in his car to Yin Mojium. To his surprise, Song Han displayed remarkable audacity, opting to make a sharp turn to collide with the driver's side rather than abandon Meng Mingxuan. It seemed that second young master Yin had forgotten his own lineage. Song Han remained calm and composed. After all, when Yin Shaoxiang was born, Song Han's mother was still Madame Yin. In essence, he too was an illegitimate child, no more noble than Song Han. In broad daylight, on a bustling street, it was unlikely Yin Shaoxiang would go so far as to ruin him. At most, he would endure some physical pain and verbal humiliation. Yet this served as the finest badge of honor. Yin Shaoxiang was inadvertently aiding him. Damn it! Yin Shaoxiang was thoroughly enraged and swung his fist. Song Han did not retaliate. He allowed Yin Shaoxiang to strike him. Many passers-by had gathered, capturing the scene in photographs and videos, yet none dared to call the authorities. The license plates of the two vehicles made everything clear. Who would risk embroiling themselves in such matters? It would only invite trouble. Meng Mingxuan, having overheard their exchange, immediately recognized Yin Shaoxiang's identity. However, she did not expect him to be so reckless. As she watched Song Han being beaten, his face bloodied and eyes swollen, she gritted her teeth and opened the car door. With a resounding bang, she struck Yin Shaoxiang on the back of the head with a piece of metal from the damaged sports car. Now, as Yin Mojium's nominal girlfriend, Yin Shaoxiang was effectively her brother. Any commotion that reached the police station would merely be family affairs, and she felt unafraid. You bastard! Yin Shaoxiang was momentarily stunned, having paused his assault on Song Han, turning to confront the person who had struck him. Upon seeing her, his eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? No one told me Meng Mingxuan looked like this? Yin Shaoxiang had encountered countless women, favoring those who were pristine. Yet, the purity of those women was confined to their bodies. Among all the women he had seen, none possessed the kind of purity exuded by Meng Mingxuan, whose mere gaze seemed capable of cleansing the soul. As Yin Shaoxiang's gaze traveled downward, it landed upon her modest dress. He wondered if, when undressed, her delicate skin would also radiate this same ethereal clarity. Meng Mingxuan had never witnessed a man regard her with such intensity. With a grim expression, she raised the metal shard once more and struck Yin Shaoxiang's head again. Get away from me! Just as Yin Shaoxiang reached out, attempting to ensnare Meng Mingxuan's shoulder with his lecherous hand, he was met with a sudden buzz in his ears. His vision darkened as he collapsed. A trickle of blood slowly seeped onto the ground, while a nearby voice shrieked, "Murder!" Meng Mingxuan then turned her gaze to the iron object in her hand, where she discovered a sharp, deformed protrusion. No wonder Yin Shaoxiang had bled. The situation had escalated dramatically. She had barely arrived in Kyoto. Recalling the words that Feng Yilin had spoken to her in Lincheng, Meng Mingxuan felt as though her path ahead was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Chapter 48. Who struck? He gently brushed aside a stray lock of hair from her swollen cheek, his tone notably calm. Upon realizing that trouble had arisen, Song Han disregarded his own well-being and hurriedly assisted Yin Shaoxiang to his feet. Miss Meng, get in the car. As Song Han spoke, blood spilled from his mouth, painting a rather gruesome picture. Meng Mingxuan, coming to her senses, understood that Song Han intended to drive Yin Shaoxiang directly to the hospital, as it would be swifter than waiting for an ambulance. She nodded in agreement. All right. Meng Mingxuan proceeded to open the back door of the tank-like vehicle and then took her place in the passenger seat, clutching the bloodied iron sheet. Song Han supported Yin Shaoxiang to the car door, helping him inside before taking the driver's seat. The car keys were conveniently left in the vehicle, and Song Han swiftly drove towards the hospital. As Yin Shaoxiang was wheeled into the operating room for stitches, Song Han leaned wearily against the corridor wall. Miss Meng, your bravery is commendable, but please refrain from such perilous actions in the future. My life is of little value, and there is no need for you to endanger yourself on my account. It was of little concern if you were harmed. Meng Mingxuan must not suffer any harm. Meng Mingxuan had indeed not anticipated that the iron sheet would have such a deformed protrusion. Her sole intention was to prevent Yin Shaoxiang from committing an act of violence. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as it struck Meng Mingxuan's face with force so great that she stumbled and fell to the ground. It was her first experience of such a blow in this life, and the stinging sensation left her momentarily disoriented. The unexpected turn of events left Song Han unable to react in time. He glanced at Meng Mingxuan's rapidly swelling face, his expression shifting dramatically. Madam Yin, this matter has escalated beyond control. The situation had spiraled out of hand. The thought of the notorious deeds of the ninth master of leeching made it difficult for him to breathe. You are quite audacious, arriving in Kyoto and daring to send my son to the hospital. Su Yu spoke in a voice that was soft and gentle, her demeanor equally mild. Yet her gaze was frigid. Song Han dared not approach Meng Mingxuan, uncertain if she had twisted her ankle when she fell, given her high-heeled shoes. He could only position himself protectively in front of Meng Mingxuan, taking full responsibility for the incident in an attempt to calm Su Yu's emotions. Madam Yin, there has been a misunderstanding. I am at fault. I collided with young Master Yan's vehicle, and Miss Meng was unaware that it was young Master Yin who was injured. Were you? Su Yuha raised an eyebrow, her disdain palpable. When did the Song family become so bold as to act defiantly before the Yin family? Song Han felt utterly exhausted by the situation, questioning who was truly being audacious. Step aside. Su Yuha had emulated Lin Ruxue for so many years that it had become ingrained in her very essence. Even her insults were cloaked in softness. Madam Yin, I trust you do not wish for this matter to escalate any further? That individual who has just returned. Song Han could not afford to concede. To do so would render his efforts futile. Just as Su Yuha raised her hand, footsteps resonated from behind, more than one set. Recognizing Yin Majiao as face, which he had seen in photographs on his phone, Song Han's eyes brightened. Ninth Master, Su Li, having received Meng Mingxuan's call, had not dared to delay and had informed Yin Majiao while en route. However, halfway there, Meng Mingxuan had sent another message to Su Li, revealing that she had injured Yin Shaoxiang. Su Li promptly reported to Yin Majiao, and soon everyone rushed towards the hospital. At that moment, Yin Majiao's gaze lingered on Song Han's face for just a second before shifting to look behind him. Song Han felt a shiver run down his spine and quietly stepped aside. Yin Majiao glanced at Meng Mingxuan's swollen face and her feet hidden beneath her skirt. He approached her, gently lifting a corner of her skirt and pinching her ankle to ensure there were no serious injuries, before picking her up and placing her on a bench in the hospital corridor. Who struck you? He squatted before her, brushing a stray lock of hair away from her reddened cheek, his tone remarkably calm. This was Meng Mingxuan's first experience of being slapped. Her mind was still in disarray, but the moment Yin Majiao arrived, she instinctively felt a sense of grievance. With reddened eyes, she raised a hand and pointed at Su Yuha. Although she initially did not recognize Su Yuha, the words spoken after the slap made it clear that the woman before her, who had inflicted her first slap, was indeed the current wife of Yin Zheng, the mistress who had taken her place, and the mother of Yin Shaoxiang. Given that she was an enemy, there was no need for pleasantries. Understood. Yin Majiao turned to Song Han. Your name is Song Han, correct? I appreciate your help this time. Yin Majiao rarely expressed gratitude, and the few times he did were exclusively for Meng Mingxuan. There was no need for further inquiries about the incident. Just by looking at Song Han's bloodied face, it was evident that Yin Shaoxiang had resorted to violence, and Song Han had shielded Meng Mingxuan. Song Han glanced at Su Yu, recalling his role as a human shield for Meng Mingxuan, and smiled slightly. You are too polite, Master Jiu. Old Master, Yin entrusted her to me. I could not allow anything to happen to her in my presence. Su Li, Yin Majiao stood up from beside Meng Mingxuan's legs. Su Li stepped forward, Master Jiu. Let me take Miss Meng and young Master Song to get treated. Yin Majiao removed his suit jacket and draped it over Meng Mingxuan's arm. Yes, Master Jiu. As Meng Mingxuan held onto Yin Majiao's jacket and followed Su Li, she turned back with every step. He wouldn't resort to violence against Su Yuha, would he? Once the footsteps behind him faded, Yin Majiao walked towards Su Yuha with an indifferent expression. His overwhelming aura startled Su Yuha, causing her to step back. What do you intend to do? Yin Majiao assessed Su Yuha with a disdainful glance, scoffing, You are but a pale imitation. Su Yuha had once overheard someone compare her to a renowned beauty, and later, she had retaliated by physically confronting that person. Yet, this was the first time she had been called a pale imitation. She was well aware that she was not unattractive. Otherwise, she would not have been able to attract a man like Yin Zheng. After all, I am your elder. Su Yuha, having married Yin Zheng, slightly raised her chin in defiance before Yin Majiao, asserting, You should address me as mother. Do you think you deserve that? Yin Majiao regarded Su Yuha as one would a piece of filth. In the next moment, he pointed towards the crowd and commanded, You come here. The short-haired, dark-clad subordinate he indicated immediately stepped forward, Master Jiu. Upon speaking, it was revealed to be a female voice. You heard, didn't you? She struck your young lady. Yin Majiao leaned against the wall, his tone languid. A glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the short-haired female subordinate. I heard. Yin Majiao fell silent thereafter. The woman in black with short hair suddenly struck, seizing Su Yuha's elegantly styled hair and delivering a series of resounding slaps. Each impact echoed loudly. A total of 10 slaps, none lacking in intensity. Once finished, she pushed Su Yuha forward, releasing her grip, causing Su Yuha to collapse heavily onto the ground. One of her teeth was knocked out, nearly swallowed in the process. Startled, she coughed urgently, expelling the pristine white tooth onto the floor. The bodyguards accompanying Su Yuha to the hospital stood in shock, having just taken a step forward, only to be restrained by the other subordinates brought by Yin Majiao, who held their fate tightly in their grasp. The situation took a swift turn for the worse. How could one, despite their age, still exhibit such impulsiveness? Yin Majiao cast a sidelong glance at the woman in black, voicing his disapproval. "You are indeed correct, Master Jiu. I acted out a moment of rashness and could not contain myself. Should this esteemed lady choose to pursue accountability, I am willing to accept the legal ramifications and cover her medical expenses as well as compensation for her emotional distress." The tone of the woman in black was earnest and filled with remorse. Su Yuha remained silent. Chapter 49. Are you certain that such a woman can stand by Yin Jiu's side? Su Yuha could not swallow her indignation. She refused to let the matter rest. Yet, she found herself at a loss against the steadfast Yin Jiu. Trembling, she retrieved her phone and initiated a video call to Yin Zheng. Yin Jiu remained in his position, leaning against the corridor wall, his white shirt almost blending seamlessly with the pristine surface behind him. He regarded Su Yuha with a mocking gaze as she called for assistance. Assistance? He awaited it with anticipation. Yin Zheng was engaged in discussions regarding aviation matters with several relevant personnel. After hanging up the video call the first time, Su Yuha, undeterred, tried again. It seemed Yin Zheng had sensed the urgency in her request, prompting him to accept the call. What? The third word never escaped his lips, for he had already caught sight of Su Yuha's face, swollen like a pig's head, even the phone's beauty filter failing to conceal the bloodshot veins. Who did this? Yin Zheng inquired, though he already had an inkling of the answer. Instinctively, he hoped it was not the one he feared. Yin Jiu. Su Yuha, suppressing her grievances, spoke with a voice that was typically gentle, yet now quivered with emotion. "Husband, could you come pick me up? I wish to return to the villa to change before heading to the hospital. Xiao Xiang is still in the operating room." As she uttered these words, Su Yuha deftly tilted her phone, capturing in the frame the imposing bodyguard of the Yin family who had been restraining her. This easily conveyed to Yin Zheng the implication that his son not only struck his stepmother, but also forbade her from leaving. As for Su Yuha's mention of Xiao Xiang still being in the operating room, Yin Zheng did not pay it much heed. Since Yin Jiu's return to the capital, he had anticipated the unyielding rivalry between the two brothers, even foreseeing that Yin Xiaoxiang would not be a match for Yin Jiu. However, Su Yuha was different. She was an elder. Yin Zheng glanced at the individuals awaiting his attention and, raising his hand slightly, dismissed them. "Which hospital?" he inquired as he stood and made his way to the door. Su Yuha exhaled in relief, promptly relaying the hospital and the floor number to Yin Zheng. Throughout the exchange, Yin Jiu had not obstructed her, but as Su Yuha attempted to rise after hanging up, he clicked his tongue. A female subordinate dressed in black approached, firmly pressing down on Su Yuha's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Su Yuha struggled against her grip. "Madam has sustained severe injuries. It is best not to move recklessly." "How utterly absurd," she retorted, her frustration simmering until Yin Zheng arrived half an hour later, accompanied by 2 security personnel. No matter how formidable Yin Jiu's subordinates were, they dared not lay a hand on Yin Zheng's guards. Dressed in formal attire, Yin Zheng exuded an air of authority, his demeanor calm yet imposing. The entire capital circle was aware of Yin Zheng's flaws in personal conduct, having been embroiled in a scandal with a mistress who ascended to her position only after the demise of the rightful spouse. "Assist the madam to her feet," he commanded. Yin Zheng's gaze lingered momentarily on Yin Emoji's face, which bore a striking resemblance to that of his ex-wife, before he spoke in a subdued tone. "Yes, sir." 2 guards promptly stepped forward, one on each side, to assist Su Yuhi to her feet. Yin Emoji remained silent, prompting the dark-haired female subordinate to release Su Yuhi and step aside as the guards approached. "Who taught you to assault your elders?" Yin Zheng advanced a couple of paces, maintaining a distance of 2 individuals from Yin Emoji. Yin Emoji retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips, clearly signaling his disinterest in conversing with Yin Zheng. The guards understood the unspoken tension. Ever since the Sir learned that his ex-wife had given birth to a son, he had endured many sleepless nights. It was difficult to ascertain blame for past events, but by the time the Sir sought resolution, it was already too late. Su Yuhi was pregnant with the second young master, and the former lady had perished, her body never found, leaving insufficient evidence to implicate Su Yuhi in any wrongdoing. And your brother, how did he end up in the operating room? Did you strike him as well? Yin Zheng inquired, glancing at the illuminated door of the operating room. Yin Mo Jiu, still clutching the cigarette, remained taciturn. Having grown up, Yin Shaoxiang had faced his fair share of reprimands from Yin Zheng, at times receiving harsh beatings with a belt, while Su Yuhi stood by, tearfully refraining from interceding. Yet now, Yin Mo Jiu disregarded Yin Zheng, treating him with blatant disrespect, as if he were invisible. Yin Zheng, however, merely observed him in silence, not uttering a single harsh word, while Su Yuhi felt as though a dagger was twisting within her heart, relentlessly tormenting her. The corridor was engulfed in a profound silence until the operating room lights dimmed, and the doctor emerged, shattering the eerie quietude. Who is the family member of the injured? I am. Su Yuhi hurriedly stepped forward, yet remained a couple of paces away from Yin Zheng. Only then did the doctor notice Yin Zheng's formal attire, his demeanor shifting to one of reverence. The injured party had suffered a head injury from a metal object, though fortunately, the wound was not deep, requiring 5 stitches and a week's hospitalization for observation to prevent infection. Very well. Su Yuhi nodded, her eyes glistening with tears as she cast a glance at Yin Zheng. At that moment, Yin Zheng assumed that Yin Mo Jiu was the perpetrator and had no intention of addressing the matter. Su Yi then spoke up, darling, that orphan from a Meng family, upon arriving in Kyoto, has already caused such harm to Shaoxiang. Can you truly trust a woman like this to be by Mo Jiu's side? It seems the lady of the Yin family ought to be reprimanded, not in the face, but rather in her words. Yin Mo Jiu's gaze flickered over Su Yuhi's swollen face. A swollen mouth will deter reckless speech. It was only then that Yin Zheng realized it was not his brother Yin Mo Jiu who had injured Yin Shaoxiang, but rather the orphan from the Meng family, Meng Mingxuan, whom Yin Mo Jiu had always shielded. Yin Zheng was already well aware of the company Yin Mo Jiu kept. At that moment, Su Li returned to the operating room with Song Han and Meng Mingxuan. Yin Mo Jiu removed the cigarette from his mouth and strode forward, wrapping an arm around Meng Mingxuan's shoulders, furrowing his brow at her still swollen face. Why haven't you applied any medicine? I applied ice for a while and applied a layer of ointment. The ointment is transparent, Meng Mingxuan explained, tilting her face for him to see. Indeed, a thin layer of ointment adorned her face, emitting a faint medicinal scent. Upon observing this, Yin Mo Jiu's lips curled slightly. Such vanity. Meng Mingxuan. She is not. It was the nurse who asked her whether she preferred a transparent ointment or iodine tincture, and naturally, she chose the transparent ointment. Chapter 50. What to do? It seems she has fully immersed herself in the role. The intimacy between Yin Ma Jiu and Meng Mingxuan was evident to all. Although they were merely a fabricated couple, no trace of pretense could be discerned at this moment, for the deeply buried affection of Meng Mingxuan had quietly emerged from the parched earth. As for Yin Ma Jiu, there was no need for further elaboration. The way he gazed at Meng Mingxuan sent shivers down one's spine. Yin Zheng cast a disapproving glance at Meng Mingxuan, his heart filled with displeasure. After all, she had struck his younger brother. Meng Mingxuan, in turn, looked at Yin Zheng, who bore a striking resemblance to the elder Yin, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, his features sculpted and exuding an air of intimidation. Yin Ma Jiu was nothing like Yin Zheng. He resembled his aunt instead. Was it not permissible for a sister-in-law to discipline a disobedient brother-in-law? Since Su Yuha had made the matter explicit, revealing that Yin Shaoxiang's injury requiring 5 stitches was inflicted by Meng Mingxuan, Yin Ma Jiu confronted Yin Zheng and his wife directly. Su Yuha blurted out, "What claims does she have to be a sister-in-law? The elder Yin would never permit such a solitary girl to enter the Yin family, especially with his current resolve to support Yin Ma Jiu's ascent." Yin Zheng, however, fell momentarily silent due to Yin Majo's attitude towards family matters. Then he stated, "Let us first see if you can get past your grandfather." "Darling." Su Yuha's eyes brimmed with tears. He had promised to protect her and their child. Yin Zheng glanced at Su Yuha, his tone indifferent. "I will accompany you to tend to the injury. Xiaoxiang is still waiting for your care." Despite her reluctance, Su Yuha could only comply with Yin Zheng's directive. Before departing, she shot a frigid glance at Meng Mingxuan, akin to a venomous serpent glimmering with a greenish hue. Meng Mingxuan was unperturbed by Su Yuha. She had encountered individuals far more sinister and chilling. Turning to Yin Majio, she recounted how Yin Xiaoxiang had intentionally collided with the seat I occupied, and how Song Sanshao had swiftly maneuvered to protect me, resulting in Yin Xiaoxiang crashing against the car's front. When Yin Xiaoxiang saw I was unharmed, he vented his anger on Song Sanshao, pinning him against the hood and assaulting him. In an attempt to intervene, I picked up a piece of metal from the ground to strike him, only to discover that the metal piece had a sharp protrusion. She succinctly explained the severity of Song Han's injuries and the reasons behind her actions towards Yin Xiaoxiang. Yin Majio gently squeezed her soft palm, as if offering comfort. He then turned to Su Li. "Have we obtained the footage of the accident?" "Yes, young Master Jiu." Su Li promptly presented his phone, which contained the recently acquired surveillance video of the incident. It was sufficient to prove that Yin Xiaoxiang had deliberately attempted to ram Song Han's sports car with an enormous tank, akin to murder. Yin Majio watched the footage intently, his initially calm demeanor transforming into one of disgust, gradually morphing into a fierce rage. He lifted his finger, rewinding the video, and pointed at Yin Xiaoxiang on the screen. "What sort of gaze is this?" This angle captured Yin Xiaoxiang's face perfectly, as he pressed down on Song Han atop the tank's hood, turning his head to glance at Meng Mingxuan, his eyes brimming with uncontainable admiration, even desire. In the next scene, Yin Xiaoxiang released Song Han and walked over to Meng Mingxuan with a smile, reaching out to touch her shoulder, only to be met with a second strike from the metal object in her hand. Su Li swallowed hard, hesitant to respond. The look in Yin Xiaoxiang's eyes spoke volumes to those who understood. Why hadn't he spoken earlier? Yin Majio glanced down at Meng Mingxuan in his arms. She pressed her lips together, feeling nauseated and unwilling to bring it up. During the replay of the earlier scene, she had averted her gaze, refusing to watch. Hadn't she heard of the saying, "One careless move can lead to a loss"? From now on, she would share everything with him. If it were not for witnessing that moment, he would have remained oblivious to Yin Xiaoxiang's feelings for her. A single misstep could lead to trouble. Meng Mingxuan raised her eyes to Yin Majio, and after a moment, she understood his intent. She agreed to tell him everything moving forward. "Good girl." Yin Majio lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Meng Mingxuan did not shy away, but her heart skipped a beat. She glanced around awkwardly, eventually landing her gaze on Song Han's face. Was this display meant for him? In the next moment, Yin Majio indeed turned his attention to Song Han. "Young Master Song, I will remember this favor. It is only proper. You are too kind, young Master Jiu. Just call me Song Han." Song Han had not anticipated such a significant opportunity from Yin Xiaoxiang. He had originally intended to ask Meng Mingxuan to help him connect with Yin Majio. Moreover, he had not dared to hope for success, given his status as a love child with a similar background to Yin Xiaoxiang. "Su Li, please see Song Han off." "Yes, young Master Jiu." As Su Li escorted Song Han away, Meng Mingxuan stifled a laugh at the trio of songs, lowering her head to suppress it. Once they had departed, Yin Majio lifted Meng Mingxuan into his arms and headed towards another elevator. He secured his left hand around her waist, pressing her uninjured cheek against his chest. "What were you laughing at earlier?" "I saw you." "It was nothing," Meng Mingxuan replied, feeling that the incident hardly warranted mention. Nestled in his embrace, an overwhelming sense of familiarity and comfort washed over her. What should she do? It seemed she had become engrossed in the role. When Yin Xiaoxiang awoke, it was already evening. The anesthesia had worn off, and the wound on his head throbbed painfully. Su Yuha sat beside his bed, her face swollen and puffy, her once gentle eyes now mere slits. Upon waking, Yin Xiaoxiang could hardly recognize the beautiful woman who had always appeared to be in her 30s. "Xiaoxiang, you're awake." Su Yuha grasped his hand, her voice choked with emotion. Why were you so impulsive? How could you confront that woman in the middle of the street? Even if you wanted to act, how could you do so with so many people watching? You were reckless. As she spoke, Yin Shaoxiang finally connected the dots. His expression one of utter shock. Mom, what happened to your face? Who did this? Who dares to strike my mother like this? Who else could it be but the son your father had with that woman? I had warned you before that he returned to take revenge on Lin Ruxue, and you foolishly handed him the means to do so. Su Yue fought back tears, knowing that any emotion would only intensify her pain. Where's my father? Yin Shaoxiang could hardly believe it. Had he really stood by and watched as she was attacked? He would have been better off not asking, upon inquiry. Su Yue found herself even more sorrowful. Your father stated that family disgrace should not be aired publicly, especially since you were the one who collided with your future sister-in-law first. She possesses video evidence, and the old man will surely side with her. Future sister-in-law? Yin Shaoxiang suddenly recalled how he had acquired this injury, gritting his teeth at the thought of that woman named Meng. He was determined to have her in his grasp, to destroy her. Shaoxiang, as his own son, Su Yue immediately discerned his intentions. She seized his wrist tightly, imploring him not to act recklessly, particularly regarding Meng Mingxuan. Who was a taboo for your brother? Do you not realize that it was because I slapped Meng Mingxuan that he retaliated with 10 slaps? Although her slap was forceful, it could not compare to the strength of that female bodyguard. Thus, she had suffered such a significant setback. Chapter 51. Had he forgotten that she had been struck, and on her face no less? To strike at the heart of the matter is to first undermine the roots. Yin Shaoxiang wore a sinister and ruthless expression. It was precisely because Meng Mingxuan was his Achilles heel that he sought to target her. Su Yue was momentarily taken aback. I was careless, never anticipating that the young scion of the Song family could achieve such audacity. Next time, fortune may not favor her as it did this time. An outsider, a woman with no ties to the Yin family. Even if I were to take advantage of her, Yin Majiu would only give me a beating at most. Yin Shaoxiang sneered. What about if he truly harmed Meng Mingxuan? Yin Majiu could not take his life. Yin Shaoxiang, nursing his wounds, closed his eyes. She had just arrived in Kyoto, unaware of the true dangers. Soon enough, she would learn that my blood is not so easily spilled. Su Yue remained silent for a long while, undeniably shaken in her resolve. In the end, she spoke, advising caution and discretion to avoid giving others ammunition against them. Understood. Su Yue stayed at the hospital with Yin Shaoxiang until the early hours before returning to the villa. Yin Zheng was in the study, engrossed in a book. After bathing and changing in her nightwear, Su Yue knocked on the study door, carrying a bowl of ginseng soup prepared by the servant. Husband, have some ginseng soup. Do not work too late. Yin Zheng looked up and noticed Su Yue's face was veiled in pure white, casually inquiring, why cover your face? Su Yue hesitated. Had he forgotten that she had been struck by Yin Majiu's men, and that it was her face that bore the brunt? Her silence prompted Yin Zheng to recollect the incident. He had become flustered. He spoke in a subdued tone. Su Yue felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. After a moment's pause, she approached him and placed the ginseng soup beside him. Please return to your room to rest. Yin Zheng glanced at her. Husband, do you remember that day you promised to protect me and Shaoxiang? Su Yue squatted beside him, her exquisitely maintained fair fingers resting on his thigh. Yin Zheng turned to look at the veiled Su Yue. In this guise, she did indeed resemble someone else. Yet, it was also different. That woman would never exhibit the same humility towards him as Su Yue did. If I were not to safeguard you both, I would not have gone to the hospital today. Yin Zheng patted her arm. Majiu harbors resentment. If you yield to him, it will soon pass. He is backed by the old master. You cannot gain the upper hand. With that, Yin Zheng offered a faint smile. Surely. You do not fantasize that I would harm my own flesh and blood? Su Yue's pupils constricted. No, I do not think that. Then it is well. Yin Zheng withdrew his hand. This is no longer the past. Once you act, traces will be left behind. The pain on Su Yue's face, hidden beneath the veil, was searing. She felt that his words carried a deeper implication. Go to sleep. Yin Zheng urged once more. Very well, do not work too late either. Su Yue, stripped of the courage to inquire further, rose to leave. Yin Zheng observed her slender silhouette, momentarily overlapping with a memory. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. That woman had never brought him soup. After being carried back to the koi garden, Meng Mingxuan took a brief shower and changed out of her soiled clothes. Upon her emergence, Yin Majiao was clad in pristine white pajamas, evidently having also washed himself. His physique bore no imperfections, and the white attire rendered him flawless, resembling the Prince Charming every young girl dreams of when her heart first flutters. Meng Mingxian felt quite pleased with her discerning eye. Approaching to apply the ointment, Yin Majiao held the tube of cream in hand. Meng Mingxian retracted her admiring gaze and obediently walked over. She kicked off her slippers and sat on the bed. Yin Majiao knelt beside her, meticulously applying another layer of ointment to her face. The faint scent of the medicine, coupled with his gentle touch, made Meng Mingxian feel as if the pain had vanished entirely. Once he set down the ointment, he wiped his fingers twice with a wet tissue. "Are you feeling wronged?" he inquired, shifting from kneeling to sitting and wrapping his arms around her waist. Meng Mingxian shook her head, replying, "You have already avenged me." Initially, she found it hard to believe, as it was her first experience of receiving a slap. Yet, given his tender treatment afterward, she had long been consoled. Moreover, compared to the grievances she endured in her previous life without his protection for 3 years, this was trivial. No matter how much he vented afterward, it was still he who bore the pain. Yin Majiao yearned to kiss her, but with no one around, he restrained himself. The thought of Su Yuha receiving 10 slaps, each more painful than hers, made her smile. This was, in a way, her opportunity to avenge Yin Majiao. After all, it was Su Yuha who struck first. "Not worth it," Yin Majiao frowned, his fingers trailing upward to her neck, gently cupping her chin. "The old man has urged me for 3 years. Yet I have delayed my return to Kyoto. Mingxian, avenging is secondary to you. Do you understand?" In matters of revenge, he did not require her assistance. Meng Mingxuan's heart trembled intensely. She parted her lips, yet no words emerged. "Nothing is more important than you," Yin Majiao murmured, lowering his gaze to her lush, rosy lips. Just then, the phone rang. He released her, glanced at his phone, and answered. "Majiao, return to the old residence. I have something to ask you." The cold voice of Old Master Yin echoed through the phone. "Understood," Yin Majiao replied, hanging up. The previous warmth dissipated, and Meng Mingxian recalled the old man's merciless words. "My grandson owes the Meng family 3 lives, burdened with guilt, hence he has spoiled Mingxian since childhood." Why did Old Master Yin say that Yin Majiao owed the Meng family 3 lives? There was only her sister. Meng Mingxian belatedly realized this point. "Rest first. I will go for a while," Yin Majiao said, tucking her into the blankets and stroking her hair. She nodded, suppressing her questions. Yin Majiao then turned off the room light, quietly stepping out. By the time he arrived at the Yin family residence, it was already past midnight. Even without the call, Yin Majiao would have made the trip due to Song Han. "The young master, the old gentleman, is awaiting you in the study." The old steward led Yin Majiao into the study, brewed some tea, and then stood by quietly like a statue. Yin Majiao neither sat down nor drank the tea. He wandered around the study of the old Master Yin, his gaze landing on several seemingly valuable antique collectibles in the center. "Grandfather's collection is quite impressive. I wonder which piece he cherishes the most." Old Master Yin followed Yin Majiao's gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "The jade ruby in the center was a birthday gift from your uncle when he was still alive." Crash. Yin Majiao picked up the jade ruby for closer inspection, but lost his grip and it slipped from his hands, shattering into several pieces. The old master had not even finished his last word when this unexpected turn of events occurred. His expression changed drastically as he braced himself against the desk, rising abruptly. Chapter 52, Do you think she would resent you if she found out? What are you doing? Old Master Yin rushed to the shattered jade ruby, moving with a surprising agility for someone in his 70s. Trembling, he picked up the 2 broken pieces of the jade ruby and, with a furious gaze, demanded, "What on earth are you doing? Can't you see?" Jan Montag replied calmly, "I am merely venting." Venting? He was venting with a priceless keepsake gifted by his beloved eldest son? Old Master Yin glared at Yin Mo Jiu, his body trembling with rage, as if on the brink of a heart attack. Sir, the old steward stepped forward, bending down to support old Master Yin. Yin Mo Jiu paid no mind to the old man, turning instead to sit before the cup of tea. The Yin family's hearts were resilient. They could not be easily angered to death. He lifted the cup, inhaling its fragrant aroma. Finally calming down, old Master Yin accepted the steward's assistance and stood up, saying, "Clean this up and find someone to repair it." "Yes, sir," the steward responded. Taking a deep breath, old Master Yin sat down across from Yin Mo Jiu. "Speak. Is this about that orphan from the Meng family?" After much contemplation, he concluded it must be regarding the arrangement he made for Meng Mingxuan to meet Song Han. "At your age, has no one taught you the meaning of politeness?" Yin Mo Jiu sipped his tea, lifting his eyelids. "Mingxuan is quite polite. She always refers to you as Grandpa Yin." Old Master Yin chuckled in exasperation. "Indeed, you've taught her well. She regards you as family." Bang! Yin Mo Jiu slammed the teacup onto the table. "Grandfather, some things are better left unsaid." He was not pleased to hear that. Old Master Yin paused, then said, "Fine, I want to speak of it, but do you think this matter can remain hidden? Who in Lin City is unaware that Meng Mingxuan was raised by you? Do you wish to ruin your reputation? And so what if I raised her? In the old society, child brides existed. Is it not commendable that I raise my own wife? I could even provide my own dowry." The old steward let out a snort beside them. Old Master Yin retorted, "Are all descendants of the Yin family such rascals? One after another, nothing but rascals." After closing his eyes to regain composure, he opened them again to face Yin Mo Jiu. "If you two are truly in love, I am not an antiquated stickler for rules. But you are well aware that the one she loves is A Ting. You are merely her brother." Yin Mo Jiu leisurely took another sip of tea. "You know this too? Isn't it obvious? How long has she been by your side? If she truly liked you, she would have expressed it long ago, rather than pretending to be your girlfriend now." Old Master Yin asserted, fully confident. He had an astute understanding of the situation in Lin City. It was clear that Yin Mo Jiu had brought Meng Mingxuan back to Kyoto, and suddenly she had broken up with Yin Ting, returning as Yin Mo Jiu's fiancée. However, upon connecting the dots and observing the look in Meng Mingxuan's eyes, old Master Yin inferred that their relationship was a facade. Most likely, Yin Mo Jiu had deceived Meng Mingxuan and ensnared her in a scheme. "Your interference is rather excessive." Yin Mo Jiu glanced at the serene portrait of the woman in the study. "Surely, his grandmother must have troubled you greatly in her day, correct?" The expression on the old gentleman's face nearly faltered. After a moment, he inquired, "Does she remain unaware that her parents' accident was due to you? Do you think that if she were to discover the truth, she would harbor resentment toward you?" One must concede, the old gentleman's perception was astute. 3 years prior, the old steward had brought back Meng Mingxuan's dossier, and the old gentleman had discerned all the crucial details at a glance. Yin Shicheng, Lin Ruxue, and even Yin Mo Jiu would never allow the 6-year-old girl to know the circumstances surrounding her parents' demise, fearing she might blame them. "Please refrain from meddling in Mingxuan's affairs." Yin Mo Jiu dismissed the old gentleman's insinuations, adding, "Otherwise, the antiques in this study may not remain intact for long." The old gentleman recalled the jade pendant, and a pang of anxiety struck him. "Moreover, the jade pendant is a counterfeit. You have been deceived," Yin Mo Jiu declared, rising to leave with purposeful strides. The old gentleman stood there, stunned. His gaze slowly fell upon the box placed on the desk by the steward, echoes of the elder's recent words resonating in his ears. "Steward, sir, take the shattered jade for appraisal tomorrow." "Understood." The old gentleman suddenly felt weary, leaning back on the sofa, reminiscing about that birthday when his eldest son publicly presented him with the jade pendant in a show of filial piety. Yin Zheng had always been brooding and ruthless. He had never favored him. Yet, his eldest son, humble and devoted, had won his affection. The wealth painstakingly amassed by the Yin family brothers was intended for his eldest son. Yet, the old gentleman wearily closed his eyes. The night was as profound as a lurking beast, poised to engulf anyone at any moment. Yin Mo Jiu sat in the car, his fingers lightly drumming on the steering wheel, his entire being seemingly merging with the darkness outside. "Do you think she would hate you if she knew?" This phrase replayed in his mind like a haunting melody. "Toxic." Yin Mo Jiu raised his wrist to check the time. His little Rose should be fast asleep. Let us go out for drinks at the club. Yin Majiu sent a message to the group before driving to the club. The establishment was owned by Feng Yilin and operated under a strict real-name VIP policy. Private rooms on the third floor and above were reserved for specific individuals and not open to the public. Shortly after Yin Majiu settled in a private room, Nie Zhang, Tang Jun, and Feng Yilin arrived in succession. Brother Jiu, you seem troubled. Nie Zhang clinked glasses with Yin Majiu, thinking it odd, considering he now had a girlfriend, albeit a nominal one. Could it be that something has transpired with Mingxian? Tang Jun nudged Nie Zhang. You know well that today. Brother Jiu confronted her directly. The news of the accident had spread throughout their circle. No one reported it, nor did it escalate, as it was merely a family matter for the Yin family. Yet, everyone was eager for the spectacle, curious who would ultimately emerge victorious. Nevertheless, there was a growing awareness of Yin Shaoxiang's madness, given the current state of the nation. No one would dare engage in reckless acts of deliberate vehicular collision on the streets. It was far too brazen. It is likely that only the Yin family possesses such profound heritage. The venerable Mr. Yin, adorned with numerous commendations, remains, while Yin Zheng still holds a ministerial position. Yin Shaoxiang's audacity is firmly rooted in these circumstances. Moreover, as long as he insists it was merely a traffic accident, there is little anyone can do to challenge him. This trivial matter hardly warrants any concern from Brother Jiu. Nie Zhang shot a glance at Tang Jun, underestimating Brother Jiu far too much. The one hospitalized is none other than Yin Shaoxiang. It is Mingxuan's sister who is confronting Yin Shaoxiang. Remarkably, Mingxuan's sister truly captivates him this time. He finds her appealing. Years ago, Uncle Meng drove with Aunt Meng and Mingxian to celebrate my mother's birthday. Yin Majiu swirled the wine glass in his hand, his voice devoid of warmth. A sense of foreboding simultaneously arose in the hearts of Nie Zhang, Tang Jun, and Feng Yilin. Chapter 53, she could not discern the expression in his eyes. Yet he resembled a dog in that moment. My mother took me to the entrance of our home, where an out-of-control vehicle hurtled towards us. In a desperate attempt to save both my mother and me, Uncle Meng collided with the oncoming car, resulting in the instant deaths of both him and the other driver. Aunt Meng, seated in the back, shielded Mingxian, but sustained severe injuries, and shortly after being admitted to the hospital, she too passed away. Goodness, did the Meng family owe a debt to the Yin family from a previous life? And was this their repayment in this one? Nie Zhang blurted out. Tang Yun Kovtivity, silly fool. When Yin Majiu was 22 years old, he watched helplessly as Meng Mingyu was swallowed by the sea, contemplating whether the Meng family was indebted to him in a past life as well. After all, 3 lives from a Meng family were lost because of him. Because of him, Meng Mingxian became an orphan. Does the little sister-in-law not know about this? Feng Yilin's tone was somewhat grave. Yin Majiu downed an entire glass of brandy, recalling that she had been sleeping in the back seat while Aunt Meng protected her. Yet, she still suffered a mild concussion and remained unconscious in the hospital for a day. Nie Zhang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. After a while, he managed to utter, "I will definitely treat the little sister-in-law well in the future." You think you should treat her well? Yin Majiu cast him a glance. Fine, with Brother Jiu here, it indeed does not concern him. In truth, Nie Zhang had been somewhat annoyed by Meng Mingxuan's constant squabbles with his Brother Jiu, and he suspected that Tang Jun and Feng Yilin felt similarly. They had little fondness for Meng Mingxian. However, now the 3 of them understood why Brother Jiu had been so unconditionally indulgent towards Meng Mingxian. Were they in his position, they would likely do the same. After all these years, had Brother Jiu never considered revealing the truth to the little sister-in-law? Tang Jun inquired. Before her passing, Aunt Meng implored us not to disclose the truth to Mingxian. The 3 of them fell silent once more. I understand. Aunt Meng feared that the little sister-in-law, being young, would grow up harboring resentment. Nie Zhang thought. Yet, Feng Yilin offered a deeper analysis. More importantly, she likely did not wish for the little sister-in-law to take the Yin family's affection for her for granted and lose her sense of gratitude. Tang Jun immediately remarked, "A good person indeed. There's no need to issue a good person card. That sounds rather odd." Nie Zhang rolled his eyes and then asked seriously, "Brother Jiu, no one else knows about this, right?" Yin Majiao's gaze slowly swept across the three faces before him. Are we not human? Peng Jun, in frustration, nudged Nie Xiang's glass. The wine glass nearly shattered. Yes, I drank too much. Nie Xiang slapped his forehead, reorganizing his thoughts. Brother Jiu, what I meant was, besides us, does anyone else know? You mean for Brother Jiu to keep this from the little sister-in-law for a lifetime? Tang Jun began to grasp the implication. Exactly. After all, it was Aunt Ming's wish, and Brother Jiu is honoring the elder's last request. Nie Xian foot optimistically. Feng Yilin glanced at Yin Majiao, but remained silent. If it were that simple, Brother Jiu would not be sitting here drinking with them. The old man knows. Yin Majiao pondered the apparent inquiry that Meng Mingxuan seemed eager to make tonight, his gaze darkening with concern, as he surmised that she had likely broached the subject before him. Could it be so? Had they not only just met? Was this conversation already underway? Suddenly, Nie Xiang thought of Song Han and promptly retrieved his phone, seeking to acquire Song Han's number to inquire about his presence at the gathering. The others in the private room turned their attention toward him. After some effort, Nie Xiang succeeded in obtaining Song Han's contact information and dialed without delay. Hello, this is Song Han. Who is this? The call connected swiftly, and Song Han's voice sounded clear and alert, as if he had not yet succumbed to slumber. This is Nie Xiang. He introduced himself. I have a question for you. Were you not dining with our sister-in-law and Old Master Yin today? What did Old Master Yin say? Having pledged his allegiance to Yin Majiao, Song Han was forthcoming with his responses. Old Master Yin mentioned he recounted the words spoken at the dining table verbatim. Upon hearing the phrase, my grandson has owed the Meng family 3 lives and feels deep remorse, thus indulging Mingxuan since childhood, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. After concluding the call, Nie Xiang let out a sigh. Our sister-in-law must have heard it, but perhaps she did not grasp its significance. What shall we do now? Tang Jun echoed the sentiment with a sigh. It might have been better to reveal this bombshell when the bond between Jiu and our sister-in-law deepened. But as it stands, we cannot anticipate Meng Mingxuan's reaction. Jiu, Feng Yilin interjected, rather than allowing our sister-in-law to hear this from others. It would be more prudent for you to convey it to her directly. Women often pay heed to such subtle details. Yin Majiao's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Boom! The June sky, ever capricious, transformed in an instant, as torrential rain poured down and thunder rumbled ominously. Inside the private room, the sound was muted, rendering all conversation inaudible. The 4 men indulged in their revelry, perhaps a tad too much. Meanwhile, Meng Mingxuan, situated in the koi pavilion, was startled awake by the thunder and hastily switched on the room's lights. She recalled that Yin Majiao had been summoned to the Yin family estate and was uncertain whether he had returned. If he had not, it would be wise for him to remain at the estate for the night, as driving in such tempestuous weather was perilous. With this thought, she hurriedly checked the adjacent room, finding it empty. She then took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Yin Majiao, but received no response. A surge of anxiety washed over her, yet fearing he might be driving, she refrained from calling. Instead, she rushed to the window, pulling aside the curtains to gaze outside. In that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a man standing at the entrance of the villa, drenched from a downpour. A sudden recollection of the butcher from that stormy night seized her heart, momentarily halting its rhythm. Yet, as another bolt of lightning struck and the man raised his gaze towards her, she discerned his features. It was Yi Yukan. From her vantage on the second floor, Meng Mingxuan scrutinized Yi Yukan's eyes from a distance. Though she could not discern his expression, he resembled a dog in that moment. Understanding Yi Yukan's intent, a cold smile graced her lips as she descended the stairs. Mr. Yi, do you enjoy standing in the rain? At the entrance stood a bodyguard, while Meng Mingxuan directly approached, holding an umbrella, observing Yi Yukan amidst the rain. Miss, why hasn't your sister come to Kyoto? She has always been by Brother Jiu's side. Yi Yukan had sought Yin Majiao during the day, only to be met with a few punches. Thus, he was compelled to seek out Meng Mingxuan. As the most cherished sister of Meng Mingyu, she was surely aware of the reasons for her sister's absence in Kyoto. Why should I tell you? She is my sister, not yours. Meng Mingxuan regarded the striking yet insipid presence before her, realizing her sister had a penchant for this kind of youthful charm. She is my girlfriend. Yi Yukon murmured, his pale lips trembling, his voice scarcely audible over the rain. But I have never heard my sister mention you. Meng Mingxuan's gaze was devoid of warmth. Yi Yukon felt as if a dagger had pierced his heart. Her sister's disdain for him was palpable. Why was that? It had never been this way before. She would often say that her sister was a particularly obedient and adorable girl, quite similar to him, and they would surely become good friends. Chapter 54. The Man. 3 parts drunk, moves you to tears and truth. Meng Mingxuan was perplexed as to why Yi Yukon sought her out, particularly to inquire about her sister. If he had chosen to vanish without a trace, leaving her sister behind, it indicated that she held little significance for him. If she was of little importance, then there was no need for them to meet again, even in life or death. You may leave, Meng Mingxuan stated, twirling her umbrella. Do not return unless you wish to be beaten. It was only due to Yin Mojio's absence that Yi Yukon had not faced the consequences of his visit. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been met with aggression once more. Unbeknownst to Meng Mingxuan, Yi Yukon had already endured a beating from Yin Mojio earlier that day, making another beating a mere formality. Miss, Yi Yukon stepped forward, but the bodyguard beside him immediately assumed a defensive posture, taking a step closer, prompting Yi Yukon to retreat to his original position. I believe you are aware of my history with your sister, yet my actions were driven by necessity. I sought to protect her. At that moment, Meng Mingxuan inexplicably recalled Yin Mojio. He had brought her to Kyoto, fully cognizant of the dangers, yet chose to keep her by his side. He had said, while Kyoto may pose certain threats, I am far more concerned about your safety alone in Lincheng. A smile crept onto Meng Mingxuan's face as she replied, Do you know? Women are far braver and more magnificent than you might imagine. They could be a delicate flower sheltered in a man's embrace or a steadfast shield beside him. Yi Yukon was not a fool. He understood her words. He then retorted hoarsely. At that time, Brother Jiu was merely the local figure in Lincheng, and the Mengyan group was in its ascendant phase. Miss, you have now witnessed the lawlessness of these people in Kyoto. Do you truly believe that had I not departed 4 years ago, Brother Jiu and your sister would have been spared from trouble? Those are mere excuses. Meng Mingxuan remained unmoved. Miss, I implore you. Yi Yukon nearly knelt before her. However, Meng Mingxuan turned, holding her umbrella, and retreated indoors. Keep him at a distance. Do not allow him to linger at the door. She instructed the bodyguard as she entered. Understood, miss, they replied, swiftly escorting Yi Yukon away. Upon returning to the living room, Meng Mingxuan glanced at her damp slippers. The rain was quite heavy. She changed into a dry pair and used a towel from the sofa to wipe the rain from her legs. Her boyfriend had yet to respond to her messages. Had he fallen asleep? He hadn't even sent a message to inform her of his whereabouts. Meng Mingxuan expressionlessly tapped her forehead, wondering why she had become so engrossed. They were not truly in a romantic relationship. Just as her thoughts began to settle, the landline rang. Startled, she quickly rose to answer. Hello? Who is this? Sister-in-law, Brother Jiu is drunk. I apologize for disturbing you. I tried calling your mobile, but received no response. Nie Xiang's voice slurred, revealing his own inebriation. Where are you? I will come to fetch him. Her phone was upstairs. No need, no need. In such heavy rain, we are already on our way back to Jinshan Yuan. Nie Xiang hiccuped. Brother Jiu is quite intoxicated, sister-in-law. Please wait in the living room while we ensure he is settled before we depart. This implies that Meng Mingxuan should be forewarned that the men would be arriving at this moment, allowing her time to change her attire. Understanding this, Meng Mingxuan responded, All right, you may come over. After hanging up the phone, she rushed to the door to await their arrival. She had just seen Yi Yukon and had already changed her clothes upon exiting the bedroom. As the bodyguard noticed Meng Mingxuan opening the door, he approached her. Miss, shall we still meet young Master Yi? No. We are waiting for your 9th master, Meng Mingxuan replied with a smile. In the past, she had waited for others, yet her mood tonight was distinctly different. The bodyguard chuckled and stepped aside. Nie Xiang's car soon arrived directly at the villa entrance, where several bodyguards promptly opened large black umbrellas to welcome the guests. Meng Mingxuan gazed eagerly. Nie Xiang and Tang Jun assisted Yin Mojio out of the car, walking towards Meng Mingxuan under the shelter of the umbrella. As she extended her hand at the door, Feng Yilin kindly interjected, Sister-in-law, Please go inside and fetch a few towels for us to wipe our faces. All right, Meng Mingxuan responded, a slight warmth still lingering on her cheeks. After all, these three men, who previously referred to her as Mingxuan, little princess, or young lady, were now uniformly addressing her as sister-in-law, imparting an ethereal feeling of being on cloud nine. By the time Meng Mingxuan returned downstairs with several fresh towels, Ziang and the others had already departed, leaving only Yin Majiu reclining on the sofa, a blanket draped over him. Meng Mingxuan set down the extra towels, keeping only one, and approached to crouch beside Yin Majiu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Perhaps due to the ample coverage of the umbrella, he remained dry, save for a few droplets on his arms and slightly damp shirt sleeves. Yin Majiu? Meng Mingxuan called softly, having never witnessed him in such a drunken state before. Was it something Grandfather Yin said that upset him, or had Yi Yukan's presence reminded him of his sister, causing his distress? Ninth brother, she called again. The man opened his eyes briefly, gazed at her for a moment, then closed them again. Do not call me that, he muttered, still possessing a glimmer of lucidity, not entirely inebriated. Meng Mingxuan felt a twinge of guilt for being caught in this moment. She understood she shouldn't refer to him as ninth brother anymore, though she found no issue with it. Why couldn't a girlfriend call him ninth brother? She preferred to call him that over Yin Majiu. Yet, if he disliked it, so be it. Yin Majiu, can you sit up? I'll help you remove your wet clothes, she urged, tugging at his damp sleeve. Yin Majiu kept his eyes closed, yet his hand reached out toward her. Having never tended to a drunken man before, she recalled various scenarios from television dramas, hoping to draw inspiration from them. Unfortunately, the scenes that came to mind were mostly those of drunken antics, including unsolicited kisses and indiscretions. As she pondered, Yin Majiu cracked his eyelids slightly, noticing her distraction. He propped himself up, shifting his legs downward, suggesting he would return to his room to change. Meng Mingxuan snapped back to reality and hurriedly grasped his arm, resting it on her shoulder. Yin Majiu glanced at her, transferring some of his weight onto her. How heavy? Meng Mingxuan struggled somewhat as she moved Yin Majiu from the living room to the bedroom. It was only when Yin Majiu sat on the bed that she remembered this was her room. However, Yin Majiu had already begun to unbutton his shirt, his fingers fumbling clumsily over the buttons. Meng Mingxuan suddenly felt an urge to capture this moment. After all, the sober Yin Majiu had never been so inept, unable even to unfasten a button. Let me help you, she offered as she stepped forward. Just as she reached out her hand, Yin Majiu opened his long legs, pulling her waist toward him with a swift motion. Meng Mingxuan nearly toppled into his embrace. Help me, he murmured, his hands resting on her waist. His eyes, seemingly far from sober, narrowing slightly. Chapter 55. Yin Majiu, you have ruined my first kiss. The rain outside poured down with increasing intensity, obscuring the nighttime road ahead. Ziang and his companions found themselves ensnared. Their vehicle had halted by the roadside. Yet, Ziang appeared utterly unperturbed by the predicament, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. What you think, will Brother Jiu and sister-in-law succeed tonight? If they do, at least there will be a safeguard against future calamities. Ideally, they would conceive a son at once. That would ensure their safety. In a large family, the lineage is of utmost importance, and given that old Master Yin has yet to welcome any grandchildren, it would be a perfect twofold achievement. You think Brother Jiu is like you, a beast? Hey, why are you insulting me? Ni xiang playfully ponsit sang yunya. In the back seat, Feng Yilin smiled softly. I perceive that sister-in-law harbors some feelings for Brother Jiu. If I am not mistaken, when he called her sister-in-law, Meng Mingxuan's face flushed slightly. Does one need to wait so long for affection? And to have it interrupted by that scoundrel Yin Ting? Niev Ziang retorted, realizing that Yin Ting was in fact Yin shouting, which left him unable to insult Yin shouting as he wished. Brother Jiu's approach towards sister-in-law was misguided. It is no wonder she was swayed by another. Do you not think that the Yin Ting of yesteryears bore a striking resemblance to a smiling Brother Jiu? Feng Yilin continued to smile serenely. Nizian pondered, acknowledging that Brother Jiu's paternal demeanor towards sister-in-law could hardly elicit romantic feelings from her. At least my household is easier to please, whether in anger or sorrow. A simple embrace suffices. He grinned broadly. After being neglected for 3 years, you remain unattached? Would you like me to investigate? Feng Yilin struck a nerve. Tang Yun glanced at Feng Yilin, Lin and Yi Xiang. It was no secret that Nie Xiang's fiancé had almost become someone else's after his exile to Ling City. There existed unspoken tensions between them. Feng Yilin's words served as a reminder to Nie Xiang that there might be hidden truths worth uncovering. As the conversation turned towards himself, Nie Xiang felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He called for the driver to start the vehicle. The rain has lessened. Let us return slowly. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the koi garden, Meng Mingxuan had just completed the arduous task of shedding her garments. As she contemplated fetching clean clothes for Lord Jiu, he suddenly pulled her back into his embrace. Who are you? Is the wine affecting you so much that you no longer recognize me? You bear an uncanny resemblance to my girlfriend. Meng Mingxuan swiftly covered Lord Jiu's lips with her hand, her complexion shifting from crimson to pale. Who do I resemble? Lord Jiu removed her hand with a sudden twist. Meng Mingxuan felt the world spin, and the next moment, she found herself lying on the bed, with the intoxicating scent of alcohol emanating from Lord Jiu above her. She felt herself becoming dizzied by his presence. Min. Lord Jiu's voice was as light as a feather, grazing the depths of Meng Mingxuan's heart. The final syllable was so faint that she strained to hear it, but to no avail. Perhaps she had heard it clearly, but her subconscious resisted, refusing to acknowledge it. Meng Mingxuan silently condemned her own thoughts. Lord Jiu lowered his gaze to Meng Mingxuan, who lay beneath him, seemingly docile. There was no trace of resistance in her eyes. He propped himself up with one hand on her back, lifting his right hand to gently part her dry strand of hair. The air conditioning was set to a perfect temperature, yet he felt an inexplicable heat. Meng Mingxuan watched as Lord Jiu leaned closer, his handsome face drawing nearer to hers. When his warm, soft lips met hers, she instinctively clutched the fabric of her dress. His breath was heavy, yet the kiss was light. After only a few seconds, he collapsed onto her, as if he had drifted into slumber. Her heart raced wildly, pounding like it might burst from her chest. It took a moment for her to regain her composure. Lord Jiu, you've taken my first kiss, she murmured, a hint of disappointment in her voice. It was nothing like she had imagined. There was a touch of regret. Just as she contemplated escaping from beneath him, it seemed he stirred from his slumber. He raised his head once more, his palm cradling the back of her neck, his dark, unsettling eyes fixed upon her. What are you doing? His weight seemed to pin her down, leaving no room for escape. As she opened her mouth to express her discomfort, he descended upon her again. This kiss was assertive and fervent, charged with a possessive intensity that nearly stole her breath away. Yet, he appeared to possess a certain finesse, retreating just enough to allow her to catch her breath before plunging back into a tempest of kisses. His fingers pried open her own, securing her hands with his palms pressed against hers. Their breaths mingled, and she gazed up at him in bewilderment, only to be scorched by the fire in his eyes, prompting her to shut her own once more. Her heart, already stirred, began to blossom with uncontainable emotion. In the end, Lord Jiu never managed to change his clothes. Meng Mingxuan, rendered powerless by his kisses, found herself cradled in his embrace, succumbing to sleep without even realizing how it had happened. As the morning sun streamed into the room, she instinctively sought refuge in the shadows. She had forgotten to draw the curtains the night before. The warmth of skin against her cheek jolted her awake. "Good morning," came his uniquely husky voice from above her. It was only then that Meng Mingxuan realized that the warm skin belonged to Lord Jiu. She hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace, fully awake now. "Good morning. I'm heading to the office. What are your plans for today, Mingxuan?" Lord Jiu rose from the bed, intending to take a shower first. Meng Mingxuan observed his back, feeling at a loss. Did he not remember the events of the previous night? Lord Jiu turned his head slightly. "I could take my bodyguard for a stroll around Kyoto. Once I finish my work, I'll message you and we can have dinner together. Why did you drink so much last night?" Meng Mingxuan was indifferent to the notion of shopping or dining out. Memories of the past had resurfaced, leading her to indulge a little too much. Lord Jiu fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Mingxuan, Thereas something tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Gazing at her in this state, Yin Majiao found himself unable to voice what he had intended to say. Perhaps another time. He returned to Meng Mingxuan's side and took a seat. "What is it?" he asked as he enveloped her in his embrace. "Can you forget everything that happened before?" Meng Mingxian attempted to grasp at his clothing, but he was not wearing any. Consequently, her fingers glided along his waist briefly. Yin Majiao's body trembled slightly, experiencing a peculiar sensation. "Let's both forget the past, shall we?" She had loved others, and so had he. Ying Ting did not harbor feelings for her, and her sister felt the same towards him. She was immersed in this narrative and wished for him to be as well. "I have only you." With reddened eyes, Meng Mingxian clung tightly to his waist. Yin Majiao was her sole anchor. A memory of what old Master Yin had said to her surfaced. Had she sensed something? Yet, she did not wish to delve deeper. Not even to listen. "You are all I have." She yearned to avoid severing ties with him. "All right." Yin Majiao held her close, his voice raspy yet affirming. "Let us forget the past." Chapter 56. If you wish to kiss me, it is not out of the question. The atmosphere during breakfast was delightful. Yin Shicheng and Lin Rushua hailed from scholarly families, having been nurtured in a culture of learning from a young age. Yin Majiao and Meng Mingxian maintained a quiet demeanor throughout the meal. In Kyoto, the ambience was far less casual than in Linchong. Thus, Yin Majiao had appointed a few well-mannered servants early on, all of whom reported to Jinsui courtyard today. The breakfast was prepared by the servants. After finishing the meal, Meng Mingxian accompanied Yin Majiao to the door. "Go on in," he said, ruffling her hair. Meng Mingxian glanced around, tugging at his sleeve. Yin Majiao raised an eyebrow. Unable to voice her thoughts, she released her grip and silently withdrew. In the next moment, Yin Majiao chuckled softly, capturing her wrist and drawing her into his embrace. A warm kiss landed on Meng Mingxuan's forehead, followed by him whispering in her ear, "I am off to earn a living." "All right," she replied. After a while, Yin Majiao let her go. Turning toward the car, door opened by Su Li. Su Li smiled broadly, resembling a matchmaker. "Young master, please get in." Yin Majiao cast a sidelong glance at him before seating himself inside. Through the car window, he distinctly saw Meng Mingxian gazing longingly in his direction. A sense of dependence that melted his heart. Young master should have played the role of a couple with a young lady long ago. Just like those actors who develop feelings while performing, Su Li remarked with a grin as he drove. Yin Majiao raised a hand to adjust the time Meng Mingxian had crafted for him. "Focus on your driving. Mind your own business." Su Li fan de, unsure of which word to say next. At the villa's entrance, once Meng Mingxian could no longer see the car, she turned and returned to the living room. "The relationship between young master and the young lady is truly commendable," a servant commented with a smile. "I heard they grew up together as childhood sweethearts." Meng Mingxian pondered for a moment before nodding. "You could say that." Yin Majiao was merely 4 years her senior, not 14, and when she moved into the Yin household, both Uncle Yin and Aunt Yin were present. She was not raised by Yin Majiao. Rather, she was cherished by him. Before the servant could offer further compliments, Meng Mingxian had already turned to ascend the stairs. Back in her room, she sank into a single armchair, lost in thought, when she suddenly recalled that she had not informed Yin Majiao about Yi Yukan's visit the previous night. Grabbing her phone, she began to message him about the incident. Yin Majiao replied promptly, "I dealt with him during the day." Meng Mingxian, as expected, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Yukan, resorting to violence upon their meeting. Instantly, Meng Mingxian lost her desire to continue messaging and returned to her daydreaming. Unconsciously, she recalled the intoxicating kiss from last night, her cheeks flushing with warmth. He was quite skilled. Her first kiss was indeed beautiful. But what about him? If the person her sister liked was not him, then he must also be a novice in that regard, right? With that thought, Meng Mingxuan's spirits soared. The ringtone of her phone interrupted her reverie. It was a video call from Yin Majiao. Clearing her throat, she answered, "Have you arrived? Since my girlfriend hasn't replied, I have no intention of getting out of the car." Yin Majiao had been staring at the screen for quite some time. "But I did reply, didn't I?" Meng Mingxian secretly rejoiced at the beauty filter her phone provided, rendering her complexion flawlessly unblemished. 6 points indeed. 1 point suffices. Noticing that Yin Majiao had fallen silent for some time, she presumed he was displeased and was about to console him when he inquired, "Did you hear me?" She was taken aback. "What?" "The 6 points I just mentioned," gazing at the captivating face in the video, which evoked a desire to kiss. Meng Mingxuan couldn't help but chuckle. "I will respond to text messages in the future," she thought, wishing to lift his spirits. "You need not reply when angry." Seeing her sweet smile, Yin Majiao's lips curled slightly. "This way, I know when my girlfriend is upset." Meng Mingxuan bit her lip and softly asked, "Is anyone beside you?" Yin Majiao had already exited the vehicle. "Yes," he replied, glancing at Su Li and the two plainclothes officers waiting ahead with Yin Zheng. "But if you wish to kiss me, it is not out of the question." Meng Mingxuan felt somewhat exasperated. She merely wanted to ascertain if he was performing for others again. Yet, his words had left her speechless. "Kiss." She lightly pressed her lips together, producing a faint sound. Yin Majiao paused, a smile dancing on his lips. "Really a kiss?" came Yin Zheng's indifferent voice from a distance. Hastily, Meng Mingxuan said, "You continue with your business. I shall hang up." Yin Majiao did not raise his head, as if oblivious to Yin Zheng's call. He remained in place, sending Meng Mingxuan a text. "Are you taking advantage of your brother from afar? Wasn't it you who wanted me to kiss? I was just teasing. You actually kissed, and now my first kiss is gone." Meng Mingxuan glanced at her phone, thinking to herself that he had lost his first kiss the previous night. Realizing she had reverted to 6 points in her response, she quickly added, "You should get back to work. I'm going to take a nap." "All right." Yin Majiao tucked away his phone and, as though ignoring Yin Zheng, walked past him. Yin Zheng sighed and reached out to grab him. "Majiao, do not touch me." Yin Majiao sidestepped, his tone icy. "Majiao, we need to talk. There is nothing to discuss." "Then let us fight." At Yin Zheng's words, the two plainclothes officers behind them simultaneously looked up, their expressions betraying astonishment. What was Yin Zheng's status? What was his relationship with Yin Majiao? A father-son brawl? What would that look like when it got out? Yin Majiao slowly withdrew his hand from his pocket, a flicker of fire igniting in his dark eyes. "Very well." Yin Zheng cast a glance at Yin Majiao before turning away. "Follow me." If a fight was to occur, they must choose an appropriate venue. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Majiao followed suit. The two plainclothes officers exchanged glances, ultimately steeling themselves to follow. When the old master Yin received the news, he was examining a jade ruby that had shattered into several pieces. The old steward had taken the jade to an expert for appraisal. It was deemed a counterfeit, worth at most a few thousand. How could he tell it was fake at a glance? The old master Yin scrutinized it repeatedly, disregarding the steward's earlier report about the father-son altercation. After all, they wouldn't inflict mortal wounds or lasting damage upon each other. There was no need for concern. The old butler replied, "Although the young master has never attended university, he possesses an impressive breadth of knowledge, truly a legend in lynching." Mr. Yin was not pleased. Yin Li had a university degree, having been admitted through Lin University as prestige. Indeed, one can achieve perfect scores without attending classes. The young master is remarkable. The old butler smiled professionally, praising him. Mentioning Lin University reminded Mr. Yin of Yin Shouting. When will Shouting arrive? He is expected at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Mr. Yin pondered, rising from his desk and instructing the driver to bring the car around to Jinli Garden. The old butler hesitated momentarily, then replied, "Yes, sir." 10 minutes later, Mr. Yin settled into the back seat of the Jeep. He messaged the person at the airport to have Shouting brought directly to Jinli Garden. The old butler responded mechanically, "Yes, sir." A true testament to love's trials, he mused as he observed Mr. Yin, who seemed to conjure a flower from the chaos. The old butler slowly prodded the screen with his middle finger. Chapter 57. I find your affection utterly trivial. In the opulent living room of the villa, Meng Mingxuan sat quietly beside the venerable Mr. Yin, awaiting his words of wisdom. During Mr. Yan's tea-drinking interlude, she glanced several times at the old butler, who stood silently behind him. Moments earlier, the butler had cast her a sympathetic look. Could it be that Mr. Yin intended to arrange another match for her? At that moment, Mr. Yin broke the silence. Song Han is quite dependable, isn't he? Meng Mingxuan nodded, acknowledging yes. I owe a great deal to young Master Song this time. Had he not recklessly turned back, I would surely have been injured by Yin Shaoxiang's tank. The sports car seemed woefully fragile in the face of such a formidable tank. Have you considered that your engagement to your brother may be the reason Shaoxiang treats you this way? Mr. Yin was known for his blunt and unrefined manner of speaking, having offended many in his youth, yet his merits often rendered others silent. Indeed, I have been unfairly afflicted, Meng Mingxuan concurred. After a brief pause, Mr. Yin continued, then why can you not engage in a proper relationship? If you were not your brother's fiancé, Shaoxiang would not trouble you so. I am engaged in a proper relationship, Meng Mingxuan replied, meeting Mr. Yin's gaze, but it was disrupted by Jiu. Mr. Yin fell momentarily silent. The old butler stifled a chuckle, having just expressed sympathy for the young lady, which now seemed excessive. After a considerable time, Mr. Yin regained his composure, stating, as long as grandfather Yin is present, if you still harbor feelings for Yin Shitting, I shall support you. Meng Mingxuan was taken aback. So it is permissible for me to be with Yin Shitting, but not with Yin Majiu? What sort of nonsensical logic is that? As if perceiving her inner turmoil, Mr. Yin furrowed his brow. The Yin family held considerable influence in the capital, and the notion of brothers vying for the same woman would be scandalous and a source of ridicule. Meng Mingxuan fell into a profound silence. She had indeed dated Yin Ting, a relationship that was well known and fervently passionate. In her rebirth, she often lamented why she could not return to a time before her involvement with Yin Ting. Yet such decisions were beyond her control. Young Shitting will be arriving shortly. You ought to have a thorough discussion with him. Any misunderstandings or grievances can be conveyed to Grandfather Yin, Mr. Yin said with a benevolent expression. Grandfather Yin, Meng Mingxuan exclaimed, raising her head. I have returned to Kyoto as Jiuji's fiancé, and Nithang, Tangjun, and Feng Yilin all address me as little sister-in-law. This news is spread throughout the circle. If Grandfather Yin invites young Shitting to Jinsue Garden and encourages us to reconcile, it would indeed become a true scandal if others were to learn of it. Mr. Yan's warm demeanor vanished, his expression turning severe. Majiu is the heir I intend to cultivate. He shall never marry a girl without status or background like you. Should he defy my wishes, I would see to it that he faces the consequences at your wedding. Meng Mingxuan was encountering such unreasonable obstinacy for the first time in her life, akin to a stone in a cesspit, both foul and unyielding. Look at this, Mr. Yin said, placing a box before Meng Mingxuan and gesturing for her to open it. Meng Mingxuan hesitated briefly before reaching out to open the box. Inside lay several fragmented pieces of jade, which, when assembled, formed a jade rui. The previous night, I had a conversation with Mo Jiu as he had ordered his bodyguard to strike Su Yuhua 10 times. Old Master Yin fixed his gaze upon Meng Mingxuan. It is for you, is it not? Meng Mingxuan pressed her lips together. You have been spoiled by Mo Jiu to the point of recklessness. When Song Han was beaten by Xiao Xiang, it was of no consequence. Yet you felt compelled to confront Xiao Xiang, inflicting injuries that necessitated hospitalization. For Su Yuhua, as the biological mother of Xiao Xiang, delivering a slap to you is hardly excessive. Observing the silent Meng Mingxuan, Old Master Yin continued, and yet, you watched Mo Jiu take vengeance on your behalf, allowing him to bruise Su Yuhua's face without intervention. Regardless of Su Yuhua's questionable character, she remains Mo Jiu's stepmother in name. Were it not for Su Yuhua's desire to preserve her dignity, Mo Jiu's reputation in the circle would be irreparably tarnished by now. Meng Mingxuan contemplated this matter, harboring no regrets. Su Yuhua had harmed Aunt Yin and deserved punishment. Should the situation arise again, she would willingly exchange 1 slap for 10. Old Master Yin, unaware of Meng Mingxuan's seemingly obedient yet rebellious nature, pointed to the fragmented jade on the coffee table. And this too, although this jade rui is a counterfeit, it is the only remnant left to me by Xiao Ting's father. Mo Jiu stormed into my study and shattered it, venting his dissatisfaction and protest simply because I introduced Song Han to you. Meng Mingxuan was indeed taken aback by this revelation. She hesitated and tentatively inquired, how much is it? I shall compensate you. Old Master Yin was seething with anger. Is this merely a matter of money? Do I appear to be in want of wealth? You are wealthy enough to rival nations. That may be an exaggeration. I'm not greedy. I cannot tell if you are feigning ignorance or genuinely do not comprehend, old Master Yin scoffed. Nevertheless, I shall elucidate until you grasp it. Your presence beside Lord Jiu will only bring him incessant troubles, becoming a burden that hinders his progress. Meng Mingxuan gazed at old Master Yin, utterly devoid of the desire to speak. In truth, she was more aware of this than anyone else. There was no need for old Master Yin to articulate words that pierced her heart. Without you as his fiancé, Lord Jiu would navigate life in Kyoto with ease. I could arrange for him to meet a capable scion from a prestigious family, and Xiaoxiang would not dare to provoke such an illustrious lineage. Old Master Yin observed Meng Mingxuan's silence and leisurely lifted his teacup, taking a sip. He then continued, Lord Jiu has managed to carve out a domain for himself in lynching, indicating his ambition for power. Yet due to you, he risks losing everything he aspires to attain. Amidst old Master Yan's psychological onslaught, Meng Mingxuan recollected her past life. In that life, she had not accompanied Lord Jiu to Kyoto, and he had not responded to her once. Had he already accepted the betrothal arranged by old Master Yin to a scion from a noble family, rendering contact with her inappropriate? As these thoughts began to surface, Meng Mingxuan swiftly suppressed them. That cannot be. In a previous life, Hui and Tian were both positioned beside Yin Ting, whose mother was under control, forcing him to maintain a distance from them, cautious not to transgress boundaries. This indicates that Yin Maju never intended to abandon her. He must have contemplated returning to Lin City to retrieve her once he established his foothold in the capital. Old Master Yin, observing Meng Mingxuan lost in thought, remarked moreover, within just a few days, you have shifted your affections from shouting to Maju. I find your affection to be rather insipid. Perhaps you cannot discern between genuine affection and mere dependence. These words struck Meng Mingxuan's heart like a hammer, leaving her speechless. To others, it indeed appeared that she had only recently parted ways with Yin Ting. She found herself unable to clarify that she had endured a failed marriage with him. Grandfather, entered Yin shouting, clad in a white athletic outfit, as he walked through the door. Do not speak so of Xian. She is not at fault. It is I who have erred, for I have wounded Xuan's heart. Chapter 58. There is no way to forgive the deceased self. Meng Mingxuan glanced at old Master Yin, who was becoming increasingly bothersome. He had truly summoned Yin shouting to Jinshan Garden. Old Master Yin, is there a tradition in the Yin family of calling cousins by their childhood names? Meng Mingxuan inquired. Old Master Yin and Yin shouting fell silent simultaneously. After a moment, Yin shouting finally spoke. Xian, I initially approached you because of Yin Majiao, but my feelings for you are genuine. You possess such admirable qualities. It is impossible for anyone not to be fond of you. Yin shouting had prepared himself mentally during his time in Linsheng, realizing that Meng Mingxuan was drawn to his tenderness. Thus, he resolved that regardless of how she treated him upon arriving in Kyoto, he would graciously accept it. He had wounded her feelings and deserved to endure the repercussions of this emotional turmoil. Meng Mingxuan cast Yin shouting a calm glance and replied, Thank you. However, Yin shouting craved more than just a simple thank you from her. A sense of unease washed over him. When a woman expresses her emotions with fervor, it signifies that she still harbors feelings for the man involved. Yet, at that moment, he sensed no fluctuation in Meng Mingxuan's emotions. It appeared as though she had truly moved on from him. Shouting, Please take a seat. I am unaware of your experiences in lynching. How did you come to realize your blood relation with Ma Jiao? Old Master Yin interjected, attempting to alleviate the tension for Yin shouting. Meng Mingxuan's previous affection for shouting had dissipated, undoubtedly due to his deceit and manipulation. Anger simmered within her. For her to find solace, shouting must lay bare the truth and evoke her sympathy. Old Master Yin harbored this calculation in his mind. Yin shouting glanced at Meng Mingxuan before moving to sit beside her. Instantly, she rose and relocated to a nearby, single sofa, clutching a pure white pillow to her chest. Her clear intent was unmistakable. Yin shouting felt a pang in his heart, but suppressed it. He turned to Old Master Yin and recounted his experiences in lynching. I was born in a mental institution, which the villagers referred to as an asylum. I lived there until the age of 4, when my grandfather took me out and placed me in the care of adoptive parents. He felt ashamed of my mother and me and forbade me from stepping foot into the Chi family. He sent me to the Yin family out of fear that my origins would be exposed, thus bringing shame to the Chi family. Old Master Yin sighed softly. It must have been challenging before the age of 4, was it not? Not particularly, Yin shouting replied with a faint smile. At that time, I was unaware of what suffering and hardship meant. I believed life was simply meant to be lived in such a manner. He glanced at Meng Mingxuan, reflecting that only later did he come to understand that life encompasses not only bitterness but also sweetness. Meng Mingxuan's gaze remained subdued. It was thanks to him that she learned life was not solely sweet but also fraught with sorrow. After leaving the asylum and arriving at her adoptive parents' home, although they lived in poverty and her adoptive father was prone to violence, she managed to grow up relatively unscathed. Yin shouting continued. Eventually, my adoptive parents passed away, and I became a ward of the government. That was due to your own resilience, Old Master Yin remarked, his expression one of approval. And what transpired next? In my middle school days, I chanced upon Yin Mo Jiu, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me. Yan Shou Ting glanced at Meng Mingxuan, who must have deeply understood the sentiment. Meng Mingxuan. Is it possible to immerse oneself in the role of substitute without feeling anger? While Yin Mo Jiu was embroiled in a scuffle with some ruffians, I seized a lock of his hair and, utilizing all the inheritance left to me by my adoptive mother, conducted a paternity test. Yin Xiaoting looked at Meng Mingxuan, his gaze filled with regret. Thus, I mistakenly believed myself to be the son of Yin Shicheng, leading to my resentment towards him, as well as towards Yin Mo Jiu. Meng Mingxuan clutched the pillow tightly. How pitiable. Out of pity, one could draw near to a girl whose emotional world was still a blank slate, exploiting her to exact vengeance upon those they despised. Xian, I apologize. My initial approach towards you was indeed motivated by Yin Mo Jiu. Yan Shouting sighed softly, reflecting on his youthful obsession, blinded by hatred, making grievous errors. Meng Mingxuan remained silent. She did not harbor hatred for him, for her love had withered. Yet, she found it impossible to forgive him, for she was already dead inside. She feared pain. Yin Mo Jiu had never inflicted it upon her. But the tragic conclusion of her previous life was excruciating. She could not speak of forgiveness for her deceased self. Xian, my feelings for you are genuine. I have never liked another girl. It has always been you, for you are so wonderful. I'm so wonderful. Yet you compel me to threaten suicide to torment Yin Mo Jiu. Yin Xiaoting fell silent. At that time, he had hesitated, yet he yearned to see Yin Mo Jiu suffer. Yin Mo Jiu cherished Meng Mingxuan as one would a precious jewel, but with such ulterior motives. He would undoubtedly keep a tight grip on her household registration. Only through Meng Mingxuan's suicide threat would Yin Mo Jiu fear and relent. I am sorry. Yin Xiaoting apologized once more. Meng Mingxuan suddenly smiled. If you call me sister-in-law, I shall let this matter slide. Do not act so recklessly. It is unfair to yourself and to your cousin. Yin Xiaoting regarded her with gentle eyes, akin to observing a petulant child. Meng Mingxuan wished to splash tea upon him, but refrained, considering the presence of the elder Yin. I'm not causing a scene. You are not causing a scene. Yet you returned to Kyoto as your cousin's fiancé. You were supposed to be siblings. Yin Xiaoting inquired. Dare you claim to love your cousin? That sort of affection a woman holds for a man. Why should I not dare? Meng Mingxuan thought to herself. She was indeed returning to Kyoto to portray Yin Mo Jiu's betrothed, so why should she shy away from expressing her affection for him? At most, she hesitated to admit it before Yin Mo Jiu himself. Xian, you are aware that you are merely using him, treating him as a tool for your revenge against me. He is but my substitute. Meng Mingxuan lifted her teacup, enduring her emotions, yet ultimately set it down. Grandfather Yin, I have a dinner appointment with Yin Mo Jiu. The time is drawing near. Meng Mingxuan directed her gaze towards the elder Yin, subtly issuing a dismissal. Were it not for Yin Mo Jiu's sake, she would not bother to engage in pleasantries with him. After all, He was Yin Mo Jiu's grandfather. Well, I just said, you did not take to heart, did you? The elder Yan's expression darkened. I took it to heart. Meng Mingxuan feigned innocence, yet Grandpa Yin was well aware of the truth. I dared not defy his wishes, just as I had immediately complied when he presented evidence before me, accusing my ex of ulterior motives and demanding an instant breakup. The term ex indeed felt rather piercing and heart-wrenching. Yin shouting pressed his hand against his chest. Thus, Grandpa Yin, your efforts are in vain. I possess no autonomy in this matter. Meng Mingxuan sincerely stated, you may approach him. As long as he consents, I shall promptly sever ties with him, or I can return to lynching. However, it was utterly implausible that Yin Jiu would agree. Meng Mingxuan was fully aware of this, as was Grandpa Yin. Chapter 59 in the recording, Meng Mingxuan spoke of breaking up and returning to lynching. Yin Jiu received the audio file, just as the workday was drawing to a close. He gazed at the audio clip sent by Old Master Yin and tapped it lightly. Xian, you are fully aware that you are merely exploiting him. You are using him as a means to exact revenge on me. He is my substitute, echoed the voice of Yin shouting. Shortly thereafter, it seemed someone lifted a teacup only to set it back down again, yet no one uttered a word. Yin Jiu picked up a pen from his desk, idly twirling it between his fingers. Old Master Yin is aware of this. I dare not disregard his wishes, just as he presented the evidence before me, claiming my former partner harbored ill intentions, demanding that I terminate the relationship immediately. Did I not acquiesce at once? Therefore, Old Master Yin, it is futile to seek me out. Approach him instead. As long as he consents, I shall promptly end things with him, or I shall return to lynching. When Ye Xiang entered, he fortuitously overheard Meng Mingxuan's words about breaking up and returning to lynching. Yin Jiu, hearing the commotion, calmly turned off his phone. What is it? Ye Xiang, snapping his jaw shut as if he had just been caught, replied, Brother Jiu, this is a document sent by the department. He stepped forward and placed the file before Yin Jiu. Yin Jiu opened it, skimmed through 2 pages, then closed it, noting it was a planning document. Ye Xiang's face brightened at the mention. Brother Jiu, does the department intend to align with us? Yin Shaoxiang is utterly inept. In terms of heirship, you are undoubtedly the most suitable choice. He asserted, anyone who is not blind can see this reality. If you were to pledge allegiance, perhaps he would toss you a bone. Yin Jiu discarded the document into the shredder. Ye Xiang, abandoning his thoughts of shortcuts, glanced longingly at the phone resting on Yin Jiu's desk. So, did the old man record something about our little sister-in-law? Yin Jiu leaned back in his chair, his expression weary. It's not something I can easily disentangle myself from. Once aboard a sinking ship, it's scarcely simple to disembark. Besides, we've already crossed that line. Noticing Yin Jiu's less than cheerful demeanor, Ye Xiang was about to take his leave when he heard a soft inquiry. I recall you mentioned that you often forcibly kissed your fiancée. Ah, yes. I used to enjoy doing that, he admitted. Did she slap you afterward? Damn. So Brother Jiu, in a drunken state, forcibly kissed our little sister-in-law and got slapped? Ye Xiang's imagination ran wild, and he cautiously replied, initially, she did slap me a couple of times, but after we got together, that ceased. So, Brother Jiu must have found some psychological balance, then? He speculated, though in reality, he had never received a slap. You truly are unfortunate. Yin Jiu's lips curled into a slight smirk. My little Rose has never laid a hand on me. Ye Xiang was taken aback. Why would he feel the need to comfort Brother Jiu, knowing full well how resilient he is? The little princess has been causing a stir for years over Yin Ting, and yet Brother Jiu remains unbroken. By the way, did Brother Jiu clash with the department? What was the outcome? Ye Xiang inquired, as word had spread through their circles, with some having witnessed the altercation at the boxing gym. He intends to send me to the grassroots level. After Yin Jiu finished speaking, he chuckled softly. Ye Xiang instantly wore an expression akin to constipation, momentarily rendered speechless. What was he thinking? With Yin Jiu's reputation established in Lingsheng, did he really need to work at the grassroots level? Was he out of his mind? At that moment, Yin Jiu's phone rang. Glancing at the screen displaying little Rose, he promptly answered, Mingxian. Grandpa said he hasn't eaten and wants to join us. Meng Mingxuan's voice was light and airy. However, The presence of Yin, shouting alongside Grandpa, made her apprehensive about her appetite. Put on speaker, Yin Majiao instructed. All right. 2 seconds later, Meng Mingxuan replied, it's on. Does Grandpa or cousin shouting have any dietary restrictions? Are they allergic to dog food? Yin Majiao's clear voice resonated through the speaker, reaching the ears of the elderly Mr. Yin. Dog food? Are you feeding them like dogs? Mr. Yan's anger flared. What did you just say? If there are no allergies, let's eat together. Yin Majiao offered without elaborating further. Mingxian, I'll send you the restaurant address. You take Grandpa and shouting there first. I'll come straight from the company. Okay. Meng Mingxian stifled her laughter. When Yin Majiao mentioned dog food, her appetite unexpectedly surged, and she even felt a hint of anticipation. Meng Mingxian swiftly received the restaurant address and led Mr. Yin and Yin shouting there. Meanwhile, Yin Majiao donned his suit jacket and stepped outside. Yi, take me with you. I'm not allergic to dog food. Nie Zhang trailed behind. He was primarily eager to see how Yin shouting would react to being fed dog food and whether his sister-in-law would exhibit any resistance. He had to keep an eye on Yin Majiao. Do as you wish. Thank you, Jiu Yi. Nie Zhang exclaimed playfully, trailing eagerly behind. Upon reaching the ground floor, he even opened the car door for Yin Majiao, usurping Su Li's role. Meng Mingxian and the others arrived first. Noticing that Yin Majiao had not yet arrived, she excused herself to the restroom and stepped outside to wait for him. Just as Su Li parked the car, Meng Mingxian rushed forward. Why are you running? Yin Majiao opened the car door and approached her in a few strides, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. I was eager to see you. Meng Mingxian nestled into his embrace. The pent-up grievances she had been holding back surged forth upon seeing him. I made an excuse to use the restroom. It's been unbearable. Yin Majiao slowly wrapped his arms around her, his tone devoid of emotion. What has been unbearable? Meng Mingxian found herself at a loss for words. No one knew the extent of the pain she had endured at Yin Ting's hands. Yet, in this lifetime, there was no more Yin Ting, only Yin shouting. Yin Majiao did not expect her to answer, and he gently caressed the back of her head. Let us go. We'll make him uncomfortable as well. What was amusing about this situation? Meng Mingxuan's mood lightened somewhat. She obediently allowed Yin Majiao to guide her into the restaurant. She even informed him of the private room's location. Upon entering the private room, as Meng Mingxian settled beside Yin Majiao, she noticed Nie Zhang seated to her right. She paused momentarily. Zhang, you're here too? Nie Zhang smiled. Finally, my little sister-in-law has noticed me. At that moment, Meng Mingxian was about to say something when her face was suddenly turned. Yin Majiao planted a kiss on her cheek near the corner of her mouth. After the kiss, he remarked, ignore him. Huh? Oh. Meng Mingxian appeared somewhat dazed. Yin Shouting's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the audacious Yin Majiao and said in a low voice, even if she is a sister you raised, shouldn't you exercise some discretion? Cousin, which sister are you referring to? Yin Majiao asked nonchalantly. Yin Shouting enunciated each word clearly. The entire Lin city knows that Xian is the sister raised by the ninth master, akin to a biological sister. Do you want others to assume you are? Bow. Yin Majiao forcefully slammed his bowl onto the one in front of Yin Shouting, sending both bowls crashing to the floor in a cacophony of shattering porcelain. Speak carelessly again, and it will end up in your face. Yin Majiao's sharp black eyes bore into Yin Shouting, his voice devoid of any warmth. Chapter 60, he said, the first love. The white moonlight is not dead. Why seek a substitute? Deep down, Yin Shouting possessed the inherent wolfish nature of the Yin family men, and he was not intimidated by Yin Majiao's sudden outburst. The corners of his lips even curled upward. Am I mistaken? He queried. Of course you are. Yin Majiao moved a pair of chopsticks aside. When Uncle Meng and Aunt Meng were alive, they had arranged a betrothal for me and Mingxian. The entire Lin city was aware that the Meng Yin group was a partnership of husband and wife. Meng Mingxian cast a glance at Yin Majiao. The name of the Meng Yin group was chosen by her sister. It was established when she was 17, and she had overheard her sister's conversation with him. It appeared that, in his view, the Meng Yin group was indeed a partnership of husband and wife. A faint bitterness stirred within Meng Mingxuan's heart. Is that so? Yin Shouting chuckled. Since the betrothal was established long ago, Why have you never mentioned it to Xian in the past few years? It seems you were never inclined to honor this engagement." As he spoke, the corners of Yin Shouting's lips curved slightly once more. "We all know you care for Xian. But can you truly claim that you harbor the feelings a man has for a woman? If so, when did it begin? If not, is it fair to compel Xian to fulfill an engagement devoid of romantic sentiment?" Yin Majiao regarded Yin Shouting with a gaze as frigid as water. Nie Zhang silently cursed under his breath. Yin Shouting had clearly discerned that Brother Jiu had long held such feelings for his sister-in-law, and he was certain that Brother Jiu would not dare to admit it. After all, their current relationship was merely one of feigned romance. "I was the one who arranged for him to be with me." In the midst of the silence, Meng Mingxuan suddenly spoke. She raised her hand and grasped Yin Majiao's, intertwining her fingers with his. "After breaking up with you, I was feeling down, so I sought to embark on a new romance swiftly. Initially, I intended to pursue Feng Yilin, but he informed me that he had someone he liked." Meng Mingxian began to ramble. "Then that night I got drunk and kissed Yin Majiao, who had come to fetch me. He knew I was looking for someone to date, which is why he mentioned our betrothal." She glanced at Yin Majiao and saw him listening with an amused expression, causing her cheeks to flush despite her efforts to continue her tale. "I thought it would be better to date him than someone else, so I asked him to be with me. But you told me before that you only regarded him as an elder brother." Yin Shouting found it hard to believe that Meng Mingxian could change her affections, especially towards Yin Majiao. If she were to develop feelings for him, she would have done so long ago. There would be no room for him in her heart. Yet, hearing Meng Mingxian mention kissing Yin Majiao while intoxicated pierced Yin Shouting's heart like a thorn. He had never kissed her. "You also mentioned that it was in the past." Meng Mingxuan's gaze was unflinching. The waiter entered with the dishes, and for a moment, no one spoke further. Once the dishes were served, Yin Majiao began to serve Meng Mingxian, asking if she would like to eat shrimp. Upon receiving her nod, he donned gloves and, with deliberate elegance, peeled the tender, succulent shrimp meat in front of her, placing each piece in her bowl and even preparing it with a dip of seafood soy sauce. As Meng Mingxian began to lower her head to eat, Yin Majiao removed his gloves and leisurely turned to Yin Shouting. "Previously, we refrained from mentioning the engagement as we believed Mingxian was still too young. We intended to bring it up when she turned 20, but unexpectedly, someone intervened along the way." Meng Mingxian nearly choked, thinking how absurd it sounded. It seemed she was not the only one capable of spinning tales. "I have a foundation of 16 years of affection with Mingxian, and she has come to realize how unreliable the men outside truly are." Yin Majiao's lips curled slightly. The timing for the proposal was now impeccable. "Indeed, relationships can be nurtured," Nie Zhang chimed in. "My fiancé, Yi, and I are a prime example of love blossoming after engagement." Old Master Yin shot Nie Zhang a sidelong glance. "Didn't your fiancé, Yi, call off the engagement?" "Not at all," Nie Zhang stubbornly insisted, holding on to the notion that as long as he did not acknowledge it, the engagement remained intact. "What do you think of this restaurant cuisine?" Yin Majiao inquired, gently wiping the sauce from the corner of Meng Mingxuan's mouth with his fingertip. Meng Mingxian looked up and smiled. "It's delicious. I really enjoy it. Next time, just the two of us will come, and we'll have a better appetite." "Indeed," Yin Shouting remarked coldly, observing their warm and sweet interaction. "What a pity. Your fiancé, he was originally not Mingxian." Meng Mingxuan's expression shifted slightly as she raised her gaze to Yin Shouting. He returned her look with a meaningful smile. Feeling a loss of appetite, Meng Mingxian pondered the meaning behind Yin Shouting's words. Could it be that he also, after dinner, Meng Mingxian seized the opportunity to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, she was not surprised to find Yin Shouting waiting in the hallway. Recalling his earlier statement, she approached him and asked, "What did you mean by that comment just now?" "You know, it was supposed to be Yin Majiao returning to Kyoto alone." Yin Shouting replied with a slight smile. "He is destined to have a fiancé, Yi, and a lovely daughter." Meng Mingxian pressed her lips together, skeptical of his words. "Because of you, that woman and child can no longer return to Yin Majiao's side." Yin Shouting stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You will regret this in the future. For this woman should have been your sister-in-law. She bears a striking resemblance to your sister, Meng Mingyu." Meng Mingxuan's face drained of color. On the way back to Jinsue Garden, Yin Majiao distinctly sensed Meng Mingxuan's distracted demeanor. He carefully recalled the dinner's details and lifted her onto his lap. "What are you thinking?" he inquired, playfully toying with her fingers, no longer concerned about whether she would discover anything. After all, she had willingly allowed him to kiss her so deeply, hadn't she? Her indulgence had become his leverage. Meng Mingxian gazed at the handsome face before her, noting how extraordinarily attractive he was, despite his usually cold and unfeeling demeanor. His tenderness had only been bestowed upon 3 women. One was Aunt Yin, another was her sister, and the last was herself. If what Yin Shouting said was true, there was now a 4th, his daughter. "You." Meng Mingxian hesitated before speaking. "What do you think about a substitute?" Yin Majiao's playful gestures with her fingers momentarily paused. His indifferent gaze penetrated her depths. His tone as frigid as water. "What led you to think of this?" Meng Mingxian initially intended to liken Su Yuha to Aunt Yan's stand-in, but deemed it inappropriate. Thus, she responded, "While I was in the restroom at the restaurant, I overheard the waitstaff chatting, mentioning that men often harbor a first love, an ethereal ideal, and that subsequent girlfriends tend to mirror that initial affection. I find myself curious. Could this be true?" Yin Moji's gaze slowly traversed her inexplicably inquisitive eyes. After all, the first love, the ethereal ideal, was not deceased. Why seek a replacement? When Yin Zheng and Su Yuha became involved, his mother was perfectly well. But what if the first love, the ethereal ideal, were to perish? After Meng Mingxian posed her question, she felt a sudden tightening around her wrist. Chapter 61. What should I do if I drank too much and kissed you? Meng Mingxian regretted uttering those words, just as she sought to remedy the situation. Yin Moji grasped her chin, his dark, cold gaze penetrating her very soul. The server had mentioned Yin Zheng, hadn't she? Since his arrival in Kyoto, the circles had once again unearthed Yin Zheng's romantic history, laughing at it anew. Meng Mingxian found herself at a loss for words. The server's comments were entirely fabricated by her. They were nothing to dwell upon. Yin Moji gently stroked her smooth chin with his thumb, asserting, "It has nothing to do with us. How could it not concern them?" Meng Mingxian wished to inquire further, but was firmly pressed down by him. "Close your eyes for a moment." He wished to avoid any further mention of substitutes. Although she regarded him as a stand-in, that did not imply he would take delight in it. This afternoon, Meng Mingxian had indeed been disturbed by Old Master Yin and Yin Shouting, leaving her without a chance for a midday nap. She quietly leaned against Yin Moji's shoulder, yet sleep eluded her. Yin Shouting's words had left her feeling profoundly insecure. Was it possible that there existed a woman in this world who bore a striking resemblance to her sister? And if so, what would she do? It wasn't until Yin Moji carried her out of the car that she feigned slumber. Yin Moji was acutely aware of her ruse. Her breathing was not that of a sleeping person. She was burdened with heavy thoughts. After changing her shoes and settling her onto the sofa, Yin Moji crouched before her, attempting to divert her attention. "Mingxian mentioned that you kissed me while intoxicated? When did that happen?" Meng Mingxian was completely pulled from her worries about being a substitute, gazing at the man's evident teasing with irritation. Who was truly inebriated? Who kissed him? "Did I kiss you?" Yin Moji grasped her hand, gently caressing the inside of her wrist, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. "No," she replied sullenly. He couldn't possibly recall, nor would she rush to inform him that he had taken her first kiss while inebriated. What significance did her first kiss hold if it was only remembered by her? Meng Mingxian was uncertain whether to feel more disheartened or relieved. If he were to discover that he had crossed a boundary while intoxicated, would he regret pretending to be her boyfriend and wish to terminate their charade? What a pity. Meng Mingxian looked up in astonishment. What was he lamenting? Yin Moji met her bewildered gaze and chuckled softly, rising to loosen his tie. "There is a gathering at a bar tonight. Friends from our circle would like to meet you. Would you care to join?" Meng Mingxian pondered for a moment. Will they bring their partners? Of course. Then I shall go. She could not allow him to attend alone while others brought their companions. What if someone referred to him as a prince? All right, go pick out a dress. We'll head out shortly. Yin Moji still needed to return to his study to handle some business emails and participate in a video conference. Can I wear the dress you gifted me last time? Meng Mingxian asked eagerly. Moji's voice instantly grew serious. No, but looks splendid. Be good, choose a white one, he coaxed her gently. In the late hours of the night, resembling a ghostly figure, Meng Mingxuan firmly rejected the notion. At 22 years of age, she was neither a mere child of 12 nor a young girl of 16. Then let it be a shade of pale green. Green? As your girlfriend, you wish for me to wear green? You wish to make me green. Would you do so? Of course not. With a flustered demeanor, Meng Mingxuan rose. Feigning composure. I shall find a black dress. Tonight, I aspire to be a black swan. Mojiao pulled her close, pinching her cheeks and then her delicate neck. What are you doing? Just checking how dark you are. Quite fair, indeed. No matter how one looks, you resemble a white swan. Meng Mingxuan. Nearby, the maids stifled their laughter. Aware that he needed to return to his study, she pushed his hand away and swiftly turned to leave. Back in her room, she opened the wardrobe, but found herself in a daze before it, her cheeks ablaze. Her boyfriend was quite the charmer. If only he were genuinely flirting with her rather than merely acting. At the royal court bar, when Mojiao entered the private room with Meng Mingxuan, the young gentlemen within had already indulged in their drinks. Brother Jiu, little sister-in-law. Brother Jiu, little sister-in-law. Brother Jiu, Niezian, Feng Yilin. And the others all stood in unison, echoing their greetings. Mojiao nodded slightly and seated Meng Mingxuan, surveying the room before inquiring, "Where's Song Han?" A momentary silence enveloped the room. Song Han, being a love child, was present among those born of legitimate marriages. Nie Ziang, Tang Jun, and Feng Yilin were well aware that Mojiao's mention of Song Han was meant to inform the young gentlemen of their circle that Song Han belonged to their ranks. Thus, Nie Ziang chuckled, "Brother Jiu, third young master Song, is still recuperating." Mojiao raised an eyebrow and chose not to pursue the matter further. "Hello, little sister-in-law. I am Duan and I, fiancé of Tang Jun." The young lady beside Tang Jun smiled warmly at Meng Mingxuan, raising her glass. Meng Mingxuan reciprocated with her own glass, replying, "Hello, you may call me Mingxuan." "I wouldn't dare. My Tang Jun refers to you as little sister-in-law," Duan and I laughed. Afterward, she took a small sip of her drink, prompting Meng Mingxuan to follow suit. The fiery sensation in her throat, coupled with the alcohol that surged into her nostrils, caused her to frown. "You need not drink." Mojiao, engaged in conversation with a nearby young man, glanced at her and gently grasped her wrist. "Otherwise, if you drink too much, what shall we do if you wish to kiss me?" The room erupted in laughter. Meng Mingxuan felt grateful for the dim lighting. Her cheeks should not appear excessively flushed. Is a man truly afraid of a kiss? Nie Zhang chuckled, then nudged the woman beside him. "Lu Jingqian, raise a toast to our little sister-in-law." Lu Jingqian's expression soured. She had initially intended not to attend, but this insistent man had cornered her at her office and forcibly escorted her into the car. "What identity do I possess to toast Miss Meng?" Lu Jingqian retorted. A flicker of mischief sparkled in Nie Ziang's eyes before he cheekily replied, "If you do not wish to be a fiancé, then perhaps a bedmate, a mistress, or a lover. Choose any title you prefer." Smack. Lu Jingqian, with her fiery temper, raised her hand to strike Nie Ziang. Yet, he deftly blocked her with his arm. The slap landed squarely on his forearm, causing his smile to fade. Rising from his seat, he addressed the gathering, "My apologies, everyone. Please continue to enjoy your drinks while I attend to a personal matter." With that, he bent down, hoisted Lu Jingqian onto his shoulder, and strode out with purpose. "Nie Ziang, you scoundrel, put me down." Lu Jingqian's shouts receded into the distance. Meng Mingxuan, momentarily stunned, turned to find Mojiao wearing an expression that suggested he was hesitant to speak. "What's the matter?" she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Dear, do not emulate her. I have no desire to be struck," Mojiao replied, his tone laden with caution. Meng Mingxuan responded with a puzzled, "Dear?" Chapter 62. Meng Mingxuan's voice was irresistibly alluring. After consuming 2 glasses of wine, she felt a slight intoxication. Although Duan and I had mentioned that the wine was harmless and lacked after effects, she sensed a considerable buzz. Rising to her feet, she attempted to make her way to the restroom, her steps somewhat unsteady. "Are you heading to the restroom, sister-in-law?" "I shall accompany you," Duan and I said with a smile. setting down her glass and supporting Meng Mingxuan. Yin Majiao had only just stood up when he noticed Tang Jun's fiancé assisting Meng Mingxuan, prompting him to sit back down. While he could not accompany her to the restroom, Duan and I certainly could. Brother Jiu, allow me to toast you. We would greatly appreciate your guidance as we, your younger brothers, look up to you as an idol, she said. Of course, Yin Majiao replied, retracting his gaze from the door of the private room and raising his glass. As Meng Mingxuan stepped out of the private room, she felt increasingly dizzy. The figure of Duan and I beside her seemed to multiply. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Duan and I gently guided her into the restroom. She herself was uncertain of her condition. Why was this wine so potent? During her time in Linsheng, Yin Majiao had taught her to drink gradually, incrementally increasing her tolerance to prevent her from becoming overly intoxicated. However, she had not anticipated that the wine she consumed today would lead her to such a state of inebriation. Sister-in-law, I believe you need something to counteract the effects of the alcohol, Duan and I suggested, producing a pill from her bag and placing it in Meng Mingxuan's mouth. Though her consciousness was wavering, Meng Mingxuan was still aware that she should not consume anything fed to her by others. She struggled momentarily, but fell to the ground, the small pill slipping down her throat. Sister-in-law, Duan and I appeared somewhat flustered. Meng Mingxuan's vision gradually cleared, and the effects of the alcohol began to diminish. She stood up, offering a sheepish smile to Duan and I. I drank too much and wasn't quite myself just now. Duan and I smiled back. It's all right, sister-in-law. Feeling capable of walking on her own, Meng Mingxuan turned to enter the restroom, closing the door behind her. Upon her return, however, she found that Duan and I had vanished. She called out, Miss Duan, sister-in-law, I'm using the restroom. You might want to return to the private room first. Came Duan Ni's voice from a stall. All right. At this point, Meng Mingxuan's intoxication had subsided somewhat. Though she still walked with a slight sway, she could manage to navigate by leaning against the wall. Upon exiting the restroom, she realized that she had been led out of the private room in a daze, and now had no idea which direction it lay. Just as she contemplated turning back to ask Duan and I, someone seized her wrist. She stumbled slightly and turned to see who it was. Is it you? Yin, shouting, looked at her flushed face, frowning. I received an anonymous message informing me that you came to the bar alone to drown your sorrows. Do you realize how dangerous that is? Meng Mingxuan was momentarily taken aback, the alcohol-induced haze slowing her reaction. What do you mean, drowning my sorrows? Gome, let's leave this place, Yin, shouting, said, pulling her into his embrace. Meng Mingxuan struggled, insisting, let go of me. Xiang, please be a bit more compliant, he urged. I acknowledge my mistakes and assure you it shall not happen again. Yin, shouting, concerned about hurting her, gently coaxed her in a low voice. Meng Mingxuan, entangled with Yin shouting for a while, suddenly felt her cheeks flush. A wave of warmth surged through her, and the tender expression of Yin shouting began to transform into that of Yin Majiao. Yi. Meng Mingxuan's voice was irresistibly alluring. Yin shouting's body tensed. She had never called him Jiuge before. She had always referred to him as a Ting. Inside the private room, Yin Majiao occasionally glanced towards the door and, after a moment, finally stood up. I will step out to the restroom. Jiuge and the little sister-in-law are truly inseparable. Not even for a moment, the others chuckled. Yin Majiao had always held Meng Mingxuan in the highest regard, indifferent to any external opinions, even if they suggested he was henpecked. Soon, Yin Majiao arrived at the restroom door. Mingxuan, are you inside? He called out near the female restroom. A moment later, Duan Ni's voice answered, Is that you, Jiuge? The little sister-in-law has already left. Yin Majiao's expression hardened. When did she leave? About 5 minutes ago, came the reply. Yin Majiao turned on his heel and departed. He immediately called Su Li, instructing him to have someone guard the bar entrance, allowing no one to enter or exit. He began to kick open the doors of nearby private rooms, searching every corner for her. Before long, Tang Jun and the others were alerted, rushing out to inquire. Upon learning that Meng Mingxuan had gone missing after stepping into the restroom, their expressions turned grave. Especially Tang Yun, who rushed to the women's restroom and began shouting for Duan and I to come out and clarify the situation, emphasizing that Meng Mingxuan had entered the restroom with her. If anything happened to Meng Mingxuan, It would spell the end of his relationship with Jiu. The music in the bar was abruptly halted, and the men and women enjoying their night were left in confusion. Yet, upon seeing the imposing presence of the bodyguards, no one dared voice their objections. In the relatively quiet environment, Yin Majiu soon heard a commotion near the emergency exit. Although he did not hear Meng Mingxuan's voice, he hurried over, determined not to overlook any clues. As Yin Majiu pushed open the fire door to the emergency stairs, he saw Niping gripping Yin, shouting by the collar, pinning him against the wall, both men on edge. Meng Mingxuan was clinging to Lu Jingxian, her face flushed and uncharacteristically agitated. Having fought his way up in Lingsheng, Yin Majiu immediately grasped the situation. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over Meng Mingxuan's shoulders. Then, he took Meng Mingxian from Lu Jingxian's hold, saying, "Hand her to me." "All right." As a fellow woman, Lu Jingxian felt a pang of fear from Meng Mingxian. Upon hearing Yin Majiu's voice, Niet Thang turned to complain. Jiu, he fed the little sister-in-law something harmful and tried to take her away. Both Nie Zhang and Lu Jingxian appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly having had a confrontation when Nie Zhang chose that location to confront Lu Jingxian, only to encounter Yin shouting, who was trying to escort Meng Mingxian away via the emergency stairs. A heart that sees filth in everything. "It's a pity I have never done such a thing." Yin shouting scoffed, but how could Mingxian be left alone? And fed something harmful? "Yin Majiu, how did you take care of her?" Yin Majiu's gaze, as cold as steel, swept across Yin shouting's face. "Zhang, check the surveillance footage. I will take Mingxian home first." Yin Majiu turned, cradling the feverish Meng Mingxian in her arms. "All right." Nie Zhang released Yin shouting, a low, sardonic chuckle escaping his lips. "Once I find the evidence, your fate is sealed." "I await that moment," Yin shouting replied, unperturbed. With that, Nie Zhang straightened his attire and grasped Lu Jingxian's wrist. This time, Lu Jingxian did not resist him. Once outside, she expressed her apprehension. "Thankfully, you are reckless. Bullying me here, otherwise I would not have encountered Miss Meng." Nie Zhang's expression darkened. Damn, how could mutual affection be reduced to mere recklessness and bullying? It was truly displeasing. Chapter 63. Behave, we'll kiss when we get home. Nie Zhang escorted Lu Jingxian back to the private room, where he found everyone seated with grave expressions. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and no one seemed inclined to continue drinking. Instead, they lit cigarettes. What could have happened in my brief absence? Nie Zhang mused, pulling Lu Jingxian into a vacant spot beside Feng Yilin. How could my sister-in-law be left alone? His words, already heavy with concern, added a further weight to the already somber ambience of the room. Tang Jun stood up, kicking the glass coffee table in front of him. "What about you? How could my sister-in-law end up alone?" Nie Zhang was taken aback, following Tang Jun's gaze to Duan and I. Lu Jingxian, equally astonished, had not anticipated that this incident was connected to Duan and I. What had transpired after Nie Zhang had carried her away? "Jun, how many times must I explain?" After administering the sobering medicine to my sister-in-law, she regained consciousness. I was experiencing stomach pains and allowed her to return to the room first. I never imagined that such a short distance would lead to trouble for her. Duan Ni's eyes were red, her voice hoarse, clearly having wept. Sobering medicine? Nie Zhang seized upon the crucial detail. "The surveillance footage has been reviewed." Feng Yilin leaned back against the chair, his expression neutral. Indeed, Yin shouting took her away from the restroom, but it was evident that she was already inebriated when he arrived. Lu Jingxian's expression shifted, suggesting that the issue likely stemmed from the sobering medicine Duan and I had given Meng Mingxian. But has Duan and I lost her mind? How could she be so audacious as to harm Meng Mingxian right under everyone's noses? And what about Yin shouting? How did he appear at such a convenient moment? Where is this sobering medicine? Show me a few pills. Nie Zhang turned his gaze to Duan and I. "I brought it from home, originally for myself. I only had one, which I gave to my sister-in-law," Duan and I sobbed. The last trace of a smile vanished from Nie Zhang's face. Lu Jingxian, on the brink of fury, restrained him. Addressing Duan and I, "Miss Duan, since you brought the sobering medicine from home, surely there must be more at your place? To prove your innocence, why not accompany us back to retrieve a couple of pills for testing?" Certainly. Duan and I wiped her tears and stood up. As Feng Yuan passed by Tang Jun, he patted his shoulder. Until the truth is revealed, let us not wrong anyone. We can deal with it once the evidence is indisputable. Tang Yun, typically Tielford, now sat in silence, as mute as a statue. Yin Majiao draped his suit jacket over Meng Mingxuan, concealing her entirely as they exited the bar, ensuring no one caught a glimpse of her alluring demeanor. Meng Mingxuan squirmed in the oversized jacket, feeling the strength of Yin Majiao's arms firmly restraining her. Even her attempts to kick were thwarted by the fabric enveloping her, rendering her efforts trivial against the man. Young Master Jiu, Suli had been waiting by the door, and upon seeing Yin Majiao carrying Meng Mingxuan, he swiftly opened the back door of the car parked by the roadside. Yin Majiao seated Meng Mingxuan inside, and once the door closed, Suli slid into the driver's seat, inquiring, "Young Master Jiu, shall we head to the hospital or return to Jinli Garden?" Yin Mo Jiu cast a glance at the blushing Meng Mingxuan nestled within his embrace. She was restless, her hands boldly exploring beneath his shirt, her warmth seemingly surpassing even that of the man himself. Her ordinarily bright and clear eyes were now filled with an alluring springtime allure, a sight that would test any man's restraint. As they approached the koi garden, Yin Mo Jiu made a decision and raised the small partition. The vehicle glided slowly towards their destination, and the heat within Meng Mingxuan became increasingly apparent. With a hint of grievance, she looked at the man who held her tightly, restricting her movements, and whispered, "I feel hot." Overwhelmed by her burning desires, she yearned to press her lips against his. His lips, however, were cool to the touch. "Who am I?" Yin Mo Jiu gazed into her bewildered eyes. "Brother Jiu," Meng Mingxuan murmured, her fingers finding the contours of his chest. Cherishing the sensation, Yin Mo Jiu's gaze darkened slightly, and he loosened his grip just enough for her to turn and wrap her arms around his neck, leaning in toward his cool lips. But a hand interposed itself before her. She pressed her lips against that warm palm instead. "We can kiss when we get home," Yin Mo Jiu admonished, restraining her wandering hands. "I'm uncomfortable." Meng Mingxuan's eyes glistened with urgency. "Just give me a kiss." Yin Mo Jiu recalled how Yin shouting had taken her away in such a state, and his aura grew heavy. He grasped her chin, scrutinizing her rosy lips. Thankfully, he was familiar with how she would appear after being kissed. Her lips were exquisitely delicate. A mere 2 kisses would render them vividly alluring. The more he kissed her, the more unbearable it would become. Yin Mo Jiu pressed her head against his chest, soothing her, "Be good, we'll kiss at home." "I don't want to." In the face of Meng Mingxuan's defiance, Yin Mo Jiu ceased his coaxing, firmly holding her in place to prevent her from being unruly. Unable to reach him, Meng Mingxuan let out a faint, distressed whimper in his embrace, stirring a sense of unease within him. "Drive faster," Yin Mo Jiu instructed as he lowered the partition, then raised it once more. Suli, initially cautious about speeding for the comfort of the two in the back, immediately pressed down on the accelerator upon receiving the command. Moments later, the vehicle surged into the koi garden and came to a steady halt at the entrance of the villa. The guards were already waiting, and as soon as the car stopped, Suli pressed the unlock button, allowing the guards to open the rear door. Yin Mo Jiu wrapped Meng Mingxuan tightly in his suit and strode confidently out of the car, leading her into the villa. No need for anyone to stay tonight. "Everyone leave," he commanded. "Understood, Master Jiu." The servants in the villa quickly evacuated, leaving the space entirely vacant. Yin Mo Jiu carried Meng Mingxuan upstairs and into the bathroom, turning on the shower to run warm water. As soon as she was granted her freedom, Meng Mingxuan clung to him. While testing the water temperature, she pulled him down for a kiss. Yin Mo Jiu turned his head slightly, and she planted a kiss on his Adam's apple. His body trembled in response. "Be good." The awkward beginnings often leave behind a trace of regret. She was his cherished rose, vibrant and unrestrained. How could he ever allow her to feel wronged? He desired her heart. Yet, Meng Mingxuan, lost in her own desires, was oblivious to Yin Mo Jiu's restraint and tenderness, playfully teasing him, "Don't be good." As she stood on the staircase of the bar, in a state of hazy consciousness, she beheld the passionate embrace of Nie Xiang and Lu Jingxian. their lips entwined in an intimate kiss. The scene ignited a fervor within her. Her body pressed tightly against Yin Majiao, her supple legs instinctively attempting to wrap around his waist. Yin Majiao, nearly losing control, grasped her elevated leg and gently pushed her away. Jiu, go. Her eyes were swollen with emotion, tears threatening to spill over. First, a shower. Yin Majiao understood what he needed to do as he led her back to the Jinli courtyard, but he had to consider her well-being. At the very least, they needed to cleanse themselves. With one hand around her waist, he turned on the hot water for the bathtub while lowering the zipper at her back. Meng Mingxuan tilted her head back, emitting a sweet, almost intoxicating sound. Yi. It seemed she had discovered the antidote. Chapter 64. He extended his hand and gently brushed her long hair, playfully admonishing her, "You may make a fuss, but do not cry." Meng Mingxuan had never before realized how delightful intimacy between a man and a woman could be. Her understanding was still rooted in the fervent kiss that had intoxicated her. Yet, amidst the swirling steam of the bathroom, Yin Majiao, who had taught her many lessons throughout her life, guided her into an entirely new realm. Though Meng Mingxuan was not fully conscious, she was aware of who was with her. She wrapped her arms around Yin Majiao's neck, instinctively drawing closer to him. The bathtub was overflowing, yet the tap continued to run, the sound of water cascading drowning out her soft murmurs. The intoxication and warmth served as the finest veil for her embarrassment. Under normal circumstances, she would never have been so unabashed. Yin Majiao could not bear her delicate sounds. He lowered his head and silenced her slightly parted crimson lips with his own. After all his devoted service, he felt entitled to some return. Once it was over, Meng Mingxuan fell into a deep slumber. With great restraint, Yin Majiao withdrew his hand from the water, carefully cleansing the sleeping Meng Mingxuan before wrapping her in a bath towel. He lifted her gently, stepping steadily out of the bathroom, tending to her like a princess, drying her hair and helping her into her nightwear. Would she cause a scene upon waking? Wrapped in the towel that had just enveloped Meng Mingxuan, Yin Majiao crouched at the edge of the bed. After gazing at her tenderly for a moment, he reached out and softly tucked her hair behind her ear, reiterating, "You may fuss, but do not cry." His body felt as though it might explode. He did not linger, covering her with a blanket, extinguishing the light, and returning to the bathroom to regain his composure. Half an hour later, fully dressed, Yin Majiao leaned over the bed and pressed a kiss to Meng Mingxuan's forehead before departing the room. He exited the villa, got into his car, and called Nie Ziang to inquire about the surveillance footage and investigation results. Suli patiently gripped the steering wheel, awaiting instructions until Yin Majiao hung up the phone and coldly commanded, "Go to the Duan residence." "Yes, young master." Suli promptly started the vehicle. Throughout the journey, Yin Majiao fidgeted with a cigarette. Since rekindling his closeness with Meng Mingxuan, he had scarcely touched a cigarette. He merely held them, occasionally lighting one without inhaling. He was perpetually yearning to kiss her, pondering when he might have the chance again, perhaps tonight. Therefore, he refrained from smoking. Besides, having her was far more enticing than any cigarette. Recalling Meng Mingxuan's blossoming in the bathtub that evening, a slight smile graced his lips. He wondered when she might sweetly request a kiss while fully aware. Before long, the car arrived at the brightly lit Duan family estate. Among the illustrious families of Kyoto, the Duan family barely ranked in the top 10, their engagement to the Tang family considered quite an elevation. Nie Zhang had already informed the Duan family of Yin Majiao's impending arrival, and the gates had been opened early. The ostentatious and luxurious courtyard lights cast enchanting reflections on the ground, yet they were ruthlessly trampled underfoot by polished leather shoes. Yin Majiao donned white attire solely in the presence of Meng Mingxuan, but at this moment, he was clad in a meticulously tailored black suit that accentuated the already sharp contours of his solemn visage. As he entered the Duan family's drawing room, his gaze casually swept the surroundings. Elder Duan occupied the central seat on a brick-red classical sofa, his expression stern and forbidding. On the frigid tile floor, a youth with dyed hair, appearing no older than 20, knelt in supplication, his left cheek swollen, a clear testament to recent violence. Nie Zhang rose to his feet, addressing him as Brother Jiu. Yin Majiao approached and seated himself beside Tang Jun, his demeanor inscrutable, seemingly having identified the scapegoat. Elder Duan's expression faltered momentarily, his inner ire simmering. When impudent youngling. With his astute perception, Elder Duan discerned that the hangover remedy brought by Duan Ni had inadvertently been consumed by his sister-in-law, when it was originally intended as a frivolous stimulant for Duan Ni's brother, Duan Tianhui. Nie Ziang cast a sardonic glance at Elder Duan, the irony of his words palpable to all present. Being a newcomer, Yin Majiao felt it prudent to maintain decorum towards Elder Duan. He slightly lifted his eyelids, his seemingly indifferent gaze chillingly piercing, as he declared that should the young Master Duan be rendered armless, this matter would be considered resolved. The members of the Duan family in the drawing room collectively recoiled in shock. The 19-year-old Duan Tianhui, kneeling, raised his head in disbelief. He did not wish to lose an arm. Young Master Yin, this seems rather excessive, Elder Duan remarked, his countenance darkening. Oh, what seems amiss? Yin Majiao feigned curiosity. As you mentioned, I am but a newcomer. Why not seek to resolve this matter amicably? The capital is not like Lin City. One may inadvertently offend a person of high standing while strolling the streets. Elder Duan's implication was unmistakable. Yin Majiao narrowed his cold eyes. So, is tonight's incident the doing of a certain noble? Elder Duan was rendered speechless. That was not his intention. Allow me to guess. Yin Majiao slowly rose, advancing toward the kneeling Duan Tianhui, looking down upon him with an air of authority. Is it Madam Yin, Minister Yin, or perhaps the resentful young master, Yin, whose head was recently wounded by my fiancé? As he spoke, he pressed his hand onto Duan Tianhui's shoulder, his gaze dark and menacing. The pampered young master, having never encountered such a confrontation, was stricken with terror. Duan Tianhui blurted out, "It wasn't me. The stimulant isn't mine. Please don't take my arm." "Whose is it then?" Yin Majiao did not relinquish his grip. "I don't know," Duan Tianhui pleaded, casting a desperate glance at Elder Duan. Elder Duan suggested that Duan Tianhui simply acknowledge the offense and apologize for the slap he received. But Duan Tianhui never anticipated Yin Majiao's brutal intent to incapacitate him. From the outset, Yin Majiao was aware that Duan Tianhui was merely a pawn and had no intention of truly harming him. He released his hold, rising slowly. "Elder Duan, while I remain oblivious to which noble has bestowed benefits upon the Duan family, I can assure you, your family shall not only fail to reap any rewards, but shall also face ruin. The Duan family is doomed. In all of Kyoto, aside from a select few, no one dared to utter such bold proclamations. Yet, the audacious proclamation uttered from Yin Majiao's beautifully shaped lips was impossible to disregard. Old Master Duan's face turned ashen. While the Duan family may not rank among the top 10 in the capital, it certainly could not be easily suppressed by a mere youth. Such arrogance is utterly intolerable. Then, just wait, he retorted. Yin Majiao's visit was not intended to eliminate anyone. He was acutely aware of the unseen hand guiding events behind the scenes. If there were to be a downfall, it would be the entire Duan family. Old Master Duan felt a surge of pent-up frustration as he watched Yin Majiao deliver his menacing words and turn to leave. He swiftly shifted his gaze to Nie Ziang. "Nie Shao." "Oh, don't call me," Nipfing interjected, appearing eager to make his exit as he hurriedly pulled Lu Jingxian toward the door, muttering under his breath, "What a joke. Brother Jiu is someone who dares to confront even the formidable Minister Yin." Old Master Duan could only watch in silence. Chapter 65. Was it him who treated her that way last night? Nie Zhang discreetly led Lu Jingxian away, while Feng Yilin promptly rose to take his leave, not even exchanging a word with the elder of the Duan family. Brother Jiu had declared that the Duan family was doomed, and indeed, it was destined for ruin. Not merely a scare tactic aimed at the family. There was no necessity for pleasantries from family on the brink of collapse. Ajuan, do lend a few words of persuasion. After all this time, you wouldn't forsake the bond of brotherhood. Elder Duan pressed, placing a hand over his heart, adopting a tone befitting an elder. Tang Jun raised his gaze, his demeanor unusually calm. "Shall I advise or plead for mercy?" Elder Duan scoffed. Yin Majiao is indeed a prominent figure in Lincheng, commanding respect within the political sphere, but in the capital, he is not. Even his father, the minister, cannot simply allow the Duan family to perish unchallenged. If you harbor doubts, why must you involve me? He is still the minister's son. It would not bode well to create animosity. Elder Duan's words drew a chuckle from Tang Jun. What is amusing? Elder Duan's expression darkened. Tang Yun stood, casting a glance at the tear-streaked face of Duan and I. Let's part ways. Duan stood frozen. From this day forth, our engagement is annulled. Tang Jun raised his hand and cast aside the ring he had worn since their betrothal, the sound echoing as it struck the floor. If you wish to be with Tang Yin, I hold no objections. Tang Jun had come to terms with everything. He was a man of Brother Jiu, and after 3 years in Linsheng, the Duan family had shifted their allegiances. Perhaps they had long conspired with Tang Yin and his ilk. Had he not taken Duan and I to the bar, his sister-in-law would not have suffered such a setback. Continuing to entangle himself with the Duan family would only sow discord with Brother Jiu. Aju and I didn't. Duan ni stamo, viting tu kas Tang Yun. But he deftly evaded her touch. Since you have chosen your side, tread carefully henceforth. Tang Yin is no gentle soul. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tang Jun cast a final, piercing glance at Duan and I before striding away from the Duan residence. Atun, Atun, Duan and I cried out, her voice breaking. Strangely, despite making her choice, her heart was now heavy with regret. Upon exiting the Duan residence, the one-starry night sky felt utterly mundane to Tang Jun. The Tang and Duan families had long been intertwined, and he and Duan and I had grown up together. It turned out that the sensation of being betrayed by a woman was profoundly disheartening. What are you dawdling for? Come on, we rarely have a brother experiencing heartbreak. We must celebrate with drinks. Just so, the heartbroken one is treating. Nie Xiang's voice rang out, tinged with mischief. Tang Jun raised his gaze towards Nie Xiang, paused for a moment, then approached him, engaging in a spirited exchange. Hey, take it easy. I'm your brother, not a punching bag. Nie Xiang retreated step by step. Feng Yilin leaned against the car door, observing with an air of nonchalance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Inside the car, Lu Jingxian watched on, her expression one of confusion. The world of men truly was a peculiar one. After Meng Mingxuan awoke, she lay in bed, staring at the ceiling in a state of daze. The indistinct memories surged through her mind like relentless waves, leaving her feeling flustered. Then her phone rang. She gently patted her flushed cheeks and answered the call. Miss Meng, you must persuade Jiu to release a Ting. The woman's voice was laced with tears. Meng Mingxian felt an ingrained aversion to that voice, yet she was puzzled as to why Yu Tian would reach out to her, involving Yin shouting. A Ting did nothing to you last night, yet Jiu beat him so badly and locked him in the basement. Do you truly have no lingering feelings? Yu Tian continued to cry. Last night, the remnants of blush on Meng Mingxuan's cheeks gradually faded. Wasn't it Jiu who was with her last night? Suddenly, the scene at the restroom on the 3rd floor of the bar flashed in her mind. Xian, be good, okay? I know I was wrong. I won't treat you like that again. Yin shouting had softly coaxed her. She didn't want to listen, wishing to break free from his grasp. Yet amidst the struggle, her breathing became erratic and her body felt overheated. Gradually, Yin shouting's face morphed into Yin Majiao's, and she pressed closer, calling out, Gee. It was Yin shouting. She had mistaken him for someone else. Meng Mingxian was oblivious to what Yu Tian continued to say, as her phone had already slipped from her grasp and fallen to the ground. She unsteadily got out of bed and walked toward the bathroom. A lingering pain in her body reminded her of the events of the previous night. Although, as Yu Tian had said, Yin shouting had not truly violated her to her. It felt as though everything had occurred. In the living room downstairs, Yin Majiao entered, shedding his black suit and hanging it on the rack. Is the young lady still not awake? Jiu, the young lady has already awakened. From the sounds, she seems to be bathing, a servant reported after checking upstairs. Having heard the sound of water from the bathroom. Was she bathing for so early? Did I not help her wash last night? Yin Majiao's eyes darkened as he ascended the stairs directly. He pushed open the door. The curtains were still drawn, and the night light remained on, casting a somber atmosphere that easily evoked memories of the previous night's intimacy. Listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, Yin Ma Jiao could faintly hear what seemed to be soft sobs, if he wasn't mistaken. His knuckles tightened around the doorknob, veins slightly protruding. After a long moment, he finally closed the door and approached the bathroom. The door was ajar, explaining why the servant could hear the commotion. How long has she been washing? Yin Ma Jiao leaned against the door, glancing through the gap at the trembling, sobbing silhouette in the shower, and asked coldly, "Is it that dirty?" Meng Mingxuan froze momentarily. Her tears flowed freely like a burst dam, impossible to contain. She dared not turn around. That tender thread of emotion, which had struggled to sprout, now felt like a knife piercing her heart. How could she have mistaken him? How could she have mistaken him? That's enough. You're clean enough now, Yin Ma Jiao said as he strode over and pulled her from the bathtub. Meng Mingxuan's eyelashes were adorned with glistening droplets, leaving one to wonder whether they were tiny pearls or simply water from the shower head. Her nose was a rosy hue, and her delicate lower lip bore the imprints of her teeth, with traces of blood barely visible. The skin on her body had also been reddened from her own harshness towards herself. Yin Ma Jiao observed her eyes, which had lost their luster, appearing desolate and dimmed. With an impassive expression, he scooped her up and carried her out of the bathroom. Like a lifeless doll, she was tucked into the blankets, still damp from her bath. However, after enveloping her snugly, Yin Ma Jiao took a hairdryer to dry her hair. All traces of sorrow were drowned out by the sound of the wind. Yet, Meng Mingxuan's tears continued to flow unabated. Once Yin Ma Jiao turned off the hairdryer, he knelt between her legs and gently brushed away the cascading pearls of her sorrow. "I did not truly harm you. I merely neutralized the effects of the medication. There is no need to weep with such despair." Meng Mingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Was it he who had treated her so last night? Chapter 66. Who was that person from last night? Meng Mingxuan wonders. Upon waking, Meng Mingxuan was abruptly pulled from paradise to the depths of despair by a barrage of phone calls from Tian, leaving her in a state of sorrow. Yet, with just a few casually spoken words from Yin Ma Jiao, she found herself lifted back to euphoria, rendering her utterly bewildered. "Please continue," she urged softly, her gaze fixed on the man squatting before her. She relished his words, yet feared she might be imagining them. Yin Ma Jiao observed the gradual revival of her once dull eyes, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. She appeared genuinely happy. Despite her still red and swollen eyes, a smile graced Meng Mingxuan's face. Yin Ma Jiao felt a pang in his heart, realizing he had nurtured a little master of emotional wounds. Rising to his feet, he fetched a nightgown and handed it to her. Only then did Meng Mingxuan realize she was still undressed, hastily slipping it on and gazing at him expectantly, awaiting his response. "In any case, we did not engage in any substantial relations, so you need not be so distraught, nor should you inflict such cruelty upon yourself." Yin Ma Jiao reassured her, gently tapping her reddened collarbone with his warm fingertip. Meng Mingxuan found herself speechless. She had indeed been a touch too hard on herself. However, she insisted, "I am not sad." She grasped his elegant wrist, her eyes subtly darting to his hand. Previously, she thought she had a penchant for hands, eyes, delicate skin, and legs. Now, she slowly realized her true fixation was on him. "Not sad," Yin Ma Jiao teased, poking the tear resting on her cheek. "Then what is this, little deceiver?" "I was just a bit upset," Meng Mingxuan replied, her ears slightly flushed. She dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head to clarify in a whisper, I thought I had mistaken someone." Yin Ma Jiao, caught off guard, had not considered that direction. Such fortunate circumstances were rare in this world. Yet he felt compelled to clarify. "Mistaken whom?" He gently lifted her chin, his fingertip brushing against her tear-streaked cheek. Yin shouting. Meng Mingxuan found herself compelled to meet his eyes, which betrayed a hint of shyness. "I was in a daze and thought it was you coming to retrieve me." Yin Ma Jiao, sharp as a fox, deciphered the ambiguity in her words, realizing her memories of the previous night were indeed muddled. He gazed deeply into her eyes, inching closer. Who was that person from last night? Such a question was not one he should pose. If she were to express a desire for it to be him, it would reveal her secret. Meng Mingxuan averted her gaze towards the nightlight, resolutely thinking it could not be Yin shouting. she had already broken up with him, and such occurrences were impermissible. The answer was not what Yin Majiao wished to hear, yet it sufficed as a makeshift response. It is acceptable with him, but not with me? Yin Majiao pressed, hoping she would discern the distinction. If he were her brother, he could not assist her in such a manner. Meng Mingxuan tightened her grip on his wrist slightly, struggling to comprehend his meaning. If I had not broken up with him, would it have been acceptable? He inquired once more. Not all, Meng Mingxuan declared resolutely. Even if she were naive, she would not let Yin Majiao misconstrue such matters, especially since she had genuinely ceased to harbor feelings for Yin Ting. As for the current Yin Xiaoting, he is merely an inconsequential presence in her life. The reason? Mingxuan had once adored him to the extent of forsaking her brother. Yin Moji gently caressed her jaw, striving to make his tone less acerbic. Mingxuan found this particular chapter of her past utterly unbearable to revisit. You told me that while dating him is permissible, he must not take advantage of you before marriage. After much contemplation, Mingxuan managed to formulate such a rationale. After all, this was how she had conducted herself in her previous life, and after marriage. Yin Ting had never exploited her, despite the meddling of El Hui and Yu Tiantian. Yin Moji chuckled softly. So obedient, then what about last night? They were not husband and wife, yet he had certainly taken full advantage of her. Mingxuan immediately retorted, last night was an accident. Had she not been under the influence of the medication, she would never have yielded to him in such a manner. It was yet another embarrassing chapter of her history. An accident? Yin Moji pondered the term for a moment, choosing not to respond further. He rose and sat on the edge of the bed, lifting her onto his lap. Does it still hurt? He inquired softly, brushing her hair aside. A wave of warmth surged to Mingxuan's cheeks, the heat making her feel as though she were unwell. Those chaotic images that should have been buried deep in her memory flooded back in her mind, fragmented sounds echoing in her ears. She could hardly believe those sounds had emanated from her own lips. Does it hurt? A flicker of guilt appeared in Yin Moji's eyes. Perhaps he had been a tad too forceful. Don't ask, all right? Mingxuan buried her face in his shoulder, speaking in muffled tones. She simply could not bring herself to utter the words, not painful. Yin Moji's brows raised slightly. Are you shy? Fine, I won't ask, he said indulgently, wrapping his arm around her waist and tenderly stroking her long hair. After a while, Mingxuan's warmth began to dissipate, and she lifted her face slightly, tilting her head to look at him. Are we still pretending to be a couple? Last night had indeed been an accident, but it had breached the boundaries of their pretense. Such intimacy was not characteristic of mere pretend lovers. What were his intentions? What do you think, Mingxuan? Yin Moji returned the question to her, placing the choice in her hands. If he were to unleash his emotions, she would undoubtedly feel apprehensive, for he had harbored impure thoughts about her from a very early stage. Shall we give it a try? Mingxuan bit her lower lip gently, her eyes cast downward as she whispered the question. Yin Moji fell into a momentary silence. Perhaps the wait had been too prolonged. He felt a fleeting sense of being lost in a dream. Mingxuan's courage began to dissipate in the wake of his silence, and she recalled her previous life when El Hui had incited her to kiss Yin Ting, only to be met with disdain and humiliation, being labeled as desperate. It was utterly mortifying, more so than her past experiences. Gradually, she distanced herself from Yin Moji's shoulder, saying, It's all right. Last night was just an accident. I won't hold you responsible. Tears threatened to spill forth. Before Meng Mingxuan's tears had a chance to fall, and before she had completely detached herself from Yin Majiao's embrace, she found herself gently ensconced within the folds of the blanket by him. He leaned down, inch by inch, toward her tightly pressed lips. The tears that had just welled up in her eyes slipped down her cheek as she lay down. Yet her gaze suddenly brightened. It was not her first kiss. She easily discerned the hints of desire shining from Yin Majiao's profound, bottomless black eyes. As Yin Majiao's lips descended upon hers, he withdrew slightly after a moment, opening them. He sought her consent, a conscious willingness. When their warm lips met, Meng Mingxuan's mind became a haze. Upon hearing the name Yin Majiao, she hazily parted her legs. This may not be considered fully conscious, yet was undoubtedly voluntary. Yin Majiao, positioned above her, appeared momentarily taken aback. Soon after, He let out a soft laugh, placing his palm against her back, and leaned down to kiss her once more. He would coax her lips to part willingly. Chapter 67. How does it feel? Yin Majiao gazed at her with deep, enigmatic eyes. With Meng Mingxuan firmly pinned beneath him, a sense of fulfilled desire surged within her as he gently pried open her lips. She was oblivious to how other couples kissed, yet she felt more intoxicated than if she had been drinking. He would kiss for a while, then pause. Even with her eyes shut, she could sense his searing breath. However, this prolonged the duration of their encounter. After being kissed for an extended period, Meng Mingxuan felt utterly soft, unable to suppress a delicate moan that escaped her lips, causing Yin Majiao to tense up instantly. Was the effect of the medicine still lingering? He tenderly brushed her nose with his fingers, lazily pushing aside her damp hair, which had just dried but was now slick with perspiration. His voice resonated like the richest, most fragrant wine. Meng Mingxuan had been so well protected by Yin Majiao that her circle was remarkably clean, having been meticulously filtered. Even Yin Ting had to feign innocence when approaching her, unlike Yin Majiao, who had mingled with all walks of life since childhood and had heard it all. Thus, she could hardly comprehend his flirtations. Is it resolved? Meng Mingxuan managed to steady herself and replied. After awakening, she felt no discomfort, only a slight prickling sensation. Since it wasn't the effect of the medicine, Yin Majiao pulled her up, indicating that it seemed Mingxuan didn't mind her brother-esque kiss. He sat with an air of nonchalance, his legs casually resting on the carpet. Earlier, when he had emerged from the bathroom carrying Meng Mingxuan, his trousers had become damp, now clinging tightly to his long legs, creating a rather pronounced bulge. Had it not been for the inherent opacity of black fabric, the visual impact would have been striking. Meng Mingxuan's expression was somewhat dazed, her gaze inexplicably glued to him. Yin Majiao glanced down, seizing her hand. Would you like to touch? Meng Mingxuan was taken aback. Yet, curiosity triumphed over reason, and she offered no resistance as he guided her hand. How does it feel? Yin Majiao's eyes bore into hers. At this moment, Meng Mingxuan had regained her composure. It was she who had misinterpreted the situation. Indeed, Yin Majiao was not that kind of person. Your abs are just right. Do you work out every day? She playfully squeezed a couple of times, her curiosity piqued. If I worked out every day, it would be beyond this level. Yin Majiao shot her a sidelong glance, capable of rendering her dizzy. Meng Mingxuan withdrew her hand, realizing she held little interest in his abs. Perhaps due to frequent exposure, she felt a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Her heart did not race as it had the first time she had seen them. The tension she had felt moments ago stemmed from her own misinterpretation. People are often more intrigued by the unfamiliar. Has Yin shouting been locked up by you? Meng Mingxuan recalled Yu Tian's earlier plea for help. Yes, Yin Majiao replied, his originally husky, alluring voice turning indifferent. Meng Mingxuan pondered over the events of the previous night, oblivious to the implications. How had he ended up at the bathroom door? She strained to recall the scene before losing her composure. He had mentioned someone had messaged him, saying she was drowning her sorrows at a bar. It was the Duan family. Yin Majiao pulled her closer, flipping to the last page to reveal the answer, preventing her from lingering in her memories. In his embrace, she looked utterly astonished. Duan and I? Until just moments ago, Meng Mingxuan had not considered that Duan and I might be involved. She had assumed someone was framing Duan and I, using her to target Meng Mingxuan. Duan and I was Tang Jun's fiancé, Yi, and Tang Jun was Yin Majiao's brother. Why would Duan and I do such a thing? Tang Jun had been away from the capital for far too long. Yin Majiao ruffled her hair, mentioning that Tang Jun's brother, Tang Yin, was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, Tang Jun would not have been compelled to go to lynching with him. Meng Mingxuan's emotions were complicated. Tang Jun must be heartbroken now. Is he feeling as miserable as I am after drinking my treasured wine? Yin Majiao laughed. Meng Mingxuan gazed at Yin Majiao without blinking for a moment, and suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. His smile was irresistibly charming. In an instant, Yin Majiao's expression shifted from laughter to a profound gaze. Meng Mingxuan felt as though she had crossed a line and hurriedly stood up, adjusting her clothes. I'm going to shower and change. She resolved to confront Duan and I and deliver a slap. Feng Yilin urged her to endure, but she could not tolerate such humiliation. What would have happened to her if Yin Majiu had not found her in time last night? In her past life, Yin Ting dared not lay a finger on her, for he lacked the strength to oppose Yin Majiu. However, this lifetime, Yin Xiaoting was publicly acknowledged as the grandfather's grandson. He would not be subservient as in a previous life. Yin Majiu reached out to hold her back. Still need to wash? Meng Mingxuan was at a loss for words. He had just kissed her for an eternity and pinned her to the bed. Of course, she needed to wash again. I have to wash. She defiantly shot him a glare, breaking free from his grasp and heading toward the wardrobe. Her gait was somewhat peculiar, as if she were wary of her legs brushing against something. Yin Majiu's gaze followed her legs, and after a while, he let out a soft, lazy laugh. Meng Mingxuan had just found a clean outfit when she heard his laughter. Turning to meet his teasing, intimate gaze, her face flushed instantly. He must have thought of something. Without looking back, she hastily entered the bathroom. The sound of the door slamming shut was her last act of defiance. Yin Majiu sat on the edge of the bed, repeatedly envisioning Meng Mingxuan's captivating expression during their intimate moments. Truly enchanting. Meng Mingxuan washed quickly, and by the time she emerged, Yin Majiu had already changed into new clothes, complete with a tie. He handed her the tie he had placed on the bed. She stepped forward, accepted it, and meticulously tied it for him. Are we still pretending to be a couple? Although she had an inkling of the answer, she still sought a definitive response. What do you think? Yin Majiu asked with a light laugh. I want you to say it. Meng Mingxuan insisted stubbornly. Say it tonight. He knew how to cherish his own. Tonight? Why wait until then? Before Meng Mingxuan could decipher his words, she was gently urged into the car. Yin Majiu had no intention of accompanying Meng Mingxuan to find Duan and I. There were certain matters he felt comfortable allowing Meng Mingxuan to handle independently. He placed a call to Nie Ziyang, requesting that Lu Jingxian accompany Meng Mingxuan. Lu Jingxian has developed quite a rebellious spirit. How could I possibly persuade her? Nie Ziyang replied, his tone tinged with bitterness akin to having consumed sour plums. Last night you kissed her. Did she slap you? Not at all. She remains as endearing as ever, though no longer as compliant. She wriggled in my embrace like a pig destined for slaughter. It took considerable effort for him to restrain her. If she truly despised you, she would have dealt you a far worse blow. Yin Majiu's gaze subtly drifted over Meng Mingxuan's face, and he received a sweet smile in return. His heart skipped an irregular beat. He raised his hand to gently pinch her reddened, swollen lips, the result of his kiss, and continued conversing with Niezing. You should encourage her to befriend your sister-in-law. Girls often find it easier to share their innermost thoughts with one another. Meng Mingxuan widened her eyes slightly. She had no desire to act as a spy. Chapter 68. Are you feeling better? If not, I shall continue to kiss you. Nie Zhang was easily swayed by Yin Majiu's words and readily agreed. After all, Lu Jingxia was rather neurotic and obstinately refused to communicate with him, leaving him utterly clueless about her thoughts. Just as Yin Majiu hung up the phone, Meng Mingxuan grasped his arm. I do not wish to be a spy. He glanced at his wrist, noticing her apparent fondness for holding him there. It is not about espionage, but rather about forging friendships. Lu Jingxia, as the only daughter of a Lu family, possesses a straightforward disposition. In the social circles of Kyoto, one must cultivate friendships, and she could facilitate your smoother integration into this realm. He wrapped his arms around her waist, gently coaxing her. Meng Mingxuan instinctively recoiled. Was this not exploitation? The daughters of influential families would not befriend someone of no worth. Yin Majiu did not state the reality so bluntly, yet the truth remained. Meng Mingxuan fell silent for a moment, then acquiesced with a soft murmur. She had learned in her past life that her confidence stemmed from him. Perhaps, in the eyes of 99 of people, her value was indeed derived from him. Feeling down? A kiss might lift your spirits, Yin Majiu suggested, lifting her onto his lap, his intent somewhat playful. Suli in the front row consciously raised a small barrier. Meng Mingxuan pondered, bewildered. What was Suli doing? She had not consented, yet with the barrier up, abstaining from a kiss seemed somewhat disadvantageous. Her mind raced with thoughts until her chin was gently cradled, warm male lips pressing against hers. Lingering softly, by day, he was a gentleman, kissing her without an ounce of desire. Are you feeling better? If not, I shall continue. Yin Majiao inquired, his nose brushing against hers. Meng Mingxuan barely recognized this side of Yin Majiao. The once intimidating figure had suddenly adopted a different approach to cherish her, leaving her both intrigued and apprehensive. She feared the uncertainty of his feelings. Would Yin shouting, aware of that woman's existence in Kyoto, deliberately seek her out to confuse Yin Majiao? Would Yin Majiao, as in her previous life, end up with that woman? Yin shouting had mentioned that there was. Her waist was pinched unexpectedly, causing a slight sting. Meng Mingxuan had intended to say, Yin shouting mentioned a girl in Kyoto who bore a striking resemblance to her sister. She yearned to witness his reaction. However, the pinch silenced her, leaving her trembling and hesitant. She was sensitive and afraid. She feared that mentioning it might prompt him to find that woman. I do not like him. Yin Majiao lowered his gaze, kissing her lips softly, his hand gradually loosening its grip. Neither do I. Meng Mingxuan, breathless yet rational, made her request. Let us not meet him or speak to him again, shall we? At least until he loves her more than he loves my sister. Let us not acknowledge the existence of that woman. Otherwise, I fear I shall lose. Is there a particular reason for Mingxuan's strong aversion to him? Yin Moji gently brushed her nose, his deep gaze fixed on the barely perceptible urgency and unease in her eyes. What was she afraid of? Meng Mingxuan dared not meet Yin Moji's gaze. He was far too astute. She wrapped her arms around him, resting her chin on his shoulder, shielding her expression from his view. He made me realize that without you, I would not be the esteemed young lady of Lincheng. No one would spare me a second glance. Meng Mingxuan's muffled voice broke the silence, causing Yin Moji's eyes to dim slightly. He recalled the tragic state of Uncle Meng from that year, and how Aunt Meng had clutched his mother's hand in heartfelt supplication on her deathbed. He tightened his embrace as if wishing to convey all warmth to her. Without me, Mingxuan would have been the little princess of the Meng family. It was his 10-year-old self, eager to meet the princess sister from the photograph, that led his mother to greet him at the door, resulting in that fateful accident. No matter how diligently his parents endeavored to provide her with paternal and maternal affection, nor how much he spoiled her, it could never replace Uncle Meng, Aunt Meng, and Meng Mingyu. Everyone claimed she was fortunate, having become the cherished jewel of the ninth master of Lincheng. Yet, no one knew that it was she who forged the ninth master's illustrious reputation. If not for his desire to elevate her as the most revered woman in Lincheng, he would not have possessed such fierce ambition and determination in his youth, instilling trepidation in those who traversed the same paths, ultimately securing Meng Mingyu's assistance to establish the Mengyan group. I no longer recall the appearance of my parents. All I remember is my sister. Meng Mingxuan swallowed the last two words. Her sister did not favor him. Let her be the one who adores him. She would strive to earn his affection in return. Mingxuan need not remember their faces. It sufficed for her to remember that they loved her dearly. Yin Moji tilted his head and kissed her earlobe. She began to mention Uncle Meng and Aunt Meng in his presence, signifying that she was nearing the end of her childhood grief over her parents' loss. Let me go. I can sit by myself, all right? Meng Mingxuan relished such tender intimacy, believing it signaled a flicker of interest from him. However, she was reluctant to embarrass herself in public. She wore a light-colored dress today. The reason? I feel uncomfortable. Meng Mingxuan's ears flushed a deep crimson. Yin Moji seemed to grasp something, gradually loosening his hold around her waist and allowing her to sit down. Once Meng Mingxuan returned to her seat, she dared not look at Yin Moji. Yet she heard him break the silence after a moment's pause. Do you feel nauseous? Nauseous? Meng Mingxuan turned to look at him in surprise, noticing his remarkably calm demeanor. In this moment, Yin Moji appeared fragile, like a delicate mist that could disperse with the slightest touch. She realized her earlier evasion might lead to some misunderstanding, such as him perceiving her reaction as repulsion. He was leaning closer, a positive sign, yet she feared he might not harbor any desire for her. She could not allow him to misinterpret her as rejecting him. Meng Mingxuan suppressed her feminine modesty, taking the initiative to slip her hand into his, intertwining her slender fingers with his. Not at all, she replied softly. It's just that I wore a dress, and I'm afraid of leaving marks. Speak the boldest words of your life. she said, her entire face flushed with crimson. He had understood this at home before. Now, surely he would comprehend it as well. Yin Magio's profound gaze remained fixed upon her, unblinking, and after a moment, he tightened his grip on her fingers. Indeed, little Rose, you are easily moved. Perhaps it is because of him. Beneath Yin Magio's composed facade lay tumultuous emotions that Meng Mingxuan could not fathom, concealed within the depths of a vast ocean, ready to erupt into overwhelming waves that could engulf her. Meng Mingxuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. She truly feared his probing questions. She found herself unable to utter bolder words. At present, she was not under the influence of any drug. When Lu Jingxian received a call from Ye Ziyang, her face was clouded with discontent. She hung up several times. Yet Ye Ziyang replied, with a smiley face accompanied by a threat. Do you believe I won't discuss marriage with the Lu family tonight? Aunt Lu has taken quite a liking to me. Reluctantly, she endured her frustration and answered the call. Then, Ye Ziyang shamelessly exploited her kindness. At 6, her sister-in-law became an orphan, and at 16, she finally acquired a sister who cherished her dearly, only to lose that sister again at 18. Look at how the Duan family mistreats her. It is precisely because she is without the backing of a maternal family, and many wish to prevent her from becoming the young mistress of the Yin family. Chapter 69. There's a million here. Find this woman. Lu Jingxian truly wished to retort, what does it have to do with me? However, the words that ultimately escaped her lips were, where is she? Although Lu Jingxian refrained from addressing him as little sister-in-law, which left Nie Zhang somewhat dissatisfied. He recalled what his ninth brother had once told him and chose not to pursue the matter further. Ninth brother was currently escorting her to the Lu residence. All she needed to do was change her clothes and wait. Understood. Just as Lu Jingxian was about to end the call, Nie Ziyang added, make a call to invite Duan and I to the CAF, but do not mention that little sister-in-law wishes to see her. Oh, how very aloof. Thankfully, it was a scorching day. Otherwise, she might have frozen him to death with her indifference. Do you not have a single thought of me? In the past, you were not so. The call ended abruptly. Nie Ziyang let out a sound of frustration, raising his phone in contemplation. Not wanting to smash the matching couple's phone he shared with Lu Jingxian, he instead hurled an ashtray. After Lu Jingxian terminated the call, she sat in her study for a while, but ultimately her mind was too distracted to focus on venture capital emails. That dog, Nie Ziyang, since returning to Kyoto, he has offered her no explanation, acting as if nothing were amiss. Does he think of her as a woman who chases after him? Soon, Lu Jingxian suppressed her emotions, shut down her computer, and returned to her bedroom to change. She then arranged to meet Duan and I at their usual CAF before heading downstairs to wait in the living room. Yin Magio's car arrived at the Lu residence shortly thereafter. A servant entered to report to Lu Jingxian, who then rose and exited the door. Upon seeing Su Li open the rear car door, she was taken aback to find only Meng Mingxuan waiting for her. Where is Ninth Master? He did not accompany you? Ninth Master went to the company. He said he feels at ease with Miss Lu accompanying our young lady. Su Li explained astutely. Lu Jingxian shot Su Li a glance. Did you become Ninth Master's confidant through flattery? Quite direct indeed. Miss Lu, please get in the car. Meng Mingxuan smiled, rescuing Su Li from the awkwardness. Only then did Lu Jingxian enter the vehicle, and Su Li closed the door with just the right amount of force. I'm a young lady, and so are you. It feels quite cumbersome to call each other young ladies. Why don't you call me Jingxian, and I shall call you Mingxian. After fastening her seatbelt, Lu Jingxian broached the subject of their titles with Meng Mingxuan. Meng Mingxuan appreciated Lu Jingxian's straightforwardness. All right, I will call you Jingxian from now on. In the bar's private room, my refraining from calling you little sister-in-law is not due to any grievance. Rather, Nie Ziyang and I are in the process of dissolving our engagement privately, hence I cannot address you as such. Lu Jingxian further clarified about their encounter in the private room. Meng Mingxuan smiled slightly. Thank you, Jingxian, but there is no misunderstanding on my part. She was aware that Lu Jingxian and Nie Zhang were experiencing difficulties. However, considering how wonderful Lu Jingxian was, she could not fathom what issues could have arisen during Nie Ziyang's 3 years in Lingsheng, where he had not entertained any romantic liaisons. Yet, she would not dare to inquire further, That would be too presumptuous. The issues between Ye Xiang and me are quite serious, but I do not wish to discuss them with anyone. It is a lifelong disgrace. If Ye Xiang ever entrusts you to speak on his behalf, do not let your admiration for the ninth master cloud your judgment, or else our friendship shall be irrevocably tarnished. Lu Jingxian is remarkably astute, truly deserving of the meticulous upbringing bestowed upon her by the Lu family. Meng Mingxuan nodded, affirming, I shall respect the decisions of my friends. Lu Jingxian raised an eyebrow. No wonder the ninth master holds you in such high regard. I found myself quite taken with you at first glance. I feel the same, Meng Mingxuan candidly replied. Lu Jingxian's countenance exuded a pure simplicity, imbued with an innate pride that was not at all off-putting, akin to a harmless little peacock. I am drawn to you because you appear so gentle. Individuals like us, who possess strong and proud natures, often find comfort in those who are more demure. Lu Jingxian playfully lifted Meng Mingxuan's chin with her finger. Meng Mingxuan, slightly dazed by Lu Jingxian's teasing, reflected on her own nature. She was not as docile as she seemed, which was precisely why she lost Yin Mojing in her past life. She had stubbornly clung to the belief that he had not abandoned her, only to have that illusion shattered by a few words from Yin shouting. Upon arriving in Kyoto, he ceased all communication with her, having encountered a woman reminiscent of his sister. Nevertheless, she bore him no ill will. It was her own folly. By the way, how do you intend to confront Duan and I when you see her? Lu Jingxian's voice pulled Meng Mingxuan from her melancholy. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I shall slap her. That is quite bold, Mingxuan. Lu Jingxian laughed. Given that the ninth master stands behind you, you should indeed proceed without fear. Meng Mingxuan hesitated. But I have heard that in this circle, filled with hidden talents, one must learn to endure. Endure? Who would be so cruel as to lead you astray? Lu Jingxian scoffed. Only those devoid of strength must choose to endure, for they have no other recourse. Yet, to possess strength and still choose to endure only invites further bullying, as others perceive you as easy prey, pushing your limits time and again. Wouldn't causing a scene diminish Yin Mojing's reputation? Meng Mingxuan's thoughts were now intertwined with her concern for Yin Mojing's standing. The words of Feng Yilin had swayed her. As she contemplated the challenges Yin Mojing would face upon returning to Kyoto, that mother-son duo proved to be quite troublesome. She realized this when Yin Shaoxiang brazenly crashed in her car and attacked Song Han in broad daylight. Lu Jingxian discerned Meng Mingxuan's apprehensions, offering a light scoff. If the ninth master's fiancé is bullied without the ability to retaliate, it is he who would truly be disgraced. Not only disgraced, but furious, angry that he could not protect his beloved. As she spoke, Lu Jingxian teasingly reached out to Meng Mingxuan once more. Did your ninth master bring you to Kyoto merely to endure grievances? I hardly think so. Lu Jingxian had heard Ye Xiang declare that the Duan family would soon meet their demise. This incident was merely a demonstration of power from the ninth master. Clearly, Meng Mingxuan was his Achilles heel. Whoever dared to provoke her would face dire consequences. Suddenly, Meng Mingxuan felt a sense of clarity, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. While Feng Yilin was concerned about Yin Mojing's circumstances and whether she would bring him trouble, it seemed that Yin Mojing's primary concern lay with her. Resolutely, Meng Mingxuan revised her earlier stance. Then I shall slap Duan Ni twice when I see her. A mere slap is insufficient to vent one's frustrations. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jingxian paused momentarily before breaking into an uncontrollable laughter. How delightful! Truly a rare treasure. In the old residence of a Yin family. Borrow $1 million from you? Elder Yin gazed at his grandson, Yin Shouting, who bore a striking resemblance to his gentle father, and chuckled softly. How could he dare to speak such words to his grandfather? Yin Shouting remained silent. It was indeed an awkward situation, yet this card holds 10 million. Take it and use it for now. I shall ask your uncle for more later. He owes you. Elder Yin opened the drawer and slowly pushed a card towards Yin Shouting. Standing before the desk, Yin Shouting found himself momentarily at a loss. I am your grandfather. Why would you speak of borrowing? Elder Yin regarded him kindly. Do not act in such a manner next time. Thank you, grandfather. Yin Shouting picked up the card, feeling as if he had shed his prickly exterior, revealing his softest self. Half an hour later, wearing a hat and a mask. Yin shouting walked slowly into a renowned private detective agency in Kyoto. Here is $1 million as a deposit. If you locate this woman, even if she merely resembles her, I shall pay you an additional $5 million upon completion. Yin shouting placed a box of cash and a photograph of the woman before the head of the detective agency. Chapter 70. Is Meng Mingxuan the fleeting white moonlight in Mo Jiu's heart? Old Master Yin quickly learned the reason behind Yin Shouting's need for money. As soon as Yin Shouting stepped out, someone followed closely behind. The young master provided the head of the detective agency with a deposit of $1 million, requesting assistance in locating a woman whose profile photo was the only clue available. However, the young master's demands were rather peculiar. He stated that any woman resembling this individual would suffice, and upon successful completion of the task, an additional $5 million would be granted to the head of the agency. The elderly steward, adorned with reading glasses, reported with utmost precision. Afterward, he handed over the tablet to Old Master Yin, saying, "Master, this is the profile photo of that woman." Old Master Yin took a moment to examine it, his expression contemplative. "Whose profile do you think this resembles?" Old Master Yin inquired of the steward. "I cannot discern," the steward replied. "Only you could manage such a response." Old Master Yin chuckled in exasperation. The steward remained silent. With little hope in the steward's insights, Old Master Yin began to muse aloud. This profile bears a striking resemblance to Meng Mingxuan, yet it is not her. Considering the age, could it possibly be Meng Mingxuan, Meng Mingxuan's deceased sister? If it truly is Meng Mingxuan, what would Ting want with a woman resembling her? Shouldn't his foremost desire be to reclaim Meng Mingxuan from Mo Jiu? Old Master Yin, being a man of stature, gradually began to comprehend the implications. Could it be that Meng Mingxuan is the departed white moonlight in Mo Jiu's heart? Master, perhaps you have indulged in too many short dramas lately. I would advise moderation, the steward earnestly suggested. What nonsense! Who doesn't have a white moonlight in their life? Even Yin Zheng has one, Old Master Yin remarked, disdainfully huffing at the mention of Yin Zheng, lamenting that Lin Ruxue would not return his affections and preferred to go back to Lin City with that teacher. It is a professor. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. The steward henceforth chose to keep his silence. Old Master Yin, growing irate, reflected, how did I ever select such a companion for my twilight years? Because the others have all passed on. In an instant, Old Master Yan's temper dissipated. A wave of melancholy rippled through his heart, but upon seeing the steward's impassive face, the sentiment quickly vanished. His gaze returned to the photograph. I hope Ting can unravel them. He naturally cherished Ting, but when it came to the heir of the Yin family, he preferred Mo Jiu. Only Mo Jiu could help him expel the resentment he had harbored for over 20 years towards Yin Zheng. Thinking of Yin Zheng inevitably led Old Master Yin to ponder Yin Zheng's son with Su Yuha. Is that rascal still in the hospital? The second young master requires a week's observation. Is a mere scratch warranting such a lengthy stay? 5 stitches and a mild concussion are hardly trivial injuries. The steward corrected him with utmost seriousness. Old Master Yin cast a glance at the steward, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. That girl possesses the same tenacity as Mo Jiu. Finally, the steward allowed a hint of a smile to surface. The eldest daughter was nurtured by the eldest son himself. It is unfortunate she has become fixated on Mo Jiu. Old Master Yin proceeded to delete all items from the tablet, concluding that she was better suited to be Mo Jiu's sister. I do not share that sentiment. The old butler stood there, motionless and silent, not betraying even the slightest hint of discontent. Yet, unexpectedly, Master Yan's gaze fell upon him, igniting a spark of irritation within the old man. Take a few men and smash that wretched tank in the garage. In response to the master's utterly unreasonable command, the butler let out a soft sigh. Master, the last time you ordered the destruction of the second young master's Tank 500, it took the men an entire hour to barely damage it. Now, the second young master has upgraded to a Tank 800. Master Yin could only curse his own lack of a firearm at his waist. Otherwise, he would have brandished it to intimidate this old fellow. Are we proceeding with the destruction, Master? The butler respectfully inquired. Yes, of course we shall smash it. Even if we don't destroy it, we can at least deform it, Master Yin scoffed. After all, I have a soft spot for that girl and must seek justice on her behalf. Once it's done, inform that scoundrel in the hospital to take care of his injuries and ensure he does not provoke her again. And as for his driving license, I shall revoke it." The butler remained silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Before Meng Mingxuan exited her vehicle, she obtained Nie Zhang's phone number from Lord Jiu and called him. With utmost seriousness, she inquired whether Duan and I would reconcile with Tang Jun. To her surprise, Nie Zhang responded with great candor. "Does little sister-in-law wish to slap her? By all means do so. She's currently entangled with that illegitimate son of Tang Jun, Tang Yan. If Tang Jun reconciles with her, I, for one, will not acknowledge this brother anymore." Thus, as Meng Mingxuan entered the CF, she felt a sense of assurance, and, upon meeting Duan Ni's astonished gaze, delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound of the impact startled a nearby CAF attendant, who was about to intervene but was halted by the bodyguard's stern warning to mind his own business. Duan and I, having received the blow, licked her lips and asked, "Are you calmed down now, little sister-in-law?" "Not yet," Meng Mingxuan replied with a smile, delivering another slap. This time, Duan and I was sent reeling back in her booth, staring at Meng Mingxuan as she queried, "Are you calm now?" "It's bearable now," Meng Mingxuan replied, pulling Lu Jingxi to sit beside her. Duan and I observed Lu Jingxi's cold and haughty demeanor, reminiscing about their past camaraderie, a bitter pang blossoming in her heart. Lu Jingxi had never held much fondness for the petty Duan and I, but since Nie Zhang and Tang Jun were once brothers, she could tolerate her presence. Now, seeing Duan and I act in such a manner, she found herself perplexed. How could a fellow woman commit such acts? "What were your thoughts?" "I had no choice," Duan and I replied, smoothing her hair, which had been disheveled by Meng Mingxuan's slaps. Her tone was calm. "Tang Jun never informed me that his journey to Lingsheng was not one of exile, but rather a move to align himself with the legitimate heir of the Yan family." Lu Jingxi was left in disbelief. "Did he not tell you that he was going to Lingsheng for business and would return in no more than 3 years?" Nie Zhang had conveyed similar sentiments, and in this regard, she trusted him. She could sever her engagement with Nie Zhang, but she would never stoop to the betrayal of her fiancé, as Duan and I had done. "You are the eldest daughter of the Lu family. You certainly have the luxury of waiting." Duan and I let out a soft sigh, acknowledging that the Duan family could not afford to wait. Last year, a crucial piece of leverage against the Duan family fell into the hands of others. Had her grandfather not acquiesced to a marriage alliance, their family would have faced ruin. "Did you not call Tang Jun at that time, seeking his assistance?" Lu Jingxi inquired. Duan and I fell silent for a moment, responding with a negative. Lu Jingxi shook her head. "You do not trust him." Duan Ni's eyes appeared slightly reddened. She believed he was a discarded child of the Tang family, exiled to a place like Linsheng, unable to return to the capital for 3 years, and likely never to return in this lifetime. Yet, Tang Yan was also a member of their circle, possessing a relatively gentle temperament, which she could accept. Lu Jingxi gazed at Duan and I, but Duan and I, what are your own feelings? Have you truly never harbored genuine affection for Tang Jun? Why must you resort to such betrayal instead of simply parting ways with him? Tears streamed down Duan Ni's face, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. She regretted her choices. The moment he had looked at her with such coldness, she had felt a pang of remorse. However, there was no turning back once the arrow had been loosed. Chapter 71. That matter she cannot overcome. Throughout life, one is likely to commit numerous errors. Minor mistakes can be rectified, yet grave transgressions leave one with a lifetime of regret. A man like Tang Jun, once missed, is unlikely to be encountered again. Lu Jingxian's gaze swept over Duan Ni's trembling shoulders, her tone indifferent. Duan and I, utterly shattered, buried her face in her hands and wept. Meng Mingxuan observed the distraught Duan and I. What was her purpose here today? Before she could make a move, the adversary had already succumbed. Fortunately, the pain in her palm affirmed that her visit was not in vain. Rising to her feet, Lu Jingxian extended her hand towards Meng Mingxuan. For a moment, Meng Mingxuan was taken aback, only to see Lu Jingxian raise an eyebrow and inquire, "What? Haven't you had enough? I fear for your hands. I wouldn't want Lord Jiu to be distressed." Meng Mingxuan stood and grasped Lord Jiu's hand. Duan and I, take care of yourself. For the sake of our past friendship, I shall offer you a word of caution. Tang Yin is not as mild-mannered as he appears. You would do well to contemplate the matter of the alliance carefully. With that, Lord Jiu dropped her statement and pulled Meng Mingxuan away from the CAF. A bodyguard remained behind to oversee the aftermath, ensuring that the CAF staff deleted the surveillance footage. Once back in the vehicle, Lord Jiu took a keen interest in examining Meng Mingxuan's palm. Clicking her tongue in mock concern, Lord Jiu will truly be distressed. Meng Mingxuan glanced at her reddened palm and shook her head. By the time he finishes work, the marks will certainly have faded. Rest assured, I will inform Lord Jiu of the truth. Suli interjected, your year-end bonus is gone. Meng Mingxuan immediately threatened. It is Lord Jiu who gives me my year-end bonus. Are you suggesting that you wish to provide me with a separate hush fee? Lord Jiu burst into laughter. The group from Linsheng was rather amusing. However, this did not deter her from wishing to dissolve her engagement with Nie Zhang. That matter she could not overcome, and she did not wish to complicate his life further. As Suli drove to the Lu residence, Lord Jiu invited Meng Mingxuan to visit her home, to which Meng Mingxuan readily agreed. Suli watched the two clasped hands retreating into the distance and promptly called Lord Jiu to report. Yin Majiu sat at his desk, his cold gaze fixed on Su Yuha, who had sought him out. Only after Suli completed his report did he lower his voice slightly, saying, let her be, as long as she is happy. Yes, Lord Jiu. Yin Majiu set down his phone, his voice returning to its icy demeanor. None of the demands you made can be met. The rose you have meticulously nurtured may not be fortunate enough to evade every scheme. Since Su Yuha dared to come, she must have been prepared. Try it, she challenged. Yin Majiu appeared nonchalant, yet his gaze was sharp. Su Yuha felt a tightening in her throat, inexplicably reminded of the phrase, to try it is to perish. Why make such a spectacle? She attempted to reason with Yin Majiu. Xiao Xiang has been reckless since childhood. His greatest passion is driving. Your grandfather has revoked his license, and even I, his biological mother, am unaware of what madness he might unleash. You truly are a failure. Yin Majiu retorted with a mocking expression. Su Yuha fell silent. In the upbringing of her son, she indeed had been quite unsuccessful, especially in comparison to Lin Ruxue. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Yin Zheng's attitude now made her acutely aware of the looming crisis. She had never anticipated that Lin Ruxue not only survived, but also bore a son for Yin Zheng. After a span of 26 years, Lin Ruxue delivered a stunning blow to her. You may propose your terms. Despite her anger, Su Yuha was determined to resolve the current predicament. After her son was informed that his car was vandalized and his driving license suspended, he insisted on leaving the hospital to confront the old man. Yin Zheng excused himself, claiming to be busy and would not return home that evening. Thus, she had no choice but to seek out Yin Majiu. Only if Yin Majiu relented would the old man consider easing up. Yin Majiu seemed intrigued, raising an eyebrow. Oh? Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Su Yuha smiled slightly. Please feel free to suggest anything. The value of her identity as Madame Yin remained undisputed. Go to hell. Yin Majiu's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing the weather. Yet Su Yuha's expression darkened considerably. You are toying with me. Slowly rising, she fixed her gentle, autumn-like gaze upon Yin Majiu with a cold intensity. The reality dawned upon her. Yin Majiu's eyes glimmered with faint mockery, as if to say she had been foolish in her previous life. Su Yuha ceased to speak. She stared at Yin Majiu for a long moment, then picked up her designer bag and turned to leave. Upon exiting, she encountered Nie Zhang. Startled while holding a cup of coffee, accidentally spilled it on her foot. I'm truly sorry. I was blinded by my own clumsiness, he exclaimed, his tone light-hearted, tossing a packet of tissues at her feet. The coffee was not hot, and Nie Zhang had not intended to cause a scene. Su Yuha shot him a glance and walked past him without acknowledging him further. Once she was gone, Nie Zhang, shedding his playful demeanor, gazed at her retreating figure. Such restraint. He returned to brew another cup of coffee, eagerly carrying it into the office. Brother Jiu, will you be picking up the little sister-in-law later? He had specifically called Su Li to learn that Lord Jiu had invited Meng Mingxuan to the Lu family for a visit. Yin Majiu took the coffee, sipped it, and remarked, a keen nose indeed. The aroma brings forth memories. Is it not the charm of the little sister-in-law that attracts my Jingxia? Nie Xiang flattered previously. Even Duan and I did not receive such preferential treatment. After enduring endless bitterness, Brother Jiu was finally savoring sweetness. He could not deny that his naturally sweet sugarcane was anything less than delightful. Your family? Yin Majiao raised an eyebrow. Well, the engagement has not been annulled, yet Nie Zhang was on the verge of tears. Yin Majiao took another sip of coffee, leisurely saying, in a moment, I shall demonstrate what my family truly means. The sun soon descended. Yin Majiao informed Su Li not to come pick him up. He would ride with Nie Xiang to the Liu family. After more than half an hour, Nie Xiang almost clashed with the security guard at the Villa District. Why is my license plate on the blacklist? It was ordered by the eldest lady, Nie Zhang muttered in frustration. I am going to confront them. He had just released the security guard's collar when Su Li rushed over, presenting some form of identification to the guard, who immediately opened the mobile access gate with a look of trepidation. Nie Zhang, with a stern expression, returned to the car, followed by Su Li, who took a seat in the front passenger side. Yin Majiao cast a glance at Nie Zhang, but remained silent. The vehicle soon entered the Villa District, halting at the entrance of the Liu family's residence. Liu Jingxian and Meng Mingxuan had not received prior notice, so when Yin Majiao and Nie Zhang walked in, they were still enjoying sweet watermelon, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Liu Jingxian's eyes widened in surprise. How did this dog get in? Noticing Liu Jingxian's unusual expression, Meng Mingxuan turned to look, only to find Yin Majiao already seated beside her. Is the watermelon sweet? Yin Majiao inquired, glancing at the platter before her. Very sweet, Meng Mingxuan replied, her face lighting up at Yin Majiao's presence. She picked up a piece with her fork, asking, would you like to try some? Sure, I'd love to. Yin Majiao deftly snatched the piece from Meng Mingxuan's hand, causing it to fall back onto the plate. He then grasped her wrist, pressing her back against the sofa, and leaned down to kiss her, parting her lips to savor the taste. Chapter 72, perhaps you should confess your feelings again tonight. I assure you, my brother will respond favorably. A profoundly intimate kiss left Meng Mingxuan flushed with warmth, her cheeks ablaze. She scarcely had time to close her eyes, for Yin Majiao released her after merely 10 seconds. Indeed, it was quite sweet, he remarked with a double entendre. In the face of such an imposing Yin Majiao, Meng Mingxuan found herself utterly defenseless, her heart racing and cheeks burning. Liu Jingxian smiled knowingly. Is this what you meant by only a little bit of affection? Meng Mingxuan retorted. What do you mean by only a little bit of affection? Yin Majiao raised an eyebrow. Isn't there a rumor in our circle about Mingxuan and Yin Shouting's 3-year relationship? I casually inquired, and Mingxuan mentioned that she confessed to the Ninth Master but was turned down, which is why she reluctantly dated Yin Shouting, as he bears a slight resemblance to the Ninth Master. Although the Ninth Master has now accepted Mingxuan, it seems he only harbors a modicum of affection. Liu Jingxian readily threw Meng Mingxuan under the bus, for it was evident to her that the Ninth Master felt far more than just a little affection. Meng Mingxuan sensed Yin Majiao's gaze upon her face and struggled to appear composed. Unbeknownst to her, her rigid posture betrayed her. Ah, that occasion, Yin Majiao murmured, wrapping his arms around her tense form and whispering softly near her ear. That time, my brother was inebriated and not entirely in control of his senses. Perhaps you should confess again tonight. I assure you, I will respond well. In truth, she had never confessed to him, nor had she ever done so while he was intoxicated. Yin Majiao admired the striking hue of Meng Mingxuan's earlobe, the blush even extending to her neck, a beauty that tempted one to reach out and touch. He suppressed the urge to kiss her again, lazily casting a glance at Nie Zhang, who stood like a wooden post. Do you see this? This is mine. The words my family rolled off Yin Majiao's tongue with a lightness and slowness reminiscent of a mesmerizing deep-sea whirlpool capable of drawing one in, willingly drowning them in its depths. Liu Jingxian and Meng Mingxuan could not comprehend why Yin Majiao spoke such words to Nie Zhang, but Nie Zhang understood. His blood surged with fervor, and he strode towards Liu Jingxian. He regarded Liu Jingxian, who had hastily grabbed a sofa cushion to shield herself. Do you think that will protect you? He scoffed. Grabbing an ashtray from the coffee table, he thrust it into Lu Jingxian's hands. "Here, use this to hit me." Lu Jingxian, taken aback, could hardly bring herself to actually strike him. She relinquished the ashtray onto the sofa, resorting to kicking and hitting, yet Nie Zhang prevailed. Fueled by anger, Nie Zhang's kiss was fierce and unrestrained, and it wasn't too long before Lu Jingxian's lips were bruised and swollen, tears welling at the corners of her eyes from the pain. Nie Zhang tasted her tears and paused his movements, gazing into her reddened eyes. He sighed and held her close. "What is wrong, my dear?" Lu Jingxian shed a single tear, quickly regaining her composure. She remained silent, allowing Nie Zhang to embrace her. "Does it hurt?" he inquired, lowering his gaze to her lips before leaning in again. "Husband, be gentle." As Lu Jingxian watched the man tenderly suckle her lip wound, another image surfaced in her mind. She gently pushed him away. "If both I and your mother fell into the river at the same time, what would you do?" A life and death question. Nie Zhang cleared his throat, transforming into a majestic dragon, ready to drain the river dry. Lu Jingxian regarded him with an impassive expression. He coughed again. "My mother can swim. So can I." Lu Jingxian, losing interest in their banter, forcefully shoved him away, stood up, and summoned a bodyguard to expel Nie Zhang. He ceased his antics, standing at the entrance of the Lu family villa, pondering the life-threatening question Lu Jingxian had posed. She wouldn't he have asked without reason. Meanwhile, Meng Mingxuan was cradled in Yin Majiao's arms throughout the journey. Su Li drove steadily, maintaining a speed of around 30 miles per hour. The air conditioning in the car was refreshingly cool, and neither Yin Majiao nor Meng Mingxuan spoke as she reminisced about the sweet kiss they had just shared. She had never anticipated such an overt display from someone as reserved as him. She wondered what it signified. "I want milk tea." As they passed a milk tea shop, Meng Mingxuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she gently squeezed the firm muscle on Yin Majiao's shoulder. Yin Majiao glanced sideways, recalling Feng Yilin's comment that his approach had always been misguided, stifling the words unhealthy that nearly escaped his lips. "I'll go buy it," he offered, placing her on the adjacent seat. "What flavor do you want?" Upon hearing this, Su Li immediately signaled and turned the car to the right. "I'll go with you," Meng Mingxian said, grasping his hand. "It's very hot outside." "We're both hot." Meng Mingxian smiled sweetly, reminiscent of the juice left on her lips after eating watermelon. Yin Majiao looked at her, his gaze deepening. "Both hot, you say? I'm quite intrigued." Yin Majiao said nothing further and exited the car alongside Meng Mingxian. The bodyguard in the passenger seat promptly followed, shadowing them closely. This was a renowned milk tea shop in Kyoto, bustling with 5 or 6 individuals in line, alongside several delivery personnel awaiting their orders. 2 minutes later, Yin Majiao's sharp eyes darted to the right. A man holding a phone suddenly trembled, attempting to leave. The bodyguard swiftly approached, snatching the phone from the man's grasp. After glancing at the open camera app that had yet to capture any photos, he coldly questioned, "What are you taking pictures of?" "In nothing," the man stammered. The bodyguard scrutinized him with a frigid gaze, unceremoniously checking the man's messages, where he discovered a conversation with someone saved under the name President. "I just saw a very beautiful woman. Her profile resembles the target that man who offered $1 million is searching for. Take a few photos to have a look." It turns out to be a private investigator. Meng Mingxian was completely unaware of this. After queuing for her milk tea, she returned to the car with Yin Majiao. "I'll drink it later." Yin Majiao pressed down on her wrist. "It's served with ice." After waiting in line for so long, she was already parched. "Just 5 more minutes." Yin Majiao soothingly patted Meng Mingxuan's head and glanced at the bodyguard in the passenger seat. "What is he photographing?" "Rest assured, young Master Jiu." The private investigator just lifted his phone to capture the young lady. "He hasn't managed to take any photos yet. I've already warned him, and he's aware of the young lady's identity, so he dares not act recklessly." The bodyguard replied respectfully. "A private investigator?" "Indeed, young Master Jiu. He mentioned that someone is offering $1 million to find a woman who closely resembles the young lady's profile." Suddenly, the milk tea in Meng Mingxuan's hand fell onto the car mat with a thud. Chapter 73. Yin Majiao lowered his head, forbidding her from gazing at other men in such a manner. That ice-cold milk tea remained untouched by Meng Mingxuan's lips. The car was taken by Su Li for cleaning. Upon their return to the villa, the servants had already prepared dinner. After partaking in a quiet meal, Meng Mingxuan found herself led upstairs by Yin Jiu, who guided her back to her room. "What are you thinking?" he inquired, pressing her shoulders gently to seat her on the sofa, enveloping her within the confines of his arms. She harbored countless secrets. He longed to transform into the Monkey King, delving into the depths of her heart to uncover them. Meng Mingxuan gazed at Yin Jiu, a wave of indescribable grievance washing over her. That woman would soon be found. Yet, could she not be granted a little more time? Just enough for him to cherish her a bit more? She was unwilling to concede defeat. "You said, tonight?" Meng Mingxuan murmured, tugging at Yin Jiu's tie to draw him closer. He offered no resistance, leaning in her pull, their noses brushing against one another, a faint HM escaping his lips. Then silence ensued. "It is indeed evening," Meng Mingxuan remarked with a hint of frustration. Before Yin shouting located that woman resembling her sister, she yearned for a definitive answer. Night is night, and dusk is dusk. Yin Jiu understood that ever since the day she had harmed herself, Meng Mingxuan had been engulfed by a profound sense of insecurity. At times, he felt as though she wished to bind him to her side with a rope. She was terrified of losing him. Yet, this excessive dependency stemmed from the secrets she concealed deep within, rather than from a woman's possessiveness over a man. Meng Mingxuan released her grip on his tie, only to have him seize her wrist firmly. "You are becoming increasingly delicate," Yin Jiu remarked, his fingertip gently caressing the corners of her reddened eyes. He then seated himself beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist, drawing her onto his lap. Before she could react, he cupped the back of her head and pressed her towards him. Meng Mingxuan, filled with pent-up emotions and grievances, found herself thoroughly kissed by him. His kiss transitioned from tender to commanding, gradually infused with a sense of conquest, while his other hand roamed her waist, igniting flames of passion. Meng Mingxuan succumbed to the sensations, her soft body pressing closely against Yin Jiu. He was an adept kisser. Had she not been certain that he had never been with her sister and that there were no other women in his life, she might have doubted his inexperience in matters of the heart. As Yin Jiu pulled away, Meng Mingxuan opened her eyes, hazily gazing into his slightly reddened dark irises. "Trust me," he murmured, his fingers tracing her plump, kissed lips, his voice husky. "Later tonight." In that moment, Meng Mingxuan found herself unable to withstand the allure of Yin Jiu. Even if he were to demand her now, she doubted she would refuse. So obedient," Yin Jiu praised, planting another kiss on her lips before gently moving her aside to search for his clothes. Meng Mingxuan's gaze lingered on the hem of his taut shirt. As Yin Jiu retrieved the outfit she intended to change into, he turned to catch her shy yet curious glance, his heart momentarily stuttering. He could only hope she had not regarded other men in such a manner. "Change into this dress, apply a light makeup, and then we shall head to the seaside gathering." Meng Mingxuan rose to her feet. Another friend from her circle wanted to meet? Well, all right. She bore no lingering shadows from previous events, having learned from her missteps. She firmly believed that both she and Yin Jiu would not fall prey to such rudimentary schemes again. As she took her dress, Yin Jiu lowered his head, his lips brushing against her earlobe as he made a request. "Do not look at other men like that." An acute sense of being caught off guard washed over Meng Mingxuan. She pushed him away, feigning calmness as she lightly huffed. "I have no intention of looking at anyone else." With that, she turned to the dressing room to change into her dress. Yin Jiu watched her retreating figure with a darkened gaze, savoring her words. She desired only to gaze upon him. He could not have misunderstood that. Slowly, Yin Jiu extended his hand, exhaling a deep breath, and absent-mindedly fidgeted with the hem of his shirt. Patience was essential. He would endure until she was willing to obtain a marriage certificate with him. As he returned to his room to change, Suli knocked on the door. "Master Jiu, come in." Yin Jiu donned a fitted suit jacket, his tie loosely hanging around his neck, exuding an effortless charm that was both languid and alluring. Suli entered, momentarily stunned by the potent aura of masculinity emanating from Yin Jiu. Thank goodness his own inclinations were normal. Regaining his composure, Suli closed the door and began his report. "Master Jiu," it was Yin shouting, who offered 1 million to the detective agency to locate someone, with funds provided by the old master. However, Curiously, the photograph Yin shouting provided to the agency is not of the young lady. Yin Majiao's expression remained indifferent as he awaited Su Li's continuation. Master Jiu, this is the photograph Yin shouting sent to the agency. It bears some resemblance to Miss Mingyu from years past. I wonder if I am mistaken. Su Li handed over his phone, which displayed an image of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Meng Mingxuan. She smiled gently, her profile captured in the shot. Yin Majiao glanced at it briefly. It was her sister. This photograph had been taken by Su Kansas. What could Yin shouting possibly intend? Su Li, recalling the tragic fate of Meng Mingyu, felt a twinge of sadness, pondering why Yin shouting was searching for her. The two had no apparent connection. Yin Majiao pressed his lips together, exuding an unsettling chill. The news of Meng Mingyu's death was known to only a select few in Linchong, aside from those close to him. Even in her final moments, she had held thoughts of Su Kan, fearing for his sorrow, and had never truly believed he was gone. Yet, what was Yin shouting's motive for seeking out her photograph through a private investigator? Unbidden, Yin Majiao recalled the cup of milk tea that Meng Mingxuan had dropped in the car, and his demeanor grew even colder. Yes, Master Jiu. When Yin Majiao returned to Meng Mingxuan's room, she had already completed her makeup. Her fair skin, accentuated by a touch of makeup, appeared quite delectable. As he approached, he lowered his head only to be met with her hand covering his lips. No, I've applied lipstick. Yin Majiao had merely intended for her to assist him with his tie, but upon her remark, he grasped her wrist and pressed a kiss to her earlobe, enveloping it with his lips. This here, he murmured in a low, somewhat indistinct tone. Meng Mingxuan shivered. A kiss was one thing, but why the need to linger? The warm, damp sensation on her earlobe left her weak in the knees, her weight leaning against Yin Majiao's arm. Yin Majiao lingered for a moment, then shifted towards her neck, only to be gently pushed away by her. Stop it. Aren't we supposed to be leaving? Listening to the delicate plea of the young woman in his embrace, Yin Majiao recalled her earlier subtle mention of the marks on her skin and let out a soft chuckle, ultimately deciding to relent. Help me with my tie. He lifted her up, placing her atop the table, positioning himself between her legs. The height was just right. Meng Mingxuan's slender fingers were guided by him to grasp the tie, and her foggy mind began to clear. He had merely lowered his head. It seemed he intended for her to assist him with the tie, not to kiss her. A warm flush of embarrassment washed over Meng Mingxuan, yet she feigned oblivion, maintaining an air of calm as she expertly tied the knot. You've only tied a tie for your brother, haven't you? Just as Meng Mingxuan retracted her hand, Yin Majiao seized her wrist, his gaze penetrating and intense as he looked deep into her eyes. Chapter 74. His answer to her in the evening. Meng Mingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Do you care that much? She inquired hesitantly. I care immensely, Yin Majiao replied, caressing her wrist with a gentle touch, his words laced with subtlety. A bit. Meng Mingxuan was uncertain of the response she desired, yet she inexplicably rephrased her question. If I were to tie a tie for someone else, would you feel jealous? I would feel intensely jealous. A bit. Yin Majiao's tone grew heavier. Meng Mingxuan discerned the underlying emotion, and a small firework of joy ignited within her heart. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice softening as she coaxed. I haven't tied a tie for anyone else, nor have I kissed anyone else, or shared a bed with someone else, much less comforted anyone else. Aside from a tenderly deceptive platonic love and a marriage characterized by cold violence, she had shared nothing substantial with Yin Ting. All the precious first experiences that couples cherish, she had only ever experienced with him. Yin Majiao pressed his thin lips together. What about holding hands and hugging? How could those be overlooked? It seems I'm becoming increasingly greedy. He refrained from pursuing such self-deprecating inquiries, instead enveloping Meng Mingxuan in his embrace. You should be grateful you applied lipstick. Meng Mingxuan rested her chin on his shoulder, her body quaking with suppressed laughter. Perhaps I should reapply it. She knew she shouldn't be laughing. After a while, Meng Mingxuan returned to her vanity to touch up her makeup. There was no need to reapply blush. Gazing at her reflection, she felt an urge to smile. Yin Majiao sat on the sofa, awaiting her, and as she approached, her cheeks flushed, he remarked, I thought you might take a shower. Meng Mingxuan chose not to engage with his comment, and stepped forward to pull him closer. Yin Majiao stood up in response, wrapping his arms around her waist. At least change into something else inside. Meng Mingxuan could no longer suppress her glare at him. No need. Yin Majiao chuckled. Her slight annoyance quickly dissipated under the brilliance of his charming smile. The two playfully bantered for a while before heading downstairs, where they resumed their roles as the aloof ninth master and the poised young lady. It was yet another day filled with sweetness from ninth master and a young lady. As Su Li closed the rear car door, he flatteringly remarked, "Add 10 to the year-end bonus." "Thank you for your generosity." Meng Mingxuan instantly recalled what Lu Jingxian had said about Su Li, and she burst into laughter, collapsing against Yin Majiao's shoulder. "What is so funny? I do like to hear." "The young lady must be remembering what Miss Lu said about me," Su Li preemptively explained, concerned that Meng Mingxuan might feel embarrassed. "Miss Lu said I became ninth master as confidant through flattery." Yin Majiao paused before responding, "You indeed did." Su Li's smile faltered. Meng Mingxuan laughed again, and Yin Majiao affectionately ruffled her hair, pleased to see her happy. The car soon arrived at the seaside. Meng Mingxuan was in high spirits, although she wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the seaside gathering. The thought of Yin Majiao's promise of an answer that evening made her eagerly anticipate the mystery of the night ahead. After the gathering concluded, she would finally receive his answer. He had kissed her numerous times today, and the response should align with her desires. As Meng Mingxuan stepped out of the car, she felt a peculiar sensation being led by Yin Majiao towards the venue. The atmosphere was excessively romantic, adorned with pink heart-shaped balloons reminiscent of a proposal scene. She glanced sideways at the aloof man beside her. It couldn't possibly be him. "Hello, Brother Jiu." "Hello, sister-in-law." As the protagonists arrived, the crowd eagerly approached to greet them, their enthusiasm rendering Meng Mingxuan's smile somewhat stiff. "Who orchestrated this?" Yin Majiao surveyed the surroundings, his voice calm. "I did," Nie Xiang exclaimed, grinning as he stepped forward. "Brother Jiu." Amidst the crowd, "I just proposed to Jingxian." Yin Majiao shot him a glance, perhaps experiencing the bitter taste of rejection. The crowd erupted in laughter, casting teasing glances at Nie Xiang. While Meng Mingxuan felt a sense of relief, a tinge of disappointment crept in. So it was Nie Xiang who proposed to Lu Jingxian. She had suspected it could not be Yin Majiao. Standing on the beach, Meng Mingxuan linked her arm with Yin Majiao's, not glancing upwards at the night sky. Unbeknownst to her, two drones hovered above, capturing the scene. Surrounded by the crowd, she and Yin Majiao were positioned centrally, flanked by Nie Xiang and Lu Jingxian, forming a diagonal line. Had she looked closer, she would have noticed small sand pits beneath each person's feet, as if their positions had been predetermined. From the drone's perspective, they formed a large heart shape, complemented by a Cupid's arrow. Yet, the night served as the perfect veil, leaving Meng Mingxuan oblivious to it all. Flowers, diamond rings. Kneeling. I've learned this step by step from textbooks. Brother Jiu, what did I go wrong? Nie Xiang lamented with a hint of helplessness. Want to know? Yin Majiao raised an eyebrow. Yes. Nie Xiang was eager for insight. I shall demonstrate the proper way. Yin Majiao casually replied, then gently extracted Meng Mingxuan's hand from his arm, stepping back slightly and half-squatting down. His right knee lowered gently, resting on the sand, appearing to kneel without fully doing so. From his coat, he produced a ring box crafted from solid gold, featuring a rose sculpted from a ruby, a lavish display indeed. As the box opened, a beautiful yet understated diamond ring emerged from his slender fingers. Meng Mingxuan, will you marry me? The moment Yin Majiao revealed the ring box, Meng Mingxuan's back stiffened, her mind racing with thoughts of whether this was a performance or reality. Yet, when she pursued him for an answer, he repeatedly insisted on waiting until evening. Her thoughts tangled like a twisted strand of dough, yet she recognized her heart raced faster. Regardless of whether it was a charade, he had uttered those words before a multitude. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. The crowd began to cheer. How noisy it was. Meng Mingxuan, amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd, softly uttered a single word, good. To ensure Yin Majiao heard her, she even nodded slightly. Yin Majiao's thin lips curled into a subtle smile as he took her hand and slipped a ring onto her left middle finger. It fit her perfectly, neither too loose nor too tight. Meng Mingxuan gently tugged at him, urging him to rise. "All right," she said. Yamajo pretended to be pulled up by her. "Isn't this the moment for a kiss? Let me drown in this dog food," Nie Ziang quipped with a hint of envy. Yamajo wrapped his arms around Meng Mingxuan, declaring, "Look at my future wife." Meng Mingxuan's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Her mind was still tangled in confusion, pondering whether this was indeed his answer to her. Girls are typically shy. Their skin is far thinner than that of men, who possess a resilience akin to brick walls. Lu Jingxian scoffed lightly. Nie Ziang remarked, "Why do I feel as though I am being targeted for an assassination?" Perhaps it was not merely a feeling. She was indeed scolding him. Chapter 75. He somewhat regretted kissing her in public. Yin Majiao lowered his head to kiss Meng Mingxuan, bringing a perfect conclusion to this seaside romance. The drones captured every moment. Meng Mingxuan had little opportunity to inquire about Yin Majiao's answers, as she was soon drawn into the circle of elite young ladies by Lu Jingxian. The men, meanwhile, retreated to the side to drink. The sea breeze carried a salty dampness, yet Meng Mingxuan's heart was sweet, as if filled with countless candies. Lu Jingxian poured a glass of wine for Meng Mingxuan, who had just learned her lesson and was reluctant to drink. However, Lu Jingxian smiled and pointed to Yin Majiao not far away, saying, "For my observations, Master Jiu glances in your direction every 10 seconds. If you rise to use the restroom, he will immediately accompany you." Lu Jingxian was intentional. Although she was unaware of the true nature of their relationship, she sensed a delicate, tentative atmosphere between them, as if they were both cautiously testing boundaries, unwilling to overstep. In such circumstances, alcohol served as the finest catalyst. Meng Mingxuan lifted her gaze and met Yin Majiao's eyes, witnessing a slight curve at the corner of his lips as he raised his glass towards her. She held up her own glass, gently nodding as they took a sip simultaneously. Then, she averted her gaze and quietly asked Lu Jingxian, "Jingxian, how much do you think he likes me?" Lu Jingxian pondered for a moment, estimating perhaps around 60 or 70%. She opted for a conservative assessment, although she internally felt it should be closer to 90 or even 100%. Yet, given Master Jiu's reserved nature, she wasn't entirely certain of her judgment. Furthermore, the bond between Master Jiu and Mingxuan, forged over 16 years of mutual dependence, blurred the lines between love and familial affection, a complexity only Master Jiu truly understood. "Not so much," Meng Mingxuan sighed softly. "I moved into the Yin household when I was 6. He has always treated me like a brother, caring for me meticulously. As long as it wasn't harmful to my health, he would fulfill my every request, much like how you see him now." With Yan's mother passing away early and his father unable to care for a young girl, Meng Mingxuan's entire adolescence was overseen by Yin Majiao. The conservative environment of Lincheng did not prioritize sexual education. Her first menstrual period occurred at school, sending her into a panic as she rushed home, hiding in the bathroom, too frightened to emerge, repeatedly flushing the toilet, bewildered by what was happening. Upon receiving the news, Yin Majiao returned home with a towel, wrapping her up completely, carrying her away from the toilet without a hint of disdain for the mess. Later, he found a book and sat by her bedside, imparting knowledge about gender. His voice was cool and devoid of any malice. "Foolish," Lu Jingxian chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. "If he only wanted to be your brother, he would have kissed you." The thought of certain images made Meng Mingxuan's heart flutter. It was evident that he harbored desires for her, yet he exhibited remarkable restraint. "I wish for him to like me a bit more," Meng Mingxuan whispered, glancing around at the socializing and laughing young ladies, leaning closer to Lu Jingxian's ear, to the point of losing control. Only in this way could she feel confident in overcoming the imminent arrival of a rival. Losing control? Lu Jingxian gazed playfully at her innocent face, pondering how men often lose control only in the confines of the bedroom. "Do you dare to entice the ninth master?" she mused. "Take your time." Lu Jingxian, aware of Meng Mingxuan's urgency, gently took her hand in comfort, reminding her that emotions blossom and bear fruit gradually. Their current state and progress were already commendable. The ninth master was powerful enough to shield Meng Mingxuan from any obstacle, even defying her own grandfather and father. Unlike her and Nie Ziang, Meng Mingxuan was indeed anxious, uncertain when Yin's shouting might uncover that woman. What if it were tomorrow or the day after? Idare, she declared. This time, it was Lu Jingxian's turn to respond. Half an hour later, Meng Mingxuan staggered to her feet. A few young ladies attempted to assist her, but they were intercepted by Yin Majiu, who approached with purpose. I'll take care of it. Lu Jingxian remained seated, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she watched the pair retreat. Darling, I believe you've had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you home. A large dog reeking of alcohol approached her. Lu Jingxian shifted her gaze, playfully tapping his forehead. Isn't it you who is intoxicated? Indeed I am. My dear, please take me home. Nie Xiang readily conceded. Shall I call your mother to come pick you up? Lu Jingxian rose gracefully. As Nie Xiang observed her retreating figure towards the beach, he stood and, emboldened by his inebriation, called out, I'll save you first. Lu Jingxian paused momentarily, yet soon resumed her stride, moving further away. Meng Mingxuan had not consumed much, but the effects of the alcohol were evident. The more one drinks, without feeling its effects at first, the stronger the aftermath. While Yin Majiu supported her to the restroom, she remained somewhat coherent, but upon exiting, she required his assistance even for washing her hands. The entire beach had been reserved, devoid of outsiders. Yin Majiu, captivated by the sight of the tipsy Meng Mingxuan, could not resist kissing her lips tenderly for a moment. She responded with noticeable compliance, her breath quickening in his embrace. Regret washed over him for indulging in such intimacy in public. Be good. I'll take you home. He gently released her, attempting to embrace her, but she could barely stand. No, don't take me home. Meng Mingxuan clung tightly to his neck. There's no one at home. I am scared. Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with the threat of tears. Yin Majiu froze momentarily. Ninth brother, please take me away. Don't ignore me. I promise I won't look at another man again. I know I was wrong. Though intoxicated, her words were clear and deliberate. She was confessing her faults to the ninth master, the one who had rescued her from her dreams over the past 3 years. She did not want to awaken from this reverie. Yin Majiu listened to her drunken ramblings in silence, yearning to hear more. What about my teddy bear? Meng Mingxuan seemed not to expect a reply from her dreamlike ninth brother, for it always unfolded in such a manner. She began to search for her teddy bear, glancing around in search of it. Without the little bear, I would be unable to sleep. I no longer wished to resort to medication. Lord Jiu observed her eyes gradually reddening as she lamented the absence of the little bear, and he recalled the moment in the villa at Lingcheng when she had cruelly kicked it into a corner. His gaze darkened slightly. Brother Jiu is here. He gently took her hand and placed it against his chest. Mingxian has Brother Jiu. She no longer needs the little bear. Meng Mingxian widened her eyes, striving to clearly perceive the man before her, whose voice was so melodious and tender. Yet her vision was too blurred to distinguish him. All she could discern was the smooth, firm muscle beneath her hand, accompanied by the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The intoxicating scent of his masculinity left her weak at the knees. Suddenly, Meng Mingxian extended her other hand as well, and with a swift motion, she tore Yin Mojiu's shirt apart with a resounding rip. I want to sleep with you, she declared to him. Chapter 76. Meng Mingxian lowered her gaze, recalling the events of the previous night. Yin Majiu glanced at his torn shirt, a shadow of gloom darkening his eyes. The little rose he had nurtured was not so unruly. She had always been obedient. He gently lifted her chin, peering into her hazy eyes. Who do you wish to sleep with? You. And who am I? You are Brother Jiu. Brothers only share their bed with those they cherish. What about you, Mingxian? For a fleeting moment, Meng Mingxuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. She gazed at the blurred visage of the man before her, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I want to like you, but I cannot. Why is that? You're free to like me. Yin Majiu coaxed her to unveil the secrets of her heart. I cannot. Meng Mingxian shook her head, her heavy head spinning momentarily. The effects of the alcohol surged within her, and she let out a dry heave. Yin Majiu abandoned the probing, tenderly lifting her in his arms. Do not fidget. We are heading home. Perhaps due to the damage to her attire, Meng Mingxian did not protest for turning home. She mumbled softly, a stream of incoherent words escaping her lips. Yin Majiao adjusted his hold on her to better catch her murmurs. As they made their way out, Meng Mingxuan was far from still in his embrace, her small hands roaming restlessly. Fortunately, despite her declarations of wanting to sleep with him, the specifics eluded her understanding. Otherwise, he might have truly been at a loss. Yin Majiao did not inform anyone of their departure, simply carrying Meng Mingxuan away, followed closely by Su Li and the bodyguards. Are there no stars tonight? Upon reaching the car, Meng Mingxuan gazed at the ceiling, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Open the sunshade for the sunroof, Yin Majiao instructed. Yes, young Master Jiu. The sunshade was swiftly drawn back. On a summer night, how could the sky be devoid of stars? Through the sunroof, the vast expanse of twinkling stars was mesmerizing. Which one is my sister? Meng Mingxuan reclined on Yin Majiao's lap, gazing at the celestial display, before suddenly inquiring. Yin Majiao lazily lifted an eyelid and glanced casually. The brightest one. Is it really that bright? Meng Mingxuan's voice trembled slightly. My sister is truly remarkable. She could help him conquer the Meng Yin group. Even if she became a star, she would still outshine all others. Do you miss your sister? Yin Majiao ran his fingers through her hair, recalling how Meng Mingyu had spoiled Meng Mingxian upon arriving in Linchong, to the point of making her a treasured darling. He had felt a twinge of jealousy then, but Meng Mingyu had assured him that when she grew up, she would belong solely to him. A faint smile graced Yin Majiao's lips. Realizing that Meng Mingyu's words were prophetic, Meng Mingxian noticed the smile and felt a pang of bittersweetness. Yes, I miss my sister. What about you? Do you miss her? Yin Majiao pondered for a moment. Not particularly. He could not afford to use the word miss in relation to Meng Mingyu. It was only guilt he felt. Upon hearing his nonchalant response, Meng Mingxian abruptly climbed onto his lap. Mingxian, Yin Majiao brushed aside the strands of hair that clung to her cheek. Are you sober now? If I were to become a star, would you long for me more than you do for my sister? The smile vanished from Yin Majiao's face. Mingxian, do not speak carelessly. The little rose remains a little rose, forever unable to transform into a star. Will you miss me? Meng Mingxian tugged at his tie, leaning closer to his eyes. Yin Majiao gazed into the glimmering depths of her eyes, falling silent as he firmly grasped the back of her head, pressing her towards him for a passionate kiss. At first, Meng Mingxian relished the moment, but gradually she found herself overwhelmed. She pushed against his chest, yet he remained unyielding. Attempting to retreat, she realized the cramped space thwarted her escape. He held her tightly, kissing her until she nearly lost consciousness. When his hand descended upon her, she shivered involuntarily. Yin Majiao cast a sidelong glance at the small partition that had long since risen, his large hand becoming slightly audacious. The sting elicited a reaction from Meng Mingxian, prompting her to protest. After a considerable time, Yin Majiao released her, observing her intoxicated gaze filled with accusation. His voice low and husky. Speaking recklessly will bring consequences. Meng Mingxian crossed her arms over her chest, lowering her head in silence. Yin Majiao, at a loss with her reticence, pulled her back into his embrace, promising to be gentler next time. Meng Mingxian remained mute. He held her close, gently patting her, his deep-set eyes concealing a suppressed desire. Upon returning to the villa, Yin Majiao carried Meng Mingxian to the bedroom, inquiring if she wished to take a bath. Meng Mingxian lifted her dreamy gaze, asking, "Will you wash with me?" In that instant, Yin Majiao recalled the image of her blooming under his touch from their last encounter. Unsure if he could maintain his gentlemanly demeanor again, he suggested, "Perhaps we should bathe tomorrow instead." He stroked her head, tucking her into the blankets, insisting she should rest first. Meng Mingxian grasped his hand tightly, declaring, "I told you I want to sleep with you." Yin Majiao, observing her unwavering determination, leaned over her, asking softly, "Mingxian, what are you afraid of?" She was not the type to indulge recklessly. What made her believe that sleeping with him would bring her solace? "I fear you might abandon me." Meng Mingxian, still hazy, answered with unguarded honesty. "I want tea." He brushed his lips against hers, affirming, "You are my life." "You will." "I will not." "You will." "You left me. You no longer want me." "I wanted to find you. I have apologized to you countless times, yet you ignore me." You no longer want me, and you even have children with other women. Yin Majiao pressed Meng Mingxuan down onto the bed, kissing her fervently, forcing her tears back. Clothes fell away, one by one. At that moment, as darkness enveloped her senses, Meng Mingxuan succumbed to unconsciousness. In her dreams, Meng Mingxuan felt someone continuously kissing her brows and eyes. The warmth of those lips occasionally brushed against her lashes, invoking a ticklish sensation. She awakened amidst this tantalizing caress. "Are you awake?" Yin Majiao pinched her soft lips gently. Meng Mingxuan stared at him, her gaze lingering for a moment before drifting to the window. It was dawn. She had slept through the night. Her body beneath the covers felt slightly uncomfortable. Fragments of daring and passionate memories began to replay in her mind. Had she succeeded in sleeping with him? Lowering her eyes, she gently nudged his chest with her palm, reminding him, "We must be responsible for last night." Yin Majiao pulled her closer, placing her small hand on his abdominal muscles, declaring, "This is my first time, dear sister." Meng Mingxuan's face flushed crimson, yet it was predominantly filled with joy and delight. Had it truly come to pass? She had shared night with him. Did this imply that marriage was on the horizon? With a heart brimming with happiness, she lifted her gaze. Yin Majiao's Adam's apple bobbed lightly. She genuinely believed it. Homocy, matrimony, progeny. He enveloped her in his embrace, gently kissing her chin, ensuring that each step was meticulously executed. Their relationship had merely begun. Meng Mingxuan struggled to comprehend, gazing at him with misty eyes. "You can hold me to the same standards as you do with him." Yin Majiao shifted closer, softly kissing her lips, then rose to dress. Meng Mingxuan hastily followed suit. "You are not the same. In what way are we different?" Yin Majiao fastened his shirt buttons, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. Had she not uncovered his deception, Mingxuan would have already become his wife. Wouldn't she? Meng Mingxuan's complexion paled slightly. On this matter, she found herself at a loss for words, for in her previous life, she had indeed married Yin Ting and had become Mrs. Yin. Chapter 77. Teasing her, Yin Majiao had never openly expressed his jealousy towards Meng Mingxuan. However, circumstances had changed. He felt entitled to his jealousy now. Yet, upon witnessing the pallor of Meng Mingxuan's delicate face and the slight reddening of her eyes, he ultimately could not hold out for her to console him. Instead, he bent down to lift her from beneath the covers and placed her upon his lap. A mere exchange of words brought tears to her eyes. She had never been this fragile before. He pressed a gentle kiss upon her cheek. "Previously, you are not my boyfriend," Meng Mingxuan remarked. "My brother can scold me, but my boyfriend cannot." At that moment, Yin Majiao's jealousy dissipated entirely. He kissed the tender skin of her neck, where faint remnants of the marks he had left the previous night lingered. Meng Mingxuan slightly tilted her head, allowing him easier access. "Last night, did we or did we not?" she inquired, her breath slightly uneven. "We did not," he replied. "How can you endure so much?" Meng Mingxuan clutched his wrist tightly. Yin Majiao paused, his gaze trailing down her neckline. "So beautiful," he murmured, unable to restrain himself as his hand slipped beneath her clothing. She was now fully aware. Meng Mingxuan let out a soft gasp, tightening her grip on his wrist momentarily. Then realizing something, she completely loosened her hold, placing her hand gently upon his thigh. Yin Majiao hesitated. It seemed she was willing even in her clarity. "It was you who cried out in pain," he teased. Just as he had begun to unveil her, she became insistent once more. Fortunately, this was how he managed to avoid losing control, ultimately choosing to love her in another manner. Meng Mingxuan felt vexed by her own ineffectiveness. He had indeed spoken the truth. She was quite delicate. "I was merely intoxicated and not in my right mind," she retorted, her hand wrapping around his neck as she drew herself closer to his palm. "This time, I shall not cry out." Yin Majiao leaned down and captured her lips. After a fervent exchange of breaths, he withdrew his hand, tenderly arranging her hair and fastening the buttons of her nightgown. "Do not think of using your body to bind a man," he advised. Meng Mingxuan's breath hitched slightly. He had sensed her desire to tether him. "Jingqi told me that a man only loses control in bed," she said hesitantly, wishing to witness him lose control for her sake. "Trust me, Mingxuan would not appreciate my losing control, Yin Majiao said, cradling her face in his hands, his deep brown eyes conveying profound meaning. I too do not wish to hurt Mingxian. Meng Mingxuan faintly comprehended his implication, her cheeks aflame. What must I do to bind you? She summoned her courage to ask. Is it not evident that I am already bound by Mingxian? My plans for revenge have been delayed for 3 years because of her, he stated. Did she truly fail to understand her significance to him? I know you will care for me for a lifetime. You promised many that you would take care of me. As long as I am obedient, you will protect and care for me forever. But what I desire is not such a binding. I wish to bind you as a woman, she confessed. She yearned for his love, only hers and no one else's. In truth, she had not fully believed Yin shouting S words, as he could very well be sowing discord. After all, she had not seen any news of his engagement or marriage in her past life. She would not be easily swayed by an outsider. Yin Majiao's gaze flickered slightly. He vaguely sensed the underlying meaning behind Meng Mingxuan's words. Gently cradling her chin with his palm, he met her emotionally charged gaze, pondering if she had developed feelings for her brother. Yet, he felt nothing of the sort. Rather, he sensed her desire for him. Who could discern whether her affection was of a psychological or physical nature? As Yin Majiao was about to utter another word, Meng Mingxian, unable to contain her frustration, leapt forward and bit his lip with force. Then, she jumped off his lap and dashed into the bathroom. Yin Majiao watched the bathroom door that had been left ajar and chuckled softly to himself. Rising, he returned to his room to change his clothes. Upon entering the bathroom, Meng Mingxian intended to take a shower, but suddenly realized she had already been bathed and had changed into her sleepwear. Remembering something, she hurriedly removed her nightgown to glance in the mirror. Upon seeing her reflection, she gasped in shock. Marks were scattered all over her body. Though they had been treated with ointment, a lingering sting remained. No wonder he had just mentioned that she wouldn't appreciate him losing control. Meng Mingxian touched her fiery, sensitive thigh, faintly recalling the scene of Yin Majiao pressing her down, his breath heavy as he gripped her waist, causing her breath to falter. Silently, she donned her sleepwear again, her mind lingering on Yin Majiao's words about feeling her affection. How could she make him truly sense it? Breakfast was enveloped in a tranquil silence. Yin Majiao peeled an egg for Meng Mingxian, the smooth egg white juxtaposed with his long, masculine fingers creating an unusual impact. He glanced at his fingers, then at Meng Mingxian's erratic gaze, letting out a low chuckle. What are you laughing at? Meng Mingxian asked, her small face stern. A man with a girlfriend often inexplicably found joy in laughter. She would endure it. Meng Mingxian fell silent. Previously intimidated by him, she now found herself outmatched in conversation. After finishing breakfast, she accompanied Yin Majiao to the door, where he slightly lowered his head and pointed to the corner of his lips. Confused, she thought nothing of it. I want to feel the affection of my girlfriend. Her heart raced, stirred by his words. Looking around, she noticed 2 rows of bodyguards at the entrance, all gazing down at the ground. She rose on her toes and kissed the corner of his mouth. This affection could transform me into a freshwater fish. Meng Mingxian inexplicably grasped his implication, that he found her affection rather tepid. Gritting her teeth, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him again, prying his lips apart, mirroring the fervor he had shown her. Yin Majiao encircled her waist, preventing her from slipping. When her breath began to falter, she retreated slightly, asking, and now? Yin Majiao's moist, glistening lips curled into a smile as he replied, Thank you for the life-saving grace. I have returned from the freshwater to the sea. Meng Mingxian had never realized how delightful it could be to be in a relationship with Yin Majiao. He was nothing like the stern and serious individual she had imagined. In the depths of her heart, a small firework blossomed. She gently embraced him and whispered, Come back soon. All right. Yin Jiu ruffled the hair of the head, nestled in his arms, holding her tightly for a few moments before releasing her and turning to leave. If only she were Thumbelina, he thought, wishing to conceal her in his pocket and carry her with him at all times. Meng Mingxian watched Yin Jiu's car disappear into the distance, lingering until a bodyguard's reminder prompted her to return to the villa. She settled onto the sofa, watching a television drama for a while, until her phone rang, indicating a multimedia message. It came from an anonymous number. Subconsciously, she knew what it contained and hesitated to open it. Yet, after several minutes, Meng Mingxuan succumbed and opened the message. A photograph of a woman quietly appeared on her screen, accompanied by a note. Does she resemble anyone? Meng Mingxian stared at the woman in the photo, her features gradually merging with the gentle and serene face etched in her memory. Unconsciously, her fingers tightened. Indeed, there was a striking resemblance. Chapter 78. How dare you curse her to death? Meng Mingxian pored over the photograph repeatedly, her emotions oscillating momentarily before gradually settling. All her past confidence stemmed from Yan Majiao, and the same held true now. The substitute in her previous life may not necessarily play the same role in this one. Yan Majiao's affections now lay with her. She steeled herself, deleted the multimedia message, and retreated to bed for a few more hours of sleep. Having indulged a bit too much the previous night, her memories were fragmented, and she could hardly recall how Yan Majiao had tormented her. Her body ached in several places. A good sleep would surely remedy it. On Yan Shouting's side, the absence of a reply from Meng Mingxian rendered him cold and brooding. Accompanying him from Kyoto, Yuan Wei, noticing his demeanor, urged, aiding, perhaps it's best to let it go. The entire circle in Beijing is aware that she is Yan Majiao's fiancée. Let go. No. Yan Shouting clenched his phone. She ought to be my wife. In the wedding of his dreams, she appeared stunningly beautiful. She loved him, but he had wounded her heart, prompting her to seek refuge in Yan Majiao's arms to inflict pain upon him as an act of revenge. Yuan Wei recalled the time when Yan Shouting, still known as Yin Ting, had meticulously planned a proposal for their graduation ceremony, rehearsing for an entire month to ensure not a single word or action was amiss. He dismissed further attempts to persuade, asking, "What do you plan to do now?" Meng Mingxian has evidently made up her mind to break up. He had long warned Aiding that once this type of girl had her bottom line crossed, she would never forgive. Such a proud young lady was difficult to soothe, yet Aiding had not heeded his advice. Yan Shouting lit a cigarette, recalling the Meng Mingxian from his dreams, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for him and Yu Tiantian, even striking Yu Tiantian before his very eyes. A concealed pain gripped his heart. How had it come to this? After finishing a cigarette, the pain in his heart subsided somewhat, allowing him to state, "I will seek out the young master of the Yi family." Shukon. Yuan Wei recognized the name, recalling that Su Kan had once been close to Yan Majiao. Upon arriving in Kyoto, they had become acquainted with the various prominent families, eventually recognizing Yi Yukan. Yes. Yan Shouting extinguished his cigarette, his eyes glimmering with determination. Su Kan had perished in Lincheng, yet he had reemerged as Yi Yukan in Kyoto. I have inquired and learned that as soon as Yan Majiao arrived in Kyoto, he gave Su Kan a thorough beating. Clearly, Su Kan had faked his death back then, and even Yan Majiao had been kept in the dark. Yuan Wei comprehended, realizing that this had led to their falling out. Yan Shouting smiled faintly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yuan Wei furrowed his brow. Was the animosity of the past merely a misunderstanding? After all, Yan Majiao was now his cousin. How could he still be considered an adversary? Yan Shouting chose not to explain further, turning to leave. If the events from his dreams had indeed transpired, then the tragedy between him and Mingxian was solely the handiwork of Yan Majiao. Even Mingxian's demise was at the hands of Yan Majiao. That car accident was no mere accident. He vowed resolutely that he would not allow Mingxian to be with his foe. Yan Shouting swiftly made his way to the Yi family to pay a visit to Yi Yukan. Now he is recognized as the heir of the Yan family, the sole descendant of the Yan clan, and naturally, the Yi family dares not obstruct him. Yi Yukan had never anticipated that Yan Shouting would seek him out. With a bandage still plastered on his face from the last encounter with Jiu, who had shown no mercy, his injuries remained unhealed. "What do you want from me?" Yi Yukan inquired, seated on the sofa, scrutinizing Yan Shouting. When Yi Yukan feigned death and departed from Lin City, Meng Mingxian was still in high school, and Yin Ting had yet to emerge in her life. Thus Yi Yukan did not know Yin Ting. However, he was aware that the man before him, Yan Shouting, was Meng Mingxuan's ex-boyfriend, a fact long circulated within their circle. "I have seen you in Lin City," Yan Shouting remarked with a smile. "Back then, you were known as Su Kan, a confidant of Yin Majiu. Yi Yukon maintained an impassive demeanor. And then, is Yin Majiu truly fond of Meng Mingxuan? Or does he merely see her as a substitute for Meng Mingyu? I believe you're more aware of the truth than anyone else. Yin Shouting's words momentarily left Yi Yukon in a state of shock. Jiu regarded Meng Mingxuan as a stand-in for Mingyu? Such madness. If Meng Mingyu had not perished, would Yin Majiu have set his sights on his sister, whom he had raised since childhood? Yin Shouting continued. Yi Yukon froze, a chill coursing through his veins, converging towards his heart. Who are you saying is dead? He glared at Yin Shouting. Yin Shouting hesitated, recalling that when Yi Yukon had feigned death as Su Can, Meng Mingyu was still alive. Had it not been for those prophetic dreams, he would not have known that Meng Mingyu had long since passed. While Yin Majiu had become engaged in Kyoto to a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Meng Mingyu after marrying Meng Mingxuan. He then informed Yi Yukon, Meng Mingyu. It is said that a shipment from a Meng Yin group blocked a certain road, leading to retaliation and a violent altercation. To save Yin Majiu, Meng Mingyu was stabbed 3 times and ultimately met her demise at the bottom of the sea. The phrases stabbed 3 times and met her demise at the bottom of the sea cut through Yi Yukon's heart like a sharp blade, inflicting unbearable pain. After a prolonged silence, Yi Yukon trembled violently. How dare you curse her to death? He shouted, springing up and launching a punch at Yin Shouting. Initially, Yin Shouting allowed it, but as Yi Yukon's fury escalated, he retaliated with equal vigor. However, having once been under Yin Majiu's tutelage and now known as a formidable player in the Kyoto social scene, Yi Yukon soon gained the upper hand. The outcome was that Yin Shouting was knocked unconscious and taken to the hospital, while Yi Yukon dashed off to find Yin Majiu. When Old Master Yin received a call from the Yi family, he felt as though he might have a heart attack from sheer rage. Was the Yin family now fated to have a connection with the hospital? Cursing under his breath, Old Master Yin rushed to the hospital with the old steward. Yin Majiu ordered his bodyguards to throw Yi Yukon out, not permitting him even to enter the company premises. Like a wounded beast, Yi Yukon made his way to seek out Meng Mingxuan. Standing by the window, Meng Mingxuan gazed outside at the noble young master Yi kneeling under the blazing sun, her expression as cold as ice. Regardless of how he came to know, what does his pain amount to? Her sister, however, clung to thoughts of him until her last breath. Now, that is true suffering. Suddenly, the coldness on Meng Mingxuan's face dissipated. Yin Majiu had returned. She immediately turned, donned a trench coat over her pajamas, and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the living room on the first floor, she encountered Yin Majiu, just entering. Why are you back early? Meng Mingxuan approached him. Yin Majiu raised his hand to touch her head, saying, I was worried you might soften. How could that be? Even if Yi Yukon were to kneel and break both his legs, I would never relent. Her sister, until her death, remained unaware that he was still alive. On the eve of her passing, she was still tormented by the anguish of losing her beloved man. Yin Shouting had sought him out, and in a fit of rage, he had sent Yin Shouting to the hospital. Currently, the elder had gone there to address the matter. When Yin Majiu spoke these words, there was no hint of blame towards Meng Mingxuan. Yet, she suddenly grasped Yin Majiu's wrist, exclaiming, I didn't tell him. Chapter 79, she uttered in embarrassment. You and I are a match. Yin Majiu nodded, indeed. It truly wasn't her. She had never mentioned her sister to him. Meng Mingxuan understood that, even if she confessed, Yin Majiu would not hold her accountable. The issue lay in the fact that it was not she who had informed Yin Shouting. She refused to bear that burden. Yin Majiu chuckled softly, grasping her chin and leaning in to plant a gentle kiss, declaring that such matters were of no consequence. How could they be insignificant? Meng Mingxuan lamented, feeling a profound sense of loss. She had intended for him to spend a lifetime searching for her sister. Yet now, Yi Yukon would undoubtedly go mad seeking her sister's grave and lynching. It was not a difficult endeavor. Yin Majiu embraced her as they ascended the stairs, arriving at the balcony to gaze upon Yi Yukon kneeling beneath the scorching sun. He spoke slowly, this isn't so bad. Meng Mingxuan comprehended his meaning, and the tumult of frustration and resentment within her began to settle. Do not emulate him, she murmured softly against his chest. Yin Majiu tightened his embrace, chuckling lowly. Did I not bring you to Kyoto? He had never considered leaving her behind. Reflecting on Su Quan from the past, her eyes flickered. If you were Su Quan, what would you have done then? I would reveal the secrets of Yin Majiu and Meng Mingxuan's lineage, and then return to Kyoto in despair. He replied with a calm expression. Meng Mingxuan felt an even deeper sense of loss. Her sister had suffered greatly. This, it seemed, was the price of loving the wrong person. It was perplexing why her sister had not fallen for him. He was truly remarkable. Yin Majiu turned her body back to face him, gazing intently. Please repeat that. Meng Mingxuan had uttered her previous words unconsciously, and now she hesitated to speak again. She felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from Yin Majiu at that moment. No, I should not have touched upon this painful subject. Yin Majiu lifted her effortlessly onto a high stool on the balcony, lowering his head to kiss her apologetic lips. His kiss was fervent, pressing against her mouth with intensity, intertwining their tongues in a passionate dance. This time, his rhythm was swift, leaving Meng Mingxuan breathless, unable to keep pace. As she leaned back, he caught her, pulling her firmly against him. Her breaths became erratic, her heartbeat quickening, akin to a drowning soul passively accepting his rescue. Yin Majiu's kiss left Meng Mingxuan feeling weak, and he gradually released her, tenderly caressing her swollen, rosy lips. Brother, perhaps, holds a grudge. What? Meng Mingxuan, still dazed from the kiss, found herself unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. On the day of your 17th birthday, your sister suffered an injury to her ankle while negotiating a deal, as the other party had improper intentions. Yet, she insisted on attending your birthday celebration with me. Yin Majiu began to recount past grievances, asking, "Do you remember what you said then?" Meng Mingxuan certainly recalled, as her classmates had teased, claiming her sister and he were a perfect match. She had chuckled softly in agreement. Indeed, they are well suited. But why had he suddenly brought up this incident? Yin Majiu's large hand moved upward, gently enveloping her. In the midst of her astonished gaze, he lowered his eyes and inquired, "Now, tell me, who is a match with whom?" Meng Mingxuan's heart raced uncontrollably. His hand was in disarray, yet he gazed at her intently, compelling her to declare who was suited for whom. She responded with a delicate hum, and in the next moment, she buried herself in his embrace, uttering shyly, You are suited for me." Satisfied with her answer, Yin Majiu withdrew his hand and gently held her close. This was not a punishment. He placed a kiss upon her hair, a display of marital affection. The thought of being husband and wife made Meng Mingxuan's heart feel as if it were immersed in honey, simmering with a sweet warmth. However, upon hearing her declaration, Yin Majiu's mood soured momentarily. She relied on him greatly, yet exhibited little possessiveness. In that instant, he felt somewhat reassured. She was just beginning to develop feelings. It was natural for her to lack overwhelming possessiveness. He would wait patiently. At that moment, Yin Majiu's phone rang. He freed one hand to retrieve his phone, glancing at it before answering. "Young master, the old man requests your presence at the hospital regarding matters concerning the young master and young master Yi. He wishes for you to handle it." The voice of the old butler came through. "Understood." Yin Majiu ended the call and tidied Meng Mingxuan's hair. "I must go to the hospital to attend to some matters." "Be good." Meng Mingxuan nodded. "No need to see me off." As she prepared to escort him to the door, Yin Majiu raised his palm and gently pressed it atop her head. "I wish to see you off." "You cannot." Meng Mingxuan gradually grasped his intention as she followed the depths of his gaze. Her current appearance was not suitable for public view. "Then you may go." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she pushed him away. Yin Majiu's throat moved slightly as he reached for her, enveloping her in an extended, passionate kiss before setting her back down and turning to leave. Meng Mingxuan leaned against the door for a long time, regaining her composure before she felt normal again. Yin Majiu arrived at the hospital. Yin Shouting had yet to regain consciousness, and Yi Yukon had been rather harsh. "Look at this photograph." The old master Yin tossed a printed photo to Yin Majiu. He caught it midair, his previously indifferent gaze darkening profoundly upon seeing the woman's radiant smile in the picture. Meng Mingyu and Meng Mingxuan are sisters. Yet they do not resemble each other this much, do they? The old master, Yin, noted the shift in Yin Majiu's expression. "Where did this photo come from?" Yin Majiu tucked the photo away. shouting, had a private detective look into it. The old master Yin did not conceal this fact. But I am curious. Why did the young master of the Yi family react so intensely to Meng Mingxuan's death? He was in a relationship with Meng Mingxuan, Yin Majiao replied, his demeanor calm. This matter would no longer remain a secret. Yi Yukan's madness would soon be known throughout the capital. For years ago, the old master Yin recalled that Yi Yukan had been brought back to the Yi family 4 years prior. Yin Majiao remained silent, his silence indicating acquiescence. After a moment of contemplation, the old master Yin remarked, "What kind of behavior is it to have the young master of the Yi family kneeling at the entrance of the Jinlian Garden Villa, with so many witnesses? Old master Yi has even called me. I did not compel him to kneel. If you and Meng Mingxuan were to meet him, would he not rise? Perhaps he should remain kneeling." Old master Yin, his heart is still quite resilient. Each and every one of them are unfilial descendants. It seems the genes of the progeny have mutated. I inquired with the detective agency, and the woman in the photograph is named Haidang, a mistress secretly kept by the third young master of the Qin family. She rarely steps outside and has a daughter over 3 years old with him. Old master Yin then shifted the conversation to the woman in the photograph, who bore a striking resemblance to Meng Mingxuan.